A panoramic view of the early races. There is a period of a few millions of years to cover between the first mindless race and the highly intelligent and intellectual later Lemurians. There is another between the earliest civilization of the Atlanteans and the historic period. As witnessed to the Lemurians, but a few silent records in the shape of half a dozen broken colossi and old cyclopean ruins are left. These are not allowed a hearing, as they are productions of blind natural forces, we are assured by some. Quite modern, we are told by others. Tradition is left contemptuously unnoticed by skeptic and materialist, and made subservient to the Bible in every case by the too zealous churchman. Whenever a legend, however, refuses to fit in with the Nochian deluge theory, it is declared by the Christian clergy to be the insanely delirious voice of old superstition. Atlantis is denied when not confused with Lemuria and other departed continents, perhaps because Lemuria is half the creation of modern science and has, therefore, to be believed in, while Plato's Atlantis is regarded by most of the scientists as a dream. Atlantis is often described by believers in Plato as a prolongation of Africa. An old continent is also suspected to have existed on the eastern coast. But Africa, as a continent, was never part and parcel of either Lemuria or Atlantis, as we have agreed to call the third and fourth continents. Their archaic appellations are never mentioned in the Puranas, nor anywhere else. But with only one of the esoteric keys in hand, it becomes an easy task to identify these departed lands in the numberless lands of God, devas, and munis described in the Puranas, in their varshas, dvipas, and zones. Their Svetadipa, during the early days of Lemuria, stood out like a giant peak from the bottom of the sea. The area between Atlas and Madagascar being occupied by the waters till about the early period of Atlantis, after the disappearance of Lemuria, when Africa emerged from the bottom of the ocean and Atlas was half sunk. It is of course impossible to attempt, within the compass of even several volumes, a consecutive and detailed account of the evolution and progress of the first three races, except so far as to give a general view of it, as will be done presently. Race the first had no history of its own. Of race the second, the same way may be said. We shall have, therefore, to pay careful attention to the Lemurians and the Atlanteans only, before the history of our own race, the fifth, can be attempted. What is known of other continents besides our own, and what does history know or accept of the early races? Everything outside the repulsive speculations of materialistic science is daubed with the contemptuous term superstition. The wise men of today will believe nothing. Plato's winged and hermaphrodite races and his golden age, under the reign of Saturn and the gods, are quietly brought back to Haeckel, to their new place in nature. Our divine races are shown to be the descendants of the Catarrhine apes, and our ancestor a piece of sea slime. Nevertheless, as expressed by Faber, the fictions of ancient poetry will be found to comprehend some portion of historical truth. However one-sided the efforts of the learned author of A Dissertation on the Mysteries of the Kabiri, efforts directed throughout his 2 volumes to constrain the classical myths and symbols of old paganism, to bear testimony to the truth of Scripture, time and further research have avenged, partially at least, that truth by showing it unveiled. Thus it is the clever adaptations of Scripture, on the contrary, which are made to bear evidence to the great wisdom of archaic paganism. This notwithstanding the inextricable confusion into which the truth about the Kabiri, the most mysterious gods of antiquity, has been thrown by the wild and contradictory speculations of Bishop Cumberland, Dr. Shuckford, Cudworth, Valency, etc., and finally by Faber. Nevertheless, all of these scholars, from first to last, had to come to a certain conclusion framed by the latter, as follows. We have no reason to think that the idolatry of the Gentile world was of a mere arbitrary contrivance. On the contrary, it seems to have been built, almost universally, upon a traditional remembrance of certain real events. These events I apprehend to be the destruction of the first, the fourth in esoteric teaching, race of mankind by the waters of the deluge. To this, Faber adds, I am persuaded that the tradition of the sinking of the Phlegian isle is the very same as that of the sinking of the island Atlantis. They both appear to me to allude to one great event, the sinking of the whole world beneath the waters of the deluge, or, if we suppose the arch of the earth to have remained in its original position, the rising of the central water above it. M. Bailey, indeed, in his work upon the Atlantis of Plato, the object of which is evidently to depreciate the authority of the scriptural chronology, labors to prove that the Atlanteans were a very ancient northern nation, long prior to the Hindus, the Phoenicians, and the Egyptians. In this, Faber is in agreement with Bailey, who shows himself more learned and intuitional than those who accept biblical chronology. Nor is the latter wrong when saying that the Atlanteans were the same as the Titans and the Giants. Faber adopts the more willingly the opinion of his French confrère, as Bailey mentions Cosmas Indicopleutsis, who preserved an ancient tradition about Noah, that he formerly inhabited the island Atlantis. This island, whether it was the Poseidonus, mentioned in esoteric Buddhism, or the continent of Atlantis, does not much matter. The tradition is there, recorded by a Christian. No occultist would ever think of dispossessing Noah of his prerogatives if he claimed to be an Atlantean, for this would simply show that the Israelites repeated the story of Vevasvada Manu, Xisuthros, and so many others, and that they only changed the name, which they had the same right to do as any other nation or tribe. What we object to is the literal acceptation of the biblical chronology, as it is absurd and in accord with neither geological data nor reason. Moreover, if Noah was an Atlantean, then he was a Titan, a giant, as Faber shows, and if a giant, then why is he not shown as such in Genesis? Bailey's mistake was to reject the submersion of Atlantis and to call the Atlanteans simply a northern and post-diluvian nation, which, however, as he says, certainly flourished before the foundation of the Hindu, Egyptian, and Phoenician empires. In this he had only known of the existence of what we have agreed to call Lemuria. He would have again been right. For the Atlanteans were post-diluvian to the Lemurians, and Lemuria was not submerged as Atlantis was, but was sunk under the waves, owing to earthquakes and subterranean fires, as Great Britain and Europe will be one day. It is the ignorance of our men of science, who will accept neither the tradition that several continents have already sunk, nor the periodical law which acts throughout the Manvantaric cycle. It is this ignorance that is the chief cause of all the confusion. Nor is Bailey wrong again in assuring us that the Hindus, Egyptians, and Phoenicians came after the Atlanteans, for the latter belonged to the fourth, while the Aryans and their Semitic branch are of the fifth race. Plato, while repeating the story as narrated to Solon by the priests of Egypt, intentionally confuses, as every initiate would, the two continents, and assigns to the small island which last sunk all the events pertaining to the two enormous continents, the prehistoric and traditional. Therefore he describes the first couple, from whom the whole island was peopled, as being formed of the earth. In so saying, he means neither Adam and Eve, nor yet his own Hellenic forefathers. His language is simply allegorical, and by alluding to earth he means matter, as the Atlanteans were really the first purely human and terrestrial race, those that preceded it being more divine and ethereal than human and solid. Yet Plato must have known, as would any other initiated adept, about the history of the third race after its fall, though as one pledged to science and secrecy he never showed his knowledge in so many words. Nevertheless, it may become easier now, after acquainting oneself with even the approximate chronology of the Eastern nations, all of which was based upon and followed the early Aryan calculations, to realize the immense periods of time that must have elapsed since the separation of the sexes, without mentioning the first or even the second root races. As these must remain beyond the comprehensions of minds trained in Western thought, it is found useless to speak in detail of the first and second round, and even of the third race in its earliest stage. It is only when this latter has reached its full human period that a beginning can be made, without the uninitiated reader finding himself hopelessly bewildered. The third race fell, and created no longer. It begat its progeny. Being still mindless at that period of separation, it begat, moreover, anomalous offspring, until its physiological nature had adjusted its instincts in the right direction. Like the Lord's gods of the Bible, the sons of wisdom, the Jnana Chohans, had warned it to leave alone the fruit forbidden by nature. But the warning proved of no value. Men realized the unfitness, we must not say sin, of what they had done only when too late. After the angelic monads from higher spheres had incarnated in and endowed them with understanding, to that day they had remained simply physical, like the animals generated from them. For what is the distinction? The doctrine teaches that the only difference between animate and inanimate objects on earth, between an animal and a human frame, is that in some the various fires are latent, and in others they are active. The vital fires are in all things, and not an atom is devoid of them. But no animal has the three higher principles awakened in him. They are simply potential, latent, and thus non-existing. And so would the animal frames of men be to this day, had they been left as they came out from the bodies of their progenitors, whose shadows they were, to grow, unfolded only by the powers and forces immanent in matter. But as said in Pymander, this is a mystery that to this day was sealed and hidden. Nature, being mingled with man, brought forth a wondrous miracle, the harmonious commingling of the essence of the seven, Petries or governors, and her own, the fire and the spirit and nature, the noumenon of matter, which, commingling forthwith, brought forth 7 men of opposite sexes, negative and positive, according to the essences of the 7 governors. Thus saith Hermes, the thrice great initiate, the power of the thought divine. St. Paul, another initiate, called our world the enigmatical mirror of pure truth, and St. Gregory of Nazianzen corroborated Hermes by stating that things visible are but the shadow and delineation of things we cannot see. It is an eternal combination, and images are repeated from the higher rung of the ladder of being down to the lower. The fall of the angels and the war in heaven are repeated on every plane, the lower mirror disfiguring the image of the superior mirror, and each repeating it in its own way. Thus the Christian dogmas are but the reminiscences of the 2 paradigms of Plato, who spoke of these things cautiously as every initiate would. But it is all as expressed in these few sentences of the Decilier. All that is on earth, saith the Lord, or Mazd, is the shadow of something that is in the superior spheres. This luminous object, light, fire, etc., is the shadow of that which is still more luminous than itself, and so on till it reaches me, who am the light of lights. In the Kabbalistic books, and the Zohar preeminently, the idea that every objective thing on earth or in this universe is the shadow, duyukna, of the eternal light or deity is very strong. The third race was preeminently the bright shadow at first of the gods, whom tradition exiles on the earth after the allegorical war in heaven. This became still more allegorical on earth, for it was the war between spirit and matter. This war will last till the inner and divine man adjusts his outer terrestrial self to his own spiritual nature. Till then, the dark and fierce passions of that self will be at eternal feud with his master, the divine man. But the animal will be tamed one day, because its nature will be changed, and harmony will reign once more between the two as before the fall, when even mortal man was created by the elements and was not born. The above is made clear in all the great theogonies, principally in the Grecian, as in that of Hesiod. The mutilation of Uranus by his son Cronos, who thus condemns him to impotency, has never been understood by the modern mythographers. Yet it is very plain, and as it was universal, it must have contained a great abstract of philosophical idea, now lost to our modern sages. This punishment in the allegory marks, indeed, a new period, a second phase in the development of creation. As justly remarked by Deschamps, who, however, does not attempt to explain it, Uranus tried to oppose an impediment to that development, or natural evolution, by destroying all his children as soon as born. Uranus, who personifies all the creative powers of, and in chaos, space, or the unmanifested deity, is thus made to pay the penalty. For it is these powers which cause the Petries to evolve primordial men from themselves, as later on these men in their turn evolve their progeny, without any sense or desire for procreation. The work of generation, suspended for a moment, passes into the hands of Kronos, time, who unites himself with Rhea, the earth, in esotericism, matter in general, and thus produces celestial and terrestrial titans. The whole of this symbolism relates to the mysteries of evolution. This allegory is the exoteric version of the esoteric doctrine, given in this part of our work. For in Kronos we see the same story repeated again. As Uranus destroyed his children by Gaia, one in the world of manifestation with the deity, or the great cosmic deep, by confining them in the bosom of the earth, Titaea, so Kronos, at his second stage of creation, destroyed his children by Rhea by devouring them. This is an allusion to the fruitless efforts of earth, or nature, alone to create real human men. Time swallows its own fruitless work. Then comes Zeus, Jupiter, who dethrones his father in his turn. Jupiter the Titan is Prometheus in one sense, and varies from Zeus, the great father of the gods. He is the disrespectful son in Hesiod. Hermes calls him the heavenly man in Pymander, and even in the Bible he is found again under the name of Adam, and later on, by transmutation, under that of Ham. Yet these are all personifications of the sons of wisdom. The necessary corroboration that Jupiter belongs to the purely human Atlantean cycle, if Uranus and Kronos who precede him are found insufficient, may be read in Hesiod, who tells us that the immortals made the race of the golden and silver age, first and second races. Jupiter made the generation of bronze, an admixture of two elements, that of the heroes and of the Iron Age. After this, he sends his fatal present, Pandora, to Epimetheus. Hesiod calls this present of the first woman a fatal gift. It was a punishment, he explains, sent to man for the theft of divine creative fire. Her apparition on earth is the signal for every kind of evil. Before her appearance, the human races live happy, exempt from sickness and suffering, as the same races are made to live under Yma's rule in the Mazdean, Vendidad. Two deluges may also be traced in universal tradition by carefully comparing Hesiod, the Rig Veda, and the Zendavesta, etc., but no first man is ever mentioned in any of the theogonies save in the Bible. Everywhere the man of our race appears after a cataclysm of water. After this, tradition mentions only the several designations of continents and islands which sink under the ocean waves in due time. The gods and mortals have one common origin according to Hesiod, and Pindar echoes the statement. Deucalion and Pyrrha, who escaped the deluge by constructing an ark like Noah's, ask Jupiter to reanimate the human race, whom he made to perish under the waters of the flood. In the Slavonian mythology, all men are drowned, and two old people, a man and his wife, alone remain. Then the Pramzimas, the master of all, advises them to jump 7 times on the rocks of the earth, and 7 new races, couples, are born, from which come the 9 Lithuanian tribes. As well understood by the author of Mythologie de la Grèce Antique, the 4 ages signify periods of time, and are also an allegorical allusion to the races. As he says, the successive races, destroyed and replaced by others, without any period of transition, are characterized in Greece by the name of metals to express their ever-decreasing value. Gold, the most brilliant and precious of all, symbol of brightness, qualifies the first race. The men of the second race, those of the age of silver, are already far inferior to the first. Inert and weak creatures, all their life is no better than a long and stupid infancy. They disappear. The men of the age of bronze are robust and violent. The third race, their strength is extreme. They had arms made of bronze, habitations of bronze, used naught but bronze. Iron, the black metal, was yet unknown. The fourth race is, with Hesiod, that of the heroes who fell before Thebes, or under the walls of Troy. Thus, as the four races are found mentioned by the oldest Greek poets, though very much confused and anachronistically, our doctrines are once more corroborated in the classics. But this is all mythology and poetry. What can modern science have to say to such a hemerization of old fictions? The verdict is not difficult to foresee. Therefore, an attempt must be made to answer by anticipation, and to prove that so much of the domain of this same science is taken up by fictions and empirical speculations that none of the men of learning have the slightest right, with such a heavy beam in their own eye, to point at the speck in the eye of the occultist, even supposing that speck were not a figment of their own imagination. 40. Then the third and fourth became tall with pride. We are the kings, we are the gods. A. 41. They took wives fair to look upon, wives from the mindless, the narrow-headed. They bred monsters, wicked demons, male and female, also Cadeaux, with little minds. B. 42. They built temples for the human body. Male and female they worshipped. C. Then the third eye acted no longer. D. A. Such were the first truly physical men, whose first characteristic was pride. It is the memory of this third race and the gigantic Atlanteans, which has lingered from one generation and race to another generation and race down to the days of Moses, and has found an objective form in those antediluvian giants, those terrible sorcerers and magicians, of whom the Roman Catholic Church has preserved such vivid and at the same time distorted legend. Anyone who has read and studied the commentaries on the Archaic doctrine will easily recognize in some of these Atlanteans the prototypes of the Nimrods, the builders of the Tower of Babel, the Hamites, and all those tutti quanti of accursed memory, as theological literature expresses it, of those, in short, who have furnished posterity with the orthodox types of Satan. And this naturally leads us to inquire into the religious ethics of these early races, mythical as they may be. What was the religion of the third and fourth races? In their common acceptation of the term, neither the Lemurians nor yet their progeny, the Lemuro-Atlanteans, had any, for they knew no dogma, nor had they to believe on faith. No sooner had the mental eye of man been opened to understanding than the third race fell itself one with the ever-present, as also the ever-to-be the unknown and invisible, all the one universal deity, endowed with divine powers and feeling in himself his inner God. Each felt he was a man-god in his nature, though an animal in his physical self. The struggle between the two began from the very day they tasted of the fruit of the tree of wisdom, a struggle for life between the spiritual and the psychic and the physical. Those who conquered the lower principles by obtaining mastery over the body joined the sons of light. Those who fell victims to their lower natures became the slaves of matter. From sons of light and wisdom, they ended by becoming the sons of darkness. They fell in the battle of mortal life with life immortal, and all those so fallen became the seed of the future generations of Atlanteans. At the dawn of his consciousness, the man of the third root race had thus no beliefs that could be called religion. That is to say, he was not only ignorant of gay religions, full of pomp and gold, but even of any system of faith or outward worship. But if the term is to be defined as the binding together of the masses in one form of reverence paid to those we feel higher than ourselves, of piety, as a feeling expressed by a child toward a loved parent, then even the earliest Lemurians, from the very beginning of their intellectual life, had a religion, and a most beautiful one. Had they not their bright gods of the elements around them, and even within themselves? Was not their childhood passed with, nursed and tended by, those who had given them being and called them forth to intelligent conscious life? We are assured it was so, and we believe it. For the evolution of spirit into matter could never have been achieved, nor would it have received its first impulse, had not the bright spirits sacrificed their own respective super-ethereal essences to animate the man of clay, by endowing each of his inner principles with a portion, or rather a reflection of that essence. The Jannis of the seven heavens, the seven planes of being, are the noumena of the actual and the future elements, just as the angels of the seven powers of nature, the grosser effects of which we perceive in what science is pleased to call modes of motion, the imponderable forces and what not, are the still higher noumena of still higher hierarchies. It was the golden age in those days of old, the age when the gods walked the earth and mixed freely with the mortals. When it ceased, the gods departed, i.e. became invisible, and later generations ended by worshipping their kingdoms, the elements. It was the Atlanteans, the first progeny of semi-divine man after his separation into sexes, hence the first begotten and humanly born mortals, who became the first sacrificers to the god of matter. They stood in the dim faraway past, in ages more than prehistoric, as the prototype on which the great symbol of Cain was built, as the first anthropomorphists who worshipped form and matter, a worship which very soon degenerated into self-worship, and thence led to phallicism, which reigns supreme to this day in the symbolism of every exoteric religion of ritual, dogma, and form. Adam and Eve became matter, or furnished the soil. Cain and Abel, the latter the life-bearing soil, the former the tiller of that ground or field. Thus, the first Atlantean races, born on the Lemurian continent, separated from the earliest tribes into the righteous and the unrighteous, into those who worshipped the one unseen spirit of nature, the ray of which man feels within himself, or the pantheists, and those who offered fanatical worship to the spirits of the earth, the dark, cosmic, anthropomorphic powers with whom they made alliance. These were the earliest Gibborim, the mighty men of renown, in those days, who became with the fifth race the Kabirim, Kabiri with the Egyptians and the Phoenicians, Titans with the Greeks, and Rakshasas and Daityas with the Indian races. Such was the secret and mysterious origin of all the subsequent and modern religions, especially of the worship of the later Hebrews for their tribal god. At the same time, this sexual religion was closely allied to, based upon, and so to say blended with, astronomical phenomena. The Lemurians gravitated toward the North Pole, or the heaven of their progenitors, the Hyperborean continent, the Atlanteans toward the South Pole, the pit, cosmically and terrestrially, whence breathe the hot passions blown into hurricanes by the cosmic elementals, whose abode it is. The two poles were denominated by the ancients dragons and serpents, hence good and bad dragons and serpents, and also the names given to the sons of God, sons of spirit and matter, the good and bad magicians. This is the origin of the dual and triple nature in man. The legend of the fallen angels, in its esoteric signification, contains the key to the manifold contradictions of human character. It points to the secrets of man's self-consciousness. It is the support on which hinges his entire life cycle, the history of his evolution and growth. On a firm grasp of this doctrine depends the correct understanding of esoteric anthropogenesis. It gives a clue to the vexed question of the origin of evil, and shows how man himself is the separator of the one into various contrasted aspects. The reader, therefore, will not be surprised if so much space is devoted to an attempt to elucidate this difference and obscure subject every time it presents itself. A good deal must necessarily be said on its symbological aspect, because by doing so hints are given to the thoughtful student for his own investigations, and more light can thus be suggested that it is possible to convey in the technical phrases of a more formal philosophical exposition. The fallen angels, so called, are humanity itself. The demon of pride, lust, rebellion, and hatred had no being before the appearance of physical conscious man. It is man who has begotten and nurtured the fiend and allowed it to develop in his heart. It is he, again, who has contaminated the indwelling God in himself by linking the pure spirit with the impure demon of matter. And if the Kabbalistic saying, demon est deux inversus, finds its metaphysical and theoretical corroboration in dual manifested nature, nevertheless its practical application is found in mankind alone. Thus it has now become self-evident that postulating as we do, A, the appearance of man before that of other mammalia, and even before the ages of the huge reptiles, B, periodical deluges and glacial periods owing to the karmic disturbance of the axis, and chiefly, C, the birth of man from a superior being, or what materialism would call a supernatural being, though it is only superhuman. Our teachings have very few chances of an impartial hearing. Add to it the claim that a portion of mankind in the third race, all those monads of men who had reached the highest point of merit and karma in the preceding Manvantara, owed their psychic and rational natures to divine beings hypostasizing into their fifth principles, and the secret doctrine must lose caste in the eyes of not only materialism but even of dogmatic Christianity. For no sooner will the latter have learned that these angels are identical with their fallen spirits, than the esoteric tenet will be proclaimed most terribly heretical and pernicious. The divine man dwelt in the animal, and therefore, when the physiological separation took place in the natural course of evolution, when also all the animal creation was untied, and males were attracted to females, that race fell. Not because they had eaten of the fruit of knowledge and knew good from evil, but because they knew no better. Propelled by the sexless creative instinct, the early subraces had evolved an intermediate race in which, as hinted in the stanzas, the higher Jnan Kohans had incarnated. When we have ascertained the extent of the universe and learned to know all there is in it, we will multiply our race, answers the sons of Will and Yoga to their brethren of the same race, who invite them to do so as they do. This means that the great adepts and initiated ascetics will multiply, i.e. once more produce mind-born, immaculate sons in the seventh root race. It is so stated in the Vishnu and Brahma Puranas, in the Mahabharata, and in the Harivamsha. In one portion of the Pushkara Mahatmya, moreover, the separation of the sexes is allegorized by Daksha, who, seeing that his will-born progeny, the sons of passive yoga, will not create men, converts half himself into a female by whom he begets daughters, the future females of the third race which begat the giants of Atlantis, the fourth race, so-called. In the Vishnu Purana, it is simply that the Daksha, the father of mankind, established sexual intercourse as the means of peopling the world. Happily for the human race, the elect race had become already the vehicle of incarnation of the highest jnanis, intellectually and spiritually, before humanity had become quite material. When the last sub-races, save some of the lowest of the third race, had perished with the great Lemurian continent, the seeds of the Trinity of Wisdom had already acquired the secret of immortality on earth, that gift which allows the same great personality to step ad libitum from one worn-out body into another. B. The first war that earth knew, the first shedding of human gore, was the result of man's eyes and senses being opened, which made him see that the daughters of his brethren were fairer than his own, and their wives also. There were rapes committed before that of the Sabines, the Menelauses, robbed of their Helens before the fifth race was born. The Titans or giants were the stronger, their adversaries the wiser. This took place during the fourth race, that of the giants. For there were giants in the days of old indeed. The evolutionary series of the animal world is a warrant that the same thing took place within the human races. Lower still in the order of creation, we find witnesses for the same proportionate size in the flora going pari passu with the fauna. The pretty ferns we collect and dry among the leaves of our favorite volumes, are the descendants of the gigantic ferns which grew during the Carboniferous period. Scriptures and fragments of philosophical and scientific works, in short, almost every record that has come down to us from antiquity, contains references to giants. No one can fail to recognize the Atlanteans of the Secret Doctrine in the Rakshasas of Lanka, the opponents conquered by Rama. Are these accounts no better than the production of empty fancy? Let us give the subject a few moments' attention. Are giants a fiction? Here again we come into collision with science, which so far denies that man ever had been much larger than the average of tall and powerful men now met with occasionally. Dr. Henry Gregor denounces the traditions of giants as resting upon ill-digested facts, and instances of mistaken judgments are brought forward as disproof of such traditions. Thus, in 1613, in a locality called from time immemorial the Field of Giants, in Lower Dauphine, France, 4 miles from St. Romans, enormous bones were found deeply buried in the sandy soil. They were attributed to human remains, and even to Tetobotus, the Teuton chief slain by Marius. But Cuvier's later research proved them to be the fossil remains of the Dinotherium giganteum, 18 feet long. Ancient buildings are pointed to as an evidence that our earliest ancestors were not much larger than we are, the entrance doors being of no larger size than now. The tallest man of antiquity known to us, we are told, was the Roman Emperor Maximus, whose height was only 7.5 feet. Nevertheless, in our modern day, every year we see men taller than this. The Hungarian who exhibited himself in London Pavilion was nearly 9 feet high. In America, a giant was shown 9 feet 6 inches tall. The Montenegrin Danilo was 8 feet 7 inches. In Russia and Germany, one often sees men in the lower classes above 7 feet. Now, as the ape theorists are told by Mr. Darwin that the species of animals which result from crossbreeding always betray a tendency to revert to the original type, they ought to apply the same law to men. Had there been no giants as a type in ancient days, there would be none now. All this applies only to the historic period. And if the skeletons of the prehistoric ages have failed so far to prove undeniably in the opinion of science the claim here advanced, it is but a question of time. We, however, positively deny the reality of the failure. Moreover, as already stated, human stature is little changed since the last racial cycle. The giants of old are all buried under the oceans, and hundreds of thousands of years of constant friction by water would reduce to dust a brazen, much more a human skeleton. And whence the testimony of well-known classical writers, of philosophers and men who otherwise never had the reputation for lying. Let us bear in mind, furthermore, that before the year 1847, when Bouchier de Perthes forced it upon the attention of science, hardly anything was known of fossil man, for archaeology complacently ignored his existence. Of giants who were in the earth in those days of old, the Bible alone had spoken to the wise men of the West. The zodiac being the solitary witness called upon to corroborate the statement in the persons of Orion, or Atlas, whose mighty shoulders were said to support the world. Nevertheless, even the giants have not been left without their witnesses, and one may as well examine both sides of the question. The three sciences, geological, sidereal, and scriptural, the latter in its universal character, may furnish us with the needed proofs. To begin with geology, it is already confessed that the older the excavated skeletons, the larger, taller, and the more powerful their structure. This is already a certain proof in hand. Frederick de Rougemont, who, though believing too piously in the Bible and Noah's Ark, is none the less a scientific witness, writes, "All those bones found in the departments of the Guard, in Austria, Liege, etc., those skulls which all remind one of the Negro type, and which by reason of their type might be mistaken for animals, have all belonged to men of high stature." The same is repeated by Lartet, an authority who attributes a tall stature to those who were submerged in the deluge, not necessarily Noah's, and a smaller stature to the races which lived subsequently. As for the evidence furnished by ancient writers, we need not trouble ourselves with that of Tertullian, who assures us that in his day a number of giants were found at Carthage. For before his testimony can be accepted, his own identity, if not actual existence, would have to be proven. We may, however, turn to the papers of 1858, which speak of a sarcophagus of giants, found that year on the site of this same city. As to the ancient pagan writers, we have the evidence of Philostratus, who speaks of a giant skeleton 22 cubits long, as well as another of 12 cubits seen by himself on the promontory of Sagaeum. The skeleton may perhaps not have belonged, as believed by Protesilas, to the giant killed by Apollo at the siege of Troy. Nevertheless, it was that of a giant, as was that of the other discovered by Mesocrates of Styra in Lemnos, horrible to behold, according to Philostratus. It is possible that prejudice would carry science so far as to class all these men as either fools or liars. Pliny speaks of a giant in whom he thought he recognized Orion, or Otis, the brother of Ephialtes. Plutarch declares that Sertorius saw the tomb of Antaeus the giant, and Pausanias vouches for the actual existence of the tombs of Asterius and of Geryon, or of Hyllus, son of Hercules, all giants, titans, and mighty men. Finally, the Abbé Pux affirms in his curious work, Les Volcans de la Grèce, that in the neighborhood of the volcanoes of the Isle of Thera, giants with enormous skulls were found laid under colossal stones, the erection of which in every place must have necessitated the use of titanic powers, and which tradition associates in all countries with the ideas about giants, volcanoes, and magic. In the same work cited above, the author wonders why in the Bible and tradition of the Gibborim, the giants or the mighty ones, the Raphaim, the specters or the phantoms, the Nephilim or the fallen ones, are shown as if identical, though they are all men, since the Bible calls them the primitive and the mighty ones. Example, Nimrod. The Secret Doctrine explains the secret. These names, which belong by right only to the 4 preceding races, and the earliest beginning of the 5th, allude very clearly to the first 2 phantom, astral races, to the fallen race, the 3rd, and to the race of the Atlantean giants, the 4th, after which men began to decrease in stature. Bossuet sees the cause of subsequent universal idolatry in the original sin. Ye shall be as gods, says the serpent of Genesis to Eve, thus laying the first germ of the worship of false divinities. Hence, he thinks, came idolatry, or the cult of adoration of images, of anthropomorphized or human figures. But if it is that idolatry is made to rest upon, then the 2 churches, the Greek and the Latin especially, are as idolatrous and pagan as any other religion. It was only in the 4th race that men who had lost all right to be considered divine resorted to body worship, in other words, to phallicism. Till then they had been truly gods, as pure and as divine as their progenitors. And the expression of the allegorical serpent, as has been sufficiently shown in the preceding pages, does not refer at all to the physiological fall of men, but to their acquiring the knowledge of good and evil, and this knowledge came to them prior to their fall. It must not be forgotten that it is only for his forced expulsion from Eden that Adam knew Eve his wife. We shall not, however, check the tenets of the Secret Doctrine by the dead letter of the Hebrew Bible, but rather point out the great similarities between the 2 in their esoteric meaning. It was only after his defection from the Neoplatonists that Clement of Alexandria began to translate gigantes by serpentes, explaining that serpents and giants signify demons. We may be told that before we draw parallels between our tenets and those of the Bible, we have to show better evidence of the existence of the giants of the 4th race than the reference to them found in Genesis. We answer that the proofs we give are more satisfactory, at any rate, are supported by more literary and scientific evidence than those of Noah's deluge will ever be. Even the historical works of China are full of such reminiscences about the fourth race. In the French translation of the Shu King, we read, "When the Mao Tse, that antediluvian and perverted race," explains the annotator, "which retired in the days of old to the rocky caves, and the descendants of whom are said to be still found in the neighborhood of Canton, according to our ancient documents, had, owing to the beguilements of Chichiyu, troubled all the earth. It became full of brigands. The Lord, Chang Ti, a king of the divine dynasty, cast his eyes over the people, and saw no longer among them any trace of virtue. Then he commanded Chong and Li, two lower Yan Chohans, to cut away every communication between heaven and earth. Since then, there has been no more going up and down. Going up and down means an untrammeled communication and intercourse between the two worlds. As we are not in a position to give out a full and detailed history of the third and fourth races, as many isolated facts concerning them are permitted, must now be collated together, especially those corroborated by direct as well as by inferential evidence found in ancient literature and history. As the coats of skin of men thickened and they fell more and more into physical sin, the intercourse between physical and ethereal divine man was stopped. The veil of matter between the two planes became too dense for even the inner man to penetrate. The mysteries of heaven and earth, revealed to the third race by their celestial teachers in the days of their purity, became a great focus of light. The rays which became necessarily weakened as they were diffused and shed upon an uncongenial, because too material soil. With the masses they degenerated into sorcery, taking later on the shape of exoteric religions, of idolatry full of superstitions, and man or hero worship. Alone a handful of primitive men, in whom the spark of divine wisdom burnt bright, and became only strengthened in its intensity as it got dimmer and dimmer with every age and those who turned it to evil purposes. Remained the elect custodians of the mysteries prevailed to mankind by the divine teachers. There were those among them who remained in their Kumaric condition from the beginning, and tradition whispers what the secret teachings affirm, namely, that these elect were the germ of a hierarchy, which has never died since that period. As the Catechism of the Inner Schools say, the inner man of the first only changes his body from time to time. He is ever the same, knowing neither rest nor nirvana, spurning Devachan and remaining constantly on earth for the salvation of mankind. Out of the 7 virgin men, Kumara, 4 sacrificed themselves for the sins of the world and the instruction of the ignorant, to remain till the end of the present Manvantara. Though unseen, they are ever present. When people say of one of them, "He is dead," behold, he is alive and under another form. These are the head, the heart, the soul, and the seed of undying knowledge, Jnana. Thou shalt never speak, O Lanu, of those great ones, Maha, before a multitude mentioning them by their names. The wise alone will understand. It is these sacred 4 who have been allegorized and symbolized in the Linga Purana, which states that Vamadeva, Shiva, as a Kumara, is reborn in each Kalpa, race in this instant, as 4 youths, 4 white, 4 red, 4 yellow, 4 dark or brown. Let us remember that Shiva is preeminently and chiefly an ascetic, the patron of all yogis and adepts, and the allegory will become quite comprehensible. It is the spirit of divine wisdom and chaste asceticism itself which incarnates in these elect. It is only after getting married and being dragged by the gods from his terrible ascetic life that Rudra becomes Shiva, a god, and not one of a very virtuous or merciful type in the Hindu pantheon. Higher than the 4 is only one on earth as in heavens, that still more mysterious and solitary being described in Volume 1. We have now to examine the nature of the sons of the flame and of dark wisdom, as well as the pros and cons of the satanic assumption. Such broken sentences as could be made out from the fragments of the tile. which George Smith calls the curse after the fall, are of course allegorical, yet they corroborate that which is taught of the true nature of the fall of the angels in our books. Thus it is said that the Lord of the earth, his name called out, the Father Elohim, and pronounced his curse, which the god Hiei heard, and his liver was angry, because his man, angelic man, had corrupted his purity. For which Hiei expresses the desire that wisdom and knowledge hostilely may they injure him, man. The latter sentence points to the direct connection of the Chaldean with the genetic account. While Hiei tries to bring to naught the wisdom and knowledge gained by man, through his newly acquired intellectual and conscious capacity of creating in his turn, thus taking the monopoly of creation out of the hands of God, the gods, the Elohim do the same in the 3rd chapter of Genesis. Therefore the Elohim sent him out of Eden. But this was of no avail, for the spirit of divine wisdom being upon and in man, verily the serpent of eternity and all knowledge, that monasic spirit, which made him learn the secret of creation on the Kriya Shaktic and on procreation on the earthly planes, led him as naturally to discover his way to immortality, notwithstanding the jealousy of all the gods. The early Atlanto-Lemurians are charged with taking unto themselves, the divine incarnations, wives of a lower race, namely the race of the hitherto mindless men. Every ancient scripture has the same, more or less disfigured legend, primarily the angelic fall, which has transformed the firstborn of God into the Asuras, or into the Ahriman or Typhon of the pagans, i.e., if the accounts given in the Book of Enoch and in Hermes, in Puranas and Bible are taken literally, has when read esoterically the following simple signification. Sentences such as, in his Satan's ambition he raises his hand against the sanctuary of the God of heaven, etc., ought to read, prompted by the law of eternal evolution and karma, the angel incarnated on earth in man, and his wisdom and knowledge are still divine, although his body is earthly. He is allegorically accused of divulging the mysteries of heaven. He combines and uses the two for purposes of human instead of superhuman procreation. Henceforth man will beget, not create. But as by doing so he has to use his weak body as the means of procreation, that body will pay the penalty for this wisdom carried from heaven down to earth. Hence the corruption of physical purity will become a temporary curse. The medieval Kabbalists knew this well, since one of them did not fear to write. The Kabbalah was first taught by God himself to a select company of angels who formed a theosophic school in paradise. After the fall, the angels most graciously communicated this heavenly doctrine to the disobedient child of earth, to furnish the protoplasts with the means of returning to their pristine nobility and felicity. This shows how the incident of the sons of God marrying and imparting the divine secrets of heaven to the daughters of men, as allegorically told by Enoch and in the 6th chapter of Genesis, was interpreted by the Christian Kabbalists. The whole of this period may be regarded as the pre-human period, that of divine man, or as plastic Protestant theology now has it, the pre-Adamite period. But even Genesis begins its real history, chapter 6, by the giants of those days and the sons of God marrying and teaching their wives, the daughters of men. This period is the one described in the Puranas, and relating as it does to days lost in archaic ages, hence prehistoric. How can any anthropologist feel certain whether the mankind of that period was or was not as he knows it now? The whole personnel of the Brahmanas and the Puranas, the Rishis, Prajapatis, Manus, their wives and progeny belong to that pre-human period. All these are the seed of humanity, so to speak. It is around these sons of God, the mind-born, astral children of Brahma, that our physical frames have grown and developed to what they are now. For the Puranic histories of all these men are those of our monads, in their various and numberless incarnations on this and other spheres. events perceived by the Shiva eye of the ancient seers, the third eye of our stanzas, and described allegorically. Later on, they were disfigured for sectarian purposes, mutilated but still left with a considerable groundwork of truth in them. Nor is the philosophy less profound in such allegories for being so thickly veiled by the overgrowth of fancy. But with the fourth race, we reach the purely human period. Those who were hitherto semi-divine beings, self-imprisoned in bodies which were human only in appearance, became physiologically changed and took unto themselves wives who were entirely human and fair to look upon, but in whom lower, more material, though sidereal, beings had incarnated. These beings in female forms, Lilith is the prototype of them in the Jewish traditions, are called in the esoteric accounts Kado, Dakini in Sanskrit. Allegorical legends call the chief of these Liliths Sangi Kado, Buddha Dakini in Sanskrit. All are credited with the art of walking in the air and the greatest kindness to mortals, but with no mind, only animal instinct. See, this is the beginning of a worship which, ages later, was doomed to degenerate into phallicism and sexual worship. It began by the worship of the human body, that miracle of miracles, as an English author calls it, and ended by that of its respective sexes. The worshippers were giant in stature, but they were not giants in knowledge and learning, though it came to them more easily than it does to the men of our modern times. Their science was innate in them. The Lemurio-Atlantean had no need of discovering and fixing in his memory that which his informing principle knew at the moment of his incarnation. Time alone and the ever-growing obtuseness of the matter in which the principles had clothed themselves could the one weaken the memory of their prenatal knowledge, the other blunt and even extinguish every spark of the spiritual and divine in them. Therefore, had they, from the first, fallen victims to their animal natures and bred monsters, i.e. men of distinct varieties from themselves. Speaking of the giants, Crozier well describes them in saying that those children of heaven and earth were endowed at their birth by the sovereign powers, the authors of their being, with extraordinary faculties, both moral and physical. They commanded the elements, knew the secrets of heaven and the earth, of the sea and the whole world, and read futurity in the stars. It seems indeed as though, when reading of them, one has to deal not with men as we are, but with spirits of the elements sprung from the bosom of nature and having full sway over her. All these beings are marked with the character of magic and sorcery. And so they were. Now these legendary heroes of the prehistoric, still once really existing, races. Crozier was wise in his generation, for he did not charge with deliberate deceit or dullness and superstition. An endless series of recognized philosophers who mention these races and assert that, even in their own time, they had seen their fossils. They were skeptics in days of old, as many and great as they are now. But even a Lucian, a Democritus, and an Epicurus yielded to the evidence of facts and showed the discriminative capacity of really great intellects, which can distinguish fiction from fact and truth from exaggeration and fraud. Ancient writers were no more fools than our modern wise men. For, as well remarked by the author of Notes on Aristotle's Psychology in Relation to Modern Thought, in Mind, the common division of history into ancient and modern is misleading. The Greeks in the 4th century BC were in many respects moderns, especially, we may add, in their skepticism. They were not very likely to accept fables so easily. Yet the Lemurians and the Atlanteans, those children of heaven and earth, were indeed marked with a character of sorcery. For the esoteric doctrine charges them precisely with what, if believed, would put an end to the difficulties of science with regard to the origin of man, or rather, his anatomical similarities to the anthropoid ape. It accuses them of having committed the, to us, abominable crime of breeding with so-called animals, and thus producing a truly pithecoid species, now extinct. Of course, as also in the question of spontaneous generation, in which esoteric science believes, and which it teaches, the possibility of such a crossbreed between man and an animal of any kind will be denied. But apart from the consideration that in those early days, as already remarked, neither the human Atlantean giants, nor yet the animals, were the physiologically perfect men and mammalians that are now known to us, the modern notions upon this subject, those of the physiologists included, are too uncertain and fluctuating to permit them an absolute a priori denial of such a fact. A careful perusal of the commentaries would make one think that the being with which the new incarnate bred was called an animal, not because he was no human being, but rather because he was so dissimilar physically and mentally to the more perfect races, which had developed physiologically at an earlier period. Remember stanza 7 and what it is said in Shloka 24, viz., that when the sons of wisdom came to incarnate the first time, some of them incarnated fully, others projected into the forms only a spark, while some of the shadows were left over from the filling and perfecting till the fourth race. Those races then which remained destitute of knowledge, or those again which were left mindless, remained as they were, even after the natural separation of the sexes. It is these who committed the first crossbreeding, so to speak, and bred monsters, and it is from the descendants of these that the Atlanteans chose their wives. Adam and Eve and Cain and Abel were supposed to be the only human family on earth, yet we see Cain going to the land of Nod and taking there a wife. Evidently, one race only was supposed perfect enough to be called human. And even in our own day, while the Sinhalese regard the Vedas of their jungles as speaking animals and no more, some British people in their arrogance firmly believe that every other human family, especially the dark Indians, is an inferior race. Moreover, there are naturalists who have seriously considered the problem whether some savage tribes, like the Bushmen, for instance, can be regarded as men at all. The commentary says, in describing that species or race of animals, fair to look upon as a biped, having human shape but having the lower extremities, from the waist down covered with hair. Hence the race of the satyrs, perhaps. If men existed 2 million years ago, they must have been, just as were the animals, quite different physically and anatomically from what we have now become, and nearer then to the type of pure mammalian animal than they are now. Anyhow, we learn that the animal world has bred strictly inter se, i.e., in accordance with genus and species, only since the appearance on this earth of the Atlantean race. As demonstrated by the author of that able work, Modern Science and Modern Thought, this idea of the refusal to breed with another species, or that sterility is the only result of such breeding, appears to be a prima facie deduction rather than an absolute law. Even now, he shows that different species do, in fact, often breed together, as is seen in the familiar instance of the horse and ass. It is true that in this case the mule is sterile, but this rule is not universal, and quite recently one new hybrid race, that of the leoprine or hare rabbit, has been created which is perfectly fertile. The progeny of wolf and dog is also instanced, as also that of several other domestic animals. Foxes and dogs again, and the modern Swiss cattle shown by Ruttemeyer as descended from 3 distinct species of fossil oxen. The Bos primigenius, Bos longiforans, and Bos frontisus. Yet some of those species, as the ape family, which so clearly resembles man in physical structure, contain, we are told, numerous branches which graduate into one another, but the extremes of which differ more widely than man does from the highest of the ape series. The gorilla and chimpanzee, for instance, thus Mr. Darwin's remark, or shall we say the remark of Linnaeus, natural non facit sanctum, is not only corroborated by esoteric science, but would, were there any chance of the real doctrine being accepted by any others than its direct votaries, reconcile the modern evolution theory in more than one way, if not entirely with facts, as also with the absolute failure of the anthropologist to meet with the missing link in our 4th round geological formations. We will show elsewhere that modern science, however unconsciously to itself, pleads our case by its own admissions, and that de Quatrefages is perfectly right when he suggests in his last work that it is far more likely that the anthropoid ape should be discovered to be the descendant of man than that these two types should have a common, fantastic, and nowhere to be found ancestor. Thus, the wisdom of the compilers of the old stanzas is vindicated by at least one eminent man of science, and the occultist prefers to believe, as he has ever done, that, as the commentary says, man was the first and highest, mammalian, animal that appeared in this fourth round creation. Then came still huger animals, and last of all, the dumb man who walks on all fours. For the Rakshasas, giant demons, and Daityas, titans of the white Dvipa continent, spoiled the dumb man's sires. Furthermore, as we see, there are anthropologists who have traced man back to an epoch which goes far to break down the apparent barrier that exists between the chronologies of modern science and the Archaic doctrine. It is true that the English scientists generally have declined to commit themselves to the sanction of the hypothesis of even a tertiary man. They, each and all, measure the antiquity of Homo primigenius by their own lights and prejudices. Huxley, indeed, ventures to speculate on a possible Pliocene or Miocene man. Professor Seaman and Mr. Grant Allen have relegated his advent to the Eocene. But speaking generally, English scientists consider that we cannot safely go beyond the quaternary. Unfortunately, the facts do not accommodate the too cautious reserve of these latter. The French school of anthropology, basing their views on the discoveries of the one Abbé Bourgeois Capellini and others, has accepted almost without exception the doctrine that the traces of our ancestors are certainly to be found in the Miocene, while M. de Quatrefages now inclines to postulate a secondary age man. Further on, we shall compare such estimates with the figures given in the Brahmanical exoteric books, which approximate to the esoteric teaching. D. Then the third eye acted no longer, says the shloka, because man had sunk too deep into the mire of matter. What is the meaning of this strange and weird statement in shloka 42? Concerning the third eye of the third race which had died and acted no longer? A few more occult teachings must now be given with reference to this point as well as some others. The history of the third and fourth races must be amplified in order that it may throw some more light on the development of our present humanity, and show how the faculties called into activity by occult training restore man to the position he previously occupied in reference to spiritual perception and consciousness. But the phenomena of the third eye has to be first explained. The races with the third eye. The subject is so unusual, the paths pursued so intricate, so full of dangerous pitfalls prepared by adverse theories and criticism, that good reasons have to be given for every step taken. While turning the light of the bull's eye, called esotericism, on almost every inch of the occult ground traveled over, we have also to use its lens to throw into stronger objectivity the regions explored by exact science. This not only in order to contrast the two, but to defend our position. It may be complained by some that too little is said of the physical, human side of the extinct races, in the history of their growth and evolution. Much more might be said, assuredly, if simple prudence did not make us hesitate at the threshold of every new revelation. All that finds possibility and landmarks in the discoveries of modern science is given. All that of which exact knowledge knows nothing and upon which it is unable to speculate, and therefore denies as fact in nature, is withheld. But even such statements as, for instance, that of all the mammalians, man was the earliest, that it is man who is the indirect ancestor of the ape, and that he was a kind of cyclops in the days of old, all will be contested, yet scientists will never be able to prove, except to their own satisfaction, that it was not so. Nor can they admit that the first two races of men were too ethereal and phantom-like in their constitution, organism, and shape even, to be called physical men. For if they do, it will be found that this is one of the reasons why their relics can never be expected to be exhumed among other fossils. Nevertheless, all this is maintained. Man was the storehouse, so to speak, of all the seeds of life for this round, vegetable and animal-like. As Ein Sof is one notwithstanding the innumerable forms which are in him, so is man, on earth the microcosm of the macrocosm. As soon as man appeared, everything was complete, for everything is comprised in man. He unites in himself all forms. The mystery of the earthly man is after the mystery of the heavenly man. The human form, so called because it is the vehicle under whatever shape of the divine man, is as so intuitionally remarked by the author of Esoteric Studies, the new type at the beginning of every round. As man never can be, so he never has been, manifested in a shape belonging to the animal kingdom in S, i.e., he has never formed part of that kingdom. Derived, only derived from the most finished class of the latter. A new human form must always have been the new type of the cycle. The human shape in one ring, as I imagine, becomes cast-off clothes in the next. It is then appropriated by the highest order in the servant kingdom below. If the idea is what we understand it to mean, for the rings spoken of somewhat confuse the matter, then it is the correct esoteric teaching. Having appeared at the very beginning, and at the head of sentient and conscious life, man, the astral, or the soul, for the Zohar, repeating the archaic teaching, distinctly says that the real man is the soul, and his material frame no part of him. Man became the living and animal unit, from which the cast-off clothes determined the shape of every life and animal in this round. Thus he created for ages the insects, reptiles, birds, and animals, unconsciously to himself, from his remains and relics from the third and fourth rounds. The same idea and teaching are distinctly given in the Vendidad of the Mazdeans, as they are in the Chaldean and Mosaic allegory of the Ark, all of which are the many national versions of the original legend given in the Hindu scriptures. It is found in the allegory of Vaivasvata Manu and his ark with the 7 rishis, each of whom is shown the father and progenitor of specified animals, reptiles, and even monsters, as in the Vishnu and other Puranas. Open the Mazdean Vendidad and read the command of Ahura Mazda to Yima, the spirit of the earth, who symbolizes the 3 races, after telling him to build a vara, an enclosure, an arga, or vehicle. Thither, into the vara, thou shalt bring the seeds of men and women, of the greatest, best, and finest kinds on this earth. Thither thou shalt bring the seeds of every kind of cattle, etc. All those seeds shalt thou bring, 2 of every kind, to be kept inexhaustible there, so long as those men shall stay in the vara. Those men in the vara are the progenitors, the heavenly men or jhanis, the future egos who are commissioned to inform mankind. For the vara, or ark, or again the vehicle, simply means man. Thou shalt seal up the vara, after filling it up with seeds, and thou shalt make a door, and a window self-shining within, which is the soul. And when Yima inquires of Ahura Mazda how he shall manage to make that vara, he is answered, crush the earth, and knead it with thy hands, as the potter does when kneading the potter's clay. The Egyptian ram-headed god makes man of clay on a potter's wheel, and so in Genesis do the Elohim fashion him out of the same material. When the maker of material world, Ahura Mazda, is asked, furthermore, what is to give light to the vara which Yima made? He answers that there are uncreated lights and created lights. There, in Aryana Veho, where vara is built, the stars, the moon, and the sun are only once a year seen to rise and set, and a year seems only as a day and night. This is a clear reference to the land of the gods, or the now polar regions. Moreover, another hint is contained in this verse, a distinct allusion to the uncreated lights, which enlighten man within his principles. Otherwise, no sense or reason can be found in Ahura Mazda's answer, which is forthwith followed by the words, Every 40th year to every couple, hermaphrodite, two are born, a male and a female. The latter is a distinct echo of the Secret Doctrine, of a stanza which says, "At the expiration of every 40 annual suns, at the end of every 40th day, the double one becomes four, male and female in one, in the first and second and the third." This is clear, since every sun meant a whole year, the latter being composed of one day then, as in the Arctic Circle it is now composed of 6 months. According to the old teaching, the axis of the earth gradually changes its inclination to the ecliptic, and at the period referred to, this inclination was such that a polar day lasted during the whole period of the earth's revolution around the sun, when a kind of twilight or very short duration intervened, after which the polar land resumed its position directly under the solar rays. This may be contrary to astronomy as now taught and understood, but who can say that changes in motion of the earth, which do not take place now, did not occur millions of years back? Returning once more to the statement that Vara meant the man of the fourth round, as much as the earth of those days, the moon, and even Noah's Ark, if one will so have it, this is again shown in the dialogue between Ahura Mazda and Zarathustra. Thus, when the latter asks, "O maker of the material world, thou holy one, who is he brought the jaw of Mazda into the Vara which Yima made?" Ahura Mazda answered, "It was the bird, Karshipta, O holy Zarathustra." And the note explains, the bird Karshipta dwells in the heavens. Were he living on the earth, he would be king of birds. He brought the law into the Var of Yima, and recites the Avesta in the language of birds. This again is an allegory and a symbol misunderstood by the Orientalists only, who see in this bird an incarnation of lightning, and say its song was often thought to be the utterance of a god and a revelation, and what not. Karshipta is the human mind soul and the deity thereof, symbolized in ancient Magianism by a bird, as the Greeks symbolized it by a butterfly. No sooner that Karshipta entered the Vara or man, than he understood the law of Mazda, or divine wisdom. In the book of Concealed Mystery, it is said of the tree, which is the tree of knowledge of good and evil, "In its branches the birds lodge and build their nests, the souls and the angels have their place." Therefore, with the Kabbalists, it was like a symbol. A bird was a Chaldean and has become a Hebrew, synonym and symbol for angel, a soul, a spirit, or diva, and the bird's nest was with both heaven and is God's bosom in the Zohar. The perfect Messiah enters Eden, into that place which is called the bird's nest, like a bird that is flying from its nest, and that is the soul, from which the Shekinah, divine wisdom or grace, does not move away. The nest of the eternal bird, the flutter of those wings produces life, is boundless space. Says the commentary, meaning Hamsa, the bird of wisdom. It is Adam Kadmon who is the tree of the Sephiroth, and it is he who becomes the tree of knowledge of good and evil, esoterically. And that tree hath around it 7 columns, 7 pillars of the world, or rectories. The same progenitors are Sephiroth again, operating through the respective orders of angels in the spheres of the 7 planets, etc., one of which orders begets giants, Nephilim on earth. It was the belief of all antiquity, pagan and Christian, that the earliest mankind was a race of giants. Certain excavations in America, in mounds and in caves, have already, in isolated cases, yielded groups of skeletons of 9 and 12 feet high. These belong to the tribes of the early 5th race, now degenerated to an average size of between 5 and 6 feet. But we can easily believe that the Titans and Cyclops of the old really belonged to the 4th Atlantean race, and that all the subsequent legends and allegories found in the Hindu Puranas and the Greek poems of Hesiod and Homer were based on the hazy reminiscences of real Titans, men of tremendous superhuman physical power, which enabled them to defend themselves and hold at bay the gigantic monsters of the Mesozoic and early Cenozoic times, and of actual cyclopses, 3-eyed mortals. It has been often remarked by observant writers that the origin of nearly every popular myth and legend could be traced invariably to a fact in nature. In these fantastic creations of an exuberant subjectivism, there is always an element of the objective and real. The imagination of the masses, disorderly and ill-regulated as it may be, could never have conceived and fabricated ex nihilo so many monstrous figures, such a wealth of extraordinary tales, had it not had, to serve as a central nucleus, those floating reminiscences, obscure and vague, which unite the broken links of the chain of time to form with them the mysterious dream foundation of our collective consciousness. The evidence for the Cyclopses, a race of giants, will, in forthcoming sections, be pointed out in the Cyclopean remnants, which are so called to this day. An indication that the early fourth race, during its evolution and before the final adjustment of the human organism, which became perfect and symmetrical only in the fifth race, may have been three-eyed, without having necessarily a third eye in the middle of the brow, like the legendary Cyclops, is also furnished by science. To occultists who believe that spiritual and psychic involution proceeds on parallel lines with the physical evolution, that the inner senses, innate in the first human races, atrophied during racial growth and the material development of the outer senses. To the students of esoteric symbology, the above statement is no conjecture or possibility, but simply a phrase of the law of growth, a proven fact, in short. They understand the meaning of the passage in the commentaries which says, "There were four-armed human creatures in those early days, of the male females, hermaphrodites, with one head yet three eyes. They could see before them and behind them. A kalpa later, after the separation of sexes, men having fallen into matter, their spiritual vision became dim, and coordinately the third eye commenced to lose its power. When the fourth race arrived at its middle age, the inner wisdom had to be awakened, and acquired by artificial stimuli, the process of which was known to the old sages. The third eye, likewise getting gradually petrified, soon disappeared. The double-faced became the one-faced, and the eye was drawn deep into the head and is now buried under the hair. During the activity of the inner man, during trances and spiritual visions, the eye swells and expands. The arhat sees and feels it, and regulates his action accordingly. The undefiled Lanu, disciple, Chila, need fear no danger. He who keeps himself not in purity, who is not chaste, will receive no help from the Diva Eye. Unfortunately not. The Diva Eye exists no more for the majority of mankind. The third eye is dead and acts no longer, but it has left behind a witness to its existence. The witness is now the pineal gland. As for the four-armed men, it is they who become the prototypes of the four-armed Hindu gods, as shown in a preceding footnote. Such is the mystery of the human eye, that some scientists have forced to resort to occult explanations in their vain endeavors to explain and account for all the difficulties surrounding its action. The development of the human eye gives more support to occult anthropology than to that of the materialistic physiologists. The eye and the human embryo grow from within without, out of the brain, instead of being part of the skin, as in the insects and cuttlefish. Professor Lancaster, thinking the brain a queer place for the eye, and attempting to explain the phenomena on Darwinian lines, suggests the curious view that our earliest vertebrate ancestor was a transparent. A creature hence did not mind where the eye was, and so was man a transparent creature once upon a time, we are taught, and hence our theory holds good. But how does Lancaster's hypothesis square with the Haeckel'ian view that the vertebrate eye originated by changes in the epidermis? If it started inside, the latter theory goes into the wastebasket. This seemed to be proved by embryology. Moreover, Professor Lancaster's extraordinary suggestion, or shall we say admission, is perhaps rendered necessary by evolutionist necessities. Occultism, with its teaching as to the gradual development of senses, from within without, from astral prototypes, is far more satisfactory. The third eye retreated inwards when its course was run. Another point in favor of occultism. The allegorical expression of the Hindu mystics who speak of the eye of Shiva, the Trilokana, or three-eyed, thus receives its justification and raison d'etre. The transference of the pineal gland, once that third eye, to the forehead, being an exoteric license. This throws also a light on the mystery, incomprehensible to some, of the connection between abnormal or spiritual seership and the physiological purity of the seer. The question is often asked, why should celibacy and chastity be a sine qua non condition of regular chelaship, or the development of psychic and occult powers? The answer is contained in the commentary. When we learn that the third eye was once a physiological organ, and that later on, owing to the gradual disappearance of spirituality and increase of materiality, the spiritual nature being extinguished by the physical, it became an atrophied organ, as little understood now by physiologists as is the spleen. When we learn, the connection becomes clear. During human life, the greatest impediment in the way of spiritual development, and especially to the acquirement of yoga powers, is the activity of our physiological senses. Sexual action also being closely connected by interaction with the spinal cord and the gray matter of the brain, it is useless to give any longer explanation. Of course, the normal and abnormal state of the brain, and the degree of active work in the medulla oblongata, reacts powerfully on the pineal gland. For owing to the number of centers in that region, which controls by far the greatest number of the physiological actions of the animal economy, and also owing to the close and intimate neighborhood of the two, a very powerful inductive action must be exerted by the medulla on the pineal gland. All this is quite plain to the occultist, but is very vague in the sight of the general reader. The latter must be shown the possibility of a third-eyed man in nature, in those periods when his formation was yet in a comparatively chaotic state. Such a possibility may be inferred from anatomical and zoological knowledge, first of all, and then it may rest on the assumptions of materialistic science itself. It is asserted upon the authority of science and upon evidence, which is the time not merely a fiction of theoretical speculation, that many of the animals, especially among the lower orders of the vertebrata, have a third eye, now atrophied, but which was necessarily active in its origin. The Haturia species, a lizard of the order Lacertilia, recently discovered in New Zealand, a part of ancient Lemuria so-called, mark well, presents this peculiarity in the most extraordinary manner, and not only the Haturia punctata, but the chameleon, and certain reptiles, and even fishes. It was thought at first that this was no more than the prolongation of the brain which ended with a small protuberance, called epiphysis, a little bone separated from the main bone by a cartilage, and found in every animal. But it was soon found to be more than this. As its development and anatomical structure showed, it offered such an analogy with that of the eye that it was found impossible to see in it anything else. There are paleontologists who to this day feel convinced that this third eye originally functioned, and they were certainly right. For this is what is said of the pineal gland in Quain's anatomy. It is from this part, constituting at first the whole and subsequently the hinder part of the anterior primary encephalic vesicle, that the optical vesicles are developed in the earliest period, and the fore part is that in connection with which the cerebral hemispheres and accompanying parts are formed. The thalamus opticus of each side is formed by a lateral thickening of the medullary wall, while the interval between, descending towards the base, constitutes the cavity of the third ventricle with its prolongation in the infundibulum. The gray commissure afterwards stretches across the ventricular cavity. The hinder part of the roof is developed by a peculiar process to be noticed later into the pineal gland, which remains united on each side by its pendicles to the thalamus, and behind these a transverse band is formed as posterior commissure. The lamina terminalis, lamina cinerea, continues to close the third ventricle in front. Below it, the optic commissure forms the floor of the ventricle, and further back, the infundibulum descends to be united in the stella turcica with the tissue adjoining the posterior lobe of the pituitary body. The two optic thalami formed from the posterior and outer part of the anterior vesicle consist at first of a single hollow sac of nervous matter, the cavity of which communicates on each side in front with that of the commencing cerebral hemispheres, and behind with that of the middle cephalic vesicle, corpora quadrimina. Soon, however, by increased deposit taking place in their interior behind, below, and at the sides, the thalami become solid, and at the same time a cleft or fissure appears between them above and penetrates down to the internal cavity, which continues open at the back part opposite the entrance of the Sylvian aqueduct. This cleft or fissure is the third ventricle. Behind the two thalami continue united by the posterior commissure, which is distinguishable about the end of the third month, and also by the peduncles of the pineal gland. At an early period, the optical tracts may be recognized as hollow prolongations from the outer part of the wall of the thalami, while they are still vesicular. At the fourth month, these tracts are distinctly formed. They subsequently are prolonged backwards into connection with the corpora quadrimina. The formation of the pineal gland and pituitary body presents some of the most interesting phenomena which are connected with the development of the thalamencephalon. The above is especially interesting when it is remembered that, were it not for the development of the posterior part of the cerebral hemispheres, the pineal gland would be perfectly visible on the removal of the parietal bones. It is very interesting also to note the obvious connection that can be traced between the originally hollow optic tract and the eyes anteriorly, and the pineal gland and its peduncles posteriorly, and between all of these and the optic thalami, so that the recent discoveries in connection with the third eye of Heteria punctata have a very important bearing on the history of the development of the human senses, and on the occult assertions in the text. It is well known that Descartes saw in the pineal gland the seat of the soul, though this is now regarded as a fiction by those who have ceased to believe in the existence of an immortal principle in man. Although the soul is joined to every part of the body, he said, there is one special portion of the latter in which the soul exercises its functions more specifically than in any other. And as neither the heart nor yet the brain could be that special locality, he concluded that it was that little gland which was tied to the brain, and yet had an action independent of it, as it could easily be put into a kind of swinging motion by the animal spirits, which cross the cavities of the skull in every sense. Unscientific as this may appear in our day of exact learning, Descartes was yet far nearer the occult truth than is any Haeckel, for the pineal gland is, as shown, far more closely connected with the soul and spirit than with the physiological senses of man. Had the leading scientists a glimmer of the real processes employed by the evolutionary impulse and the winding cyclic course of this great law, they would know instead of conjecturing, and would feel certain of the future physical transformations which await the humankind by the knowledge of its past forms. Then would they see the fallacy and the absurdity of their modern blind force and mechanical processes of nature, and in consequence of such knowledge, would realize that the said pineal gland, for instance, could not but be disabled for physical use at this stage of our cycle? If the old eye is now atrophied in man, it is a proof that, as in the lower animal, it has once been active, for nature never creates the smallest, the most insignificant form without some definite purpose and for some use. It was an active organ, we say, at that stage of evolution when the spiritual element in man reigned supreme over the hardly nascent intellectual and psychic elements. And as the cycle ran down towards that point where the physiological senses were developed by, and went pari passu with, the growth and consolidation of physical man, the interminable and complex vicissitudes and tribulations of zoological development, this median eye at last atrophied together with the early spiritual and purely psychic characteristics in man. The eye is the mirror and also the window of the soul, says popular wisdom and vox populi, vox die. In the very beginning, Every class and family of the living species was hermaphrodite and objectively one-eyed. In the animal, whose form was as ethereal, astrally, as that of man, before the bodies of both began to evolve their coats of skin, viz., to evolve from within, without, the thick coating of physical substance or matter with its internal physiological mechanism. The third eye was primarily, as in man, the only seeing organ. The two physical front eyes only developed, later one in both brute and man, whose organ of physical sight was, at the commencement of the third race, in the same position as that of some of the blind vertebrates in our day, beneath an opaque skin. Only the stages of the odd or primeval eye in man and brute are now inverted, as the former has already passed that animal non-rational stage in the third round, and is ahead of mere brute creation by a whole plane of consciousness. Therefore, while the cyclopean eye was, and still is, in man the organ of spiritual sight, in the animal it was that of the objective vision. And this eye, having performed its function, was replaced in the course of physical evolution from the simple to the complex, by two eyes, and thus stored and laid aside by nature for further use in aeons to come. This explains why the pineal gland reached its highest development proportionally with the lowest physical development. It is in the vertebrata that it is the most prominent and objective, whereas in man it is most carefully hidden and inaccessible, except to the anatomist. No less light, however, is thereby thrown on the future physical, spiritual, and intellectual state of mankind, in periods corresponding on parallel lines with other past periods, and always on the lines of ascending and descending cyclic evolution and development. Thus, a few centuries before the Kali Yuga, the age which began nearly 5,000 years ago, it was said in the Commentary 20, if it is paraphrased into comprehensible sentences, we, the fifth root race, in our first half of duration, onward on the now ascending arc of the cycle, are on the midpoint of, or between, the first and second races, falling downward, i.e. the races were then on the descending arc of the cycle. Calculate for thyself, Lanu, and see. Calculating as advised, we find that during the transitional period, namely in the second half of the first spiritual ethereal astral race, nascent mankind was devoid of the intellectual brain element, as it was on a descending line, and as we are parallel to it on the ascending. We are therefore devoid of the spiritual element, which is now replaced by the intellectual. For remember well, as we are all in the Manasa period of our cycle of races, or in the fifth, we have therefore crossed the meridian point of the perfect adjustment of spirit and matter, or the equilibrium between brain intellect and spiritual perception. One important point has, however, to be borne in mind. We are only in the fourth round, and it is in the fifth that the full development of manas, as direct ray from the universal Mahat, a ray unimpeded by matter, will be finally reached. Nevertheless, as every sub-race and nation have their cycles and stages of evolutionary development, repeated on a smaller scale, much more must it be so in the case of a root race. A race then has a root race, crossed the equatorial line, and is cycling onward on the spiritual side. But some of our sub-races still find themselves on the shadowy descending arc of their respective national cycles, while others again, the oldest, having crossed the crucial point, which alone decides whether a race, a nation, or a tribe will live or perish, are at the apex of spiritual development as sub-races. It now becomes comprehensible why the third eye was gradually transformed into a simple gland, after the physical fall of those we have agreed to call the Lemurians. It is a curious fact that in human beings, the cerebral hemispheres and the lateral ventrices have been especially developed, whereas it is in the optic thalami, corpora quadrimina, and corpora striata, which are the principal parts developed in other mammalian brains. Moreover, it is asserted that the intellect of a man may, to some extent, be gauged by the development of the central convolutions and the forepart of the cerebral hemispheres. It would seem a natural corollary To this, if the development of the pineal gland may be considered to be an index of the astral capacities and spiritual proclivities of any man, there will be a corresponding development of that part of the cranium, or an increase in the size of the pineal gland at the expense of the posterior part of the cerebral hemispheres. This is a curious speculation and would receive confirmation in the present case. We should see below and behind the cerebellum, which has been held to be the seat of all the animal proclivities of the human being, and which is allowed by science to be the great center for all the physiologically coordinated movements of the body, such as walking, eating, etc. In front, the forepart of the brain, the cerebral hemispheres, the part especially connected with the development of the intellectual powers in man. And in the middle, dominating them both, and especially the animal functions, the developed pineal gland, in connection with the more highly evolved or spiritual man. It must be remembered that these are only physical correspondences, just as the ordinary human brain is the registering organ of memory, but not memory itself. This is then the organ of which has given rise to so many legends and traditions, among others, to that of men with one head but two faces. These legends may be found in several Chinese works, besides being referred to in the Chaldean fragments. Apart from the work already cited, the Shanhai King, compiled by Kung Chia, from engravings of the 9 urns made by the Emperor VII, 2255 BC, they may be found in another work called the Bamboo Books, and in a third, the Archaic, whose author was initiated according to tradition by Chao Kung, uncle of Wu Wang, the first emperor of the Chao dynasty, 1122 BC. The Bamboo Books contain the ancient annals of China, found AD 279 on opening the grave of King Sang of Wei, who died in 295 BC. Both these works mention men with two faces on one head, one in front and one behind. Now, what students of occultism ought to know is that the third eye is indissolubly connected with karma. The tenet is so mysterious that very few have ever heard of it. The eye of Shiva did not become entirely atrophied before the close of the fourth race, when spirituality and all the divine powers and attributes of the Deva man of the third race had been made the handmaidens of the newly awakened physiological and psychic passions of the physical man, instead of the reverse. The eye lost its powers. But such was the law of evolution, and it was, in strict accuracy, no fall. The sin was not in using those newly developed powers, but in misusing them, in making of the tabernacle, designed to contain a god, the fane of every spiritual iniquity. And if we say sin, it is merely that everyone should understand our meaning, for karma would be more the correct term to use in this case. Moreover, the reader who should feel perplexed at the use of the term spiritual instead of physical iniquity is reminded of the fact that there can be no physical iniquity. The body is simply the irresistible organ, the tool of the psychic, if not the spiritual man. And in the case of the Atlanteans, it was precisely the spiritual being which sinned, the spiritual element being still the master principle in man in those days. Thus, it is in those days that the heaviest karma of the fifth race was generated by our monads. As this sentence may again be found puzzling, it is better that it should be explained for the benefit of those who are ignorant of theosophical teachings. Questions with regard to karma and rebirths are constantly being put forward, and great confusion seems to exist upon the subject. Those who are born and bred in the Christian faith and have been trained in the idea that a new soul is created by God for every newborn infant, are among the most perplexed. They ask whether the number of monads incarnating on earth is limited, to which they are answered in the affirmative. For however countless, in our conception, the number of the incarnating monads, still there must be a limit. This is so even if we take into account the fact that ever since the second race, when their respective 7 groups were furnished with bodies, several births and deaths may be allowed for every second of time in the aeons that already passed. It has been stated that karma nemesis, whose bondmaid is nature, adjusted everything in the most harmonious manner, and that therefore the fresh pouring in or arrival of new monads seized as soon as humanity had reached its full physical development. No fresh monads had incarnated since the middle point of the Atlanteans. Let us remember that, save in the case of young children and of individuals whose lives have been violently cut off by some accident, no spiritual entity can reincarnate before a period of many centuries has elapsed, and such gaps alone must be shown that the number of monads is necessarily finite and limited. Moreover, a reasonable time must be given to other animals for their evolutionary progress. Hence the assertion that many of us are now working off the effects of the evil karmic causes produced by us in Atlantean bodies. The law of karma is inextricably interwoven with that of reincarnation. It is only the knowledge of the constant rebirths of one and the same individuality throughout the life cycle, the assurance that the same monads, among whom are many John Chohans or the gods themselves, have to pass through the circle of necessity, rewarded or punished by such rebirth for the suffering endured or crimes committed in the former life. That those very monads which entered the empty, senseless shells or astral figures of the first race emanated by the Petries are the same who are now amongst us, nay, ourselves perchance. It is only this doctrine, we say, that can explain to us the mysterious problem of good and evil, and reconcile man to the terrible apparent injustice of life. Nothing but such certainty can quiet our revolted sense of justice. For when one unacquainted with the noble doctrine looks around him, and observes the inequalities of birth and fortune, of intellect and capacities, when one sees honor paid to fools and profligates, on whom fortune has heaped their favors by mere privilege of birth, and their nearest neighbor, with all his intellect and noble virtues, far more deserving in every way, perishing of want and for lack of sympathy, when one sees all this and has to turn away, helpless to relieve the undeserved suffering, one's ears ringing and heart aching with the cries of pain around him, that blessed knowledge of karma alone prevents him from cursing life and men as well as their supposed creator. Of all the terrible blasphemies and what are virtually accusations thrown at their God by the monotheists, none is greater or more unpardonable than that, almost always, false humility which makes the presumably pious Christian assert, in the face of every evil and undeserved blow, that such is the will of God. Dolts and hypocrites, blasphemers and impious Pharisees who speak in the same breath of their endless merciful love and care of their God and Creator for helpless man, and of that God scourging the good, the very best of his creatures, bleeding them to death like an insatiable Moloch. Shall we be answered to this in Congreve's words, "But who shall dare to tax eternal justice?" Logic and simple common sense, we answer. If we are asked to believe in original sin, in one life only on this earth for every soul, and in an anthropomorphic deity who seems to have created some men only for the pleasure of condemning them to eternal hellfire, and this whether they be good or bad, says the predestinarian, why should not every one of us who is endowed with reasoning powers condemn in his turn such a villainous deity? Life would become unbearable if one has to believe in the God created by man's unclean fancy. Luckily, he exists only in human dogmas, and in the unhealthy imagination of some poets, who believe they have solved the problem by addressing him as, "Thou great mysterious power, who hast involved the pride of human wisdom to confound, the daring scrutiny and prove the faith of thy presuming creatures." Truly a robust faith is required to believe that it is presumption to question the justice of one who creates helpless little man, but to perplex him and to test a faith with which that power, moreover, may have forgotten, if not neglected, to endow him, as happens sometimes. Compare this blind faith with the philosophical belief, based on every reasonable evidence and on life experience, in karma nemesis, or the law of retribution. This law, whether conscious or unconscious, predestines nothing and no one. It exists from and in eternity truly, for it is eternity itself, and as such, since no act can be co-equal with eternity, it cannot be said to act, for it is action itself. It is not the wave which drowns a man, but the personal action of the wretch who goes deliberately and places himself under the impersonal action of the laws that govern the ocean's motion. Karma creates nothing, nor does it design. It is man who plans and creates causes, and karmic law adjusts the effects, which adjustment is not an act, but universal harmony, tending over to resume its original position, like a bow, which, bent down too forcibly, rebounds with corresponding vigor. If it happened to dislocate the arm that tried to bend it out of its natural position, shall we say that it is the bow which broke our arm, or that our own folly has brought us to grief? Karma has never sought to destroy intellectual and individual liberty, like the God invented by the monotheists. It has not involved its decrees in darkness purposely to perplex man, nor shall it punish him who dares to scrutinize its mysteries. On the contrary, he who through study and meditation unveils its intricate paths, and throws light on those dark ways, in the windings of which so many men perish owing to their ignorance of the labyrinth of life, is working for the good of his fellow man. Karma is an absolute and eternal law in the world of manifestation. And as there can be only one absolute, as one eternal, ever-present cause, believers in karma cannot be regarded as atheists or materialists, still less as fatalists. For karma is one with the unknowable, of which it is an aspect in its effects in the phenomenal world. Intimately, or rather indissolubly, connecting with karma, then, is the law of rebirth, or of the reincarnation of the same spiritual individuality in a long, almost interminable series of personalities. The latter are like the various characters played by the same actor, with each of which that actor identifies himself and is identified by the public for the space of a few hours. The inner, or real man, who personates these characters, knows the whole time that he is Hamlet, only for a brief space of a few acts, which, however, on the plane of human illusion, represents the whole life of Hamlet. He knows also that he was, the night before, King Lear, the transformation in his turn of the Othello of a still earlier preceding night. And though the outer, visible character is supposed to be ignorant of the fact, and in actual life that ignorance is, unfortunately, but too real, nevertheless the permanent individuality is fully aware of, and is through the atrophy of the spiritual eye in his physical body. That knowledge is unable to impress itself on the consciousness of the false personality. The possession of a physical third eye, we are told, was enjoyed by the men of the third root race down to nearly the middle period of the third subrace of the fourth root race, when the consolidation and perfection of the human frame caused it to disappear from the outward anatomy of man. Psychically and spiritually, however, its mental and visual perception lasted till nearly the end of the fourth race, when its functions, owing to the materiality and depraved condition of mankind, died out altogether. This was prior to the submersion of the bulk of the Atlantean continent. And now we may return to the deluges and their many Noahs. The student has to bear in mind that there were many such deluges as that mentioned in Genesis, and three far more important ones, which will be mentioned and described in the section of Part 3 devoted to the subject of prehistoric submerged continents. To avoid erroneous conjectures, however, with regard to the claim that the esoteric doctrine has much in common with the legends contained in the Hindu scriptures, that, again, the chronology of the latter is almost that of the former, only explained and made clear, and that finally the belief that Vivasvada Manu, a generic term indeed, was the Noah of the Aryans and the prototype of the biblical patriarch. All this, as pertaining also to the belief of the occultists, necessitates a new explanation at this juncture. The primeval Manus of humanity. Those who are aware that the Great Flood, which was connected with the sinking of an entire continent, save only a few islands, could not have happened so far back as 18 million years, and that Vivasvada Manu is the Indian Noah connected with the Matsya, or the fish, Avatara, of Vishnu, may feel perplexed at the apparent discrepancy between the facts stated and the chronology previously given. But there is no discrepancy in truth. The reader is asked to turn to the Theosophist of July 1883 for the studying the article therein on the septenary principle in esotericism. The whole question can be explained to him. It is in the explanation there given, I believe, that the occultists differ from the Brahmins. For the benefit of those, however, who may not have the Theosophist of that date to hand, a passage or two may now be quoted from it. Who was Manu, the son of Swayambhuva? The Secret Doctrine tells us that this Manu was no man, but the representation of the first human races, evolved with the help of the Jan Chohans, the Devas, at the beginning of the first round. But we are told in his laws, I-80, that there are 14 Manus for every kalpa, or interval from creation to creation. Read rather interval from one minor pralaya to another, and that in the present divine age there have been as yet 7 Manus. Those who know that there are 7 rounds, of which we have passed 3, and are now in the 4th, and who are taught that there are 7 dawns and 7 twilights, or 14 manvantaras, that at the beginning of every round and at the end and on and between the planets, globes, there is an awakening to elusive life, and an awakening to real life, and that, moreover, there are root Manus, and which we have to clumsily translate as seed Manus, the seeds for the human races or the forthcoming round, or the Shishtas, the surviving fittest, a mystery divulged only to those who have passed their 3rd degree in initiation. Those who have learned all this will be better prepared to understand the meaning of the following. We are told in the Hindu sacred scriptures that the first man produced 6 other Manus, 7 primary Manus in all, and these produced in their turn each 7 other Manus. Brigu, I 61-63. The production of the latter standing in the occult treatises as 7 by 7. Thus it becomes clear that Manu, the last one, the progenitor of our 4th round humanity, must be the 7th, since we are on our 4th round, and there is a root Manu at globe A and a seed Manu at globe G. Just as each planetary round commences with the appearance of a root Manu, Jan Chohan, and closes with a seed Manu, so a root and a seed Manu appear respectively at the beginning and the termination of the human period on any particular planet or globe. It will be easily seen that the foregoing statement that a manvantaric period, Manu Antara, means, as the term implies, the time between the appearance of 2 Manus or Jan Chohans, and hence a minor manvantara is the duration of the 7 races on any particular planet, globe, and a major manvantara is the period of 1 human round along the planetary chain. Moreover, as it is said that each of the 7 Manus creates 7 by 7 Manus, and that there are 49 root races on the 7 planets, globes, during each round, then every root race has its Manu. The present 7th Manu is called Vaivasvata, and stands in the exoteric text for that man who in India represents the Babylonian Zisutras and the Jewish Noah. But in the esoteric books, we are told that Manu Vaivasvata, the progenitor of our 5th race, who saved it from the flood that nearly exterminated the 4th or Atlantean, is not the 7th Manu, mentioned in the nomenclature of the root or primitive Manus, but one of the 49 Manus emanated from this root Manu. For a clearer comprehension, we give here the names of the 14 Manus in their respective order and in their relation to each round. Vaivasvata, thus, though 7th in the order given, is the primitive root Manu of the 4th human wave. The reader must always remember that Manu is not a man, but collectively humanity, while our Vaivasvata was but one of the 7 minor Manus, who are made to preside over the 7 races of this planet. Each of these has to become the witness of one of the periodical and ever-recurring cataclysms, by fire and water, that close the cycle of every root race. And it is this Vivasvata, the Hindu ideal embodiment, called respectively Zisutras, Deucalion, Noah, and other names, who is the allegorical man who rescued our race, when nearly the whole population of one hemisphere perished by water, while the other hemisphere was awakened from its temporary obscuration. Thus it is shown that there is no real discrepancy in speaking of the Vivasvata Manvantara, Manu Antara, lit, between two Manus. As 18 million odd years ago, when physical, or the truly human, man first appeared in his fourth round on this earth, and of the other Vivasvatas, example the Manu of the great cosmic or sidereal flood, a mystery, or again the Manu Vivasvata of the submerged Atlantis, when the racial Vivasvata saved the elect of humanity, the fifth race, from utter destruction. As these several and quite distinct events are purposely blended in the Vishnu and other Puranas in one narrative, there may yet be a great deal of perplexity left in the profane reader's mind. Therefore, as constant elucidation is needed, we must be forgiven unavoidable repetitions. The blinds which conceal the real mysteries of esoteric philosophy are great and puzzling, and even now the last word cannot be given. The veil, however, may be a little more removed, and some explanations, hitherto denied, may now be offered to the earnest student. As Colonel Vance Kennedy, if we do not mistake, remarked, the first principle in Hindu religious philosophy is unity in diversity. If all those Manus and Rishis are called by one generic name, it is due to the fact that they are all one and manifested energies of one and the same logos, the celestial as well as the terrestrial messengers and permutations of that principle which is ever in a state of activity. Conscious during the period of cosmic evolution, unconscious from our point of view during cosmic rest. For the logos sleepeth in the bosom of that which sleepeth not. Nor is it ever awake, for it is sat, or beingness, not a being. It is from it that issues the great unseen Logos, who evolves all the other logi, the primeval Manu who gives being to the other Manus, who emanate the universe and all in it collectively, and who represent in their aggregate the manifested Logos. Hence we learn in the commentaries that while no Dhyan Chohan, not even the highest, can realize completely the condition of the preceding cosmic evolution, the Manus retain a knowledge of their experiences in all the cosmic evolutions throughout eternity. This is very plain. The first Manu is called Svayambhuva, the self-manifested, the son of the unmanifested Father. The Manus are the creators of our first race, the spirit of mankind, which does not prevent the seven Manus from having been the first pre-Adamic men on earth. Manu declares himself created by Virat, or Vaishvanara, the spirit of humanity, which means that his monad emanates from the never-resting principle in the beginning of every new cosmic activity. That Logos, or universal monad, collective Elohim, which radiates from within himself, all those cosmic monads that become the centers of activity, progenitors of the numberless solar systems, as well as of the yet undifferentiated human monads of planetary chains, as well as of every being thereon. Svayambhuva, or self-born, is the name of every cosmic monad which becomes the center of force, from within which emerges a planetary chain, of which chains there are 7 in our system, and the radiations of the center become again so many Manus, Svayambhuva, a mysterious generic name meaning far more than appears, each of them becoming, as a host, the creator of his own humanity. As to the question of our 4 distinct races of mankind that preceded our 5th race, there is nothing mystical in the subject, except the ethereal bodies of the first races. And this is a matter of legendary, nevertheless very correct history. The legend is universal, and if Western savant pleases to see it only in a myth, it does not make the slightest difference. The Mexicans had, and still have, the tradition of the 4-fold destruction of the world by fire and water, just as the Egyptians had, and the Hindus have to this day. Trying to account for the community of legends held by Chinese, Chaldeans, Egyptians, Indians, and Greeks, in remote antiquity, and the very absence of any certain vestige of civilization more ancient than 5,000 years, the author of Mythical Monsters remarks that we must not be surprised if we do not immediately discover the vestiges of the people of 10, 15, or 20,000 years ago. With an ephemeral architecture, as in China, the sites of vast cities may have become entirely lost to recollection in a few thousands of years from natural decay. And how much more, if minor cataclysms have intervened, such as local inundations, earthquakes, deposition of volcanic ashes, the spread of sandy deserts, destruction of life by deadly pestilence, by miasma, or by the outpour of sulphurous fumes. How many of such cataclysms have changed the whole surface of the earth may be inferred from the following stanza of Commentary 22. During the first 7 crores, 70 million years of the Kalpa, the earth and its 2 kingdoms, mineral and vegetable, one already having achieved its 7th circle, the other, hardly nascent, are luminous and semi-ethereal, cold, lifeless, and translucid. In the 11th crore, the mother, earth, grows opaque, and in the 14th, the thrones of adolescence take place. These convulsions of nature, geological changes, last till her 20th crore of years, uninterruptedly, after which they become periodical and at long intervals. The last change took place nearly 12 crores, 120 million of years ago. But the earth, with everything on her face, had become cool, hard, and settled ages earlier. Thus, if we are to believe esoteric teaching, universal geological disturbances and changes have not occurred for the last 120 million years. But the earth, even before that time, was ready to receive her human stock. The appearance of the latter, however, in its full physical development, as already stated, took place only about 18 million years ago, after the first great failure of nature to create beings alone, i.e., without the help of the divine fashioners, had been followed by the successive evolution of the first 3 races. The actual duration of the first 2.5 races is withheld from all but the higher initiates. The history of the races begins at the separation of the sexes, when the preceding egg-bearing androgynous race perished rapidly, and the subsequent sub-races of the third root race appeared as an entirely new race physiologically. It is this destruction which is allegorically called the Great Vivasvata Manu Deluge. When the account shows Vivasvata Manu, or humanity, remaining alone on the earth in the Ark of Salvation, towed by Vishnu in the shape of a monstrous fish, and the 7 rishis with him, the allegory is very plain. In the symbolism of every nation, the deluge stands for chaotic unsettled matter, chaos itself, and water for the feminine principle, the great deep, as the Greek lexicon of Parkhurst gives it. Apex answers to the Hebrew rasit, or wisdom, and, at the same time, to the emblem of the female generative power, the arg, or arca, in which the germ of nature, and of mankind, floats or broods on the great abyss of the waters, during the interval which takes place after every mundane or racial cycle. Arch, or Ark, is also the mystic name of the divine spirit of life which broods over chaos. Now, Vishnu is the divine spirit, and as an abstract principle, and also as the preserver and generator or giver of life, the third person of the Trimurti, composed of Brahma, the creator, Shiva, the destroyer, and Vishnu, the preserver. Vishnu is shown in the allegory under the form of a fish, guiding the ark of Vivasvata Manu across the waters of the flood. There is no use in expatiating upon the esoteric meaning of the word fish, as Payne, Knight, Inman, Gerald Massey, and others have done. Its theological meaning is phallic, but the metaphysical divine. Jesus was called the fish, as were Vishnu and Bacchus, the savior of mankind, being the monogram of the god Bacchus, who was also called the fish. Moreover, the 7 rishis in the ark symbolized the 7 principles, which became complete in man only after he had separated and become a human, and thus ceased to be a divine creature. But to return to the races, details to the submersion of the continent inhabited by the second root race are not numerous. The history of the third, or Lemuria, is given, as is also that of Atlantis, but the others are only alluded to. Lemuria is said to have perished about 700,000 years before the commencement of what is now called the Tertiary Age, the Eocene. During this deluge, an actual geological deluge this time, Vevasvada Manu is also shown saving mankind, allegorically. In reality, a portion of it, the fourth race, just as he saved the fifth race during the destruction of the last Atlanteans, the remnants that perished 850,000 years ago, after which there was no great submersion until the day of Plato's Atlantis, or Poseidonus, which was known to the Egyptians only because it happened in such relatively recent times. It is the submersion of the great Atlantis which is the most interesting. This is the cataclysm of which the old records, as in the Book of Enoch, say, the ends of the earth got loose, and upon which have been built the legends and allegories of Vevasvada, Xisuthros, Noah, Deucalion, and all the tutti quanti of the elect saved. Tradition, not taking into account the difference between sidereal and geological phenomena, calls both deluges indifferently. Yet there is a great difference. The cataclysm which destroyed the huge continent of which Australia is the largest relic was due to a series of subterranean convulsions and the breaking asunder of the ocean floors. That which put an end to its successor, the fourth continent, was brought on by successive disturbances in the axial rotation. It began during the earliest tertiary periods, and continuing for long ages, carried away successively the last vestige of Atlantis, with the exception perhaps of Ceylon and a small portion of what is now Africa. It changed the face of the globe, and no memory of its flourishing continents and isles, of its civilizations and sciences, have remained in the annals of history, save in the sacred records of the East. Hence, modern science denies the existence of Atlantis. It even denies any violent shiftings of the Earth axis, and would attribute the change of climate to other causes. But this question is still an open one. If Dr. Kroll will have it that all such alterations can be accounted for by the effects of mutation and the precession of the equinoxes, there are others, such as Sir Henry James and Sir John Lubbock, who feel more inclined to accept the idea that they are due to a change in the position of the axis of rotation. Against this, the majority of the astronomers are again arrayed. But then, what have they not denied before now, and what have they not denounced, only to accept it later on, whenever the hypothesis becomes undeniable fact? How far our figures agree, or rather disagree, with modern science will be seen further in the addenda to this volume, where the geology and anthropology of our modern day are carefully compared with the teachings of archaic science. At any rate, the period assigned by the Secret Doctrine for the sinking of Atlantis does not seem to disagree with very much of the calculations of modern science, which, however, calls Atlantis Lemuria whenever it accepts such a submerged continent. With regard to the pre-human period, all that can be said, at present, is that even prior to the appearance of the mindless first race, the earth was not without its inhabitants. We might, however, add that what science, which recognizes physical man only, has a right to regard as the pre-human period, may be conceded to have extended from the first race down to the first half of the Atlantean race, since it is only then that man became the complete organic being he is now. And this would make Adamic man no older than a few million years. The author of the Kabbalah truly remarks that man today, as an individual, is only a concatenation of the beinghood of precedent human life, or lives rather. According to the Kabbalah, the soul sparks contained in Adam went into three principal classes corresponding to his three sons, viz. Hesed, Hebel, and Geburah. Yin and Ram Min Seth. These three were divided into 70 species called the principal roots of the human race. Said Rabbi Yehuda, "How many garments of the incorporeal man are these which are crowned from the day man was created?" Said R. Elazar, the mountains of the world, the great men of the generation, are in discussion upon it. But there are three, one to clothe in that one garment, the Ruah spirit, which is in the Garden of Eden on earth, one which is more precious than all, in which the Neshama is clothed in that bundle of life between the angels of the kings, and one outside garment, which exists and does not exist, is seen and not seen. In that garment the Nep-Pish is clothed, and she goes and flies in it, to and fro in the world. This relates to the races, their garments or degree of materiality, and to the three principles of man in their three vehicles. Stanza 11. The civilization and destruction of the fourth and fifth races. 43. The Lemuro-Atlanteans build cities and spread civilization. The incipient stage of anthropomorphism. 44. Statues, witnesses to the size of the Lemurio-Atlanteans. 45. Lemuria destroyed by fire, Atlantis by water. The flood. 46. The destruction of the fourth race and of the last antediluvian monster animals. 43. They built huge cities. Of rare earths and metals they built. Out of the fires vomited. Out of the white stone of the mountains, and of the black stone they cut their own images, in their size and likeness, and worshipped them. At this point, as the history of the first two human races, the last of the Lemurians and the first of the future Atlanteans, proceeds, we have to blend the two and speak of them for a time collectively. Here reference is also made to the divine dynasties, which were claimed by the Egyptians, Chaldeans, Greeks, etc., to have preceded their human kings. These are still believed in by the modern Hindus and are enumerated in their sacred books. Of these, however, we shall treat in their proper place. What remains to be shown is that our modern geologists are now being driven into admitting the demonstrable existence of submerged continents. But to confess the existence of the continents is quite a different thing from admitting that there were men on them during the early geological periods. Aye, men and civilized nations, not Paleolithic savages only, who, under the guidance of their divine rulers, built large cities, cultivated arts and sciences, and knew astronomy, architecture, and mathematics to perfection. The primeval civilization of the Lemurians did not, as one may think, immediately follow their physiological transformation. Between the final physiological evolution and the first city built, many hundred thousands of years had passed. Nevertheless, we find the Lemurians in their sixth subrace building their first rock cities out of stone and lava. One of these great cities of primitive structure was built entirely of lava, some 30 miles west from where Easter Island now stretches its narrow strip of sterile ground, and was totally destroyed by a series of volcanic eruptions. The oldest remains of Cyclopean buildings were all the handiwork of the last subraces of the Lemurians, and an occultist therefore shows no surprise on learning that the stone relics which were found on the small piece of land called Easter Island by Captain Cook are very much like the walls of the temple of Pachacamac or the ruins of Tiwanaku in Peru, and also that they are in the Cyclopean style. The first large cities, however, were built in that region of the continent which is now known as the island of Madagascar. There were civilized people and savages in those days as there are now. Evolution achieved its work of perfection on the former, and karma its work of destruction on the latter. The Australians and their like are the descendants of those who, instead of vivifying the spark projected into them by the flames, extinguished it by long generations of bestiality. Whereas the Aryan nations could trace their descent through the Atlanteans from the more spiritual races of the Lemurians, in whom the Sons of Wisdom had personally incarnated. It is with the advent of the divine dynasties that the first civilizations were started, and while in some regions of the earth a portion of mankind preferred leading a nomadic and patriarchal life, and in others savage man was hardly learning to build a fire, and to protect himself against the elements. His brothers, more favored than he by their karma, and helped by the divine intelligence which informed them, built cities and cultivated arts and sciences. Nevertheless, notwithstanding civilization, while their pastoral brethren enjoyed wondrous powers as their birthright, the builders could now obtain their powers only gradually. Even those they did obtain being generally used for conquest over physical nature and selfish and unholy purposes. Civilization has developed ever the physical and intellectual at the cost of the psychic and spiritual. The command over and the guidance of one's own psychic nature, which foolish men now associate with the supernatural, were the early humanity, innate and congenital, and came to a man as naturally as walking and thinking. There is no such thing as magic, philosophizes she, the author, forgetting that magic in the early days still meant the great science of wisdom, and that Ayesha could not possibly know anything of the modern perversion of thought. Though, she adds, there is such a thing as knowledge of the secrets of nature. But they have become secrets only in our race, and were public property with the third. Gradually, mankind decreased in stature, for even before the real advent of the fourth or Atlantean race, the majority of mankind had fallen into iniquity and sin, save only the hierarchy of the elect, the followers and disciples of the sons of will and yoga, called later the sons of the fire mist. Then came the Atlanteans, the giants whose physical beauty and strength reached their climax, in accordance with evolutionary law, toward the middle period of their fourth race. But, as said in the commentary, the last survivors of the fair child of the White Island, the primitive Shvetadvipa, had perished ages before. There, Lumiria's elect had taken shelter on the sacred island, now the fabled Shambhala in the Gobi Desert, while some of their accursed races, separating from the main stock, now lived in the jungles and underground, cavemen. When the golden yellow race, the fourth, became in its turn black with sin, from pole to pole the earth had changed her face for the third time, and was no longer inhabited by the sons of Shvetadvipa, the blessed, and Adityana, east and west, the first, the one and the pure, had become corrupted. The demigods of the third had made room for the semi-demons of the fourth race. Shvetadvipa, the white island, had veiled her face. Her children now lived on the black land, wherein later on Daityas from the seventh Dvipa, Pushkara, and the Rakshasas from the seventh climate replaced the Zadhus and the ascetics of the third age, who had descended to them from other and higher regions. In their dead letter, the Puranas in general read like an absurd tissue of fairy tales and no better. And if one were to read the first 3 chapters of Book 2 of Vishnu Purana and accept verbatim the geography, geodesy, and ethnology in the account of Priyavrata, 7 sons among whom their father divides the 7 Vipas, islands or continents, and then proceed to study how his eldest son, Agnadara, the king of Jambu-Vipa, apportioned Jambu-Vipa among his 9 sons, and then now Nabi, his son, had 100 sons and apportioned lands to all these in his turn, he would most likely throw the book away and pronounce it a farrago of nonsense. But the student of esotericism will understand that when the Puranas were written, their true meaning was intended to be clear only to the initiated Brahmins, and so the compilers wrote these words allegorically and would not give the whole truth to the masses. And he will further explain to the Orientalists, who, beginning with Colonel Wilford and ending with Professor Weber, have made and still are making such a mess of it that the first 3 chapters purposely confuse the following subjects and events. 1. The series of kalpas, or ages, and also of races, are never taken into account, and events which have happened in one are allowed to stand alone with those which took place in another. The chronological order is entirely ignored. This is shown by several of the Sanskrit commentators, who explain the incompatibility of events and calculations in saying, Whenever any contradictions in different Puranas are observed, they are ascribed to differences of kalpas and the like. 2. The several meanings of the words manvantara and kalpa, or age, are withheld, the general signification only being given. 3. In the genealogy of the kings and the geography of their dominions, the varshas, countries, and dvipas are all regarded as terrestrial regions. Now, the truth is that, without entering into too minute details, it is permissible and easy to show that a. The 7 dvipas apportioned to Priyavarta's septenary progeny refer to several localities, first of all to our planetary chain. In this Jambu Dvipa alone represents our globe, while the 6 others are, to us, invisible companion globes of the chain. This is shown by the very nature of the allegorical and symbolic descriptions. Jambu Dvipa is in the center of all these, the so-called insular continents, and is surrounded by a sea of salt water, Lavana, whereas Plaksha, Shalmalya, Kusha, Kruncha, Shaka, and Pushkara are surrounded severally by great seas of sugarcane juice, of wine, of clarified butter, of curds, of milk, etc., and such like metaphorical names. B. Bhaskara Acharya, who uses expressions from the books of the Secret Doctrine, in his description of the sidereal position of all these dvipas, speaks of the Sea of Milk and the Sea of Curds, etc., as meaning the Milky Way, and the various congeries of nebulae. The more so since he calls the country to the south of the equator, Burloka, that to the north Bhuva, Svar, Mahar, Jana, Tapo, and Satya lokas, and adds, these lokas are generally attained by increasing religious merits. They are various paradises. C. That this geographical distribution of 7 allegorical continents, islands, mountains, seas, and countries does not belong only to our round or even to our races. The name of Bharata Varsha, India, notwithstanding, is explained in the texts themselves by the narrator of Vishnu Purana, who tells us that Bharata, the son of Nabi, who gave his name to Bharata Varshi or India, consigned the kingdom to his son Sumati, and abandoned his life at Shalagrama. He was afterwards born again as a Brahmin in a distinguished family of ascetics. Under these princes, Bharata's descendants, Bharata Varsha was divided into 9 portions, and their descendants successively held possession of the country for 71 periods of the aggregate of the 4 ages, or for the reign of a Manu, representing a Mahayuga of 4,320,000 years. But having said so much, Parashara suddenly explains that this was the creation of Svayambhuva, Manu, by which the earth was peopled when he presided over the first Manvantara, in the Kalpa of Varaha, i.e. the boar incarnation or Avatara. Now every Brahmin knows that our humanity began on this earth or round. only with Vivasvata Manu. And if the Western reader turns to the subsection on the primeval Manus of humanity, he will see that Vivasvata is the 7th of the 14 Manus who preside over our planetary chain during its life cycle. But as every round has 2 Manus, a root and a seed Manu, he is the root Manu of the 4th round, hence the 7th. Wilson finds in this only incongruity and speculates that the patriarchal genealogies are older than the chronological system of Manvantaras and Kalpas, and thus have been rather clumsily distributed amongst the different periods. It is nothing of the kind, but as Orientalists know nothing of the secret teaching, they persist in taking everything literally, and then turn around and abuse the writers for that which they do not comprehend. These genealogies embrace a period of 3.5 rounds. They speak of pre-human periods and explain the descent into generation of every Manu, the first manifested sparks of the one unity, and furthermore show each of these human sparks dividing into and multiplying by first the Pitaras, the human ancestors, then by the human races. No being can become God or Deva unless he passes through the human cycles. Therefore, the shloka says, "Happy are those who are born, even from the latent conditions of gods, as men in Bharatavarsha, as that is the way to final liberation." In Jambu Dvipa, Bharata is considered the best of its divisions because it is the land of works. In it alone, it is that the succession of the 4 yugas, or ages, the Krita, the Treta, the Dvapara, and the Kali take place. When, therefore, Parashara, on being asked by Maitreya to give him the descriptions of the earth, returns again to the enumeration of the same Vipas with the same seas, etc., as those he had described in the Svayambhuva Manvantara. It is simply a blind. Yet to him who reads between the lines, the 4 great races and the 5th are there, with their subdivisions, islands, and continents, some of which were called by the names of celestial lokas, and by those of other globes. Hence the confusion. All the islands and lands are called by the Orientalists mythical and fabulous. Very true, some are not of this earth, but they still exist. The White Island and Atala, at all events, are no myths, since Atala was the name contemptuously applied to the earliest pioneers of the 5th race to the land of sin. Atlantis in general, not to Plato's island alone, and since the White Island was A, the Svetadvipa of theogony, and B, Shakadvipa, or Atlantis, its earliest portions rather, in its beginnings. This was when it yet had its 7 holy rivers that washed away all sin, and its 7 districts wherein there was no dereliction of virtue, no contention, no deviation from virtue, as it was then inhabited by the caste of the Magas, that caste which even the Brahmas acknowledged as not inferior to their own, and which was the nursery of the first Zarathustra. The Brahmins are shown consulting with Gurumukha on Narada's advice, who told him to invite the Magas as priest of the sun to the temple built by Samba, the reputed son of Krishna, for in reality the latter had none. In this the Puranas are historical, allegory notwithstanding, and occultism is stating facts. The whole story is told in Bhavisha Purana. It is stated that Samba, having been cured of leprosy by Surya, the sun, built a temple and dedicated it to the deity. But when he was looking for pious Brahmins to perform the appointed rites in it and receive donations made to the god, Narada, the virgin ascetic who found in every age in the Puranas, advised him not to do so, as Manu forbade the Brahmins to receive emoluments for the performance of religious rites. He therefore referred Samba to Gurumukha, Whiteface, the Purhita, or family priest of Ugrasena, king of Mathura, who would tell him whom he could best employ. The priest directed Samba to invite the Magas, the worshippers of Surya, to discharge the duty. But as he was ignorant of the place where they lived, Surya, the sun himself, directs Samba to Shakadvipa, beyond the salt water. Then Samba performs the journey, using Garuda, the great bird, the vehicle of Vishnu and Krishna, who transports him to the Magas, etc. Now Krishna, who lived 5,000 years ago, and Narada, who is found reborn in every cycle, or race, in addition to Garuda, the symbol esoterically of the great cycle, give the key to the allegory. Nevertheless, the Magas are the Magi of Chaldea, and their caste and worship were born on the earlier Atlantis, in Shakadvipa, the sinless. All the Orientalists are agreed that the Magas of Shakadvipa are the forefathers of the fire-worshipping Parsis. Our quarrel with them rests, as usual, on the dwarfing periods of hundreds of thousands of years, this time into only a few centuries, in spite of Narada and Samba. They carry the event only to the days of the flight of the Parsis to Gujarat. This is simply absurd, as this took place only in the 8th century of our era. True, the Magas are credited in the Bhavishya Purana, but was still living in the Shakavdipa in the day of Krishna's son. Nevertheless, the last portion of the continent, Plato's Atlantis, had perished 6,000 years before. They were Magas late of Shakavipa, and in those days lived in Chaldea. This, again, is an intentional confusion. The earliest pioneers of the fourth race were not Atlanteans, nor yet were they the human Asuras and the Rakshasas, which they became later. In those days, large portions of the future continent of Atlantis were yet part and parcel of the ocean floors. Lemuria, as we have called the continent of the third race, was then a gigantic land. It covered the whole area from the foot of the Himalayas, which separated it from the island sea rolling its waves over what is now Tibet, Mongolia, and the great desert of Shambo, Gobi, from Chittagong westward to Hadwar, and eastward to Assam, Annam. From thence it stretched south across what is known to us as southern India, Ceylon and Sumatra, then embracing on its way as we go south, Madagascar on its right hand and Australia and Tasmania on its left. It ran down to within a few degrees of the Antarctic Circle, and from Australia, an inland region on the mother continent in those ages, it extended far into the Pacific Ocean, beyond Rapa Nui, Tipi, or Easter Island, which now lies in latitude 26 degrees south and longitude 110 degrees west. This statement seems to be corroborated by science, even if only partially. When discussing continental trends and showing the infra-Arctic masses trending generally with the meridian, several ancient continents are mentioned, though inferentially. Among such are mentioned the Mascarene continent, which included Madagascar, stretching north and south, and another ancient continent which stretched from Spitsbergen to the Straits of Dover, while most of the other parts of Europe were sea bottom. This corroborates the occult teaching which says that there are now the polar regions were formerly the earliest of the 7 cradles of humanity, and the tomb of the bulk of the mankind of that region during the third race, when the gigantic continent of Lemuria began separating into smaller continents. This is due, according to the explanation in the commentary, to a decrease of velocity in the Earth's rotation. When the wheel runs at a usual rate, the extremities, the poles, agree with its middle circle, the equator. When it runs slower and tilts in every direction, there is a great disturbance on the face of the Earth. The waters flow towards the 2 ends, and the new land arises in the middle, belt, equatorial lands, while those at the ends are subject to pralayas by submersion. And again, thus the wheel, the earth, is subjected to and regulated by the spirit of the moon, for the breadth of its waters, tides. Toward the close of the age, Kalpa, of a great root race, the regions of the moon, the fathers or Petries, begin drawing harder and thus flatten the wheel about its belt. When it goes down in some places and swells in others, and the swelling running toward the extremities, the poles, new lands will arise and old ones be sucked in. We have only to read astronomical and geological works to see the meaning of the above very clearly. Scientists, modern specialists, have ascertained the influence of the tides on the geological distribution of land and water on the planet, and have noted the shifting of the oceans with a corresponding subsidence and rise of continents and new lands. Science knows, or thinks it knows, that this occurred periodically. Professor Todd believes he can trace the series of oscillations backward to the periods of the Earth's first incrustation. Therefore, it seems easy for science to verify the esoteric statement. We propose to treat of this at greater length in the addenda. Some theosophists who have understood from a few words in esoteric Buddhism that old continents, which have been submerged, will reappear, have asked the question, what will Atlantis be like when raised? Here again there is a slight misconception. Were identically the same lands of Atlantis that were submerged to be raised again, then they would indeed be barren for ages. But because the Atlantic sea bottom is covered with some 5,000 feet of chalk at present, and more is forming, a new Cretaceous formation of strata, in fact, that there is no reason why, when the time for a new continent to appear arrives, A geological convulsion and upraising of the sea bottom should not dispose of these 5,000 feet of chalk, for the formation of some mountains and 5,000 more come to the surface. The racial cataclysms are not a Noah's deluge of 40 days, a kind of Bombay monsoon. That the periodical sinking and reappearance of mighty continents, now called Atlantis and Lemuria by modern writers, is no fiction, will be demonstrated in the section in which all the evidence has been collated together. The most archaic Sanskrit and Tamil works teem with references to both continents. The 7 sacred islands, Vipas, are mentioned in the Surya Siddhanta, the oldest astronomical work in the whole world, and in the works of Asura Maya, the Atlantean astronomer who Professor Weber has made out to be reincarnated in Ptolemy. Yet, it is a mistake to call these sacred islands Atlantean, as it is done by us, for like everything else in the Hindu sacred books, they are made to refer to several things. The heirloom left by Pryavarta, the son of Swayambhuva Manu, to his 7 sons was not Atlantis, even though 1 or 2 of these islands survived the subsidence of their fellows and offered shelter ages later to Atlanteans, whose continent had been submerged in its turn. When first mentioned by Parashar in the Vishnu Purana, the 7 referred to an esoteric doctrine which is explained further on. In this connection, of all the 7 islands, Jambuvipa, or globe, is the only one that is terrestrial. In the Puranas, every reference to the north of Meru is connected with that primeval El Dorado, now the North Polar region, which, when the magnolia blossomed, where now we see an unexplored endless desert of ice, was then a continent. Science speaks of an ancient continent which stretched from Spitsbergen down to the Straits of Dover. The Secret Doctrine teaches that in the earliest geological periods, these regions formed a horseshoe-like continent, whose one end, the eastern, far more northward than North Cornwall, included Greenland, and the other contained Bering's Straits as an inland piece of ground, and descended southward in its natural trend down to the British Isles, which in those days must have been right under the lower curve of the semicircle. This continent was raised simultaneously with the submersion of the equatorial portions of Lemuria. Ages later, some of the Lemurian remains reappeared again on the face of the oceans. Therefore, though it can be said, without departing from the truth, that Atlantis is included in the 7 great insular continents since the 4th race Atlanteans came into possession of some of the Lemurian relics, and settling on the islands, included them among their lands and continents. Yet a difference should be made, and an explanation given, once that a fuller and more accurate account is attempted, as in the present work. Easter Island was also taken possession of in this manner by some Atlanteans, who, having escaped from the cataclysm which befell their own land, settled on this remnant of Lemuria, but only to perish thereon when it was destroyed in one day by volcanic fires and lava. This may be regarded as fiction by certain geographers and geologists. What does science know to the contrary? Until the appearance of a map published at Basel in 1522, wherein the name of America appears for the first time, the latter was believed to be part of India. Science also refuses to sanction the wild hypothesis that there was a time when the Indian peninsula, at one end of the line, and South America at the other, connected by a belt of islands and continents. The India of the prehistoric ages was doubly connected with the 2 Americas. The lands of the ancestors of those whom Amenius Marcellinus calls the Brahmins of Upper India, stretched from Kashmir far into the now deserts of Shamoll. A pedestrian from the north might then have reached, hardly wetting his feet, the Alaskan Peninsula, through Manchuria, across the future Gulf of Tartary, the Kuril and Aleutian Islands, while another traveler, furnished with a canoe, and starting from the south, could have walked over from Siam, crossed the Polynesian Islands, and trudged into any part of the continent of South America. This was written from the words of a master, a rather doubtful authority for the materialists and skeptics, but here we have one of their own flock, and a bird of the same feather, Ernst Haeckel, who in his distribution of races corroborates the statement almost verbatim. It would seem that the region on the Earth's surface where the evolution of these primitive men from the closely related Catarrhine apes took place must be sought either in southern Asia or eastern Africa, which, by the by, was not even in existence when the third race flourished, or in Lemuria. Lemuria is an ancient continent now sunk between the waters of the Indian Ocean, which, lying to the south of the Asia of today, stretched on the one hand eastwards to Upper India and Sunda Island, on the other westward as far as Madagascar and Africa. In the epoch of which we are treating, the continent of Lemuria has already broken asunder in many places, and formed new separate continents. Nevertheless, neither Africa nor the Americas, still less Europe, existed in those days, all of them slumbering as yet on the ocean floors. Nor was there much of present Asia, for the cis-Himalayan regions were covered with seas, and beyond them stretched the lotus leaves of Svedadipa. The countries now called Greenland, eastern and western Siberia, etc. The immense continent, which had once reigned supreme over the Indian, Atlantic, and Pacific Oceans, now considered of huge islands which were gradually disappearing one after the other until the final convulsion engulfed the last remains of it. Easter Island, for instance, belongs to the earliest civilization of the third race. It was a volcanic and sudden uplifting of the ocean floor, which raised this small relic of the Archaic ages, after it had submerged with the rest, untouched with its volcano and statues during the Champlain epoch of North Polar submersion, as a standing witness to the existence of Lemuria. It is said that some of the Australian tribes are the last remnants of the last descendants of the third race. In this we are again corroborated to a degree by materialistic science. Haeckel, when speaking of Blumenbach's brown or Malay race, and the Australians and Papuans, remarks, "There is much likeness between these last and the aborigines of Polynesia, that Australian island world that seems to have been once on a time a gigantic and continuous continent." It certainly was a gigantic and continuous continent, for during the third race, it stretched east and west as far as where the two Americas now lie. The present Australia was but a portion of it, and in addition to this, there are a few surviving islands strewn hither and thither on the face of the Pacific, and a large strip off California, which belonged to it. Funnily enough, Haeckel, in his fantastic Pedigree of Man, considers the Australians of today as the lineal descendants, almost unchanged, of that second batch of the primitive human race that spread northwards at first chiefly in Asia from the home of man's infancy, and seems to have been the parent of all the other straight-haired races of men. The one, woolly-haired, migrated in part westward to Africa and eastward to New Guinea, which countries had then, as said, no existence as yet. The other, straight-haired, was evolved further to the north, in Asia, and peopled Australia. As writes a master, behold the relics of that once great nation, the Lemuria of the third race, and some of the flat-headed aborigines of your Australia. But they belong to the last remnants of the seventh subrace of the third. Professor Haeckel must have dreamt a dream and seen for once a true vision. It is to this period that we have to look for the first appearance of the ancestors of those whom we term the most ancient peoples of the world, now called respectively the Aryan Hindus, the Egyptians, and the oldest Persians, on the one hand, and the Chaldees and the Phoenicians on the other. These were governed by the divine dynasties, i.e., kings and rulers who had of mortal man only his physical appearance, as it was then, but who were beings from spheres higher and more celestial than our own sphere will be, long manvantaras hence. It is, of course, useless to attempt to force the existence of such beings on skeptics. Their greatest pride consists in proving their patronymic denomination of Catarindes, a fact which they try to demonstrate on the alleged authority of the Coccacts, appended to their os sacrum, that rudimentary tail which, if it were only long enough, they would wag in joy and forever in honor of its eminent discoverer. These will remain as faithful to their ape ancestors as Christians will to tailless Adam. The Secret Doctrine, however, sets theosophists and students of the occult scientists right on this point. If we regard the second portion of the third race as the first representatives of the really human race with solid bones, then Haeckel's surmise that the evolution of the primitive men took place in either Southern Asia or Lemuria, Africa, whether Eastern or Western being out of the question, is correct enough, if not entirely so. To be accurate, however, just as the evolution of the first race from the bodies of the Petries took place on 7 distinctly separate regions at the Arctic pole of the then only Earth, so did the ultimate transformation of the third occur. It began in those northern regions, which have just been described as including Bering Strait, and what was then of dry land in Central Asia, when the climate was semi-tropical even in the Arctic regions and excellently adapted to the primitive wants of nascent physical man. That region, however, has been more than once frigid and tropical in turn since the appearance of man. The commentary tells us that the third race was only about the middle point of its development when the axle of the wheel tilted. The sun and moon shone no longer over the heads of that portion of the sweat-born. People knew snow, ice, and frost, and men, plants, and animals were dwarfed in their growth. Those that did not perish remained as half-grown babes in size and intellect. This was the third pralaya of the races. This means again that our globe is subject to 7 periodical entire changes which go pari passu with the races, for the Secret Doctrine teaches that during this round there must be 7 terrestrial pralayas, occasioned by the change in the inclination of the Earth's axis. It is a law which acts at its appointed time, and not at all blindly, as science may think, but in strict accordance and harmony with karmic law. In occultism, this inexorable law is referred to as the Great Adjuster. Science confesses its ignorance on the cause producing climactic vicissitudes and also the changes in the axial direction, which are always followed by these vicissitudes. In fact, it does not seem at all sure of the axial changes, and being unable to account for them, it is prepared to deny the axial phenomena altogether, rather than admit the intelligent hand of the karmic law which alone can reasonably explain these sudden changes and their accompanying results. It is tried to account for them by various and more or less fantastic speculations, one of which, as de Boucherporn imagined, would be the sudden collision of our Earth with a comet, thus causing all the geological revolutions. But we prefer holding to our esoteric explanation, since Fohat is as good as any comet, and in addition has universal intelligence to guide him. Thus, since Vivasvata Manu's humanity appeared on this earth, there have already been 4 such axial disturbances. The old continents, save the first, were sucked in by the oceans, other lands appeared, and huge mountain chains arose where there had been none before. The face of the globe was completely changed each time. The survival of the fittest nations and races were secured through timely help, and the unfit ones, the failures, were disposed of by being swept off the earth. Such sorting and shifting does not happen between sunset and sunrise, as one may think, but requires several thousands of years before the new house is set in order. The subraces are also subject to the same cleansing process, and the side branchlets or family races as well. Let anyone, well acquainted with astronomy and mathematics, throw a retrospective glance into the twilight and shadows of the past. Let him observe and take notes of what he knows of the history of peoples and nations, and collate the respective rises and falls with what is known of astronomical cycles, especially with the sidereal year, which is equal to 25,868 of our solar years. Then, if the observer is gifted with the faintest intuition, he will find how the weal and woe of our nations are intimately connected with the beginning and close of the sidereal cycle. True, the non-occultist has the disadvantage that he has no such far distant times to rely upon. He knows nothing, through exact science, of what took place nearly 10,000 years ago. Yet he may find consolation in the knowledge of, or, if he so prefers, speculation about, the fate of every one of the modern nations he knows of, some 16,000 years hence. Our meaning is very clear. Every sidereal year, the tropics recede from the pole 4 degrees in each revolution from the equinoctial points, and the equator turns through the zodiacal constellations. Now, as every astronomer knows, at present the tropic is only 23 degrees and a fraction less than half a degree from the equator. Hence, it still has 2.5 degrees to run before the end of the sidereal year. This gives humanity in general, and our civilized races in particular, a reprieve of about 16,000 years. After the great flood of the third race, the Lemurians, as Commentary 33 tells us, man decreased considerably in stature, and the duration of their lives was diminished. Having fallen down in godliness, they mixed with animal races and intermarried among giants and pygmies, the dwarfed races of the poles. Many acquired divine, nay more, unlawful knowledge, and focused willingly the left path. Thus were the Atlanteans approaching destruction in their turn. How many geological periods it took to accomplish this fourth destruction, who can tell? But we are told that, 44, they built great images 9 yatis high, the size of their bodies. A. Inner fires had destroyed the land of their fathers. Water threatened the fourth. B. A. It is well worth noticing that most of the gigantic statues discovered on Easter Island, a portion of an undeniably submerged continent, as also those found on the outskirts of Gobi, a region which had been submerged for untold ages, are all between 20 and 30 feet high. The statues found by Cook on Easter Island measured almost all 27 feet in height, and 8 feet across the shoulders. The writer is well aware that the modern archaeologists have decided that these statues are not very old, as declared by one of the high officials of the British Museum, where some of them now are. But this is one of those arbitrary decisions of modern science which does not carry much weight. We are told that after the destruction of Lemuria by subterranean fires, men went on steadily decreasing in stature, a process already commenced after their physical fall, and that finally, some millions of years later, they decreased to between 6 and 7 feet, and are now, as in the older Asiatic races, dwindling down to nearer 5 than 6 feet. As Pickering shows, there is in the Malay race a sub-race of the fourth root race, a singular diversity of stature. The members of the Polynesian family, such as the Tahitians, Samoans, and Tonga Islanders, are of a higher stature than the rest of mankind. But the Indian tribes and the inhabitants of the Indo-Chinese countries are decidedly below the general average. This is easily explained. The Polynesians belong to the very earliest of the surviving subraces, the others to the very latest and most transitory stock. As the Tasmanians are now completely extinct, and the Australians rapidly dying out, so will the other races soon follow. B. How could those records have been preserved? We may be asked. Even the knowledge of the zodiac by the Hindus is denied by our kind and learned Orientalists, who conclude that the Aryan Hindus knew nothing of it before the Greeks brought it into the country. This uncalled for slander has been so sufficiently refuted by Bailey, and what is more, by the clear evidence of facts, as not to need very much additional refutation. While the Egyptian zodiacs preserve irrefutable proofs of records embracing more than 3.5 sidereal years, or about 87,000 years, the Hindu calculations cover nearly 33 such years, or 850,000 years. The Egyptian priests assured Herodotus that the pole of the earth and the pole of the ecliptic had formerly coincided, but as remarked by the author of the Sphinxiad, these poor brightened Hindus have registered a knowledge of astronomy for 10 times 25,000 years since the last local flood in Asia, or Age of Horror. And they possess recorded observations from the date of the first great flood within the Aryan historical memory, the flood which submerged the last portions of Atlantis 850,000 years ago. The floods which preceded are, of course, more traditional than historical. The sinking and transformation of Lemuria began nearly at the Arctic Circle, Norway, and the third race ended its career in Lanka, or rather, on that which became Lanka with the Atlanteans. The small remnant now known as Ceylon is the northern highland of ancient Lanka. while the enormous island of that name was, in the Lemurian period, the gigantic continent already described. As a master says, "Why should not your geologists bear in mind that under the continents explored and fathomed by them, there may be hidden deep in the fathomless, or rather unfathomed ocean beds, other and far older continents whose strata have never been geologically explored, and that they may be some day upset entirely their present theories? Why not admit that our present continents have, like Lemuria and Atlantis, been several times already submerged, and had the time to reappear again, and bear their new groups of mankind and civilizations, and that at the first great geological upheaval at the next cataclysm, in the series of periodical cataclysms that occur from the beginning to the end of every round, our already autopsied continents will go down, and the Lemurians and Atlanteans come up again." Not identically the same continents, of course, but here an explanation is needed. No confusion need arise as regards to the postulation of a northern Lemuria. The prolongation of that great continent into the North Atlantic Ocean is in no way subversive of the opinions so widely held as to the site of the lost Atlantis, and one corroborates the other. It must be noted that the Lemuria, which served as the cradle of the third root race, not only embraced a vast area in the Pacific and Indian Oceans, but extended in the shape of a horseshoe past Madagascar, round South Africa, then a mere fragment in process of formation, through the Atlantic up to Norway. The great English freshwater deposit called the Waldian, which every geologist regards as the mouth of a former great river, is the bed of the main stream which drained northern Lemuria in the secondary age. The former actual existence of this river is a fact of science. Will its votaries acknowledge the necessity of accepting the secondary age northern Lemuria demanded by their data? Professor Berthold Seemann not only accepted the reality of such a mighty continent, but regarded Australia and Europe as formerly portions of one continent, thus corroborating the whole horseshoe doctrine already enunciated. No more striking confirmation of our position could be given than the fact that the elevated ridge in the Atlantic basin, 9,000 feet in height, which runs for some 2,000 or 3,000 miles southwards from a point near the British Islands, first slopes towards South America, then shifts almost at right angles to proceed in a southeasterly line toward the African coast, whence it runs on southward to Tristan da Cunha. This ridge is a remnant of the Atlantic continent, and could it be traced further, would establish the reality of a submarine horseshoe junction with a former continent in the Indian Ocean. The Atlantic portion of Lemuria was the geological basis of what is generally known as Atlantis, but which must be regarded rather as a development of the Atlantic prolongation of Lemuria than as an entire new mass of land upheaved to meet the special requirements of the fourth root race. Just as in the case of the race evolution, so in that of the shifting and reshifting of continental masses. No hard and fast line can be drawn as to where a new order ends and another begins. Continuity in natural processes is never broken. Thus, the fourth race Atlanteans were developed from a nucleus of northern Lemurian third race men, and centered, roughly speaking, toward a point of land in what is now the mid-Atlantic Ocean. Their continent was formed by the coalescence of many islands and peninsulas, which were upheaved in the ordinary course of time and ultimately became the true home of the great race known as the Atlanteans. After this consummation was once attained, it follows, as stated on the highest occult authority, that Lemuria should no more be confounded with the Atlantis continent than Europe with America. The above, coming from quarters so discredited by orthodox science, will of course be regarded as a more or less happy fiction. Even the clever work of Donnelly, already mentioned, is put aside, notwithstanding that its statements are all confined within a frame of strictly scientific proofs. But we write for the future. New discoveries in this direction will vindicate the claim of the Asiatic philosophers, that sciences, geology, ethnology, and history included, were pursued by the antediluvian nations who lived untold ages ago. Future finds will justify the correctness of the present observations of such acute minds as H. A. Taine and Renan. The former shows that the civilizations of such archaic nations as the Egyptians, Aryans of India, Chaldeans, Chinese, and Assyrians are the result of preceding civilizations lasting myriads of centuries, and the latter points to the fact that Egypt at the beginning appears mature, old, and entirely without mythical and heroic ages, as if the country had never known youth. Its civilization has no infancy, and its art no archaic period. The civilization of the old monarchy did not begin with infancy. It was already mature. To this, Professor R. Owen adds that Egypt is recorded to have been a civilized and governed community before the time of Menes, and Winchell states that at the epoch of Menes and the Egyptians were already a civilized and numerous people. Manetho tells us that Thothis, the son of this first king Menes, built the palace of Memphis, that he was a physician, and left anatomical books. This is quite natural if we are to believe the statement of Herodotus, who records in Euterpe, CXLII, that the written history of the Egyptian priests dated from around 12,000 years before his time. But what are 12,000 or even 120,000 years compared with the millions of years which have elapsed since the Lemurian period? The latter, however, has not been left without witnesses, notwithstanding its tremendous antiquity. The complete records of the growth, development, social, and even political life of the Lemurians have been preserved in the secret annals. Unfortunately, few are those who can read them, and those who could would still be unable to understand the language, unless acquainted with all the 7 keys of its symbolism. For the comprehension of the occult doctrine is based on that of the 7 sciences, and these sciences find their expression in the 7 different applications of the secret records to the exoteric texts. Thus, we have to deal with modes of thought on 7 entirely different planes of ideality. Every text relates to and has to be rendered from one of the following standpoints. 1. The realistic plane of thought. 2. The idealistic. And 3. The purely divine or spiritual. The other planes too far transcend the average consciousness, especially of the materialistic mind, to admit of their being even symbolized in terms of ordinary phraseology. There is no purely mythical element in any of the ancient religious texts, but the mode of thought in which they were originally written has to be found out and closely adhered to during the process of interpretation. For it is symbolical, the archaic mode of thought, emblematical, a later though very ancient mode of thought, parabolical or allegorical, hieroglyphical, or again, logogrammical, the most difficult method of all. Every letter, as in the Chinese language, representing a whole word. Thus, almost every proper name, whether in the Vedas, the Book of the Dead, or to a certain degree in the Bible, is composed of such logograms. No one not initiated into the mystery of the occult religious logography can presume to know what a name in any ancient fragment means, before he has mastered the meaning of every letter that composes it. How is it to be expected that the merely profane thinker, however great many be his erudition in orthodox symbolism, so to say, i.e., in that symbolism which can never get out of the old grooves of solar myth and sexual worship, how is it to be expected that the profane scholar should penetrate into the arcana behind the veil? One who deals with the husk or shell of the dead letter and devotes himself to the kaleidoscopic transformation of barren word symbols can never expect to get beyond the vagaries of modern mythologists. Thus, Vivasvata, Zethusrus, Deucalion, Noah, etc., all the head figures of the world delusions, universal and partial, astronomical or geological, all furnish in their very names the records of the causes and effects which led to the event, if one can but read them fully. All such delusions are based on events that took place in nature and stand as historical records. Therefore, whether they were sidereal, geological, or even simply allegorical, of a moral event on other and higher planes of being. This, we believe, has now been sufficiently demonstrated during the long explanation necessitated by the allegorical stanzas. To speak of a race 9 yatis, or 27 feet high, in a work claiming a more scientific character than, let us say, the story of Jack the Giant Killer, is a somewhat unusual proceeding. Where are your proofs, the writer will ask? In history and tradition is the answer. Traditions about a race of giants in days of old are universal. They exist in oral and written lore. India had her Danavas and Daityas, Ceylon and her Rakshasas, Greece her Titans, Egypt her colossal heroes, Chaldea her Isdubars, Nimrod, and the Jews their enonyms of the land of Moab, with the famous giants Anakim. Moses speaks of Og, a king whose bedstead was 9 cubits long, 15 feet 4 inches, and 4 wide, and Goliath was 6 cubits and a span in height, or 10 feet 7 inches. The only difference found between revealed scripture and the evidence furnished to us by Herodotus, Diodorus, Siculus, Homer, Pliny, Plutarch, Philostratus, etc., is this. While the pagans mention only the skeletons of giants, dead untold ages before, relics that some of them had personally seen, the Bible interprets unblushingly demand that geology and archaeology should believe that several countries were inhabited by such giants in the days of Moses, giants before whom the Jews were as grasshoppers, and who still existed in the days of Joshua and David. Unfortunately, their own chronology is in the way. Either the latter or the giants has to be given up. Of yet standing witnesses to the submerged continents and the colossal men that inhabited them, there are still a few. Archaeology claims several such on this earth. Though beyond wondering what these may be, it has never been made any serious attempt to solve the mystery, not to speak of the Easter Island statues already mentioned. To what epoch belong the colossal statues, still erect and intact near Bamiyan? Archaeology, as usual, assigns them to the first centuries of Christianity, and errs in this as it does in many other speculations. A few words of description will show the readers what the statues of both Easter Island and Bamiyan. We will first examine what is known of them to orthodox science. Teapi Rapa Nui, or Easter Island, is an isolated spot almost 2,000 miles from the South American coast. In length, it is about 12 miles, in breadth 4, and there is an extinct crater 1,050 feet in its center. The island abounds in craters which have been extinct for so long that no tradition of their activity remains. But who made the great stone images, which are now the chief attraction of the island to visitors? No one knows, says a reviewer. It is more than likely that they were here when the present inhabitants, a handful of Polynesian savages, arrived. Their workmanship is of a high order, and it is believed that the race who formed them were the frequenters of the natives of Peru and other portions of South America. Even at the date of Cook's visit, some of the statues, measuring 27 feet in height and 8 across the shoulders, were lying overthrown, while others still standing appeared much larger. One of the latter was so lofty that the shade was sufficient to shelter a party of 30 persons from the heat of the sun. The platforms on which these colossal images stood averaged from 30 to 40 feet in length, 12 to 16 abroad, all built of hewn stone in the Cyclopean style, very much like the walls of the temple of Pachacamac or the ruins of Tiwanaku in Peru. There is no reason to believe that any of the statues have been built up, bit by scaffolding erected around them, adds the reviewer very suggestively, without explaining how they could be built otherwise, unless made by giants of the same size as the statues themselves. 2 of the best of these colossal images are now in the British Museum. The images at Ronaraka are 4 in number, 3 deeply sunk in the soil, and 1 resting on the back of its head like a man asleep. Their types, though all are long-headed, are different, and they are evidently meant for portraits, as the noses, the mouths, and chins differ greatly in form. Their headdress, moreover, a kind of flat cap with a piece attached to it to cover the back portion of the head, shows that the originals were no savages of the stone period. Verily, the question may be asked, who made them? But it is not archaeology, nor yet geology that is likely to answer, even though the latter recognizes in the island a portion of a submerged continent. But who cut the Bamiyan and still more colossal statues, the tallest and the most gigantic in the whole world? For Bartholdi's Statue of Liberty, now at New York, is a dwarf when compared with the largest of the 5 images. Burns and several learned Jesuits who have visited the place speak of a mountain all honeycombed with gigantic cells, with two immense giants cut in the same rock. They are referred to as the modern Maotse. Vida Supra, quotation from Shu King, the last surviving witness of the Maotse who had troubled the earth. The Jesuits are right, and the archaeologists who see Buddhas in the largest of these statues are mistaken. For all those numberless gigantic ruins which are discovered one after the other in our day, all those immense avenues of colossal ruins that cross North America along and beyond the Rocky Mountains, are the work of Cyclopes, the true and actual giants of old. Masses of enormous human bones were found in America near Munti. A celebrated modern traveler tells us precisely on the spot which local tradition points out as the landing spot of those giants who overran America when it had hardly arisen from the waters. Central Asian traditions say the name of the Bamiyan statues. What are they, and what is the place where they have stood for countless ages, defying the cataclysms around them and even the hand of man, as in the instance of the hordes of Timur and the Vandal warriors of Nadir Shah. Bamiyan is a small, miserable, half-ruined town in Central Asia, halfway between Kabul and Balkh, at the foot of Kohibaba, a huge mountain of the Peloponnesian, or Hindu Kush, chain some 8,500 feet above the level of the sea. In days of old, Bamiyan was a portion of the ancient city of Juljul, ruined and destroyed to the last stone of Genghis Khan in the 13th century. The whole valley is hemmed in by colossal rocks, which are full of partially natural and partially artificial caves and grottos. Once the dwellings of Buddhist monks who had established in them their viharas. Such viharas are to be met with in profusion to this day in the rock-cut temples of India and the valleys of Jalalabad. Such viharas are to be met with in profusion to this day in the rock-cut temples of India and the valleys of Jalalabad. In front of some of these caves, 5 enormous statues of what is regarded as Buddha have been discovered, or rather rediscovered, in our century, for the famous Chinese traveler Huyen Tsang speaks of having seen them when he visited Bamiyan in the 7th century. The contention that no larger statues exist on the whole globe is easily proven on the evidence of all the travelers who have examined them and taken their measurements. Thus, the largest is 173 feet high, or 70 feet higher than the Statue of Liberty, now at New York, as the latter is only 105 feet, or 34 meters high. The famous Colossus of Rhodes itself, between whose legs the largest vessel of those days passed with ease, measures only 120 to 130 feet in height. The second largest statue, which is also cut in the rock like the first, is only 120 feet or 15 feet taller than the said Liberty. The third statue is only 60 feet high, the 2 others still smaller, the last being only a little larger than the average tall man of our present race. The first and largest of the colossi represent a man draped in a kind of toga. M. de Nadillac thinks that the general appearance of the figure, the lines of the head, the drapery, and especially the large hanging ears are undeniable indications that Buddha was meant to be represented. But they really prove nothing, notwithstanding the fact that most of the now existing figures of Buddha, represented in the posture of samadhi, have large drooping ears. This is a later innovation and an afterthought. The primitive idea was due to esoteric allegory. The unnaturally large ears symbolize the omniscience of wisdom, and were meant as a reminder of the power of Him who knows and hears all, and whose benevolent love and attention for all creatures nothing can escape. As a shloka says, the merciful Lord, our Master, hears the cry of agony of the smallest of the small, beyond vale and mountain, and hastens to its deliverance. Gautama Buddha was an Aryan Hindu, and an approach to such ears is found only among the Mongolian Burmese and Siamese, who, as in Cochin, distort their ears artificially. The Buddhist monks who turned the grottos of the Maotse into viharas and cells came into Central Asia about or in the 1st century of the Christian era. Therefore, Hyo Tsang, speaking of the colossal statue, says that the shining of the gold ornamentation that overlaid the statue, in his day, dazzled one's eyes, but of such gilding that remains not a vestige in modern times. The drapery, in contrast to the figure itself, which is cut out of the standing rock, is made of plaster and modeled over the stone image. Talbot, who has made the most careful examination, found that this drapery belonged to a far later epoch. The statue itself is therefore to be assigned to a far earlier period than Buddhism. In such case, it may be asked, whom does it represent? Once more, tradition, corroborated by written records, answers the query and explains the mystery. The Buddhist arhats and ascetics found the 5 statues, and many more now crumbling down to dust. 3 of them standing in colossal niches at the entrance of their future abode. They covered with plaster, and over the old, modeled new statues made to represent Lord Tathagata. The interior walls of the niches are covered to this day with bright paintings of human figures, and the sacred image of Buddha is repeated in every group. These frescoes and ornaments, which remind one of the Byzantine style of painting, are all due to the piety of the monk ascetics, as also are some other minor figures and rock-cut ornamentations. But the 5 statues belong to the handiwork of the initiates of the 4th race, who, after the submersion of their continent, sought refuge in the fastnesses and on the summits of the Central Asian mountain chains. Thus, the 5 statues are an imperishable record of the esoteric teaching as to the gradual evolution of the races. The largest is made to represent the first race of mankind, its ethereal body being commemorated in hard everlasting stone, for the instruction of future generations, as its remembrance would otherwise never have survived the Atlantean deluge. The second, 120 feet high, represents the sweat-born, and the third, measuring 60 feet, immortalizes the race that fell, and thereby inaugurated the first physical race, born of father and mother, the last descendants of which are represented in the statues found on Easter Isle. These were only from 20 to 25 feet in stature at the epoch when Lemuria was submerged, after it had been nearly destroyed by volcanic fires. The 4th race was still smaller, though gigantic in comparison with our present 5th race, and the series culminated finally in the latter. These are then the giants of antiquity, the ante- and post-diluvian Gibborim of the Bible. They lived and flourished 1 million years ago rather than between 3 and 4,000 only. The Anakim of Joshua, whose hosts were as grasshoppers in comparison with the Jews, are thus a piece of Israelite fancy. Unless indeed the people of Israel claim for Joshua an antiquity and origin in the Eocene, or at any rate in the Miocene age, and change the millenniums of their chronology into millions of years. In everything that pertains to prehistoric times, the reader ought to bear in mind the wise words of Montaigne. Saith the great French philosopher, "It is a Scottish presumption to disdain and condemn that for false, which unto us seem to bear no show of likelihood of truth, which is an ordained fault in those who persuade themselves to be of more sufficient than the vulgar sort. But reason hath taught me that so resolutely to condemn a thing for false and impossible is to assume unto himself the advantage to have the bounds and limits of God's will, and the power of our common Mother Nature tied to his sleeve, and that there is no greater folly in the world than to reduce them to the measure of our capacity and bounds of our sufficiency. If we term those things monsters or miracles to which our reason cannot attain, how many such do daily present themselves unto our sight? Let us consider through what clouds, and how blindfold we are led to the knowledge of most things that pass our hands. Verily we shall find it is rather custom than science that receiveth the strangeness of them from us, and that those things, were they newly presented unto us, we should doubtless deem them as much or more unlikely and incredible than any other." A fair-minded scholar, before denying the possibility of our history and records, should search modern history, as well as the universal traditions scattered throughout ancient and modern literature, for traces left by these marvelous early races. Few among the unbelievers suspect the wealth of corroborative evidence which is to be found scattered about and buried, even in the British Museum alone. The reader is asked to throw one more glance at the subject matter, treated of it in the section which follows. Cyclopean ruins and colossal stones as witnesses to giants. De Merville, in his enormous works, Memoir Addresses aux Academies, carrying out the task of proving the reality of the devil and showing his abode in every ancient and modern idol, has collected several hundred pages of historical evidence that in the days of miracle, both pagan and biblical, stones walked, spoke, delivered oracles, and even sang. That finally the Christ stone, or Christ rock, the spiritual rock that followed Israel, became a Jupiter lapis, swallowed by his father Saturn, under the shape of a stone. We will not stop to discuss the evident misuse and materialization of biblical metaphors simply for the sake of proving the Satanism of idols, though a good deal might be said on this subject. But without claiming any such peripateticism and innate psychic faculties for our stones, we may collect, in our turn, every available evidence to hand to show that A. Had there been no giants to move such colossal rocks, there could never have been a Stonehenge, a Karnak, Brittany, or other such cyclopean structures. And B. Were there no such thing as magic, there could never have been so many witnesses to oracular and speaking stones. In the Acacia, we find Pausanias confessing that, in beginning his work, he had regarded the Greeks as mighty stupid for worshipping stones. But having reached Arcadia, he adds, I have changed my way of thinking. Therefore, without worshipping stones or stone idols and statues, which is the same thing, a crime with which Roman Catholics are unwise to reproach pagans as they do, one may be allowed to believe in what so many great philosophers and holy men have believed in, without deserving to be called an idiot by modern Pausaniases. The reader is referred to the Académie des Inscriptions, if he would study the various properties of flints and pebbles from the standpoint of magic and psychic powers. In a poem on stones attributed to Orpheus, these stones are divided into ophites and siderites, the serpent stone and starstone. The ophites is shaggy, hard, heavy, black, and has the gift of speech. When one prepares to cast it away, it produces a sound similar to the cry of a child. It is by means of this stone that Helenus foretold the ruin of Troy, his fatherland. Sanchoniathon and Philobiblos, in referring to these batiles, call them animated stones. Photius repeats what Damascius, Asclepiades, Isidorus, and the physician Eusebius had asserted before him. Eusebius especially never parted with his ophites, which he carried in his bosom, and received oracles from it, delivered in a small voice resembling a low whistling. Arnobius, a holy man, who from a pagan had become one of the lights of the church, as Christians tell their readers, confesses he could never meet with one of such stones without putting it a question, which it answered occasionally in a clear and sharp small voice. Where, then, is the difference between the Christian and the pagan ophites, we ask? The famous stone at Westminster called the Liaphale, the speaking stone, and raised its voice only to name the king that had to be chosen. Cambry, in his Monuments Celtiques, says he saw it when it still bore the inscription, Nia falat fetum, Scotti quocum locatum, inventium lapidum, regnas tenatur ibidum. Finally, Suidas speaks of a certain Paraiscus, who could diminish at a glance the inanimate stones from those which were endowed with motion, and Pliny mentions stones which ran away when a hand approached them. De Merville, who seeks to justify the Bible, inquires very pertinently why the monstrous stones of Stonehenge were called in days of old choir gar, or the dance of giants. From cor, dance, whence choria, and gar, giant. And then he sends the reader to receive his reply from the Bishop St. Gildas. But the authors of such works as Voyage dans le Comte de Carnavole, Sur la Trace de Giants, and of various learned works on the ruins of Stonehenge, Karnak, and West Hoadley, give far fuller and more reliable information upon this particular subject. In those regions, true forests or rocks, immense monoliths are found, some weighing over 500,000 kilograms. These hanging stones of Salisbury Plain are believed to be the remains of a Druidical temple. But the Druids were historical men and not cyclopses or giants. Who then, if not giants, could ever raise such masses, especially those at Carnac and West Hoadley? Range them in such symmetrical order that they should represent the planisphere, and place them in such wonderful equipoise that they seem to hardly touch the ground, and though set in motion at the slightest touch of the finger, would nevertheless resist the efforts of 20 men should they attempt to displace them. Now, if we say that most of these stones are relics of the last Atlanteans, we shall be answered that all the geologists claim them to be of a natural origin, that a rock, when weathering, i.e. losing flake after flake of its substance under the influence of the weather, assumes this form, that the tors in West England exhibit curious forms, also produced by this cause. And thus, since all scientists consider the rocking stones to be of purely natural origin, wind, rain, etc., causing disintegration of rocks in layers, our statement will be justly denied, especially as we see this progress of rock modification in progress around us today. Let us examine the case. First, read what geology has to say, and you will then learn that often these gigantic masses are entire strangers in the countries wherein they are now fixed, that their geological congeners often pertain to strata unknown in those countries to which are only to be found far beyond the seas. Mr. William Tuke, in speculating upon the enormous blocks of granite which are strewn over southern Russia and Siberia, tells the reader that where they now rest there are neither rocks nor mountains, and that they must have been brought over from immense distances and with prodigious efforts. Charton speaks of a specimen of such rock from Ireland, which had been submitted to the analysis of an eminent English geologist, who assigned to it a foreign origin, perhaps even African. This is a strange coincidence, for Irish tradition attributes the origin of her circular stones to a sorcerer who brought them from Africa. De Merville sees in this sorcerer an accursed Hamite. We see in him a dark Atlantean, or perhaps even some earlier Lemurian, who had survived till the birth of the British Islands, a giant in any and every case. Says Cambry naively, men have nothing to do with it, for never could human power and industry undertake anything of this kind. Nature alone has accomplished it all, and science will demonstrate it some day. Nevertheless, it was human, though gigantic power which accomplished it, and no more nature alone than God or devil. Science, having undertaken to demonstrate that even the mind and spirit of man are simply the production of blind forces, is quite capable of accepting the task. And it may be that she will come out some fine morning and seek to prove that nature alone has marshalled the gigantic rocks of Stonehenge, traced their position with mathematical precision, given them the fourth of the Dendera planisphere and of the signs of the zodiac, and brought stones weighing over 1,000,000 of pounds from Africa and Asia to England and Ireland. It is true that Cambry recanted later on when saying, "I believed for a long time in nature, but I recant, for chance is unable to create such marvelous combinations, and those who place the said rocks in equipoise are the same who have raised the moving masses to the pond of Hulgot, near Concarneau." Dr. John Watson, quoted by the same author, when speaking of moving rocks or rocking stones situated on the slope of the Golkar, the enchanter says, "The astonishing movement of these masses, poised in equilibrium, made the Celts compare them to gods." In Stonehenge by Flinders Petrie, it is said that Stonehenge is built of the stone of the district, a red sandstone or sarsen stone, locally called grey weathers. But some of the stones, especially those which are said to have been devoted to astronomical purposes, have been brought from a distance, probably the north of Ireland. To close, the reflections of a man of science in an article upon the subject published in 1850 in the Revue Archéologique are worthy of being quoted. "Every stone is a block whose weight would try the most powerful machines. There are, in a word, scattered throughout the globe, masses before which the word materials seem to remain inexplicable, at the sight of which imagination is confounded, and that had to be endowed with a name as colossal as the things themselves. Besides which, these immense rocking stones, called sometimes routers, placed upright on one of their sides as on a point, their equipoise being so perfect that the slightest touch is sufficient to set them in motion, betray a most positive knowledge of statics. Reciprocal, countermotion, surfaces, plane, convex, and concave. In turn, all this allies them to cyclopean monuments, of which it can be said with good reason, repeating De la Vega, that the demons seem to have worked on them more than men. For once we agree with our friends and foes, the Roman Catholics, and ask whether such prodigies of statics and equilibrium, with masses weighing millions of pounds, can be the work of Paleolithic savages, of cavemen, taller than average men in our century, yet ordinary mortals as we are. It is not our purpose to refer to the various traditions attached to the rocking stones. Still, it may be as well to remind the English reader of Giraldus Cambrensis, who speaks of such a stone on the Isle of Mona, which returned to its place notwithstanding every effort to keep it elsewhere. At the time of the conquest of Ireland by Henry II, Count Hugo Castrensis, desiring to convince himself of the reality of the fact, tied the Mona stone to a far larger one and had them thrown into the sea. On the following morning it was found in its accustomed place. The learned William of Salisbury warrants the fact by testifying to its presence in the wall of a church where he had seen it in 1554. And this reminds me of one of what Pliny said of the stone left by the Argonauts at Cyzicum, which the Cyzicans had placed in the Prytaneum, whence it ran away several times, and so they were forced to weigh it with lead. Here we have immense stones stated by all antiquity to be living, moving, speaking, and self-perambulating. They were also capable, it seems, of making people run away, since they were called routers, from the word rout or put to fight. And Desmousseau shows them all to be prophetic stones, and sometimes called mad stones. The rocking stone is accepted by science. But why did it rock? One must be blind not to see that this motion was one more means of divination, and that they were called for this very reason stones of truth. This is history, the past of prehistoric times warranting the same in later ages. The Draconcha, sacred to the moon and the serpent, were the more ancient rocks of destiny of older nations, and their motion or rocking was a code perfectly clear to the initiated priests, who alone had the key to this ancient reading. Vormius and Olaus Magnus show that it was according to the orders of the oracle, whose voice spoke through these immense rocks raised by the colossal powers of ancient giants, that the kings of Scandinavia were elected. Says Pliny, in India and Persia it is she, the Persian Otizo, whom the Magi had to consult for the election of their sovereigns. And he further describes a rock overshadowing Harpasa in Asia, and placed in such a manner that a single finger can move it, while the weight of the whole body makes it resist. Why then should not the rocking stones of Ireland, or those of Brimham in Yorkshire, have served for the same mode of divination or oracular communications? The hugest of them are evidently the relics of the Atlanteans. The smaller, such as the Brimham rocks, with revolving stones on their summit, are copies from the more ancient lithoi. Had not the bishops of the Middle Ages destroyed all the plans of the Draconcha they could lay their hands on? Science would know more of these. As it is, we know that they were universally used during long prehistoric ages, and all for the same purposes of prophecy and magic. E. Biot, a member of the Institute of France, published in the Antiques de France, Volume 9, an article showing that Chatamparamba, the field of death or ancient burial ground of Malabar, to be identical in situation with the old tombs at Karnak, that is to say, a prominence and a central tomb. Bones are found in the tombs, and Mr. Hollywell tells us that some of these are enormous, the natives calling the tombs the dwellings of the Rakshasas, or giants. Several stone circles considered the work of the Panch Pandava, 5 Pandus, as all such monuments are in India, where they are to be found in such great numbers when opened by the direction of Raja Vasaridi. were found to contain human bones of a very large size. Again, de Merville is right in his generalization, if not in his conclusions, as the long-cherished theory that the Dracontia are mostly witnesses to great natural geological commotions, Charton, and the work of nature, Cambrai, is now exploded. His remarks are very just. We advise science to reflect, and above all, no longer to class titans and giants among primitive legends. For their works are there, under our eyes, and these rocking masses will oscillate on their basis to the end of the world, to help them realize once and for all that one is not altogether a candidate for Charenton for believing in wonders certified to by the whole of antiquity. This is just what we can never repeat too often, though it may be that the voices of both occultists and Roman Catholics are raised in the desert. Nevertheless, no one can fail to see that science is as inconsistent, to say the least, in its modern speculations, as was ancient and medieval theology in its interpretations of the so-called revelation. Science would have men descend from the pithecoid ape, a transformation requiring millions of years, and yet fears to make mankind older than 100,000 years. Science teaches the gradual transformation of species, natural selection, and evolution from the lowest form to the highest, from mollusk to fish, from reptile to bird and mammalian. Yet it refuses to man, who is physiologically only a higher mammal and animal, such a transformation of his external form. But if the monstrous iguanodon of the Walden may have been the ancestor of the diminutive iguana of today, why could not the monstrous man of the Secret Doctrine have become the modern man, the link between animal and angel? Is there anything more unscientific in this theory than in that of refusing to man a spiritually mortal ego, making of him an automaton, and ranking him at the same time as a distinct genus in the system of nature? Occult scientists may be less scientific than the present exact sciences. They are nevertheless more logic and consistent in their teachings. Physical forces and the natural affinities of atoms may be sufficient as factors to transform a plant into an animal, but it requires more than the mere interplay between certain material aggregates and their environment to call to life a fully conscious man, even though he were no more indeed than a ramification between two poor cousins of the quadrimanous order. Occult sciences admit with Haeckel that objective life on our globe is a logical postulate of scientific natural history. But add that the rejection of a like spiritual involution from without, of invisible subjective spirit life, eternal and a principle in nature, is more illogical, if possible, than to say that the universe and all in it has been gradually built by blind forces, inherent in matter without any external help. Suppose an occultist were to claim that the first grand organ of a cathedral had come originally into being as follows. First, there was a progressive and gradual elaboration in space of an organizable material, which resulted in the production of a state of matter named organic protein. Then, under the influence of incident forces, these states having been thrown into a phase of unstable equilibrium, they slowly and majestically evolved into new combinations of carved and polished wood, of brass pins and staples, of leather and ivory, windpipes and bellows. After which, having adapted all its parts into one harmonious and symmetrical machine, the organ suddenly pealed forth Mozart's Requiem. This was followed by a sonata of Beethoven, etc., ad infinitum, its keys playing of themselves and the wind blowing into the pipes by its own inherent force and fancy. What would science say to such a theory? Yet it is precisely in such wise that the materialistic savants tell us that the universe was formed, with its millions of beings and man, its spiritual crown. Whatever may have been the real inner thought of Mr. Herbert Spencer when writing on the subject of the gradual transformation of species, his words apply to our doctrine. Construed in terms of evolution, every kind of being is conceived as a product of modifications wrought by insensible gradations on a pre-existing kind of being. Then why, in this case, should not historical man be the product of a modification on a pre-existent and prehistorical kind of man, even supposing for argument's sake that there is nothing within him to last longer than, or live independently of, his physical structure? But this is not so. For when we are told that organic matters are produced in the laboratory by what we may literally call artificial evolution, we answer the distinguished English philosopher that alchemists and great adepts did as much, and indeed far more, before the chemists ever attempted to build out of dissociated elements complex combinations. The homunculi of Paracelsus are a fact in alchemy, and will become one of chemistry's very likely, and then Mrs. Shelley's Frankenstein monster will have to be regarded as a prophecy. But no chemist, or alchemist either, will ever endow such a monster with more than animal instinct, unless indeed he does that with which the progenitors are credited, namely leave his own physical body, and incarnate in the empty form. But even this would be an artificial, not a natural man, for our progenitors had in the course of eternal evolution to become gods before they became men. The above digression, if indeed it is one, is an attempt at justification before the few thinking men of the coming century who may read this. It also gives the reason why the best and most spiritual men of our present day can no longer be satisfied with either science or theology, and why they prefer any psychic craze to the dogmatic assertions of the pair, since neither of them, in its infallibility, has anything better to offer than blind faith. Universal tradition is by far the safer guide in life, and universal tradition shows primitive man living for ages together with his creators and first instructors, the Elohim, in the world's Garden of Eden, or delight. 45. The first great waters came. They swallowed the 7 great islands. A. 46. All holy saved, the unholy destroyed, with them most of the huge animals, produced from the sweat of the earth. B. A. As this subject, the 4th great deluge on our globe in this round, is fully treated in the sections that follow the last stanza, to say anything more at present would be a mere anticipation. The 7 great islands, Vipas, belong to the continent of Atlantis. The secret teachings show that the deluge overtook the 4th giant race, not on account of its depravity or because it had become black with sin, but simply because such is the fate of every continent, which, like everything else under our sun, is born, lives, becomes decrepit, and dies. This is when the 5th race was in its infancy. B. Thus the giants perished, the magicians and the sorcerers adds the fancy of popular tradition. But all holy saved, and alone the unholy were destroyed. This was due, however, as much to the provision of the holy ones, who had not lost the use of their 3rd eye, as to karma and natural law. Speaking of the subsequent race, our 5th humanity, the commentary says, alone the handful of those elect, whose divine instructors had gone to inhabit that sacred island, from whence the last Savior will come, now kept mankind from becoming one half the exterminator of the other, as mankind is now. HPB. It, mankind, became divided. 2/3 of it were ruled by dynasties of lower, material spirits of the earth, who took possession of the easily accessible bodies. 1/3 remained faithful and joined with the nascent 5th race, the divine incarnates. When the poles moved for the 4th time, this did not affect those who were protected, and who had separated from the 4th race. Like the Lemurians, alone the ungodly Atlanteans perished and were seen no more. Stanza 12. The 5th race and its divine instructors. 47. The remnants of the first 2 races disappear forever. Groups of the various Atlantean races saved from the deluge along with the forefathers of the 5th. 48. The origins of our present race, the 5th. The first divine dynasties. 49. The earliest glimmerings in history now pinned to the allegorical chronology of the Bible and universal history slavishly following it. The nature of the first instructors and civilizers of mankind. 47. Few remained. Some yellow, some brown and black, and some red remained. The moon-colored were gone forever. A. 48. The 5th, produced from the holy stock, remained. It was ruled over by the first divine kings. 49. The serpents, who redescended, who made peace with the 5th, who taught and instructed it. B. A. This shloka relates to the fifth race. History does not begin with it, but living and ever-recurring tradition does. History, or what is called history, does not go back further than the fantastic origins of our fifth subrace, a few thousands of years. It is the subdivisions of the first subrace of the fifth root race which are referred to in the sentence, "Some yellow, some brown and black, and some red remained." The moon-colored, i.e. the first and second races, were gone forever, aye, without leaving any traces whatever, and that, so far back as the third deluge of the third Lemurian race, that great dragon, whose tail sweeps whole nations out of existence in the twinkling of an eye. And this is the true meaning of the verse in the commentary which says, "The great dragon has respect, but for the serpents of wisdom, the serpents whose holes are now under the triangular stones." Or in other words, the pyramids at the four corners of the world. B. This puts clearly what is mentioned more than once elsewhere in the commentaries, namely, that the adepts or wise men of the third, fourth, and fifth races dwelt in subterranean habitats, generally under some kind of pyramidal structure, if not actually under a pyramid. For such pyramids existed in the four corners of the world, and were never the monopoly of the land of the pharaohs, though indeed until they were found scattered all over the two Americas, under and above ground, beneath and amidst virgin forests, and also in plain and vale. They were generally supposed to be the exclusive property of Egypt. If true geometrically correct pyramids are no longer found in European regions, nevertheless, many of the supposed early Neolithic caves of the colossal triangular pyramidal and conical menhirs in Morbihan and Brittany generally, many of the Danish tumuli, and even of the giant tombs of Sardinia, with their inseparable companions, the naragi, are so many more or less clumsy copies of the pyramids. Most of these are the works of the first settlers of the newly born continent and isles of Europe, the some yellow, some brown and black, and some red races that remained after the submersion of the last Atlantean continents and islands 850,000 years ago, Plato's island excepted, and before the arrival of the great Aryan races, while others were built by the earliest immigrants from the East. Those who can hardly accept the placing of the antiquity of the human race so far back as the 57,000 years, the age assigned by Dr. Dowler to the skeleton found by him in New Orleans on the banks of the Mississippi, will, of course, reject these facts. But they may find themselves mistaken some day. We disparage the foolish self-glorification of the Arcadians, who styled themselves older than the moon, and of the people of Attica, who claimed that they had existed before the sun appeared in heaven, but not their undeniable antiquity. Nor can we laugh at the universal belief that we had giant ancestors. The fact that the bones of the mammoth and the mastodon, and in one case those of a gigantic salamander, had been mistaken for human bones, does not make away with the difficulty that, of all the mammalians, man is the only one whom science will not allow to have dwarfed down, like all other animal frames, from the giant Homo deluvii to the creature between 5 and 6 feet that he is now. But the serpents of wisdom have preserved their records well, and the history of human evolution is traced in heaven, as it is traced on underground walls. Humanity and the stars are bound together indissolubly, because of the intelligences that rule the latter. Modern symbologists may scoff at this and call it fancy, but as Mr. Staniland Wake writes, it is unquestionable that the deluge has ever been associated in the legends of some Eastern peoples not only with the pyramids, but also with the constellations. The old dragon is identical with the Great Flood, says Mr. Proctor. We know that in the past the constellations of the dragon was at the pole or boss of the celestial sphere. In stellar temples, the dragon would be the uppermost or ruling constellation. It is singularly how closely these constellations, correspond in sequence and in range of right ascension with the events recorded, respecting the biblical flood. The reasons for this singularity, however, have been made abundantly clear in this work. It only shows that there were several deluges confused in the memories and traditions of the sub-races of the fifth race. The first great flood was astronomical and cosmical, while several others were terrestrial. And yet our very learned friend Mr. Gerald Massey, an initiate truly in the mysteries of the British Museum, still only a self-initiate, declared and insisted that the Atlantean submersion and deluge were only the anthropomorphized fancies of ignorant people, and that Atlantis was no better than an astronomical allegory. But the great zodiacal allegory is based upon historical events. An allegory can hardly interfere with history. Moreover, every student of occultism knows what the astronomical and zodiacal allegory means. Dr. Smith shows in the Nimrod epic of the Assyrian tablets the real meaning of the allegory. Its 12 cantos refers to the annual course of the sun through the 12 months of the year. Each tablet answers to a special month and contains a distinct reference to the animal forms in the signs of the zodiac. The 11th canto being consecrated to Rimmon, the god of storms and rain, and harmonizes with the 11th sign of the zodiac, Aquarius, or the waterman. But even this is preceded in the old records by the pre-astronomical cosmic flood, which became allegorized and symbolized in the above zodiacal or Noah's flood. But this has nothing to do with Atlantis. The pyramids are closely connected with the ideas of both the constellation of the Great Dragon, the Dragons of Wisdom, or the great initiates of the third and fourth races, and the floods of the Nile, regarded as a divine reminder of the great Atlantic flood. The astronomical records of universal history, however, are said to have had their beginnings with the third subrace of the fourth root race, or the Atlanteans. When was it? Occult data show that even since the time of the regular establishment of the zodiacal calculations in Egypt, the poles have been thrice inverted. We will presently return again to this statement. Such symbols as are represented by the signs of the zodiac, a fact which offers a handle to materialists upon which to hang their one-sided theories and opinions, have too profound a signification, and their bearing upon our humanity is too important to suffer dismissal in a few words. Meanwhile, we have to consider the meaning of the statement in Shloka 48 concerning the first divine kings, who are said to have redescended, guided, and instructed our fifth race after the last deluge. We shall consider this last claim historically in the sections that follow, but must end with a few more details on the subject of serpents. The rough commentaries on the archaic stanzas have to end here. Further elucidation requires proofs obtained from ancient, medieval, and modern works which have treated of these subjects. All such evidence is now to be gathered in, collated, and brought together in better order, so as to compel the attention of the reader to this wealth of historical proofs. And as the manifold meaning of the weird and suggestive symbol, so often referred to, of the tempter of man, in the orthodox light of the Church, can never be too strongly insisted upon, it seems more advisable to exhaust the subject by every available proof, at this juncture even at the risk of repetition. The Titans and Kabirs have been invariably made out by our theologians and some pious symbologists to be indissolubly connected with the grotesque personage called the devil. And every proof which goes against their theory has been hitherto as invariably rejected and ignored. The occultist must, therefore, neglect nothing which may tend to defeat the conspiracy of slander. And so we propose to divide the subjects involved in these last 3 verses into several groups, and to examine them as carefully and as fully as space permits. A few more details may thus be added to the general evidences of antiquity, on the most disputed tenets of occultism and the esoteric doctrine, the bulk of which, however, will be found in Part 2 on symbology. Serpents and dragons under different symbolisms. The name of the dragon in Chaldea was not written phonetically, but was represented by 2 monograms, meaning probably, according to the Orientalists, the scaly one, This description very pertinently, remarks G. Smith, of course might apply either to a fabulous dragon, a serpent, or a fish. To this we may add that in one aspect it applies to Makara, the 10th zodiacal sign, the Sanskrit term for a nondescript amphibious animal, generally called crocodile, but really signifying something else. This, then, is a virtual admission that the Assyriologists, at all events, know nothing certain as to the status of the dragon in ancient Chaldea. It was from Chaldea that the Hebrews got their symbolism, only to be afterwards robbed of it by the Christians, who made of the scaly one a living entity and a maleficent power. A specimen of dragons, winged and scaled, may be seen in the British Museum. In this representation of the events of the fall, according to the same authority, there are also two figures sitting on each side of a tree and holding out their hands to the apple, while at the back of the tree is the dragon serpent. Esoterically, the two figures are two Chaldees ready for initiation, the serpent symbolizing the initiator, while the jealous gods, who cursed the three, are the exoteric profane clergy. Not as much of the literal biblical event there as any occultist can see. The great dragon has respect but for the serpents of wisdom, says the stanza, thus proving the correctness of our explanation of the two figures in the serpent. The serpents who redescended, who taught and instructed the fifth race. What sane man in our day is capable of believing that real serpents are hereby meant? Hence the rough guess, now become almost an axiom with men of science, that those who in antiquity wrote upon various sacred dragons and serpents were either superstitious and credulous people, or were bent upon deceiving those more ignorant than themselves. Yet from Homer downwards, the term implied something hidden from the profane. Terrible are the gods when they manifest themselves, those gods whom men call dragons. And Aelianus, treating in his De Natura Animalium of those Ophidian symbols, makes certain remarks which show that he well understood the nature of those most ancient symbols. Thus, with reference to the above Homeric verse, he most pertinently explains, "For the dragon, while sacred and to be worshipped, has within himself something still more of the divine nature, of which it is better, for others, to remain in ignorance." The dragon symbol has a septenary meaning, and of those 7 meanings, the highest and the lowest may be given. The highest is identical with the self-born, the Logos, and the Hindu Aja. With the Christian Gnostics, called the Nicaeans, or serpent worshippers, he was the second person of the Trinity, the Son. His symbol was the constellation of the dragon. Its 7 stars are the 7 stars held in the hand of the Alpha and Omega in Revelation. In its most terrestrial meaning, the term dragon was applied to the wise men. This portion of the religious symbolism of antiquity is very abstruse and mysterious, and may remain incomprehensible to the profane. In our modern day, it so jars on the Christian ear that, in spite of our boasted civilization, it can hardly escape being regarded as a direct denunciation of the most cherished of Christian dogmas. Such a subject required, to do it justice, the pen and genius of Milton, whose poetical fiction has now taken root in the Church as a revealed dogma. Did the allegory of the dragon and his supposed conqueror in heaven originate with St. John in his Revelation? Emphatically we answer, no, St. John's dragon is Neptune, the symbol of Atlantean magic. In order that we may demonstrate this negation, the reader is asked to examine the symbolism of the serpent or the dragon under its several aspects. The sidereal and cosmic glyphs. Every astronomer, not to speak of occultists and astrologers, knows that, figuratively speaking, the astral light, the Milky Way, and also the path of the sun to the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, as well as the circles of the sidereal or tropical year, were always called serpents in the allegorical and mystic phraseology of the adepts. This cosmically as well as metaphorically. Poseidon is a dragon, the dragon Kozar, called by the profane Neptune, according to the Parate Gnostics, the good and perfect serpent, the Messiah of the Nicene, whose symbol in heaven is Draco. But we ought to discriminate between the various characters of this symbol. Now Zoroastrian esotericism is identical with that of the Secret Doctrine, and when an occultist reads in the Vendidad complaints uttered against the serpent, whose bites have transformed the beautiful, eternal spring of Ariana Vallejo, changing it into winter, generating disease and death, and at the same time mental and psychic consumption, he knows that the serpent alluded to is the North Pole, and also the pole of the heavens. These two axes produce the seasons according to their angle and inclination of each other. The two axes were no more parallel, hence the eternal spring of Ariana Vallejo by the good river Datya had disappeared, and the Aryan Magi had to emigrate to Sogdania, say the exoteric accounts. But the esoteric teaching states that the pole had passed from the equator, and that the land of bliss of the fourth race, its inheritance from the third, has now become the region of desolation and woe. This alone ought to be incontrovertible proof of the great antiquity of the Zoroastrian scriptures. The Neo-Aryans of the post-Diluvian age could, of course, hardly recognize the mountains, on the summits of which their forefathers had met before the flood, and conversed with the pure Yazantas, or celestial spirits of the elements, whose life and food they had once shared. As shown by Eckstein, the Vendidad seems to point out a great change in the atmosphere of Central Asia, strong volcanic eruptions and the collapse of a whole range of mountains in the neighborhood of the Karakoram chain. The Egyptians, according to Eusebius, who, for a wonder, once wrote the truth, symbolized cosmos by a large fiery circle, with a serpent with a hawk's head lying across its diameter. Here we see the pole of the earth within the plane of the ecliptic, attended with all the fiery consequences that must arise from such a state of the heavens. When the whole zodiac, in 25,000 odd years, must have reddened with the solar blaze, and each sign must have been vertical to the polar region. Meru, the abode of the gods, as explained before, was placed in the North Pole, while Patala, the nether region, was supposed to lie towards the south. As each symbol in esoteric philosophy has 7 keys, Meru and Patala have geographically one significance and represent localities, while astronomically they have another, and mean the 2 poles, the latter meaning led to their being often rendered in exoteric sectarianism as the mountain and the pit, or heaven and hell. If we for the present hold only to the astronomical and geographical significance, it may be found that the ancients knew the topography and nature of the Arctic and Antarctic regions better than any of our modern astronomers. They had reasons, and good ones, for naming one the mountain and the other the pit. As the author just quoted half explains, Helion and Acheron meant nearly the same. Helion is the sun in its highest, Helios or Ilios meaning the most high, and Acheron is 32 degrees above the pole, and 32 below it. The allegorical river being thus supposed to touch the northern horizon in the latitude of 32 degrees. The vast concave that is ever hidden from our sight and which surrounded the southern pole, the first astronomers called the pit, while observing toward the northern pole that a certain circuit in the heavens always appeared above the horizon. They called it the mountain. As Meru is the high abode of the gods, these were said to ascend and descend periodically, by which, astronomically, the zodiacal gods were meant, the passing of the original north pole of the earth to the south pole of the heaven. In that age at noon, the ecliptic would be parallel with the meridian, and part of the zodiac would descend from the north pole to the north horizon, crossing the 8 coils of the serpent, 8 sidereal years, or over 200,000 solar years, which would seem like an imaginary ladder with 8 staves reaching from the earth up to the pole, i.e. the throne of Jove. Up this ladder then the gods, i.e. the signs of the zodiac, ascended and descended, Jacob's ladder and the angels. It is more than 400,000 years since the zodiac formed the sides of this ladder. This is an ingenious explanation, even if it is not altogether free from occult heresy, yet it is nearer the truth than many of a more scientific and especially theological character. As said, the Christian Trinity was purely astronomical from its beginning. This it was which made Rutilius say of those who euhemerized it, Judea gens radix stultorum. But the profane, and especially Christian fanatics, who are ever in search of scientific corroboration for their dead-letter texts, persist in seeing in the celestial pole the true serpent of Genesis, Satan, the enemy of mankind, whereas it is really a cosmic metaphor. When the gods are said to forsake the earth, it means not only the gods, the protectors and the instructors, but also the minor gods, the regents of the zodiacal signs. The former, as actual and existing entities which gave birth to, nursed, and instructed mankind in its early youth, appear in every scripture. In that of the Zoroastrians as well as in the Hindu Gospels. Ormazd, or Ahura Mazda, the Lord of Wisdom, is the synthesis of the Amshaspans, or Amesha Spentas, the immortal benefactors. The Word, or the Logos, and its 6 highest aspects in Mazdianism. These immortal benefactors are described in Zamyajasht as the Amisha Spentas, the shining, having efficacious eyes, great, helpful, imperishable, and pure, which are all 7 of like mind, like speech, all 7 doing alike, which are the creators and destroyers of the creatures of Ahura Mazda, their creators and overseers, their protectors and rulers. These few lines are sufficient to indicate the dual and even the triple character of the Amshaspans, or Jan Chohans, or the serpents of wisdom. They are identical with, and yet separate from Ormazd, Ahura Mazda. They are also the angels of the stars of the Christians, the star Yazadas of the Zoroastrians, or again the 7 planets, including the sun, of every religion. The epithet, the shining, having efficacious eyes, proves it. This on the physical and sidereal planes. On the spiritual, they are the divine powers of Ahura Mazda. But on the astral or psychic plane again, they are the builders, the watchers, the Petris, or fathers, and the first preceptors of mankind. When mortals have become sufficiently spiritualized, there will be no more need of forcing them into a correct comprehension of ancient wisdom. Men will know then that there never was yet a great world reformer whose name has passed into our generation, who A. was not a direct emanation of the Logos, under whatever name known to us, i.e. an essential incarnation of one of the 7, of the divine spirit who is sevenfold, and B. who had not appeared before in past cycles. They will recognize then the cause which produces certain riddles of the ages, in both history and chronology. The reason, for instance, why it is impossible for them to assign any reliable date to Zoroaster, who is found multiplied by 12 and 14 in the Dabistan. Why the numbers and individualities of the Rishis and Manus are so mixed up. Why Krishna and Buddha speak of themselves as reincarnations. Krishna identifying himself with the Rishi Narayana, and Gautama giving a series of his previous births. And why the former, especially, being the very supreme Brahma, and is yet called Anshanas Shavatara, a part of a part, only of the supreme on earth, finally, why Osiris is a great god, and at the same time a prince on earth, who reappears in Thoth Hermes, and why Jesus, in Hebrew, Joshua, of Nazareth, is recognized Kabbalistically in Joshua the son of Nun, as well as in other personages. The esoteric doctrine explains all this by saying that each of these, as also many others, had first appeared on earth as one of the 7 powers of the Logos, individualized as a god or angel, messenger. Then, mixed with matter, they had reappeared in turn as great sages and instructors who taught the 5th race. After having instructed the 2 preceding races, had ruled during the divine dynasties, and had finally sacrificed themselves to be reborn under various circumstances for the good of mankind, and for its salvation at certain critical periods, until in their last carnations they had become truly only the parts of a part, on earth through de facto the one supreme in nature. This is the metaphysics of theogony, Now every power among the seven, once he is individualized, has in his charge one of the elements of creation, and rules over it. Hence the many meanings in every symbol. These, unless interpreted according to the esoteric methods, generally lead to inextricable confusion. Does the Western Kabbalist, who is generally an opponent of the Eastern occultist, require a proof? Let him open Eliphas Levi's Histoire de la Magique and carefully examine his grand symbol Kabbalistique from the Zohar. He will find there, in the engraving, a development of the interlaced triangles, a white man above a black woman, below reversed, the legs passing under the extended arms of the male figure, and protruding behind the shoulders, while their hands join at an angle on each side. Eliphas Levi makes of this symbol God and nature, or God light, mirrored inversely in nature and matter darkness. Kabbalistically and symbolically he is right, but only so far as emblematical cosmogony goes. Neither has he invented the symbol, nor have the Kabbalists. The two figures in white and black stone have existed in the temples of Egypt from time immemorial, agreeable to tradition and historically, ever since the day of the king Cambyses, who personally saw them. Therefore, the symbol must have been in existence for nearly 2,500 years. This, at the very least, for Cambyses, who was a son of Cyrus the Great, succeeded his father in the year 529 BC. These figures were the two Kabiri, personifying the opposite poles. Herodotus tells posterity that when Cambyses entered the temple of the Kabirim, he burst into an indistinguishable fit of laughter on perceiving what he thought to be a man erect and a woman standing on top of her head before him. These were the poles, however, whose symbol was intended to commemorate the passing of the original north pole of the earth to the south pole of the heaven, as perceived by Mackey. But they also represented the poles inverted, in consequence of the great inclination of the axis, which each time resulted in the displacement of the oceans, the submersion of the polar lands, and the consequent upheaval of new continents in the equatorial regions, and vice versa. These Kabirim were the deluge gods. This may help us to get at the key of the seemingly hopeless confusion among the numbers of names and titles given to one and the same gods, and classes of gods. Faber, at the beginning of this century, showed the identity of the Corybantes, Curantes, Dioscuri, Anactes, D. Magni, Id, Dactyli, Lares, Penates, Manes, Titans, and Alati with the Kabiri. And we have shown that the latter were the same as the Manus, the Rishis, and our Jan Chohans, who incarnated in the elect in the third and fourth races. Thus, while in theogony, the Kabiri Titans were seven great gods. Cosmically and astronomically, the Titans were called Atlantes, because perhaps, as Faber says, they were connected with At-al-As, the divine sun, and with Tit, the deluge. But this, if true, is only the exoteric version. Esoterically, the meaning of their symbols depends on the appellation, or title used. The seven mysterious, awe-inspiring great gods, the Dioscuri, the deities surrounded with the darkness of occult nature, become the Dactyli, or Idaic fingers with the adept healers by metals. The true etymology of the name Lares, now signifying ghosts, must be sought in the Etruscan word Lars, conductor, leader. Sanchoniathon translates the word Aleti as fire worshippers, and Faber believes it to be derived from Al-Orit, the god of fire. Both are right, for in both cases it is a reference to the sun, the highest god, toward whom the planetary gods gravitate, astronomically and allegorically, and whom they worship. As Lares, they are truly the solar deities, though Faber's etymology that Lar is a contraction of Elar, the solar deity, is not very correct. They are the Lares, the conductors and leaders of men. As Alete, they were the seven planets, astronomically, and as Lares, the regents of these planets are protectors and rulers mystically. For purposes of exoteric or phallic worship, and also cosmically, they were the Kabiri, whose attributes and dual capacities were denoted by the names of their temples, to which they respectively belonged, and also by those of their priests. They all belonged, however, to the septenary creative and informing groups of the Jan Chohans. The Sabians, who worshipped the regents of the 7 planets, just as the Hindus worshipped their rishis, held Seth and his son Hermes, Enoch or Enos, at the highest among the planetary gods. Seth and Enos were borrowed from the Sabians and then disfigured by the Jews, exoterically. But the truth about them can still be discovered, even in Genesis. Seth is a progenitor of those early men of the 3rd race, in whom the planetary angels had incarnated. He was himself a Jan Chohan and believed to the informing gods, and Enos, Hanok or Enoch, or Hermes, was said to be his son, Enos being a generic name for all the early seers, Enochian, thence the worship. The Arabic writer Suyuti says that the earliest records mention Seth or Set as the founder of Sabism, and that the pyramids which embody the planetary system were regarded as the place of sepulchre of both Seth and Idris, Hermes or Enoch. That thither Sabians proceeded on pilgrimage and chanted prayers 7 times a day, turning to the north, Mount Meru, Kaf, Olympus, etc. Ab al-Latif also tells us some curious things about the Sabians and their books. So also does Eden Ahmed ben Yaha, who wrote 200 years later. While the latter maintains that each pyramid was consecrated to a star regent rather, Ab al-Latif assures us that he had read in ancient Sabian books that one pyramid was the tomb of a Gathodamon and the other of Hermes. The Gathodamon was none other than Seth, and according to some writers, Hermes was his son. Adds Mr. Staniland Wake in the Great Pyramid, thus while in Samothrace and the oldest Egyptian temples, the Kabiri were the great cosmic gods, the 7 and the 49 sacred fires. In the Grecian fanes, their rites became mostly phallic, and therefore, to the profane, obscene. In the latter case, they were 3 and 4 or 7, the male and the female principles, the crux and sada. This division shows why some classical writers held that they were only 3, while others named 4, and these were Axeros, in his female aspect Demeter, Axiochirsa, Persephone, Axiochirsos, Pluto or Hades, and Cadmos or Casmilos, Hermes, not the Ithyphallic Hermes mentioned by Herodotus, but he of the sacred legend, which was explained only during the Samothracian mysteries. This identification, which is due, according to the scholiast on Apollonius Rhodius, to an indiscretion of Nasses, is really no identification at all, as names alone do not reveal much. Others again have maintained, being equally right in their way, that there were only 2 Kabiri. These were, esoterically, the 2 Dioscuri, Castor and Pollux, and exoterically, Jupiter and Bacchus. These 2 personified the terrestrial poles, geodesically, the terrestrial pole, and the pole of the heavens, astronomically, and also the physical and the spiritual man. The story of Semele and Jupiter and the birth of Bacchus, Bimater, with all the circumstances attending it, needs only to be read esoterically for the understanding of the allegory. The parts played in the event by fire, water, earth, etc., in the many versions will show how the father of the gods and the merry god of wine were also made to personify the 2 terrestrial poles. The telluric, metalline, magnetic, electric, and the fiery elements are all so many allusions and references to the cosmic and astronomic character of the Diluvian tragedy. In astronomy, the poles are indeed the heavenly measure, and so are the Kabiri Dioscuri, as will be shown, and the Kabiri Titans, to whom Diodorus ascribes the invention of fire and the art of manufacturing iron. Moreover, Pausanias shows that the original Kabiric deity was Prometheus. But the fact that, Astronomically, the Titan Kabirim were also the generators and regulators of the seasons, and cosmically, the great volcanic energies, the gods presiding over all the metals and terrestrial works, does not prevent them from being, in their original divine characters, the beneficent entities who, symbolized in Prometheus, brought light to the world and endowed humanity with intellect and reason. They are preeminently in every theogony, especially in the Hindu, the sacred divine fires, 3, 7, and 49, according as the allegory demands it. Their very names prove it, for they are the Agniputra, or the sons of fire, in India, and the genii of the fire under numerous names in Greece and elsewhere. Welker, Mori, and now Descharmes show the name Kabirios, meaning the powerful through fire, from Greek to burn. The Semitic word Kabirim contains the idea of the powerful, the mighty, and the great, answering to the Greek, but these are later epithets. These gods are universally worshipped, and their origin is lost in the night of time. Yet whether propitiated in Phrygia, Phoenicia, the Troad, Thrace, Egypt, Lemnos, or Sicily, their cult was always connected with fire, their temples ever built in the most volcanic localities, and in exoteric worship they belonged to the Chthonian divinities, and therefore has Christianity made of them infernal gods. They are truly the great, beneficent, and powerful gods, as Cassius Hermoni calls them. At Thebes, Kor and Demeter, the Kabirim, had a sanctuary, and at Memphis the Kabiri had a temple so sacred that none, excepting the priests, were suffered to enter its holy precincts. But we must not, at the same time, lose sight of the fact that the title of Kabiri was generic, that the Kabiri, the mighty gods as well as mortals, were of both sexes, and also terrestrial, celestial, and cosmic. That while in their later capacity of rulers of sidereal and terrestrial powers, a purely geological phenomena, as it is now regarded, was symbolized in the persons of those rulers. They were also, in the beginning of times, the rulers of mankind. When incarnated as kings of the divine dynasties, they gave the first impulse to civilization, and directed the mind with which they had endued men, to the invention and perfection of all the arts and sciences. Thus, the Kabiri are said to have appeared as the benefactors of men, and as such they lived for ages in the memory of nations. To these Kabiri, or Titans, is ascribed the invention of letters, the Devanagari, or alphabet and language of the gods, of laws and legislature, of architecture, as also of the various modes of magic, so-called, and of the medieval use of plants. Hermes, Orpheus, Cadmus, Asclepius, all those demigods and heroes to whom is ascribed the revelation of sciences to men, and in whom Bryant, Faber, Bishop Cumberland, and so many other Christian writers, too zealous for plain truth, would force posterity to see only pagan copies of the sole prototype, named Noah, are all generic names. It is the Kabiri who are credited with having revealed the great boon of agriculture by producing corn or wheat. What Isis, Osiris, the once living Kabiria, did in Egypt, that Ceres is said to have done in Sicily, they all belong to one class. That serpents were ever emblems of wisdom and prudence is again shown by the caduceus of Mercury, one with Thought, the god of wisdom, and with Hermes, and so on. The two serpents entwined round the rod are phallic symbols of Jupiter and other gods who transform themselves into snakes for purposes of seducing goddesses, only in the unclean fancies of profane symbologists. The serpent has ever been the symbol of the adept, and his powers of immortality and divine knowledge. Mercury, in his psychopompic character, conducting and guiding the souls of the dead to Hades, with his caduceus and even raising them to life with it, is a simple and very transparent allegory. It shows the dual power of the secret wisdom, black and white magic. It shows this personified wisdom guiding the soul after death, and displaying the power of calling to life that which is dead. A very deep metaphor if one but thinks over its meaning. All the peoples of antiquity, with one exception, reverenced this symbol, the exception being the Christians, who chose to forget the brazen serpent of Moses, and even the implied acknowledgement of the great wisdom and prudence of the serpent by Jesus himself. Be ye wise as serpents and harmless as doves. The Chinese, one of the oldest nations of our fifth race, made it the emblem of their emperors, who are thus the degenerate successors of the serpents, or initiates, who ruled the early races of the fifth humanity. The emperor's throne is the dragon's seat, and his dresses of state are embroidered with the likeness of the dragon. The aphorisms of the oldest books of China, moreover, say plainly that the dragon is a human, albeit divine being. Speaking of the yellow dragon, the chief of the others, the Tuan Ying Tu says, "His wisdom and virtue are unfathomable. He does not go in company and does not live in herds. He is an ascetic. He wanders in the wilds beyond the heavens. He comes and goes, fulfilling the decree, karma. At the proper seasons, if there is perfection, he comes forth. If not, he remains invisible." And Lulan asserts that Confucius said, "The dragon feeds in the pure water of wisdom and disports in the clear water of life." Our divine instructors. Now, Atlantis and the Phlegian Isle are not the only records left of the deluge. China has also her tradition and the story of an island or continent, which it calls Maligasima, and which Kempfer and Faber spell Moragasima. For some mysterious phonetic reasons of their own, Kempfer, in his Japan, gives this tradition. The island, owing to the iniquity of its giants, sinks to the bottom of the ocean. And Perun, the king, the Chinese Noah, escapes along with his family owing to a warning of the gods through two idols. It is that pious prince and his descendants who have peopled China. The Chinese traditions speak of the divine dynasties of kings as frequently as do those of any other nation. At the same time, there is not an old fragment, but shows belief in a multiform and even multi-generic evolution of human beings, spiritual, psychic, intellectual, and physical, just as is described in the present work. A few of those claims have now to be considered. Our races, they all show, have sprung from divine races. But whatever name the latter may be called, whatever we deal with, the Indian rishis or Petris, with the Chinese Chimnang and Changi, they're divine man and demigods, with the Akkadian Dinger and Moli, the creative god and the gods of the ghost world, with the Egyptian Isis Osiris and Thoth, with the Hebrew Elohim, or again with the Manco Capic and his Peruvian progeny. The story varies nowhere. Every nation has either the 7 and 10 Rishi Manus and Prajapatis, the 7 and 10 Ki, or 10 and 7 Amshaspans, 6 exoterically, 10 and 7 Chaldean Anadoti, 10 and 7 Sephiroth, etc. One and all have been derived from the primitive Jian Chohans of the Esoteric Doctrine, or the builders of the stanzas of Volume 1. From Manu, Thoth, Hermes, Oannes Dagon, and Idris Enoch down to Plato Panodorus, all tell us 7 divine dynasties of 7 Lemurian and 7 Atlantean divisions of their earth. Of the 7 primitive and dual gods who descend from their celestial abode and reign on earth, teaching mankind astronomy, architecture, and all other sciences that have come down to us. These beings appear first as gods and creators, then they merge in nascent man to finally emerge as divine kings and rulers. But this fact has been gradually forgotten. As Basnagi shows, the Egyptians themselves confessed that science had flourished in their country only since the time of Isis Osiris, whom they continued to adore as gods, though they had become princes in human form. And he adds of the divine androgyne, it is said that this prince, Isis Osiris, built cities in Egypt, stopped the overflowing of the Nile, invented agriculture, the use of vine, music, astronomy, and geometry. When Abu Fida, in his Historia Antilamitica, says that the Sabian language was established by Seth and Idris, Enoch, he means astronomy. In the Maliwa Nahil, Hermes is called the disciple of Agathodemon, and in another account Agathodemon is mentioned as a king of Egypt. The Salipas Geraldinus gives us some curious traditions about Enoch, who is called the divine giant. In his Book of the Various Names of the Nile, the historian Ahmed ben Yusuf Eltifas tells us of the belief among the Semitic Arabs that Seth, who became later the Egyptian Typhon, Set had become one of the 7 angels, or patriarchs, in the Bible. Then he became a mortal and Adam's son, after which he communicated the gift of prophecy and astronomical science to Jared, who passed it to his son Enoch. But Enoch, Idris, the author of 30 books, was Sabian by origin, i.e. belonged to Saba, a host. Having established the rites and ceremonies of primitive worship, he went to the east, where he constructed 140 cities, of which Edessa was the least important, then returned to Egypt, where he became its king. Thus he is identified with Hermes. But there were 5 Hermes, or rather 1, who appeared, as did some Manus and Rishis in several different characters. In the Burham Kadi, he is mentioned as Hornmeg, a name of the planet Mercury or Buddha, and Wednesday was sacred both to Hermes and Thoth. The Hermes of Oriental tradition was worshipped by the Pheneti, and is said to have fled after death of Argus into Egypt, and civilized it under the name of Thoth. But under whichever of these characters, he is always credited with having transferred all the sciences from latent to active potency, i.e. with having been the first to teach magic to Egypt and to Greece, before the days of Magna Graecia, and when the Greeks were not even Hellenes. Not only does Herodotus, the father of history, tell us of the marvelous dynasties of gods that preceded the reign of mortals, followed by the dynasties of demigods, heroes, and finally men, but the whole series of classical authors support him. Diodorus, Aristophanes, Plato, Manetho, etc. repeat the same story, and never vary in the order given. As Cruiser shows, it is indeed from the spheres of the stars, wherein dwell the gods of light, that wisdom descends to the inferior spheres. In the system of the ancient priests, hierophants, and adepts, all things without exception, gods, genii, souls, manes, the whole world, are conjointly developed in space and duration. The pyramid may be considered as the symbol of this magnificent hierarchy of spirits. It is the modern historians, French academicians like Renan chiefly, who have made more efforts to suppress truth by ignoring the ancient annals of divine kings than is strictly consistent with honesty. But M. Renan could never have been more unwilling than Aristophanes, 260 BC, to accept the unpalatable fact, and yet the latter found himself obliged to recognize its truth. For this, the great astronomer is treated with much contempt by his colleagues 2,000 years later. Manetho becomes with them a superstitious priest born and bred in the atmosphere of other lying priests of Heliopolis. As the demonologist de Merville justly remarks, all those historians and priests, so voracious when repeating stories of human kings and men, suddenly become extremely suspicious no sooner do they go back to their gods. But there is the synchronistic table of Abydos, which, thanks to the genius of Champollion, has now vindicated the good faith of the priests of Egypt, of Manetho above all, and of Ptolemy in the Turin Papyrus. The most remarkable of all, in the words of the Egyptologist de Rogue, Champollion, struck with amazement, found that he had under his own eyes the remains of a list of the dynasties embracing the furthest mythic times, or the reigns of the gods and the heroes. At the very beginning of this curious papyrus, we have to arrive at the conviction that, so far back as even the period of Ramses, these mythic and heroic traditions were just as Manetho had transmitted them to us. We see figuring in them the kings of Egypt, the gods Seb, Osiris, Set, Horus, Thoth, Hermes, and the goddess Ma. a long period of centuries being assigned to the reign of each of these. These synchronistic tables, besides the fact that they were disfigured by Eusebius for dishonest purposes, had never gone beyond Manetho. The chronology of the divine kings and dynasties, like that of the age of humanity, has ever been in the hands of the priests and kept secret from the profane multitudes. Now through Africa as a continent, it is said, appeared before that of Europe. Nevertheless, it came up later than Lemuria and even the earliest Atlantis. The whole region of what is now Egypt and the deserts was once upon a time covered with a sea. This was made known firstly by Herodotus, Strabo, Pliny, and others, and secondly through geology. Abyssinia was once upon a time an island, and the Delta was the first country occupied by the pioneer immigrants who came with their gods from the northeast. When was it? History is silent upon the subject. Fortunately, we have the Dendera zodiac, the planisphere on the ceiling of one of the oldest Egyptian temples, to record the fact. This zodiac, with its mysterious 3 Virgos between Leo and Libra, has found its Oedipus to understand the riddle of its signs and justify the truthfulness of those priests who told Herodotus that their initiates taught A, that the poles of the earth and the ecliptic had formerly coincided, and B, that even since their first zodiacal records were commenced, the poles have been 3 times within the plane of the ecliptic. Bailey had not sufficient words at command to express his surprise at the sameness of all such traditions about the divine races, and exclaims, "What are finally all those reigns of Indian devas and Persian peris, or those reigns of the Chinese legends, those Qian Hong of the kings of heaven, quite distinct from the Ti Hong, or kings on earth, and the Jin Hong, the king men, distinctions which are in perfect accord with those of the Greeks and Egyptians, in enumerating their dynasties of gods, of demigods and mortals. As says Panodorus, now it is during these 1,000 years before the deluge that the reign of the 7 gods who rule the world took place. It was during that period that those benefactors of humanity descended on earth and taught men to calculate the course of the sun and moon by the 12 signs of the ecliptic. Nearly 500 years before the present era, the priests of Egypt showed Herodotus the statues of their human kings and pontiffs Pyromus, the arch-prophets of the Maha-Chohans of the temples, born from one another without the intervention of woman, who had reigned before Manes, their first human king. These statues, he says, were enormous colossi in wood, 345 in number, each of which had its name, history, and annals. They also assured Herodotus, unless the most truthful of historians, the father of history is now to be accused of fibbing, just in this instance, that no historian could ever understand or write an account of these superhuman kings, unless he had studied and learned the history of the 3 dynasties that preceded the human, namely the dynasties of the gods, of the demigods, and of the heroes or giants. These 3 dynasties are the 3 races. Translated into the language of the esoteric doctrine, these 3 dynasties would also be those of the Devas, of the Kimpurushas, and of the Danavas and Daityas, otherwise gods, celestial spirits, and giants or titans. Happy are those who are born even from the condition of gods, as men in Bharata Varsha exclaim the incarnated gods themselves during the 3rd root race. Bharata is generally India, but in this case it symbolizes the chosen land of those days, which was considered the best of the divisions of the Jambu Vita, as it was the land of active, spiritual works par excellence, the land of initiation and of divine knowledge. Can one fail to recognize in Cruiser great powers of intuition, when, although he was almost unacquainted with the Aryan Hindu philosophies, which were but little known in his day, we find him writing, "We modern Europeans feel surprised when hearing talk of the spirits of the sun, moon, etc., but we repeat again the natural good sense and the upright judgment of the ancient peoples, quite foreign to our entirely material ideas of mechanics and physical sciences. Could not see in the stars and planets nothing but simple masses of light, or opaque bodies moving in circuits inside a real space, merely according to the laws of attraction or repulsion. They saw in them living bodies, animated by spirits, as they saw the same in every kingdom of nature. This doctrine of spirits, so consistent and conformable to nature, from which it was derived, formed a grand and unique conception, wherein the physical, the moral, and the political aspects were all blended together. It is such a conception only that can lead man to form a correct conclusion about his origin and the genesis of everything in the universe, of heaven and earth, between which he is a living link. Without such a psychological link and the feeling of its presence, no science can ever progress, and the realm of knowledge must be limited to the analysis of physical matter only. Occultists believe in spirits because they feel, and some see, themselves surrounded by them on every side. Materialists do not. They live on this earth, just as some creatures, in the world of insects and even fishes, live surrounded by myriads of their own genus, without seeing or so much as sensing them. Plato is the first sage among classical writers who speaks at length of the divine dynasties. He locates them on a vast continent, which he calls Atlantis. Nor was Bailey the first or last to believe this. He had been preceded and anticipated in this theory by Father Kircher, the learned Jesuit, who in his Oedipus Egyptiacus writes, "I confess, for a long time I had regarded all this, the dynasties and Atlantis, as pure fables, meras nugas, to the day when, better instructed in Oriental languages, I judged that all these legends must be, after all, only the development of a great truth." As de Rougemont shows, Theopompus, in his Meropes, made the priests of Phrygia and Asia Minor speak exactly as did the priests of Sais, when they revealed to Solon the history and fate of Atlantis. According to Theopompus, it was a unique blend of an indefinite size, containing two countries inhabited by two races, a fighting warrior race and a pious meditative race, which Theopompus symbolizes by two cities. The pious city was continually visited by the gods. The belligerent city was inhabited by various beings invulnerable by iron, who could be mortally wounded only by stone and wood. Dr. Rougemont treats this as a pure fiction of Theopompus and even sees a fraud, supercherie, in the assertion of the Satic priests. This was denounced by the demonologists as illogical. In the ironical words of de Merville, a supercherie which was based on a belief, the product of the faith of the whole antiquity, a supposition which yet gave its name to a whole mountain chain, Atlas, which specified with the greatest precision a topographical region, by placing this land at a small distance from Cadiz in the Strait of Calpe, which prophesied 2,000 years before Columbus, the great transoceanic land situated beyond that Atlantis, and which is reached, it is said, by the islands not of the blessed, but of the good spirits. Such a supposition can well be nothing else but a universal chimera. It is certain that, whether chimera or reality, the priests of the whole world had it from one and the same source. The universal tradition about the third great continent which perished some 850,000 years ago, a continent inhabited by two distinct races, distinct physically and especially morally, both deeply versed in primeval wisdom and the secrets of nature, and mutually antagonistic in their struggle during the course and progress of their double evolution. For whence even the Chinese teachings upon the subject, if it is but a fiction? Have they not recorded the existence once upon a time of a holy island beyond the sun, Chou, beyond which were situated the lands of immortal men? Do they not still believe that the remnants of those immortal men who survived when the holy island became black with sin and perished have found refuge in the great desert of Gobi, where they still reside, invisible to all and defended from approach by hosts of spirits? As the very unbelieving Boulanger writes, "If one has to lend ear to traditions, the latter place before the reign of kings, that of the heroes and demigods, and still earlier beyond the place, the marvelous reign of the gods and all the fables of the Golden Age, one feels surprised that annals so interesting should have been rejected by almost all our historians. And yet the ideas presented by them were once universally admitted and revered by all nations. Not a few revere them still, making them the basis of their daily life. Such considerations seem to necessitate a less hurried judgment. The ancients, from whom we hold these traditions, which we accept no longer because we no longer understand them, must have had motives for believing in them, furnished by their great proximity to the first ages, which the distance that separates us from them refuses to us. Plato, in the 4th book of his Laws, says that long before the construction of the first cities, Saturn had established on earth a certain form of government under which man was very happy. Now, as it is the Golden Age he refers to, or to that reign of gods so celebrated in ancient fables, let us see the ideas he had of that happy age, and what the occasion he had to introduce this fable into a treatise on politics. According to Plato, in order to obtain clear and precise ideas on royalty, its origin and power, one has to turn back to the first principles of history and tradition. Great changes, he says, has occurred in days of old, in heaven and on earth, and the present state of things is one of the results, karma. Our tradition tells us of many marvels, of changes that have taken place in the course of the sun, of Saturn's reign, and of thousands of other matters that remain scattered in human memory. But one never hears anything of the evil which has produced these revolutions, nor of the evil which directly followed them. Yet, that evil is the principle one has to talk about, to be able to treat of royalty and the origin of power. That evil Plato seems to see in the sameness of the consubstantiality of the natures of the rulers and the ruled. For he says that long before man built his cities in the Golden Age, there was naught but happiness on earth, for there were no needs. Why? Because Saturn, knowing that man could not rule, without injustice forthwith filling the universe through his whims and vanity, would not allow any mortal to obtain power over his fellow creatures. To do this, the god used the same means we ourselves use with regard to our flocks. We do not place a bullock or a ram over our bullocks and rams, but give them a leader, a shepherd, i.e., a being of a species quite different from their own and of a superior nature. This is just what Saturn did. He loved mankind and placed to rule over it no mortal king or prince, but spirits and genii of a divine nature more excellent than that of man. It was God, the Logos, the synthesis of the host, who thus presided over the genii, became the first shepherd and leader of men. When the world had ceased to be so governed and the gods retired, ferocious beasts devoured a portion of mankind. Left to their own resources and industry, inventors then appeared among them successively and discovered fire, wheat, wine, and public gratitude defied them. And mankind was right, as fire by friction was the first mystery of nature, the first and chief property of matter that was revealed to man. As say the commentaries, fruits and grains unknown to earth to that day were brought by the lords of wisdom, for the benefit of those they ruled from other locas, spheres. Now, the earliest inventions of mankind are the most wonderful that the race has ever made. The first use of fire and the discovery of the methods by which it can be kindled, the domestication of animals, and above all, the processes by which the various cereals were first developed out of some of the wild grasses. These are all discoveries with which, in ingenuity and in importance, no subsequent discoveries may compare. They are all unknown to history, all lost in the light of an effulgent dawn. This will be doubted and denied in our proud generation. But if it be asserted that there are no grains and fruits unknown to earth, then we may remind the reader that wheat has never been found in the wild state. It is not a product of the earth. All the other cereals have been traced to their progenital forms in various species of wild grasses. But wheat has hitherto defied the efforts of botanists to trace to its origin. And let us bear in mind, in this connection, how sacred was this cereal with the Egyptian priests. Wheat was placed even in their mummies. and has been found thousands of years later in their coffins. Remember how the servants of Horus gleaned the wheat in the field of Anu, wheat 7 cubits high. Says the Egyptian Isis, I am the queen of these regions. I was the first to reveal to mortals the mysteries of wheat and corn. I am she who rises in the constellation of the dog. Rejoice, O Egypt, thou who wert my nurse. Sirius was called the dog star. It was the star of Mercury, or Buddha, called the great instructor of mankind. The Chinese Wai King attributes the discovery of agriculture to the instruction given to men by celestial genii. Woe, woe to the men who know not. Observe not, nor will they see. They are all blind, since they remain ignorant how full the world is of various and invisible creatures which crowd even in the most sacred places. The sons of God have existed and do exist. From the Hindu Brahmaputras and Manasaputras, sons of Brahma and mind-born sons, down to the Beni Alhim of the Jewish Bible, the faith of the centuries and universal tradition forced reason to yield to such evidence. Of what value is independent criticism, so-called, or internal evidence, based usually on the respective hobbies of the critics, in the face of the universal testimony, which has never varied throughout the historical cycles? For instance, read esoterically the 6th chapter of Genesis, which repeats the statement of the Secret Doctrine, though slightly changing its form and drawing a different conclusion which clashes even with the Zohar. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God, Beni Alhim, came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. The same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown, or giants. What does this sentence, and also after that, signify, unless it means there were giants in the earth before, i.e., before the sinless sons of the third race, and also after that, when other sons of God, lower in nature, inaugurated sexual connection on earth, as Daksha did, when he saw that his Manasuputras would not people the earth. And then comes a long break in the chapter between verses 4 and 5. For surely it was not in or through the wickedness of the mighty men, men of renown, among whom is placed Nimrod, the mighty hunter before the Lord, that God saw that the wickedness of man was great, nor in the builders of Babel, for this was after the deluge, but in the progeny of the giants who produced Monstra Kadim, the Genir, Gigantio, monsters from whence sprang the lower races of men, now represented on earth by a few miserable dying-out tribes and the huge anthropoid apes. And if we are taken to task by theologians, whether Protestant or Roman Catholic, we have only to refer to them their own literal texts. The quoted above verse has ever been a dilemma, not alone for the men of science and biblical scholars, but also for priests. For as the Reverend Father Perron puts it, either they, the Beni Alhim, were good angels, and in such case, how could they fall? Or they were bad angels, and in that case, could not be called Beni Alhim, or sons of God. The biblical riddle, the real sense of which no author has ever understood, and is candidly confessed by Formont, can only be explained by the occult doctrine, through the Zohar to the Western, and the Book of Jan to the Eastern. What the latter says we have seen. What the Zohar tells us is that Beni Alhim was a name common to the Malachim, the good messengers, and to the Ishins, the lower angels. We may add for the benefit of the demonologist that their Satan, the adversary, is included in Job among the sons of God, or Beni Alhim, who visit their father. But of this later on. Now the Zohar says that the Ishins, the beautiful Beni Alhim, were not guilty, but mixed themselves with mortal men because they were sent on earth to do so. Elsewhere, the same volume shows these Beni Alhim belong to the 10th subdivision of the thrones. It also explains that the Ishins, men spirits, viri spiritualis, now that men can see them no longer, help magicians to produce, by their science, homunculi which are not small men, but men smaller, in the sense of inferiority, than men. Both showed themselves under the form that the Ishins had then, i.e. gaseous and ethereal. Their chief is Azazel. But Azazel, whom the church dogma persists in associating with Satan, is nothing of the kind. Azazel is a mystery, as explained elsewhere, and it is so expressed by Maimonides. There is an impenetrable mystery in the narrative concerning Azazel, and so there is, as Lancy, a librarian to the Vatican, whom we have quoted before, and one who ought to know, says, "This venerable divine name has become, through the pen of biblical scholars, a devil, a wilderness, a mountain, and a he-goat. Therefore, it seems foolish to derive the name as Spencer does, from Azel, separated, and El, God, hence one separated from God, the devil. In the Zohar, Azazel is rather the sacrificial victim than the former adversary of Jehovah, as Spencer would have it. The amount of malicious fancy and fiction bestowed on this host by various fanatical writers is quite extraordinary. Azazel and his host are simply the Hebrew Prometheus, and ought to be viewed from the same standpoint. The Zohar shows the Ishins chained to the mountain in the desert. This is allegorical and simply alludes to these spirits as being chained to the earth during the cycle of incarnation. Azazel, or Azaziel, is one of the chiefs of the transgressing angels in the book of Enoch, who descended upon Erdis, the top of Mount Armon, bound themselves by swearing loyalty to each other. It is said that Azaziel taught men to make swords, knives, shields, to fabricate mirrors, to make one see what is behind him, viz. Magic mirrors. Amazarek taught all the sorcerers and dividers of roots. Amers taught the solution of magic. Barkayal, astrology. Akabil, the meaning of portents and signs. Tamiel, astronomy. And Aseridel taught the motion of the moon. These 7 were the first instructors of the fourth man, i.e. of the fourth race. But why should allegory be always understood as meaning just what its dead letter expresses? It is the symbolical representation of the great struggle between divine wisdom, nous, and its early reflection, push, or between spirit and soul, in heaven and on earth. In heaven, because the divine monad had voluntarily exiled itself therefrom, to descend, for incarnating purposes, to a lower plane and thus transform the animal of clay into an immortal god. For, as Eliphas Levi tells us, the angels aspired to become men. For the perfect man, the man-god is above even angels. On earth, because no sooner had spirit descended than it was strangled in the coils of matter. Strange to say, the occult teaching reverses the characters. It is the anthropomorphous archangel in the case of the Christians, and the man-like god with the Hindus, which represent matter in this case, and the dragon or serpent spirit. Occult symbolism furnishes the key to the mystery. Theological symbolism conceals it still more. For the former explains many a saying in the Bible, and even in the New Testament, which has hitherto remained incomprehensible, while the latter, owing to its dogma of Satan and his rebellion, has belittled the character and nature of its would-be infinite, absolute, perfect God, and created the greatest evil and curse on earth, belief in a personal devil. This mystery is now partially revealed. The key to its metaphysical interpretation has now been restored, while the key to its theological interpretation shows the gods and archangels standing as symbols for the dead letter or dogmatic religions, as arrayed against the pure truths of spirit, naked and unadorned with fancy. Many were the hints thrown out in this direction in Isis Unveiled, and a still greater number of references to the mystery may be found scattered throughout these volumes. To make the point clear once for all, that which the clergy of every dogmatic religion, preeminently the Christian, points out as Satan, the enemy of God, is in reality the highest divine spirit, occult wisdom on earth, which is naturally antagonistic to every worldly evanescent illusion, dogmatic or ecclesiastical religions included. Thus, the Latin Church, intolerant, bigoted, and cruel to all who do not choose to be its slaves, the church which calls itself the bride of Christ, and at the same time the trustee of Peter, to whom the rebuke of the Master, "Get thee behind me, Satan," was justly addressed. And again the Protestant church, which, while calling itself Christian, paradoxically replaces the new dispensation by the old law of Moses, which Christ openly repudiated. Both these churches are fighting against divine truth, when repudiating and slandering the dragon of esoteric divine wisdom. Whenever they anathematize the Gnostic solar Kenoufis, the Agathidemon Christos, or the theosophical serpent of eternity, or even the serpent of Genesis, they are moved by the same spirit of dark fanaticism that moved the Pharisees to curse Jesus with the words, "Say we not well thou hast a devil?" Read the account of Indra, Vayu in the Rig Veda, the occult volume par excellence of Arianism, and then compare it with the same in the Puranas, the exoteric version thereof, and the purposely garbled account of the true wisdom religion. In the Rig Veda, Indra is the highest and greatest of the gods, and his soma drinking is allegorical of his highly spiritual nature. In the Puranas, Indra becomes a profligate and a regular drunkard on the soma juice in the ordinary terrestrial way. He is the conqueror of all the enemies of the gods, the Daityas, Nagas, serpents, Asuras, all the serpent gods, and of Vrita, the cosmic serpent. Indra, in the Saint Michael of the Hindu pantheon, the chief of the militant host. Turning to the Bible, we find Satan, and one of the sons of God, becoming in exoteric interpretation the devil and the dragon in its infernal evil sense. But in the Kabbalah, Samael, who is Satan, is shown to be identical with Saint Michael, the slayer of the dragon. How is this, when it is said that Selim, the image, reflects alike Michael and Samael, who are one? Both proceed, it is taught, from Ruach, spirit, Neshama, soul, and Nepesh, life. In the Chaldean Book of Numbers, Samael is the concealed occult wisdom, and Michael the higher terrestrial wisdom, both emanating from the same source, but diverging after their issue with the mundane soul, which on earth is Mahat, intellectual understanding, or Manas, the seat of intellect. They diverge because the one, Michael, is influenced by Neshama, while the other, Samael, remains uninfluenced. This tenet was perverted by the dogmatic spirit of the Church, which loathing independent spirit, uninfluenced by the external form, hence by dogma, forthwith made of Samael Satan the most wise and spiritual spirit of all, the adversary of its anthropomorphic God and sensual physical man, the devil. The origin of the satanic myth. Let us then fathom this creation of the patristic fancy still deeper, and find its prototype with the pagans. The origin of the new satanic myth is easy to trace. The tradition of the dragon and the sun is echoed in every part of the world, both in its civilized and semi-savage regions. It took rise in the whisperings about secret initiations among the profane, and was once universally established through the formerly universal heliolatrous religion. There was a time when the 4 parts of the world were covered with the temples sacred to the sun and the dragon, but the cult is now preserved mostly in China and Buddhist countries, Bel and the dragon being uniformly coupled together, and the priest of the Ophite religion as uniformly assuming the name of his god. Among the religions of the past, it is in Egypt we have to seek for its Western origin. The Ophites adopted their rites from Hermes Trismegistus, and heliolatrous worship with its sun gods crossed over into the land of the pharaohs from India. In the gods of the Stonehenge we recognize the divinities of Delphi and Babylon, and in those of the latter the divas of the Vedic nations, Bel and the dragon, Apollo and Python, Krishna and Kalia, Osiris and Typhon are all one under many names, the latest of which are Michael and the red dragon, and St. George and his dragon. As Michael is one as God or his double for terrestrial purposes, and is one of the Elohim, the fighting angel, he is thus simply a permutation of Jehovah. Whatever the cosmic or astronomical event that first gave rise to the allegory of the war in heaven, its earthly origin has to be sought in the temples of initiation and archaic crypts. And the proof is that we find A. the priests assuming the name of the gods they served, B. the dragons, held throughout all antiquity as the symbols of immortality and wisdom, of secret knowledge and of eternity, and C. the hierophants of Egypt, of Babylon, and India, styling themselves generally the sons of the dragon and serpents, thus corroborating the teachings of the Secret Doctrine. There were numerous catacombs in Egypt and Chaldea, some of them of a very vast extent. The most renowned of these were the subterranean crypts of Thebes and Memphis. The former, beginning on the western side of the Nile, extend towards the Libyan desert, and were known as the Serpent's Catacombs or Passages. It was there that were performed the sacred mysteries of the Kuklos Anakis, the unavoidable cycle, more generally known as the circle of necessity, the inexorable doom imposed upon every soul after bodily death, when it has been judged in the Imentian region. In de Bourbourg's book, Wotan, the Mexican demigod, in narrating his expedition, describes a subterranean passage which ran on underground and terminated at the root of the heavens, adding that this passage was a snake's hole, and that he was admitted to it because he was himself a son of the snakes, or a serpent. This is indeed very suggestive, for his description of the snake's hole is that of the ancient Egyptian crypt. As above mentioned, the hierophants, moreover, of Egypt, and also of Babylon, generally styled themselves during the mysteries the sons of the serpent god, or the sons of the dragon. The Assyrian priests always bore the name of his god, says Movers. The Druids of the Celto-Britannic regions also called themselves snakes. "I am a serpent, I am a druid," they exclaimed. The Egyptian Karnak is twin brother to the Karnak of Bretagne, the later Karnak meaning the serpent's mount. The Draconcha once covered the surface of the globe, and these temples were sacred to the dragon only because it was the symbol of the sun, which, in its turn, was the symbol of the highest god, the Phoenician Elon or Elion, whom Abraham recognized as El Elyon. Besides the surname of serpents, they had also the appellation of builders or architects for the immense grandeur of their temples and monuments, which such that even now the pulverized remains of them frighten the mathematical calculations of our modern engineers. As Taliesin says, de Bourbourg hints that the chiefs of the name of Wotan, the Quetzalcoatl, or serpent deity of the Mexicans, are the descendants of Ham and Canaan. "I am Hivim," they say. "Being a Hivim, I am of the great race of the dragon, snake. I am a snake myself, for I am a Hivim." Furthermore, the war in heaven is shown in one of its significations to have referred to those terrible struggles in store for the candidate for adeptship, struggles between himself and his, by magic, personified human passions, when the enlightened inner man had to either slay them or fail. In the former case, he became the dragon slayer, as having happily overcome all the temptations and a son of the serpent, and a serpent himself, having cast off his old skin and being born in a new body, becoming a son of wisdom and immortality in eternity. Seth, the reputed forefather of Israel, is only a Jewish travesty of Hermes, the god of wisdom, called also Thoth, Tat, Seth, Set, and Satan. He is also Typhon, the same as Apophis, the dragon slain by Horus, for Typhon was also called Set. He is simply the dark side of Osiris, his brother, as Angra Mainyu is the black shadow of Ahura Mazda. Terrestrially, all these allegories were connected with the trials of adeptship and initiation. Astronomically, they referred to the solar and lunar eclipses, the mythical explanations of which we find to this day in India and Ceylon. where anyone can study the allegorical narratives and traditions which have remained unchanged for many thousands of years. Rahu, mythologically, is a Daitya, a giant, a demigod, the lower part of whose body ended in a dragon's or serpent's tail. During the churning of the ocean, when the gods produced the Amrita, the water of immortality, he stole some of it and drinking became immortal. The sun and moon, who had detected him in his theft, denounced him to Vishnu, who placed him in the stellar spheres, the upper portion of his body representing the dragon's head and the lower, Ketu, the dragon's tail, the two being the ascending and descending modes. Since then, Rahu wreaks his vengeance on the sun and moon by occasionally swallowing them. But this fable has another mystic meaning, for Rahu, the dragon's head, played a prominent part in the mysteries of the suns, Vikartana's initiation, when the candidate and the dragon had a supreme fight. The caves of the rishis, the abodes of the Tirisayas, and the Greek seers were modeled on those of the Nagas, the Hindu king snakes who dwelt in cavities of the rocks under the ground. From Shisha, the thousand-headed serpent on which Vishnu rests, down to Python, the dragon serpent oracle, all point to the secret meaning of the myth. In India, we find that the fact mentioned in the earliest Puranas, the children of Surasa, are the mighty dragons. The Vayu Purana replacing the dragons of Surasa of the Vishnu Purana by the Danavas, the descendants of Danu by the sage Kashyapa, and these Devanas being the giants or titans who warred against the gods. They are thus shown identical with the dragons and serpents of wisdom. We have only to compare the sun gods of every country to find their allegories agreeing perfectly with each other. And the more the allegorical symbol is occult, the more its corresponding symbol and exoteric system agrees with it. Thus, if from three systems widely differing from each other in appearance, the old Aryan, the ancient Greek, and the modern Christian schemes, several sun gods and dragons are selected at random, they will be found to be copied from each other. Let us take Agni, the fire god, Indra, the firmament, and Kartikeya from the Hindus, the Greek Apollo, and Michael, the angel of the sun, the first of the aeons, called by the Gnostics the Savior, and proceed in order. 1. Agni, the fire god, is called Vaishvanara in the Rig Veda. Now Vaishvanara is a Danava, a giant demon, whose daughters Paloma and Kalaka are the mothers of numberless Danavas, 30 millions, by Kashyapa, and live in Hiranyapura, the golden city floating in the air. Therefore Indra is, in a fashion, the stepson of these two as the son of Kashyapa, and Kashyapa is, in this sense, identical with Agni, the fire god, or sun, Kashyapa Aditya. To this same group belongs Skanda, or Kartikeya, god of war, the six-faced planet Mars astronomically, a Kumara, or virgin youth, born of Agni, for the purpose of destroying Taraka, the Danava demon, the grandson of Kashyapa by his son Hiranyaksha. Taraka's yoga austerities were so extraordinary that they became formidable to the gods, who feared such a rival in power, while Indra, the bright god of the firmament, kills Vritra, or Ahi, the serpent demon, which, for he is called Vritrahan, the destroyer of Vritra. He also leads the hosts of Devas, angels or gods, against other gods who rebel against Brahma, for which he is surnamed Jishnu, leader of the celestial host. Kartikeya is also found bearing the same titles. For killing Taraka, the Danava, he is called Tarakajit, vanquisher of Taraka. Kumara Guhu, the mysterious virgin youth, Siddhasena, leader of the Siddhas, and Shakti Dara, spearholder. 2. Now take Apollo, the Grecian sun god, and by comparing the mythical accounts given of him, see whether he does not answer both to Indra, Kartikeya, and even Kashyapa Aditya, and at the same time to Michael, as the angelic form of Jehovah, the angel of the sun, who is like and one with God. Later ingenious interpretations for monotheistic purposes, elevated though they be unto not be questioned church dogmas, prove nothing except perhaps the abuse of human authority and power. Apollo is Helios, the sun. Phobos, Apollo, the light of life and of the world, who arises out of the golden-winged cup, the sun. Hence he is the sun god par excellence. At the moment of his birth, he asks for his bow to kill Python, the demon dragon, who attacked his mother before his birth, and whom he is divinely commissioned to destroy, like Kartikeya, who was born for the purpose of killing Taraka, the too holy and wise demon. Apollo was born on a sidereal island called Asteria, the golden star island, the earth which floats in the air, which is the Hindu golden Hiranyapura. He is called the pure, Agnes Dei, the Indian Agni, as Dr. Keneally thinks, and in the primal myth he is exempt from all sensual love. He is therefore a Kumara, like Kartikeya, and as Indra was in his earlier life and biographies. Python, moreover the red dragon, connects Apollo with Michael, who fights the apocalyptic dragon, seeking to attack the woman in childbirth as Python attacks Apollo's mother. Can anyone fail to see the identity? Had the RT Honorable W.E. Gladstone, who prides himself on his Greek scholarship and understanding of the spirit of Homer's allegories, ever had a real inkling of the esoteric meaning of the Iliad and Odyssey, he would have understood St. John's Revelation, and even the Pentateuch, better than he does. For the way to the Bible lies through Hermes, Bel, and Homer, as the way to these is through the Hindu and Chaldean religious symbols. 3. The repetition of this archaic tradition is found in chapter 12 of St. John's Revelation, and comes from the Babylonian legends, without the smallest doubt, though the Babylonian story, in its turn, had its origin in the allegories of the Aryans. The fragment read by the late George Smith is sufficient to disclose the source of this chapter of the Apocalypse. Here it is as given by the eminent Assyriologist. Our fragment refers to the creation of mankind, called Adam, as the man in the Bible. He is made perfect, but afterwards he joins with the dragon of the deep, the animal of Tiamat, the spirit of chaos, and offends against his God, who curses him and calls down on his head all the evils and troubles of humanity. This is followed by a war between the dragon and the powers of evil, or chaos on one side and the gods on the other. The gods have weapons forged for them, and Merodach, the angel Michael in Revelation, undertakes to lead the heavenly host against the dragon. The war, which is described with spirit, ends of course in the triumph of the principles of good. This war of the gods with the powers of the deep refers also, in its last and terrestrial application, to the struggle between the Aryan adepts of the nascent fifth race and the sorcerers of Atlantis, the demons of the deep, the islanders surrounded with water who disappeared in the deluge. The symbols of the dragon and war in heaven have, as already stated, more than one significance. Religious, astronomical, and geological events being included in the one common allegory. But they also had a cosmological meaning. In India, the dragon story is repeated in one of its forms in the battles of Indra with Vritra. In the Vedas, this Ahivritra is referred to as the demon of drought, the terrible hot wind. Indra is shown to be constantly at war with him, and with the help of his thunder and lightning, the god compels Ahivritra to pour down in rain on the earth, and then slays him. Hence Indra is called the Vritrahan, or the slayer of Vritra, as Michael is called the conqueror and slayer of the dragon. Both these enemies are then the old dragon, precipitated into the depths of the earth in this one sense. The Avastaic Amshaspans are a host with a leader like Saint Michael over them, and seem identical with the legions of heaven, to judge from the account in the Vendadad. Thus, in Fargard 19, Zarathustra is told by Ahura Mazda to invoke the Amesha Spentas, who rule over the 7 Karshvars of the earth, which Karshvars in their 7 applications refer equally to the 7 spheres of our planetary chain, to the 7 planets, the 7 heavens, etc., according to whether the sense is applied to a physical, supramundane, or simply a sidereal world. In the same Fargard, in this invocation against Angra Mainyu and his host, Zarathustra appeals to them in these words: I invoke the 7 bright Svarha with their sons and their flocks. The Svarha, a word which the Orientalists have given up as one of unknown meaning, means the same Amshaspans, but in their highest occult meaning. The Svarha are the noumenoi of the phenomenal Amshaspans, the souls or spirits of these manifested powers, and their sons and their flocks refer to the planetary angels and their sidereal flocks of stars and constellations. Amshaspan is the exoteric term used in terrestrial combinations and affairs only. Zarathustra addresses Ahura Mazda constantly as the maker of the material world. Ormazd is the father of our earth, Spenta Armadi, who is referred to when personified as the fair daughter of Ahura Mazda, who is also the creator of the tree of occult and spiritual knowledge and wisdom, from which the mystic and mysterious Barisma is taken. But the occult name of the bright god was never pronounced outside the temple. Samael, or Satan, the seducing serpent of Genesis, and one of the primeval angels who rebelled, is the name of the red dragon. He is the angel of death, for the Talmud says that the angel of death and Satan are the same. He is killed by Michael, and once more killed by St. George, who is also a dragon slayer. But see the transformations of this. Samael is identical with the Simum, the hot wind of the desert, or again with the Vedic demon of drought, as Vritra. Simun is called Atabutos, or Diabolus, the devil. Typhon, or the dragon Apophis, the accuser in the Book of the Dead, is worsted by Horus, who pierces his opponent's head with a spear. And Typhon is the all-destroying wind of the desert, the rebellious element that throws everything into confusion. As Set, he is the darkness of night, the murderer of Osiris, who is the light of the day and the sun. Archaeology demonstrates that Horus is identical with Anubis, whose effigy was discovered upon an Egyptian monument with a cuirass and a spear, like Michael and St. George. Anubis is also represented as slaying a dragon that has the head and tail of a serpent. Cosmologically, then, all the dragons and serpents conquered by their slayers are, in their origin, the turbulent, confused principles in chaos, brought to order by the sun gods or creative powers. In the Book of the Dead, those principles are called the sons of rebellion. In that night, the oppressor, the murderer of Osiris, otherwise called the deceiving serpent, calls the sons of rebellion in air, and when they arrive to the east of the heavens, then there is war in heaven and in the entire world. In the Scandinavian Eddas, the war of the Aces with the Hrimthurses or frost giants, and of Asathor with the Jotuns, the serpents and dragons of the wolf who come out of darkness, is the repetition of the same myth. The evil spirits, who began by being simply the emblems of chaos, have become humorized by the superstition of the rabble, until they have finally won the right of citizenship in what are claimed to be the most civilized and learned races of this globe since its creation, and have become a dogma with Christians. As George Smith has it, the evil principles, spirits, emblems of chaos, in Chaldea and Assyria, as in Egypt we see, resist this change and make war on the moon, the eldest son of Bel, drawing over to their side the sun, Venus, and the atmospheric god Vul. This is only another version of the Hindu war in heaven between Soma, the moon, and the gods, Indra being the atmospheric Vul, which shows it plainly to be both a cosmogonical and an astronomical allegory, woven into and drawn from the earliest theogony as taught in the mysteries. It is in the religious doctrines of the Gnostics that we can best see the real meaning of the dragon, the serpent, the goat, and all those symbols of powers now called evil. For it is they who, in their teachings, divulge the esoteric nature of the Jewish substitute for Ein Sof, the true meaning of which the rabbins concealed, while the Christians, with a few exceptions, knew nothing of it. Surely Jesus of Nazareth would have hardly advised his apostles to show themselves as wise as the serpent, had the latter been a symbol of the evil one, nor would the Ophites, the learned Egyptian Gnostics of the Brotherhood of the Serpent, have reverenced a living snake in their ceremonies as the emblem of wisdom, the divine Sophia, and a type of the all-good, not the all-bad, were that reptile so closely connected with Satan. The fact is that even as a common Ophidian, it has ever been a dual symbol, and as a dragon it has never been anything else than a symbol of the manifested deity in its great wisdom. The Dracovolans, the flying dragon, of the early painters, may be an exaggerated picture of the real extinct antediluvian animal, and those who have faith in the occult teachings believe that in those days of old there were such creatures as flying dragons, a kind of pterodactyl, and that it is those gigantic winged lizards that served as prototypes for the seraph of Moses and his great brazen serpent. The Jews formerly worshipped the latter idol themselves, but after the religious reforms brought about by Hezekiah, they turned around and called that symbol of the great or higher God of every other nation a devil, and their own usurper, the one God. The appellation Satan in Hebrew, Satan, an adversary, from the verb shatana, to be adverse, to persecute, belongs by right to the first and cruelest adversary of all other gods, Jehovah, not to the serpent, which spoke only words of sympathy and wisdom, and is at worst, even in the dogma, the adversary of men. This dogma, based as it is on the 3rd chapter of Genesis, is as illogical and unjust as it is paradoxical. For who was the first to create that original and henceforward universal tempter of man? The woman. Not the serpent surely, but the Lord God himself, who, saying, "It is not good that the man should be alone," made woman and brought her unto the man. If the unpleasant little incident that followed was and still is to be regarded as the original sin, then it exhibits the Creator's divine foresight in a poor light indeed. It would have been far better for the first Adam of the first chapter to have been left either male and female or alone. It is the Lord God, evidently, who was the real cause of all the mischief, the agent provocateur, and the serpent, only a prototype of Azazel, the scapegoat for the sin of the God of Israel, the poor Tragos having to pay the penalty for his master and Creator's blunder. This, of course, is addressed only to those who accept the opening events of the drama of humanity in Genesis in their dead-letter sense. Those who read them esoterically are not reduced to fanciful speculations and hypotheses. They know how to read the symbolism therein contained and cannot err. There is at present no need to touch upon the mystic and manifold meaning of the name Jehovah in its abstract sense, one independent of the deity falsely called by that name. It was a blind purposely created by the rabbins, a secret preserved by them with tenfold care after the Christians had despoiled them of this God name which was their own property. The following statement, however, is now made. The personage who is named in the first 4 chapters of Genesis, variously as God, the Lord God, and Lord, simply is not one and the same person. Certainly it is not Jehovah. There are 3 distinct classes or groups of the Elohim called Sephiroth in the Kabbalah. Jehovah appears only in chapter 4 of Genesis, in the first verse of which he is named Cain, and in the last transformed into mankind, male and female, Yahweh. The serpent, moreover, is not Satan, but the bright angel, one of the Elohim clothed in radiance and glory, who, promising the woman, if they ate of the forbidden fruit, ye shall not surely die, kept his promise and made man immortal in his incorruptible nature. He is the Io of the mysteries, the chief of the androgyne creators of men. Chapter 3 contains, esoterically, the withdrawal of the veil of ignorance that closed the perceptions on the angelic man, made in the image of the boneless gods, and the opening of his consciousness to his real nature, thus showing the bright angel, Lucifer, in the light of a giver of immortality, and as the enlightener, while the real fall into generation and matter is to be sought in chapter 4. There, Jehovah Cain, the male part of Adam, the dual man, having separated himself from Eve, creates in her Abel, the first natural woman, and sheds the virgin blood. Now Cain, being shown identical with Jehovah, on the authority of the correct reading of the first verse of chapter 4 of Genesis, in the original Hebrew text, and the rabbins teaching that Cain, the evil, was the son of Eve by Samael, the devil, who occupied the place of Adam, and the Talmud adding that the evil spirit Satan and Samael, the angel of death, are the same. It becomes easy to see that Jehovah, mankind, or Jehovah, and Satan, therefore the tempting serpent, are one and the same in every particular. There is no devil, no evil outside mankind to produce a devil. Evil is a necessity in, and one of the supporters of the manifested universe. It is a necessity for progress and evolution, as night is necessary for the production of day, and death for that of life, that man may live forever. Satan represents metaphysically simply the reverse or the polar opposite of everything in nature. He is the adversary, allegorically the murderer, and the great enemy of all, because there is nothing in the whole universe that is not two sides, the reverses of the same metal. But in that case, light, goodness, beauty, etc., may be called Satan with as much propriety as the devil, since they are the adversaries of darkness, badness, and ugliness. And now the philosophy and the rationale of certain early Christian sects, called heretical and viewed as the abomination of the times, will become more comprehensible. We may understand how it was that the sect of Satanians came to be degraded and were anathemized without any hope of vindication in a future day, since they kept their tenets secret. How, on the same principle, the Cainites came to be degraded, and even the Judas Iscariots, the true character of the treacherous apostle, having never been correctly presented before the tribunal of humanity. As a direct consequence, the tenets of the Gnostic sects also became clear. Each of these sects was founded by an initiate, while their tenets were based on the correct knowledge of the symbolism of every nation. Thus it becomes comprehensible why Ildebaoth was regarded by most of them as the god of Moses, and was held to be a proud, ambitious, and impure spirit who had abused his power by usurping the place of the highest god, though he was no better, and in some respects far worse than his brother Elohim. The latter representing the all-embracing manifested deity only in their collectivity, since they were the fashioners of the first differentiations of the primary cosmic substance for the creation of the phenomenal universe. Therefore, Jehovah was called by the Gnostics the creator of and one with Ophimorphos, the serpent, Satan, or evil. They taught that Ayurbo and Adonai were names of Io, Jehovah, who is an emanation of Ildebaoth. This, in their language, amounted to saying what the rabbins expressed in a more veiled way by stating that Cain had been generated by Samael or Satan. The fallen angels in every ancient system are made the prototypes of fallen men, allegorically, and those men themselves esoterically. Thus, the Elohim of the hour of creation became the Beni Elohim, the sons of God, among who is Satan in the Semitic traditions. War in heaven between Threshona and Azidahaka, the destroying serpent, ends on earth according to Bernuf, in the battle of pious men against their power of evil, of the Iranians with the Aryan Brahmins of India. And the conflict of the gods with the Asuras is repeated in the Great War, the Mahabharata. In the latest religion of all, Christianity, all the combatants, gods and demons, adversaries in both the camps, are now transformed into dragons and satans, simply in order to connect evil personified with the serpent of Genesis, and thus prove the new dogma. Noah was a Kabir, hence he must have been a demon. It matters little whether it were Isis or Ceres or the Kabiria, or again the Kabiri, who taught men agriculture, but it is very important to prevent fanatics from monopolizing all the facts in history and legend, and from fathering their distortions of truth, history, and legend upon one man. Noah is either a myth along with the others, or one whose legend was built upon the Kabirian or Titanic tradition, as taught in Samothrace. He has therefore no claim to be monopolized by either Jew or Christian. If, as Faber tried to demonstrate at such cost of learning and research, Noah is an Atlantean and a Titan, and his family are the Kabiri or pious Titans, etc., then biblical chronology falls by its own weight, and along with it all the patriarchs, the antediluvian and pre-Atlantean Titans. As has now been discovered and proven, Cain is Mars, the god of power and generation, and of the first sexual bloodshed. Tubal-Cain is a Kabir, an instructor of every artificer in brass and iron. Or, if this will please better, he is one with Hephaestus, or Vulcan. Jabal, again, is taken from the Kabiri, instructors in agriculture, such as have cattle, and Jabal is the father of all those who handle the harp, he or they who fabricated the harp for Kronos and the trident for Poseidon. The history or fables about the mysterious Telkines, fables echoing each and all the archaic events of our esoteric teachings, furnish us with a key to the origin of Cain's genealogy in the 3rd chapter of Genesis. They give the reason why the Roman Catholic Church identifies the accursed blood of Cain and Ham with sorcery and makes it responsible for the deluge. Were not the Telkines, it is argued, the mysterious ironworkers of Rhodes? They who were the first to raise statues to the gods, furnished them with weapons and men with magic arts? And it is not they who were destroyed by a deluge at the command of Zeus, as the Cainites were by that of Jehovah? The Telkines are simply the Kabiri and the Titans, in another form. They are the Atlanteans also, says Descharmes. Like Lemnos and Samothrace, Rhodes, the birthplace of the Telkines, is an island of volcanic formation. The island of Rhodes emerged suddenly out of the seas, after having been previously engulfed by the ocean, say the traditions. Like the Samothrace of the Kabiri, it is connected to the memory of men with the flood legends. As enough has been said on this subject, however, it may be left for the present. But we may add a few more words about Noah, the Jewish representative of nearly every pagan god in one or another character. The Homeric songs contain, in poeticized form, all the later fables about the patriarchs, who are all sidereal, cosmic, and numerical symbols and signs. The attempt to disconnect the two genealogies of Seth and Cain, and the further equally futile attempt to show them all as real, historical men, has only led to more serious inquiries into the history of the past, and to discoveries which have damaged forever the supposed revelation. For instance, the identity of Noah and Melchizedek being established, the further identity of Melchizedek, or Father Sadiq, with Kronos Saturn is also proved. That it is so may be easily demonstrated. It is not denied by any of the Christian writers. Bryant concurs with all those who are of opinion that Sadiq or Sadik was the patriarch Noah, and also Melchizedek, and that the name of which he is called, Sadiq, corresponds with the character given him in Genesis. He was Sadiq, a just man and perfect in his generation. All science and every useful art were attributed to him, and through his sons transmitted to posterity. Now it is Sanchoniathon who informs the world that the Kabiri were the sons of Sidek or Zedek, Melchizedek. True enough, as this information has descended to us through the Preparatio Evangelica of Eusebius, it may be regarded with a certain amount of suspicion, as it is more than likely that he dealt with Sanchoniathon's works as he has with Manetho's synchronistic tables. But let us suppose that the identification of Sidek, Kronos, or Saturn with Noah and Melchizedek is based on one of the Eusebian pious hypotheses. Let us accept It is such, along with Noah's characteristics as a just man, and his supposed duplicate, the mysterious Melchizedek, king of Salem and priest of the Most High God, after his own order. And finally, having seen what they all were spiritually, astronomically, psychically, and cosmically, let us now see what they became rabbinically and kabbalistically. In speaking of Adam, Cain, Mars, etc., as personifications, we find the author of the Source of Measures enunciating our very esoteric teachings in his kabbalistic researches. Thus he says, "Now Mars was the lord of birth and of death, of generation and of destruction, of plowing, of building, of sculpture, or stone cutting, of architecture, in fine, of all comprised under our English word arts. He was the primal principle, disintegrating into the modification of two opposites for production, astronomically too. He held the birthplace of the day and year, the place of its increase of strength, Aries, and likewise the place of its death, Scorpio. He held the house of Venus and that of the Scorpion. He is as birth was good, as death was evil. And as good he was light, as bad he was night. As good he was man, as bad he was woman. He held the cardinal points, and as Cain, or Vulcan, or Pater Sadek, or Melchizedek, he was lord of the ecliptic, or balance, or line of adjustment, and therefore was the just one. The ancients held to there being 7 planets, or great gods, growing out of 8, and Pater Sadek, the just or right one, was lord of the 8th, which was Mater Terra. This makes their functions, after they had been degraded, plain enough and establishes the identity. The Noachian deluge, as described in its dead letter, and within the period of biblical chronology, having been shown to have never existed, the pious but very arbitrary supposition of Bishop Cumberland has but to follow the deluge into the land of fiction. Indeed, it seems rather fanciful to any impartial observer to be told that there were 2 distinct races of Kibiri, the first consisting of Ham and Mizraim, whom he conceives to be Jupiter and Dionysus of Nases, the second of the children of Shem, who are the Kibiri of Sanchoniathon, while their father Siddiq is consequently the scriptural Shem. The Kibirim, the mighty ones, are identical with our primeval John Chohans, with the corporeal and incorporeal Petris, and with all the rulers and instructors of the primeval races, who are referred to as gods and kings of the divine dynasties. The oldest Persian traditions about the polar and the submerged continents. Legendary lore could not distort facts so effectually as to reduce them to unrecognizable shape. Between the traditions of Egypt and Greece on the one hand, and Persia on the other, a country ever at war with the former, there is too great a similarity of figures and numbers to admit of such coincidence being due to simple chance. This has been well proven by Bailey. Let us pause for a moment to examine these traditions from every available source, in order to the better compare those of the Magi with the so-called Grecian fables. Those legends have now passed into popular tales, the folklore of Persia, as many a real fiction has found its way into our universal history. The stories of King Arthur and his knights of the Round Table are also fairy tales to all appearance. Yet they are based on facts and pertain to the history of England. Why should not the folklore of Iran be part and parcel of the history and the prehistoric events of Atlantis? That folklore says as follows. Before the creation of Adam, 2 races lived on Earth, the one succeeding the other, the Devs who reigned 7,000 years, and the Peris, the Izeds, who reigned but 2,000. And while the former were still in existence, the Devs were giants, strong and wicked. The Peris were smaller in stature, but wiser and kinder. Here we recognize the Atlantean giants and the Aryans, or the Rakshasas of the Ramayana, and the children of Bharta Varsha, or India, the ante- and post-diluvians of the Bible. Gyan, or Nan, or Yana, true or occult wisdom and knowledge. Also called Gyan ben Gyan, or wisdom son of wisdom, was the king of the Peris. He had a shield as famous as that of Achilles, only instead of serving against an enemy in war, it served as a protection against black magic, the sorcery of the devs. Gyan ben Gyan had reigned 2,000 years when Iblis, the devil, was permitted by God to defeat the Peris and scatter them to the other end of the world. Even the magic shield, which, by being produced on the principles of astrology, destroyed charms, enchantments, and bad spells, could not prevail against Iblis, who was an agent of fate or karma. They count 10 kings in their last metropolis called Canum, and make the 10th Camarath, identical with the Hebrew Adam. These kings answer to the 10 antediluvian generations of kings as given by Berosus. Distorted as these legends are now found to be, one can hardly fail to identify them with the Chaldean, Egyptian, Greek, and even Hebrew traditions. For the Jewish myth, though disdaining in its exclusiveness to speak of pre-Adamite nations, nevertheless allows these to be clearly inferred by sending out Cain, one of the only 2 living men on earth, into the land of Nod, where he gets married and builds a city. Now, if we compare the 9,000 years mentioned by the Persian tales with the 9,000 years which Plato declared had passed since the submersion of the last Atlantis, a very strange fact is made apparent. Bailey remarked on this, but distorted it by his interpretation. The Secret Doctrine may restore the figures to their true meaning. We read in the Krityas, "First of all, one must remember that 9,000 years have elapsed since the War of the Nations, which lived above and outside the Pillars of Hercules, and those which peopled the lands on this side. In the Timaeus, Plato says the same, the Secret Doctrine declaring that most of the later islander Atlanteans perished in the interval between 850,000 and 700,000 years ago, and that the Aryans were 200,000 years old when the first great island or continent was submerged. There seems hardly any reconciliation possible between the figures. But there is, in truth. Plato, being an initiate, had to use the veiled language of the sanctuary, and so had the Magi of Chaldea and Persia, through whose exoteric revelations in the Persian legends were preserved and passed to posterity. Thus, we find the Hebrews calling a week 7 days, and speaking of a week of years, when each of its days represents 360 solar years, and the whole week is 2,520 years in fact. They had a sabbatical week, a sabbatical year, etc., and their sabbatical lasted indifferently 24 hours or 24,000 years, in the secret calculations of their sods. We of the present times call an age a century. They, of Plato's day, the initiated writers, at any rate, by a millennium meant not 1,000 but 100,000 years, while the Hindus, more independent than any, have never concealed their chronology. Thus, for 9,000 years, the initiates will read 900,000 years, during which space of time, i.e., from the first appearance of the Aryan race, when the Pliocene portions of the once great Atlantis began gradually sinking, and other continents to appear on the surface, down to the final disappearance of Plato's small island of Atlantis. The Aryan races had never ceased to fight with the descendants of the first giant races. This war lasted till nearly the close of the age which preceded the Kali Yuga, and was the Mahabharata, or Great War, so famous in Indian history. Such blending of events and epochs, and the bringing down of hundreds of thousands into thousands of years, does not interfere with the number of years that have elapsed, according to the statement made by the Egyptian priest to Solon, since the destruction of the last portion of Atlantis. The 9,000 years were the correct figures. The latter event had never been kept a secret, and had only faded out of memory of the Greeks. The Egyptians had their records complete, because of their isolation, being surrounded by sea and desert. They had been left untrammeled by other nations, till about a few millenniums before our era. History catches a glimpse of Egypt and its great mysteries for the first time through Herodotus, if we do not take into account the Bible and its queer chronology. And how little Herodotus could tell is confessed by himself when, speaking of a mysterious tomb of an initiate at Sais, in the sacred precinct of Minerva, he says, "Behind the chapel is the tomb of one, whose name I consider it impious to divulge. In the enclosure stand large obelisks, and there is a lake near, surrounded with a stone wall formed in a circle. In this lake they perform by night that person's adventures, which the Egyptians call mysteries. On these matters, however, though I am accurately acquainted with the particulars of them, I must observe a discreet silence. On the other hand, it is well known that no secret was so well preserved and so sacred with the ancients, so that of their cycles and computations. From the Egyptians down to the Jews, it was held as the highest sin to divulge anything pertaining to the correct measure of time. It was for divulging the secrets of the gods that Tantalus was plunged into the infernal regions. The keepers of the sacred Sibylline books were threatened with the death penalty for revealing a word from them. Sigillions, or images of Harpocrates, were in every temple, especially in those of Isis and Serapis, each pressing a finger to the lips. And the Hebrews taught that to divulge the secrets of the Kabbalah, after initiation into the rabbinical mysteries, was like eating of the fruit of the tree of knowledge. It was punishable by death. And yet we Europeans have accepted the exoteric chronology of the Jews. What wonder that it has ever since influenced and colored our conceptions of science and the duration of things. The Persian traditions, then, are full of two nations or races, now entirely extinct, as some think. But this is not so. They are only transformed. These traditions are ever speaking of the mountains of Kafiristan, which contain a gallery built by the giant Archaic, wherein statues of the ancient men under their forms are preserved. They call them Suleimans, Solomons, or the wise kings of the East, and count 72 kings of that name. 3 among them reigned for 1,000 years each. Siamek, the beloved son of Cameranth, Adam, their first king, was murdered by his giant brother. His father had a perpetual fire preserved in the tomb which contained his cremated ashes. Hence the origin of fire worship, as some Orientalists think. Then came Hushenk, the prudent and the wise. It was his dynasty which rediscovered metals and precious stones after they had been concealed by the devs or giants in the bowels of the earth. And also how to make brass work, to cut canals and improve agriculture. As usual, it is Hushenk again, who is credited with having written the work called Eternal Wisdom, and even with having built the cities of Luz, Babylon, and Ispahan, though indeed they were built ages later. But as modern Delhi is built on 6 other older cities, so these cities may be built on emplacements of other cities of an immense antiquity, and to this date it can only be inferred from another legend. In the same tradition, this wise prince is credited with having made war against the giants on a 12-legged horse, whose birth is attributed to the amours of a crocodile with a female hippopotamus. This dodecapod was found on the dry island or new continent. Much force and cunning had to be used to secure the wonderful animal, but no sooner had Hushenks mounted him than he defeated every enemy. No giants could withstand his tremendous power. Finally, however, the King of Kings was killed by an enormous rock which the giants threw at him from the great mountains of Damavend. Tammurath is the 3rd king of Persia, the Saint George of Iran, the knight who always has the best of and finally kills the dragon. He is the great enemy of the Devs, who in his day dwelt in the mountains of Kaf, and occasionally made raids on the Piris. The old French chronicles of the Persian folklore call him the Dev Bend, the conqueror of the giants. He too is credited with having found Babylon, Nineveh, Dirbek, etc., like his grandsire Hushenk. Tammuz also had his steed, only far more rare and rapid, a bird called Simurgank, a marvelous bird, in truth intelligent, a polyglot, and even very religious. What says the Persian phoenix? It complains of its old age, for it was born cycles and cycles before the days of Adam, Cameranth. It was witnessed the revolutions of long centuries. It has seen the birth and the close of 12 cycles of 7,000 years each, which multiplied esoterically will give us again 840,000 years. Simorg is born with the last deluge of the pre-Adamites, says the romance of Simorg and the good Caliph. What says the Book of Numbers? Esoterically, Adam Rishon is the lunar spirit, Jehovah, in a sense, or the Petries, and his three sons, Cain, Habel, and Seth, represent the three races, as already explained. Noah, Zethrush, represents in his turn, in the cosmological key, the third race separated, and his three sons, its last three races. Ham, moreover, symbolizing that race which has uncovered the nakedness of the parent race and of the mindless, i.e. committed sin. Tamarath visits on his winged steed the mountains of Kokaf, or Kaf. He finds there the Peris ill-treated by the giants, and slays Arjen and the giant Demrush. Then he liberates the good Peri, Mergiana, who Demrush has kept as a prisoner, and takes her over to the dry island, i.e. the new continent of Europe. After him came Jaimshid, who builds Esekekar, or Persepolis. This king reigns 700 years, and in his great pride believes himself immortal, and demands divine honors. Fate punishes him. He wanders for 100 years in the world under the name of Dukarnyan, the two-horned. But this epithet has no connection with the two-horned gentleman of the cloven foot. The two-horned is an epithet given in Asia, which is uncivilized enough to know nothing of the attributes of the devil, to those conquerors who have subdued the world from the east to the west. Then come the usurper Zohak and Feridan, one of the Persian heroes, who vanquishes the former and shuts him up in the mountains of Damavend. These are followed by many others down to the Kaikobad, who founded a new dynasty. Such is the legendary history of Persia, and we have to analyze it. To begin with, what are the mountains of Kaf? Whatever they may be in their geographical status, whether they are the Caucasian or Central Asian mountains, legend places the Devs and Peris far beyond these mountains to the north, the Peris being the remote ancestors of the Parsis or Farsis. Oriental tradition is ever referring to an unknown glacial gloomy sea, and to a dark region within which, nevertheless, are situated the Fortunate Islands, wherein from the beginning of life on earth bubbles the fountain of life. The legend asserts, moreover, that a portion of the first dry island, continent, having detached itself from the main body, has remained, since then, beyond the mountains of Kokaf, the stony girdle that surrounds the world. A journey of 7 months' duration will bring him who is possessed of Solomon's ring to that fountain if he keep on journeying north, straight before him as the bird flies. Journeying, therefore, from Persia straight north will bring one along the 60th degree of longitude, holding to the west to Nova Zembla, and from the Caucasus to the eternal ice beyond the Arctic Circle, would land one between the 60th and 45th degrees of longitude, or between Nova Zembla and Spitzbergen. This, of course, is one of the dodecapodian horse of Henshink, or the winged Simorg, or Tamarath, or Tamaraz, upon which to cross over the Arctic Ocean. Nevertheless, the wandering songsters of Persia and the Caucasus will maintain, to this day, that far beyond the snow-capped summits of Cap, or Caucasus, there is a great continent now concealed from all, that is reached by those who can secure the services of the 12-legged progeny of the crocodile and the female hippopotamus, whose legs will become at will 12 wings, or by those who have the patience to wait for the good pleasure of the Simorganki, whose promise that before she dies she will reveal the hidden continent to all, and make it once more visible and within easy reach by means of a bridge, which the ocean devs will build between the portion of the dry island and its severed parts. This relates, of course, to the 7th race, Simorg being the Manvantaric cycle. It is very curious that Cosmos Indicopletzes, who lived in the 6th century AD, should have always maintained that man was born, and dwelt, at first, in a country beyond the ocean, a proof of which had been given him in India by a learned Chaldean. He says, "The land we live in are surrounded by the ocean, but beyond that ocean there is another land which touches the walls of the sky, and it is in this land that man was created and lived in paradise. During the deluge, Noah was carried in his ark into the land his posterity now inhabits." The 12-legged horse of Heshank was found on that continent, named the Dry Island. The Christian topography of Cosmos Indicoplistus and its merits are well known. But here the good father repeats a universal tradition, which has now, moreover, been corroborated by facts. Every Arctic traveler suspects a continent or a dry island beyond the line of eternal ice. Perhaps now the meaning of the following passage from one of the commentaries may become clearer. In the first beginnings of human life, the only dry land was on the right end of the sphere, where it, the globe, is motionless. The whole earth was one watery desert, and the waters were tepid. There man was born on the 7 zones of the immortal, the indestructible, of the Manvantara. There was eternal spring and darkness. But that which is darkness to the man of today was light to the man of his dawn. There the gods rested, and Fohat reigns ever since. Thus the wise fathers say that the man born in his head of his mother, Earth, and that her feet at the far left end generated, begot, the evil winds that blow from the mouth of the lower dragon. Between the first and second races, the eternal central, land, was divided by the water of life. It flows around and animates her, Mother Earth's body. Its one end issued from her head, it becomes foul at her feet, the southern pole. It gets purified on its return to her heart, which beats under the foot of the sacred Shambhala, which then, in the beginnings, was not yet born. For it is in the belt of man's dwelling, the earth, that lies concealed the life and health of all that lives and breathes. During the first and second races, the belt was covered with the great waters. But the Great Mother travailed under the waves, and a new land was joined to the first one, which our wise men called the headgear, the cap. She traveled harder for the third race, and her waist and navel appeared above the water. It was the belt, the sacred Himavat, which stretches around the world. She broke toward the setting sun from her neck downward to the southwest into many lands and islands, but the eternal land, the cap, broke not asunder. Dry lands covered the face of the silent waters to the 4th sides of the world. All these perished in their turn. Then appeared at the abode of the wicked, the Atlantis. The eternal land was now hid, for the waters became solid, frozen, under the breath of her nostrils, and the evil winds from the dragon's mouth, etc. This shows that the northern Asia is as old as the second race. One may even say that Asia is contemporary with man, since from the very beginnings of human life, its root continent, so to speak, already existed, and that part of the world now known as Asia was only cut off from it in a later age, and divided by the glacial waters. If then the teaching is understood correctly, the first continent which came into existence capped over the North Pole like one unbroken crust, and remains so to this day, beyond that inland sea which seemed like an unreachable mirage to the few Arctic travelers who perceived it. During the second race, more land emerged from under the waters as a continuation of the head from the neck, beginning on both hemispheres, on the line above the most northern part of Spitsbergen. On Mercator's projection on our side, it may have included, on the American side, the localities that are now occupied by Baffin's Bay and the neighboring islands and promontories. There it hardly reached, southward the 70th degree of latitude. Here it formed the horseshoe continent of which the commentary speaks, of the two ends of which one included Greenland with a prolongation which crossed the 50th degree a little southwest, and the other, Kamchatka, the two ends being united by which is now the northern fringe of the coasts of eastern and western Siberia. This broke asunder and disappeared. In the early part of the third race, Lemuria was formed. When it was destroyed in its turn, Atlantis appeared. Western speculations founded on the Greek and Puranic traditions. Thus it becomes natural to find that, on even such meager data as have reached the profane historian, Rudbeck, a Swedish scientist, about 2 centuries ago, tried to prove that Sweden was the Atlantis of Plato. He even thought that he had found in the configuration of ancient Uppsala the situation and measurements of the capital of Atlantis, as given by the Greek sage. As Bailey proved, Rudbeck was mistaken, but so was Bailey likewise, and still more so, for Sweden and Norway had formed part and parcel of ancient Lemuria, and also of Atlantis on the European side, just as eastern and western Siberia and Kamchatka had belonged to it on the Asiatic. Only, once more, when was it? We can find it out approximately only by studying the Puranas. That is to say, if we will have naught to do with the secret teachings. 3/4 of a century have already elapsed since Wilfrid brought forward his fanciful theories about the British Islands being the White Island, the Atala of the Puranas. This was sheer nonsense, as the Atala is one of the 7 Vipas, or islands, belonging to the Nether Lokas, one of the 7 regions of Patala, the Antipodes. Moreover, as Wilfrid shows, the Puranas place it on the 7th zone or 7th climate, rather on the 7th measure of heat, which thus locates it between the latitudes of 24 and 28 degrees north. It is then to be sought on the same degree as the Tropic of Cancer, whereas England is between the latitudes of 50 and 60 degree. Wilfrid speaks of it as Atala, Atlantis, the White Island. Its enemy is called the White Devil, the demon of terror, for he says, in the Hindu and Persian romances, we see Caicus going to the mountain of Asbury, or Asbury, at the foot of which the sun sets, to fight the Divsifid, or White Devil, the Tara Daitya of the Puranas, and whose abode was on the 7th stage of the world, answering to the 7th zone of the Buddhists, or in other words, to the White Island. Now here the Orientalists have been, and are still, facing the Sphinx's riddle, the erroneous solution of which will ever destroy their authority, if not their persons, in the eyes of every Hindu scholar, whether or not an initiate. For there is not a statement in the Puranas, on the conflicting details of which Wilfrid based his speculations, which has not several meanings, and which does not apply to both the physical and the metaphysical worlds. If the old Hindus divided the face of the globe into 7 zones, climates, vipas, geographically, and into 7 hells and 7 heavens, allegorically, the measure of 7 did not apply in both cases to the same localities. Now it is the North Pole, the country of Meru, which is the 7th division, as it has answers to the 7th principle, or 4th metaphysically, of the occult calculation. It represents the region of Atma, of pure soul and spirituality. Hence, Pushkara is shown as the 7th zone, or Vipa, which encompasses the Kishira Ocean, or Ocean of Milk, the ever-frozen white region, in the Vishnu and other Puranas. And Pushkara, with its 2 Varshas, lies directly at the foot of Meru. For it is said that the 2 countries north and south of Meru are shaped like a bow, and that 1/2 of the surface of the earth is on the south of Meru and the other half on the north of Meru, beyond which is half of Pushkara. Geographically, then, Pushkara is America, northern and southern, and allegorically it is the prolongation of Jambu Vipa, in the middle of which stands Meru, for it is the country inhabited by beings who live 10,000 years, who are free from sickness or failing, where there is neither virtue nor vice, caste nor laws, for these men are of the same nature as the gods. Wilfrid is inclined to see Meru and Mount Atlas, and locates there also the Loka Loka. Now Meru, we are told, which is the Svarloka, the abode of Brahma, of Vishnu, and the Olympus of Indian exoteric religions, is described geographically as passing through the middle of the earth globe and protruding on either side. On its upper station are the gods, at the nether, or south pole. It is the abode of demons, hells. How then can Meru be Mount Atlas? Besides which, Taradetya, a demon, cannot be placed on the 7th zone if the latter be identified with the White Island, which is Svetadipa, for reasons given in the footnote above. Wilfrid accuses the modern Brahmins of having jumbled them, islands and countries altogether. But it is he who has jumbled them still more. He believes that as the Brahmanda and Vayu Puranas divide the old continent into 7 Vipas, said to be surrounded by a vast ocean, beyond which lie the regions and mountains of Atala. Hence, Most probably the Greeks derived their notion of the celebrated Atlantis, which, as it could not be found after having once been discovered, they conceived to have been destroyed by some shock of nature. As we find certain difficulties in believing that the Egyptian priests, Plato, and even Homer all built their notions of Atlantis on Atala, a nether region located at the southern pole, we prefer holding to the statements given in the secret books. We believe in the 7 continents, 4 of which have already lived their day, the 5th still exists, and 2 are to appear in the future. We believe that each of these is not strictly a continent in the modern sense of the word, but that each name, from Jambu down to Pushkara, refers to the geographical names given. 1, to the dry lands covering the face of the whole earth during the period of a root race in general. 2, to what remained of these after a geological race pralaya, as Jambu for instance, and 3, to these localities which will enter, after future cataclysms, into the formation of new universal continents, peninsulas or vipas, each continent being in one sense a greater or smaller region of dry land surrounded with water. Thus that whatever jumble the nomenclature of these may represent to the profane, there is none, in fact, to him who has the key. Thus we believe we know that, though 2 of the Puranic islands, the 6th and 7th continents, are yet to come, nevertheless there were, or there are, lands which will enter into the composition of the future dry lands, of new earths whose geographical faces will be entirely changed, as were those of the past. Therefore, we find in the Puranas that Shakavipa is or will be a continent, and that Shankavipa, as shown in the Vayu Purana, is only a minor island, one of the 9 divisions, to which Vayu adds 6 more, of Bharatavarsha, because Shankavipa was peopled by Melchas, unclean foreigners who worshipped Hindu divinities, therefore they were connected with India. This accounts for Shankasura, a king of a portion of Shankavipa, who was killed by Krishna, that king who resided in the palace, which was an ocean shell and whose subjects lived in shells also, says Wilford. On the banks of the Nila, there were frequent contests between the Devitas, divine beings, demigods, and the Daityas, the giants. But the latter tribe having prevailed, their king and leader, Shankasura, who resided in the ocean, made frequent incursions in the night. It is not on the banks of the Nile, as Wilford supposes, but on the coasts of Western Africa, south of where now lies Morocco, that these battles took place. There was a time when the whole of the Sahara Desert was a sea, then a continent as fertile as the Delta, and then, only after another temporary submersion, it became a desert similar to that other wilderness, the desert of Shamu or Gobi. This is shown in Puranic tradition, for on the same page as above cited it is said, "The people were between 2 fires, for while Shankasura was ravaging one side of the continent, Krakacha, or Kroncha, a king of Kroncha Veep, used to desolate the other. Both armies thus changed the most fertile of regions into a barren desert." That not only the last island of Atlantis, spoken of by Plato, but a large continent, first divided and then broken later into 7 peninsulas and islands, called Vipas, preceded Europe is sure. It covered the whole of the North and the South Atlantic regions, as well as portions of the North and South Pacific, and had islands even in the Indian Ocean, relics of Lemuria. The claim is corroborated by Indian Puranas, Greek writers in Asiatic, Persian, and Mohammedan traditions. Wilford, who sorely confuses the Hindu and the Mussulman legends, shows this, however, clearly. His facts and quotations from the Puranas give direct and conclusive evidence that the Aryan Hindus and other ancient nations were earlier navigators than the Phoenicians, who are now credited with having been the first seamen that appeared in the post-Diluvian times. This is what we read in the Asiatic researches. In this distress, the few natives who survived in the war between Devatas and Daityas raised their hands and hearts to Bhagavan and exclaimed, "Let him that can deliver us be our king," using the word it, a magic term not understood by Wilfrid, evidently, which re-echoed through the whole country. Then comes a violent storm. The waters of the Kali are strangely agitated. When they appeared from the waves, a man afterwards called it at the head of a numerous army, saying, Abayan, or there is no fear, and scattered the enemy. The king it, explains Wilfrid, is a subordinate incarnation of Mira. Mrida, a form of Rudra, probably, who re-established peace and prosperity throughout all of Shankadvipa. Through Barbaradesa, Misrashtan, and Arvashtan, or Arabia, etc. Surely if the Hindu Puranas give a description of wars on continents and islands situated beyond Western Africa and the Atlantic Ocean, if their writers speak of Barbaras and other people such as Arabs, they who were never known to navigate or cross the Kalapani, the black waters of the ocean, in the days of Phoenician navigation, then these Puranas must be older than those Phoenicians who are placed at from 2,000 to 3,000 years BC. At any rate, their traditions must have been older, for an adept writes, in the above accounts, the Hindus speak of this island as existing in great power. It must, therefore, have been more than 11,000 years ago. But another proof may be adduced of the great antiquity of these Hindu Aryans who describe the last surviving island of Atlantis, or rather of that remnant of the eastern portion of that continent which had perished soon after the upheaval of the two Americas, the two Varshas of Pushkara, and they described what they knew, for they had once dwelt on it. This may be demonstrated moreover on an astronomical calculation by an adept who criticizes Wilfrid, recalling what the Orientals had brought forward concerning the Mount Ashburi, at the foot of which the sun sets. Where was the war between the Vedas and the Dutches, he says. We will consider then the latitude and longitude of the lost island, and of the remaining Mount Ashburi. It was on the seventh stage of the world, i.e. in the seventh climate, which is between the latitude of 24 degrees and 28 degrees north. This island, the daughter of the ocean, is frequently described as lying in the west, and the sun is represented as setting at the foot of its mountain. Ashbury, Atlas, Tenerife, or Nila, no matter the name, and fighting the white devil of the White Island. Now, if we consider this statement from its astronomical aspect, as Krishna is the incarnated sun, Vishnu, a solar god, and he is said to have killed Div-Sevad, the white devil, a possible personification of the ancient inhabitants at the foot of the Atlas, he may perchance be only a representation of the vertical beams of the sun. Again, these inhabitants, these Atlantides, as we have seen, are accused by Diodorus of daily cursing the sun and ever fighting his influence. This is, however, only an astronomical interpretation. It will now be proved that Shankasura and Shankavipa and all their history is also geographically and ethnologically Plato's Atlantis in Hindu dress. It has just been remarked that since in the Puranic accounts the island is still existing, these accounts must be older than the 11,000 years which have elapsed since Shankavipa, or the Poseidonus of Atlantis, disappeared. But it is not barely possible that the Hindus should have known the island still earlier. Let us turn again to astronomical demonstrations, which make this quite plain, if with the said adept one assumes that at the time when the summer tropical Kalur passes through the Pleiades, when Coriolanus would be upon the equator, and when Leo was vertical to Ceylon at sunset, then would Taurus be vertical to the island of Atlantis at noon? This explains, perhaps, why the Sinhalese, the heirs of the Rakshasas and giants of Lanka, and the direct descendants of Sinha, or Leo, became connected with Shankavipa, or Poseidonus, Plato's Atlantis. Only as shown by Mackey's Sphinxiad, this must have occurred about 23,000 years ago, astronomically, at which time the obliquity of the ecliptic must have been rather more than 27 degrees, and consequently Taurus must have passed over Atlantis, or Shankavipa, and that it was so clearly demonstrated, says the commentaries, the sacred bull Nandi was brought from Bharata to Shanka to meet Rishabha, Taurus, every Kalpa. But when those of the White Island, who descended originally from Svetavipa, who had mixed with the Datyas, giants of the lands of iniquity, had become black with sin, then Nandi remained forever in the White Island, or Svetavipa. Those of the fourth world race lost Asbury or Asbur, whether the peak of Tenerife or not, was a volcano when the sinking of the western Atala or hell began, and those who were saved told the tale to their children. Plato's Atlantis perished between water below and fire above, the great mountain vomiting flames all the while. The fire-vomiting monster survived alone out of the ruins of the unfortunate island. Do the Greeks, who are accused of borrowing a Hindu fiction, Atala, and inventing from it another, Atlantis, stand also accused of getting their geographical notions and the number 7 from them? The famous Atlantis exists no longer, but we can hardly doubt that it did once, says Proclus. For Marcellus, who wrote a history of Ethiopian affairs, says that such and so great an island once existed, and this is evidenced by those who opposed histories relative to the external sea. For they relate that in this time there were 7 islands in the Atlantic Sea sacred to Proserpine, and besides these, 3 of immense magnitude sacred to Plato, Jupiter, and Neptune. And besides this, the inhabitants of the last island, Poseidonis, preserved the memory of the prodigious magnitude of the Atlantic island as related by their ancestors, and of its governing for many periods all the islands in the Atlantic Sea. From this isle one may pass to other large islands beyond, which are not far from the firmland, near which is the true sea. These 7 vipas, inaccurately rendered islands, constitute, according to Marcellus, the body of the famous Atlantis. This evidently shows that Atlantis is the old continent. The Atlantis was destroyed after a violent storm. This is well known to the Puranics, some of whom assert that in consequence of the dreadful convulsion of nature, 6 of the vipas disappeared. Enough proofs have been now given to satisfy the greatest skeptic. Nevertheless, direct proofs based on exact science will also be added. And yet, even though volumes were written, it will be to no purpose for those who will neither see nor hear, except to the eyes and ears of their respective authorities. Hence the teaching of the Roman Catholic scholiasts, namely that Hermon, the mount in the land of Nispeth, meaning anathema, destruction, is the same as Mount Armon. As a proof of this, Josephus is often quoted as affirming that still in his own day, enormous bones of giants were daily discovered on it. But it was the land of Balaam the prophet, whom the Lord loved well. And so mixed up are facts and personages in the said scholiast's brains, that when the Zohar explains the birds, which inspired Balaam to mean serpents, to wit, the wise men and adepts at whose school he had learnt the mysteries of prophecy, the opportunity is again taken of showing Mount Hermon inhabited by the winged dragons of evil, whose chief is Samael, the Jewish Satan. As Spencer says, it is to those unclean spirits chained on Mount Hermon of the desert that the scapegoat of Israel, who assumed the name of one of them, Azazel, was sent. We say it is not so. The Zohar has the following explanation on the practice of magic, which is called in Hebrew Nahashim, or the serpent's works. It says, Part 3, column 302, it is called Nahashim because the magicians, practical Kabbalists, work surrounded by the light of the primordial serpent, which they perceive in heaven as a luminous zone composed of myriads of small stars. This means simply the astral light, so called by the Martinists, by Eliphas Levi, and now by all the modern occultists. The curse from a philosophical point of view. The foregoing teachings of the Secret Doctrine, supplemented by universal traditions, must now have been demonstrated that the Brahmanas and Puranas, the Vendidad and other Mazdean scriptures, down to the Egyptian, Greek, and Roman, and finally to the Jewish sacred records, all have the same origin. None are meaningless and baseless stories invented to entrap the unwary profane. All are allegories intended to convey under a more or less fantastic veil, the great truths gathered in the same field of prehistoric tradition. Space forbids us in these volumes from entering into further and more minute details with respect to the four races which preceded our own. But before offering to the student the history of the psychic and spiritual evolution of the direct antediluvian fathers of our fifth Aryan humanity, and before demonstrating its bearing upon the other side branches grown from the same trunk, we have to elucidate a few more facts. It has been shown, on the evidence of the whole ancient literary world and the institutional speculations of more than one philosopher and scientists of the later ages, that the tenets of our esoteric doctrine are, in almost every case, corroborated by inferential as well as by direct proof, that neither the legendary giants, nor the lost continents, nor yet the evolution of the preceding races are quite baseless tales. In the addenda which close this volume, science will find itself more than once unable to reply. These addenda will, it is hoped, finally dispose of every skeptical remark with regard to the sacred number in nature, and our figures in general. Meanwhile, one task is left incomplete, the disposing of that most pernicious of all theological dogmas, the curse under which mankind is alleged to have suffered ever since the supposed disobedience of Adam and Eve in the bower of Eden. Creative powers in man were the gift of divine wisdom, not the result of sin. This is clearly instanced in the paradoxical behavior of Jehovah, who first curses Adam and Eve, or humanity, for the supposed crime committed, and then blesses his chosen people by saying, "Be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth." The curse was not brought on mankind by the fourth race. For the comparatively sinless third race, the still more gigantic antediluvians had perished in the same way. Hence the deluge was no punishment, but simply a result of a periodical and geological law. Nor was the curse of karma called down upon them for seeking natural union, as all the mindless animal world does in its proper seasons, but for abusing the creative power, for desecrating the divine gift, and wasting the life essence for no purpose except bestial personal gratification. When understood, the third chapter of Genesis will be found to refer to the Adam and Eve of the closing third and the commencing fourth races. In the beginning, conception was as easy for woman as it was for all animal creation. Nature had never intended that woman should bring forth her young ones in sorrow. Since that period, however, during the evolution of the fourth race, there came enmity between its seed and the serpent's seed, the seed or product of karma and divine wisdom. For the seed of woman, or lust, bruised the head of the seed of the fruit of wisdom and knowledge, by turning the holy mystery of procreation into animal gratification. Hence the law of karma bruised the heel of the Atlantean race by gradually changing physiologically, morally, physically, and mentally the whole nature of the fourth race of mankind, until from being the healthy king of animal creation in the third race, man became in the fifth race, our race, a helpless, scrofulous being, and has now become the wealthiest heir on the globe to constitutional and hereditary diseases, the most consciously and intelligently bestial of all animals. This is the real curse from the physiological standpoint, almost the only one touched upon in Kabbalistic esotericism. Viewed from this aspect, the curse is undeniable, for it is evident. The intellectual evolution, in its progress hand in hand with the physical, has certainly been a curse instead of a blessing. A gift quickened by the lords of wisdom, who have poured on the human manas the fresh dew of their own spirit and essence. The divine Titan has then suffered in vain, and one feels inclined to regret his benefaction to mankind. Ensign for those days so graphically depicted by Asclepius in his Prometheus Bound, when at the close of the first Titanic age, the age that followed that of ethereal man, of the pious Kandu and Pramloka, nascent physical mankind, still mindless and physiologically senseless, is described as seeing they saw in vain, hearing they heard not, but like shapes in dreams, through the long time all things at random mixed. Our saviors, the Agnishvada and other divine sons of the flame of wisdom, personified by the Greeks in Prometheus, may well be left unrecognized and unthanked in the injustice of the human heart. They may, in our ignorance of the truth, be indirectly cursed for Pandora's gift, but to find themselves proclaimed and declared by the mouth of the clergy, as the evil ones, is too heavy a karma for him, who, when Zeus ardently desired to quench the entire human race, dared alone to save that mortal race from perdition, or as the suffering Titan is make to say, from sinking blasted down to Hades' gloom. For this by these dire tortures I am bent, grievous to suffer, piteous to behold, I who did mortals pity. The chorus remarking very pertinently, vast boon was this thou gavest unto mortals. Prometheus answers, yea, and besides 'twas I that gave them fire. Chorus, have now these short-lived creatures flame-eyed fire? Prometheus, aye, and by it full many arts will learn. But with the arts, the fire received has turned into the greatest curse. The animal element and consciousness of its possession has changed periodical instinct into chronic animalism and sensuality. It is this which hangs over humanity like a heavy funeral pall. Thus arises the responsibility of free will, the titanic passions which represent humanity in its darkest aspect. The restless insatiability of the lower passions and desires, when, with self-asserting insolence, they bid defiance to the restraints of law. Prometheus having endowed man, according to Plato's Protagoras, with that wisdom which ministers to physical well-being, but the lower aspect of manas of the animal, kama, having remained unchanged, instead of an untainted mind, heaven's first gift, there was created the eternal vulture of ever unsatisfied desire, of regret and despair, coupled with the dreamlike feebleness that fetters the blind race of mortals. Unto the day when Prometheus is released by his heaven-appointed deliverer, Hercules. Now Christians, Roman Catholics especially, have tried to prophetically connect this drama with the coming of Christ. No greater mistake could be made. The true theosophist, the pursuer of divine wisdom and worshipper of absolute perfection, the unknown deity, which is neither Zeus nor Jehovah, will demur to such an idea. Pointing to antiquity, he will prove that there never has been an original sin, but only an abuse of physical intelligence, the psychic being guided by the animal and both putting out the light of the spiritual. He will say, all you who can read between the lines, study ancient wisdom in the old dramas, the Indian and the Greek, read carefully the Prometheus Bound, enacted in the theaters of Athens 2,400 years ago. The myth belongs to neither Hesiod nor Asclepius, but as Bunsen says, it is older than the Hellenes themselves, for it belongs in truth to the dawn of human consciousness. The crucified Titan is the personified symbol of the collective logos, the host, and of the lords of wisdom, or the heavenly man who incarnated in humanity. Moreover, as his name, Prometheus, he who sees before him, or futurity, shows, in the arts he devised and taught to humanity, psychological insight was not the least, for as he complains to the daughters of Oceanus, of prophecies the various modes I fixed, and among dreams did first discriminate the truthful vision, and mortals guided to a mysterious art. All arts to mortals from Prometheus came. Leaving for a few pages the main subject, let us pause and see what may be the hidden meaning of this, the most ancient as it is the most suggestive in traditional allegories, as it relates directly to the early races. There will be no real digression. The subject of Asclepius' trilogy, of which 2 plays are lost, is known to all cultured readers. The demigods rob the gods, the Elohim, of their secret, the mystery of the creative fire. For this sacrilegious attempt he is struck down by Kronos and delivered unto Zeus, the father and creator of a mankind which he would have wished to have blind intellectually and animal-like, a personal deity which will not see man like one of us. Hence Prometheus, the fire and light giver, is chained on Mount Caucasus and condemned to suffer torture. But the triform fates, karma, whose decrees, as the Titan says, even Zeus, e'en he the foredeigned cannot escape. ordained that those suffering will last only to that day when a son of Zeus, aye, a son bearing stronger than his sire, one of thine, Io's, own descendants it must be, is born. This son will deliver Prometheus, suffering humanity, from his own fatal gift. His name is He Who Has to Come. On the authority, then, of these few lines, which, like any other allegorical sentence, may be twisted into almost any meaning, on the authority of the words pronounced by Prometheus and addressed to Io, the daughter of Inachus, persecuted by Zeus, a whole prophecy is constructed by some Catholic writers. Says the crucified Titan, and portent past belief, the speaking oaks, by which full clearly is no riddling phrase, was hailed as the illustrious spouse of Zeus, stroking thee with touch alone of unalarming hand. Then thou dark Epaphos shalt bear, whose name records his sacred gendering. This was construed by several fanatics, de Mousseau and de Merville amongst others, into a clear prophecy. Io is the mother of God, we are told, and dark Epaphos, Christ, but the latter has not dethroned his father, except metaphorically if one has to regard Jehovah as that father, nor has the Christian Savior hurled his father down into Hades. Prometheus says that Zeus will be humbled yet. Such marriage he prepares, which from his throne of power to nothingness shall hurl him down, or shall be all fulfilled his father Cronos' curse. Then let him sit, confiding in his lofty thunder peals, and wielding with both hands the fiery bolt, for these shall not avail, but fall he shall, a fall disgraceful not to be endured. Dark Epaphos was the Dionysus Sabazius, the son of Zeus and Demeter in the Sabazian mysteries, during which the father of the gods, assuming the shape of a serpent, begot on Demeter Dionysus, or the solar Bacchus. Io is the moon, and at the same time the eve of a new race, and so is Demeter in the present case. The Promethean myth is a prophecy indeed, but it does not relate to any of the cyclic saviors who have appeared periodically in various countries and among various nations, in their transitionary conditions of evolution. It points to the last of the mysteries of cyclic transformations, in the series of which mankind, having passed from ethereal to the solid physical state, from spiritual to physiological procreation, is now carried onward on the opposite arc of the cycle, toward the second phase of its primitive state, when woman knew no man, and human progeny was created, not begotten. That state will return to it, to the world at large, when the latter shall discover and really appreciate the truths which underlie the vast problem of sex. It will be like the light that never shone on sea or land, and has to come to men through the Theosophical Society. That light will lead on and up the true spiritual intuition. Then, as expressed once in a letter to a Theosophist, the world will have a race of Buddhas and Christs, for the world will have discovered that individuals have it in their own powers to procreate Buddha-like children, or demons. When that knowledge comes, all dogmatic religions, and with these demons, will die out. If we reflect upon this serial development of the allegory, and the character of the heroes, the mystery may be unriddled. Cronos is of course time in its cyclic course. He swallows his children, the personal gods of exoteric dogmas included. Instead of Zeus, he has swallowed his stone idol. But the symbol has grown and has only developed in human fancy as mankind has been cycling down toward only its physical and intellectual, not spiritual perfection. When it is far advanced in its spiritual evolution, Cronos will be no longer deceived. Instead of the stone image, he will have swallowed the anthropomorphic fiction itself. Because the serpent of wisdom, represented in the Sabazian mysteries by the anthropomorphized Logos, the unity of spiritual and physical powers, will have begotten in time, Cronos, a progeny, Dionysus, Bacchus, or the dark Epaphos, the mighty one, the race that will overthrow him. Where will he be born? Prometheus traces him to his origin and birthplace in the prophecy to Io. Io is the moon goddess of the generation, for she is Isis and she is Eve, the great mother. He traces the path of the racial wanderings as plainly as words can express it. She has to quit Europe and go to Asia's continent, reaching there the highest of the mountains of Caucasus. The Titan telling her, "When thou hast crossed the flood, limit betwixt two continents fronting the burning east." That she must travel eastward after passing the Cimmerian Bosphorus and cross what is evidently the Volga and now the Astrakhan on the Caspian Sea. After this she will encounter fierce northern blasts and cross thither to the land of the Arimaspian host, east of Herodotus, Scythia, to Pluto's gold-abounding flood. This is rightly conjectured by Professor Newman to have meant the Ural, the Arimaspi of Herodotus being the recognized inhabitants of the Golden Region. And here comes, between verses 825 and 835, a puzzle to all the European interpreters. Says the Titan, "To these, Arimaspi and Grypes, approach not. A far borderland thou next shalt reach, where dwells a swarthy race near the sun's founts, whence is the Ethiop river. Along its banks proceed till thou attain the mighty rapids, where the Bybline heights, pure draughts of sacred water Neleos sends. There Io was ordained to found a colony for herself and her sons." Now we must see how the passage is interpreted. Io is told that she has to travel eastward till she comes to the river Ethiops, which she is to follow till it falls into the Nile, hence the perplexity. According to the geographical theories of the earliest Greeks, we are informed by the author of the version of Prometheus Bound. This condition was fulfilled by the river Indus. Arrian mentions that Alexander the Great, when preparing to sail down the Indus, having seen crocodiles in the river Indus and in no other river except the Nile, seemed to himself to have discovered the sources of the Nile, as though the Nile rising from some place in India and flowing through much desert land and thereby losing its name Indus. Next, flowed through inhabited land, being now called Nile by the Ethiopians of those parts and afterwards by the Egyptians. Virgil in the 4th Georgic echoes the obsolete error. Both Alexander and Virgil may have erred considerably in their geographical notions. But the prophecy of Prometheus has not in the least so sinned, not at any rate in its esoteric spirit. When a certain race is symbolized and even events pertain to its history are rendered allegorically, no topographical accuracy ought to be expected in the itinerary traced for its personification. Yet it so happens that the river Ethiops is certainly the Indus, and it is also the Nile or Nila. It is the river born on the Kailasa heaven mountain, the mansion of the gods, 22,000 feet above the level of the sea. It was the Ethiops River and was so called by the Greeks long before the days of Alexander, because its banks from Attok down to Sind were peopled by tribes generally referred to as the Eastern Ethiopians. India and Egypt were two kindred nations, and the Eastern Ethiopians, the mighty builders, have come from India, as is pretty well proved, it is hoped, in Isis Unveiled. Then why could not Alexander, and even the learned Virgil, have used the word Nile or Nilos when speaking of the Indus, since it is one of its names? To this day the Indus is called, in the regions around Kalabag, Nile, Blue, and Nila, the Blue River. The water there is of such dark blue color that this name was given to it from time immemorial, a small town on its banks being called by the same name and existing to this day. Evidently Arrian, who wrote far later than the days of Alexander, and who was ignorant of the old name of the Indus, had unconsciously slandered the Greek conqueror. Nor are our modern historians much wiser, in judging as they do, for they often make the most sweeping declarations on mere appearances, as much as their ancient colleagues ever did in the days of old, when no encyclopedias were yet ready for them. The race of Io, the cow-horned maid, is then simply the first pioneer race of the Ethiopians, brought by her from the Indus to the Nile, which received its name in memory of the mother river of the colonists from India. Therefore Prometheus says to Io that the sacred Nilos, the god, not the river, shall guide her to the land, three-cornered, namely to the delta, where her sons are foreordained to found that far-off colony. It is there that a new race, the Egyptians, will begin, and a female race, which, fifth in descent from dark Apaphos, 50 in number shall return to Argos. Then one of the 50 virgins will fail through love, and shall a kingly race in Argos bear. But from this seed shall dauntless heroes spring, Bauphemus, who shall free me from these ills. When these heroes shall arise, the Titan does not reveal, for as he remarks, this to set forth at large needs lengthy speech. But Argos is Argovarsha, the land of liberations of the old hierophants, whence the deliverer of humanity will appear, a name which become later that of its neighbor, India, the Aravarta of old. That the subject formed part of the Sabazian mysteries is made known by several ancient writers, among others by Cicero and by Clemens Alexandrinus. The latter writers are the only ones who attribute the fact of Asclepius being charged by the Athenians with sacrilege and condemned to be stoned to death to its true cause. They say that being himself uninitiated, Asclepius had profaned the mysteries by exposing them in the trilogies on a public stage. But he would have incurred the same condemnation had he been initiated, which must have been the case, as otherwise he must, like Socrates, have had a daemon to reveal to him the secret and sacred allegorical drama of initiation. At all events, it is not the father of the Greek tragedy who invented the prophecy of Prometheus, for he only repeated in dramatic form that which was revealed by the priests during the mysteries of the Sabaziya. The latter was one of the oldest sacred festivals, whose origin is to this day unknown to history. Mythologists connect it through Mithras, the sun, called Sabazius on some old monuments with Jupiter and Bacchus. It was never, however, the property of the Greeks, but dates from days immemorial. The translator of the drama wonders how Asclepius could become guilty of such. Discrepancy between the character of Zeus as portrayed in the Prometheus Bound and that depicted in the remaining dramas. This is just because Asclepius, like Shakespeare, was and will ever remain the intellectual sphinx of the ages. Between Zeus, the abstract deity of Grecian thought, and the Olympic Zeus, there was an abyss. The later represented in the mysteries a higher principle than the lower aspect of human physical intelligence. Manas wedded to Kama, whereas Prometheus, the divine aspect of Manus merging into and inspiring to Budai, was the divine soul. Zeus, whenever shown as yielding to his lower passions, is the human soul and nothing more. The jealous god, revengeful and cruel in its egoism or I amness. Hence, Zeus is represented as a serpent, the intellectual tempter of man, which nevertheless begets in the course of cyclic evolution the man-savior, the solar Bacchus or Dionysus, more than a man. Dionysus is one with Osiris, with Krishna, and with Buddha, the heavenly wise one, and with the coming 10th Avatara, the glorified spiritual Christos, who will deliver the suffering Krestos, mankind, or Prometheus on its trial. This, say Brahmanical and Buddhistic legends, echoed by the Zoroastrian and now by the Christian teachings, the latter only occasionally, will happen at the end of the Kali Yuga. It is only after the appearance of Kalki Avatara, or Sasoyosh, that man will be born from women without sin. Then will Brahma, the Hindu deity, Ahura Mazda, or Mazd, the Zoroastrian, Zeus, the Greco-Olympian Don Juan, Jehovah, the jealous, repenting, cruel, tribal god of the Israelites, and all their likes in the universal pantheon of human fancy, vanish and disappear in thin air. And along with these will vanish their shadows, the dark aspects of all these deities, ever represented as their twin brothers and creatures in exoteric legend, their own reflection on earth in esoteric philosophy. The Ahrimans and Typhons, the Samaels and Satans, must all be dethroned on that day when every dark evil passion will be subdued. There is one eternal law in nature, one that always tends to adjust contraries and to produce final harmony. It is owing to this law of spiritual development superseding the physical and purely intellectual that mankind will become freed from its false gods and find itself finally self-redeemed. In its final revelation, the old myth of Prometheus, of whom the proto and antitypes are found in every ancient theogony, stands in each of them at the very origin of physical evil, because at the threshold of human physical life. Chronos is time, whose first law is that the order of the successive and harmonious phases in the process of evolution during cyclic development should be strictly preserved, under the severe penalty of abnormal growth with all its ensuing results. It was not in the program of natural development that man, higher animal though he may be, should become at once, intellectually, spiritually, and physically, the demigod he is on earth, while his physical frame remains weaker, more helpless and ephemeral than that of almost any huge mammal. The contrast is too grotesque and violent, the tabernacle much too unworthy of its indwelling God. The gift of Prometheus thus became a curse, though foreknown and foreseen by the host personified in that personage, as his name well shows. It is in this that rests, at one and at the same time, its sin and its redemption. For the host that incarnated in a portion of humanity, though led it to by karma or nemesis, preferred free will to passive slavery, intellectual self-conscious pain, and even torture, while myriad time shall flow to inane, imbecile, and instinctual beatitude. Knowing such an incarnation was premature and not in the program of nature, the heavenly host, Prometheus, still sacrificed itself to benefit thereby at least one portion of mankind. But while saving man from mental darkness, they inflicted upon him the tortures of the self-consciousness of his responsibility, the result of his free will, besides every ill to which mortal man and flesh are heir. This torture Prometheus accepted for himself, since the host became henceforward blended with the tabernacle prepared for them, which was still unachieved at that period of formation. Spiritual evolution being incapable of keeping pace with the physical, once its homogeneity was broken by the admixture, the gift thus became the chief cause, if not the sole origin of evil. Highly philosophical is the allegory which shows Cronus cursing Zeus for dethroning him, in the primitive golden age of Saturn, when all men were demigods, and for creating a physical race of men weak and helpless in comparison, and then as delivering to his Zeus's revenge the culprit, who despoiled the gods of their prerogative of creation, and who thereby raised man to their level, intellectually and spiritually. In the case of Prometheus, Zeus represented the host of the primeval progenitors, of the Pitaras, the fathers, who created man senseless and without mind, while the divine Titan stands for the spiritual creators, the Devas who fell into generation. The former are spiritually lower, but physically stronger than the Prometheans. Therefore the latter are shown conquered. The lower host, whose work the Titan spoiled and thus defeated the plans of Zeus, was on this earth in its own sphere and plane of action, whereas the superior host was an exile from heaven, who had got entangled in the meshes of matter. The inferior hosts were masters of all the cosmic and lower titanic forces. The higher Titan possessed only the intellectual and spiritual fire. This drama of the struggle of Prometheus with the Olympic tyrant and despot, sensual Zeus, one sees enacted daily within our actual mankind. The lower passions chain the higher aspirations to the rock of matter, to generate in many a case the vulture of sorrow, pain, and repentance. In every such case one sees once more a god in fetters, anguish fraught, the foe of Zeus in hatred held of all, a god bereft even of that supreme consolation of Prometheus, who suffered in self-sacrifice. For that to men he, bore too fond a mind. As the divine Titan is moved by altruism, but the mortal man by selfishness and egoism in every instance. The modern Prometheus has now become Epimetheus, he who sees only after the event, because the universal philanthropy of the former has long ago degenerated into selfishness and self-adoration. Man will become the free Titan of old, but not before cyclic evolution has reestablished the broken harmony between the two natures, the terrestrial and the divine, after which he becomes impermeable to the lower titanic forces, invulnerable in his personality, and immortal in his individuality. But this cannot happen before every animal element is eliminated from his nature. When man understands that deus non ficit mortem, but that man has created it himself, he will re-become the Prometheus before his fall. For the full symbolism of Prometheus and the origin of this mythos in Greece, the reader is referred to Part 2 of this volume, Section 20, Prometheus, the Titan, etc. In the said part, a kind of supplement to the present portion, every additional information is given upon those tenets that will be the most controverted and questioned. This work is so heterodox, when confronted with the acknowledged standards of theology and modern science, that no proof which tends to show that these standards often usurp an illegal authority should be neglected. Additional fragments from a commentary on the verses of stanza 12. The MS from which these additional explanations are taken belongs to the group called Tongshakchi Sangye Sangha, or the Records of the 35 Buddhas of Confession, as they are exoterically called. These personages, however, though called in the northern Buddhist religion Buddhas, may just as well be called rishis, avatars, etc., as they are Buddhas who have preceded Shakyamuni, only for the northern followers of the ethics preached by Gautama. These great mahatmas, or Buddhas, are a universal and common property. They are historical sages, at any rate for all the occultists who believe in such a hierarchy of sages, and who have had its existence proved to them by the learned ones of the fraternity. They are chosen from among some 97 Buddhas in one group and 53 in another, most imaginary personages who are really the personifications of the powers of the first named. These baskets of the oldest writings on palm leaves are kept very secret. Each MS has appended to it a short synopsis of the history of that sub-race to which the particular Buddha La belonged. The one special MS from which the fragments which follow have been extracted and then rendered into more comprehensible language is said to have been copied from stone tablets which belonged to a Buddha of the early days of the fifth race, who had witnessed the deluge and the submersion of the chief continents of the Atlantean race. The day when much, if not all, of which is given here from the archaic records will be found correct is not far distant. Then the modern symbologist will acquire the certitude that even Odin, or the god Woden, the highest god in the German and the Scandinavian mythology, is one of these 35 Buddhas, one of the earliest indeed, for the continent to which he and his race belonged is also one of the earliest, so early in truth that in those days tropical nature was to be found, where now lie eternal unthawing snows, and one could cross almost by dry land from Norway, via Iceland and Greenland, to the lands that at the present surround Hudson's Bay. In similar fashion, in the palmy days of the Atlantean giants, the sons of the giants from the east, a pilgrim could perform a journey from what in our days is termed the Sahara Desert, to the lands which now rest in dreamless sleep at the bottom of the waters of the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean Sea. Events which were never written outside the human memory, but which were religiously transmitted from one generation to another and from race to race, may have been preserved by constant transmission within the book volume of the brain, and through countless aeons with more truth and accuracy than inside any written document or record. That which is part of our soul is eternal, says Thackeray. And what can be nearer to our souls than that which happens at the dawn of our lives? Those lives are countless, but the soul or spirit that animates us throughout these myriads of existences is the same. And though the book volume of the physical brain may forget events within the scope of one terrestrial life, the bulk of the collective recollections can never desert the divine soul within us. Its whispers may be too soft, the sound of its words too far off the plane perceived by our physical senses, yet the shadow of events that were, just as much as the shadow of the events that are to come, is within its perspective powers, and is ever present before its mind's eye. It is this soul voice, perhaps, which tells those who believe in tradition more than in written history that what is said below is all true and relates to prehistoric facts. This is what is written in one passage. The kings of light have departed in wrath. The sins of men have become so black that earth quivers in her great agony. The azure seats remain empty. Who of the brown, who of the red, or yet among the black races, can sit in the seats of the blessed, the seats of knowledge and mercy? Who can assume the flower of power, the plant of the golden stem, and the azure blossom? The kings of light is the name given in all records to the sovereigns of the divine dynasties. The azure seats are translated celestial thrones in certain documents. The flower of power is now the lotus. What it may have been at that period, who can tell? The writer proceeds, like the later Jeremiah, to bewail the fate of his people. They had become bereft of their azure celestial kings, and they of the deva hue, the moon-like complexion, and they of the refulgent, golden face, have gone to the land of bliss, the land of fire and metal, or agreeably with the rules of symbolism, to the lands lying north and east, from whence the great waters have been swept away, sucked in by the earth and dissipated in the air. The wise races had perceived the black storm dragons called down by the dragons of wisdom, and had fled, led on by the shining protectors of the most excellent land. The great ancient adepts, presumably, those the Hindus referred to as their Manus and Rishis, one of them was the Vivasvata Manu. They of the yellow hue are the forefathers of those whom ethnology now classes as the Turanians, the Mongols, Chinese, and other ancient nations. And the land they fled to was no other than Central Asia. There entirely new races were born. There they lived and died until the separation of the nations. But this separation did not take place either in the localities assigned for it by modern science, nor in the way the Aryans are shown to have divided and separated by Professor Max Muller and other Aryanists. Nearly 2/3 of 1 million years have elapsed since that period. The yellow-faced giants of the post-Atlantean day had ample time, through this forced confinement to one part of the world, with the same racial blood and without any fresh infusion or admixture in it, during a period of nearly 700,000 years, to branch off into the most heterogeneous and diversified types. The same is shown in Africa. Nowhere does a more extraordinary variability of types exist, from black to almost white, from gigantic men to dwarfish races, and this is only because of their forced isolation. The Africans have not left their continent for several hundred thousands of years. If tomorrow the continent of Europe were to disappear and other lands to re-emerge instead, and if the African tribes were to separate and scatter on the face of the earth, it is they who, in about 100,000 years hence, would form the bulk of the civilized nations. And it is the descendants of those of our highly cultured nations, who might have survived on some one island, without any means of crossing the new seas, that would fall back into a state of relative savagery. Thus the reason given for dividing humanity into superior and inferior races falls to the ground and becomes a fallacy. Such are the facts given in the archaic records. Collating and comparing them with some modern theories of evolution, minus natural selection, these statements appear quite reasonable and logical. Thus, while the Aryans are the descendants of the yellow Adam, the gigantic and highly civilized Atlanto-Aryan race, the Semites, and the Jews along with them, are those of the red Adam, and thus both de Quatrefages and the writers of the Mosaic Genesis are right. For could chapter 5 of the first book of Moses be compared with the genealogies found in our archaic Bible? The period from Adam unto Noah would be found noticed therein, though of course under different names, the respective years of the patriarchs being turned into periods, and the whole being symbolical and allegorical. In the MS under consideration, many and frequent are the references to the great knowledge and civilization of the Atlantean nations, showing the polity of several of them and the nature of their arts and sciences. If the third root race, the Lemuro-Atlanteans, are already spoken of as having been drowned with their high civilizations and gods, how much more may the same be said of the Atlanteans? It is from the fourth race that the early Aryans got their knowledge of the bundle of wonderful things, the Saba and Maya Saba, mentioned in the Mahabharata, the gift of Mayasura to the Pandavas. It is from them that they learnt aeronautics, Vamana Vidya, the knowledge of flying in air vehicles, and therefore their great arts of meteorography and meteorology. It is from them, again, that the Aryans inherited their most valuable science of the hidden virtues of precious and other stones, of chemistry, or rather alchemy, of mineralogy, geology, physics, and astronomy. Several times the writer has put to herself the question, is the story of Exodus, in its detail at least, as narrated in the Old Testament, original, or is it, like the story of Moses himself and many others, simply another version of the legends told of the Atlanteans? For who, upon hearing the story told of the latter, will fail to perceive the great similarity of the fundamental features? Remember the anger of God at the obduracy of Pharaoh, his command to the chosen ones to spoil the Egyptians before departing, of their jewels of silver and jewels of gold, and finally the Egyptians and their Pharaoh, drowned in the Red Sea. Then read the following fragment of the earlier story from the commentary. And the great king of the dazzling face, the chief of all the yellow-faced, was sad, seeing the sins of the black-faced. He sent his air vehicles, Vamanas, to all his brother chiefs, chiefs of other nations and tribes, with pious men within, saying, Prepare, arise, ye men of God, law, and cross the land while dry. The lords of the storm are approaching. Their chariots are nearing the land. 1 night and 2 days only shall the lords of the dark face, the sorcerers, live on this patient land. She is doomed, and they have to descend with her. The nether lords of the fires, the gnomes and fire elementals, are preparing their magic, Agnisyatra, fire weapons worked by magic. But the lords of the dark eye, evil eye, are stronger than they, the elementals, and they are the slaves of the mighty ones. They are versed in Astra, Vidya, the highest magical knowledge. Come and use yours, your magic powers, in order to counteract those of the sorcerers. Let every lord of the dazzling face, an adept of the white magic, cause the Vimana of every lord of the dark face to come into his hands, or possession, lest any of the sorcerers should do it by means escape from the waters, avoid the rod of the 4 karmic deities, and save his wicked followers or people. May every yellow face send sleep from himself to mesmerize every black face. May even they, the sorcerers, avoid pain and suffering. May every man true to the solar gods bind, paralyze every man under the lunar gods, lest he should suffer or escape his destiny. And may every yellow-face offer of his life water, blood, to the speaking animal of a black-face, lest he awaken his master. The hour has struck, the black night is ready. Let their destiny be accomplished. We are the servants of the great 4. May the kings of light return. The great king fell upon his dazzling face and wept. When the king assembled, the waters had already moved. But the nations had now crossed the dry lands. They were beyond the watermark. Their kings reached them in their Vamanas and led them onto the lands of fire and metal, east and north. Still, in another passage, it is said, Stars, meteors, showered on the lands of the black faces, but they slept. The speaking beasts, the magic watchers, kept silent. The nether lords waited for orders, but they came not, for their masters slept. The waters arose and covered the valleys from one end of the earth to the other. High lands remained, the bottom of the earth, the lands of the antipodes, remained dry. There dwelt those who escaped, the men of the yellow faces and of the straight eye, the frank and sincere people. When the lords of the dark faces awoke and bethought themselves of the Vermanas, in order to escape from the rising waters, they found them gone. Then a passage shows some of the more powerful magicians of the dark faces, who awoke earlier than the others, pursuing those who had spoilt them, and who were in the rear guard, for the nations that were led away were as thick as the stars of the Milky Way, says a more modern commentary, written in Sanskrit only. Like as a dragon snake uncoils slowly its body, so the sons of men, led on by the sons of wisdom, open their folds and spreading out, expanding like a running stream of sweet waters. Many of the faint-hearted among them perished on their way, but most were saved. Yet the pursuers, whose heads and chests soared high above the water, chased them for 3 lunar terms, until finally reached the rising waves. They perished to the last man, the soil sinking under their feet, and the earth engulfing those who had desecrated her. This sounds a good deal like the original material upon which the story in Exodus was built many hundred thousands of years later. The biography of Moses, the story of his birth, childhood, and rescue from the Nile by Pharaoh's daughter, is now shown to have been adopted from the Chaldean narrative about Sargon, and if so, the Assyrian tiles of the British Museum being a good proof of it. Why not that of the Jews robbing the Egyptians of their jewels, the death of Pharaoh and his army, and so on? The gigantic magicians of Ruta and Daitya, the lords of the dark face, may in the later narrative have become the Egyptian Magi, and the yellow-faced nations of the 5th race, the virtuous sons of Jacob, the chosen people. One more statement has to be made. There have been several divine dynasties, a series for every root race beginning with the 3rd, each series according and adapted to its humanity. The last 7 dynasties referred to in the Egyptian and Chaldean records belonged to the 5th race, which, though generally called Aryan, was not entirely so, as it was ever largely mixed up with races to which ethnology gives other names. It would be impossible, in view of the limited space at our disposal, to go any further into the description of the Atlanteans, in whom the whole East believes as much as we believe in the ancient Egyptians, but whose existence the majority of the Western scientists deny, as they have denied before this many a truth, from the existence of Homer down to that of the carrier pigeon. The civilization of the Atlanteans was greater than even that of the Egyptians. It is their degenerate descendants, the nation of Plato's Atlantis, who built the first pyramids in the country, and that certainly before the advent of the Eastern Ethiopians, as Herodotus called the Egyptians. This may well be inferred from the statement made by Ammianus Marcellinus, who says of the pyramids that there are also subterranean passages and winding retreats, which, it is said, men skillful in the ancient mysteries, by means of which they divine the coming of the flood, constructed in different places lest the memory of all their sacred ceremonies should be lost. These men who divined the coming of floods were not Egyptians, who never had any, except the periodical rising of the Nile. Who were they? The last remnants of the Atlanteans, we maintain, those races which are dimly suspected by science, and thinking of which Mr. Charles Gould, the well-known geologist, says, "Can we suppose that we have at all exhausted the great museum of nature? Have we in fact penetrated yet beyond its antechambers? Does the written history of man, comprising a few thousand years, embrace the whole course of his intelligent existence? Or have we in the long mythical eras extended over hundreds of thousands of years, and recorded in the chronologies of Chaldea and of China, shadowy mementos of prehistoric man, handed down by tradition, and perhaps transported by a few survivors to existing lands from others, which, like the fabled Atlantis of Plato, may have been submerged, or the scene of some great catastrophe, which destroyed them with all their civilization?" After this one can turn with more confidence to the words of a master who wrote, several years before these words were penned by Mr. Gould. The 4th race had its periods of the highest civilization. Greek and Roman and even Egyptian civilizations are nothing compared to the civilizations that began with the 3rd race, after its separation. But if this civilization and the mastery of arts and sciences are denied to the 3rd and 4th races, No one will deny that between the great civilizations of antiquity, such as those of Egypt and India, there stretched the dark ages of crass ignorance and barbarism ever since the beginning of the Christian era, up to our modern civilization, during which period all recollection of these traditions was lost. As said in Isis Unveiled, why should we forget that, ages before the prows of the adventurous Genoese clove the western waters, the Phoenician vessels had circumnavigated the globe and spread civilization in regions now silent and deserted? What archaeologist will dare assert that the same hand which planned the pyramids of Egypt, Karnak, and the 1,000 ruins now crumbling to oblivion on the sandy banks of the Nile, did not erect the monumental Nagkan Wat of Cambodia, or trace the hieroglyphics on the obelisks and doors of the deserted Indian village, newly discovered in British Columbia by Lord Dufferin, or those on the ruins of Palenque and Uxmal in Central America? Do not the relics we treasure in our museums, last mementos of the long-lost arts, speak loudly in favor of ancient civilization? And do not they prove over and over again that nations and continents that have passed away have buried long with them arts and sciences, with neither the first crucible ever heated in a medieval cloister, nor the last cracked by a modern chemist, have revived, nor will, at least in the present century? And the same question may be put now that was put then. It may be once more asked, how did it happen that the most advanced standpoint that has been reached in our times only enables us to see in the dim distance up to the alpine path of knowledge the monumental proofs that earlier explorers have left to mark the plateau they had reached and occupied? If modern masters are so much in advance of the old ones, why do they not restore to us the lost arts of our post-Diluvian forefathers? Why do they not give us the unfading colors of Luxor, the Tyrian purple, the bright vermilion, and the dazzling blue which decorate the walls of this place, and are as bright as on the first day of their application? The indestructible cement of the pyramids and of the ancient aqueducts, the Damascus blade, which can be turned like a corkscrew in its scabbard without breaking, the gorgeous, unparalleled tints of the stained glass that is found amid the dust of old ruins and beams in the windows of ancient cathedrals, and the secret of the true malleable glass. And if chemistry is so little able to rival even the early medieval ages in some arts, why boast of achievements which, according to strong probability, were perfectly known thousands of years ago? The more archaeology and philology advance, the more humiliating to our pride are the discoveries which are daily made. The more glorious testimony do they bear in behalf of those who, perhaps on account of the distance of their remote antiquity, have been until now considered ignorant flounderers in the deepest mire of superstition. Among other arts and scientists, the ancients, as an heirloom from the Atlanteans, had those of astronomy and symbolism, which include the knowledge of the zodiac. As already explained, the whole of antiquity believed, with good reason, that humanity and its races are all intimately connected with the planets, and these with the zodiacal signs. The whole world's history is recorded in the latter. In the ancient temples of Egypt there is an example of the Dendera zodiac, but except in an Arabic work, the property of a Sufi, the writer has never met with a correct copy of these marvelous records of the past, and also of the future history of our globe. Yet the original records exist, most undeniably. As Europeans are unacquainted with the real zodiacs of India, and those they do happen to know do they fail to understand, as witness Bentley, the reader is advised, in order to verify the statement, to turn to the work of Denon, in which the two famous Egyptian zodiacs can be found and examined. Having seen them personally, the writer has no longer need to trust to what other students, who have examined and studied both very carefully, have to say of them. The assertion of the Egyptian priest to Herodotus that the terrestrial pole and the pole of the ecliptic had formerly coincided had been corroborated by Mackey, who states that the poles are represented on the zodiacs in both positions. And in that which shows the poles, polar axes at right angles, there are marks which show that it was not the last time they were in that position, but the first, after the zodiacs have been traced. Capricorn is therein represented at the North Pole, and Cancer is divided near its middle at the South Pole, which is a confirmation that originally they had their winter when the sun was in Cancer. But the chief characteristic of its being a monument commemorating the first time that the pole had been in that position are the lion and the virgin. Broadly calculated, it is believed by Egyptologists that the Great Pyramid was built 3350 BC, and that Menes and his dynasty existed 750 years before the appearance of the Fourth Dynasty, during which the pyramids are supposed to have been built. Thus, 4100 years BC is the age assigned to Menes. Now, Sir J. Gardner Wilkinson's declaration that all the facts lead to the conclusion that the Egyptians had already made very great progress in the arts of civilization before the age of Menes, and perhaps before they immigrated into the valley of the Nile, is very suggestive as destroying this hypothesis of the comparatively modern civilizing of Egypt. It points to a great civilization in prehistoric times and a still greater antiquity. The Shisu Hor, the servants of Horus, were the people who had settled in Egypt, and as M. Maspero affirms, it is to this prehistoric race that belongs the honor of having constituted Egypt, such as we know it, from the commencement of the historic period. And Staniland Wake adds, they founded the principal cities of Egypt and established the most important sanctuaries. This was before the Great Pyramid epoch, and when Egypt had hardly arisen from the waters, yet they possessed the hieroglyphic form of writing special to the Egyptians and must have already considerably advanced in civilization. And says Lenormant, it was the country of the great prehistoric sanctuaries, seats of the sacerdotal dominion, which played the most important part in the origin of civilization. What is the date assigned to this people? We hear of 4,000 at the utmost of 5,000 years BC, Maspero. Now it is claimed that it is by means of the cycle of 25,868 years, the sidereal year, that the approximate year of the erection of the Great Pyramid can be ascertained. Assuming that the long, narrow downward passage leading from the entrance was directed toward the pole star of the pyramid builders, astronomers have shown that in the year 2170 BC, the passage pointed to Alpha Draconis, the then pole star. Mr. Richard A. Proctor, the astronomer, after stating that the pole star was in the required position about 3350 BC, as well as in 2170 BC, says, either of these would correspond with the position of the descending passage in the Great Pyramid. But Egyptologists tell us there can absolutely be no doubt that the later epoch is far too late. But we are also told that this relative position of Alpha Draconis and Asalon, being an extraordinary one, it could not occur again for a whole sidereal year. This demonstrates that since the Dendera zodiac shows the passage of 3 sidereal years, the Great Pyramid must have been built 78,000 years ago, or in any case that this possibility deserves to be accepted at least as readily as the later date of 3350 BC. Now, on the zodiac of a certain temple in far northern India, the same characteristics of the signs as on the Dendera zodiac are found. Those who know the Hindu symbols and constellations well will be able to find out from the inscription of the Egyptian whether the indications of time are correct or not. On the Dendera zodiac are preserved by the modern Egyptian Coptic and Greek adepts, and explained a little differently by Mackey. The lion stands upon the hydra, and his tail is almost straight, pointing downwards at an angle of 40 or 50 degrees, this position agreeing with the original confirmation of these constellations. But adds Mackey, in many places we see the lion, Sina, with his tail turned up over his back, and ending with a serpent's head, thereby shewing that the lion had been inverted, which indeed must have been the case with the whole zodiac and every other constellation when the pole had been inverted. Speaking of the circular zodiac, which is also given by Denon, he says, there the lion is standing on the serpent, and his tail forming a curve downward, from which we find that, though 600,000 or 700,000 years must have passed between the two positions, yet they had made but little or no difference in the constellation of Leo and the Hydra, while Virgo is represented very differently in the two. In the circular zodiac, the Virgin is nursing her child. But it seems that they had not the idea when the pole was first within the plane of the ecliptic. For in this zodiac, as given by Danon, we see 3 virgins between the line and the scales, the last of which holds in her hand an ear of wheat. It is much to be lamented that there is in this zodiac a breach of the figures of the latter part of Leo and the beginning part of Virgo, which has taken away 1 decan out of each sign. Nevertheless, the meaning is plain, as the 3 zodiacs belong to 3 different epochs, namely, to the last 3 family races of the 4th subrace of the 5th root race, each of which must have lived approximately from 25,000 to 30,000 years. The first of these, the Aryan Asiatics, witnessed the doom of the last of the populations of the giant Atlanteans, the Ruta and Dacia island continents, who perished some 850,000 years ago toward the close of the Miocene Age. The 4th subrace witnessed the destruction on the last remnant of the Atlanteans, the Aryo-Atlanteans in that last island of Atlantis, namely some 11,000 years ago. In order to understand this, the reader is asked to glance at the diagram of the genealogical tree of the 5th root race, generally, though hardly correctly, called the Aryan race, and the explanations appended to it. Let the reader remember well that which is said of the divisions of root races in the evolution of humanity in this work, and stated clearly and concisely in Mr. Sinnett's Esoteric Buddhism. 1. There are 7 rounds in every Manvantara. This round is the 4th, and we are in the 5th root race at present. 2. Each root race has 7 subraces. 3. Each subrace has in its turn 7 ramifications, which may be called branch or family races. 4. The little tribes, shoots, and offshoots of the last named are countless and depend on karmic action. Examine the genealogical tree hereto appended, and you will understand. The illustration is purely diagrammatic, and is only intended to assist the reader in obtaining a slight grasp on the subject, amidst the confusion which exists between the terms which have been used at different times for the divisions of humanity. It is also here attempted to express in figures, but only within approximate limits for the sake of comparison, the duration of time through which it is possible to definitely distinguish one division from another. It would only lead to hopeless confusion if any attempt were made to give accurate dates to a few, for the races, subraces, etc., down to their smallest ramifications, overlap and are entangled with each other until it is nearly impossible to separate them. The human race is being compared to a tree, and this serves admirably as an illustration. The main stem of a tree may be compared to the root race, its larger limbs to the various subraces, 7 in number, etc. On each of these limbs are 7 branches, or families, races. After this, the cactus plant is a better illustration, for its fleshy leaves are covered with sharp spines, each of which may be compared to a nation or tribe of human beings. Now, our 5th root race has already been in existence as a race, sui generis and quite free from its parent stem, about 1 million years. Therefore, it must be inferred that each of the 4 preceding subraces had lived approximately 210,000 years. Thus, each family race has an average existence of about 30,000 years, and thus the European family race has still a good many thousand years to run, although the nations, or the innumerable spines upon it, vary with each succeeding season, of 3 or 4,000 years. It is somewhat curious to mark the comparative approximation of duration between the lives of a family race and a sidereal year. The knowledge of the foregoing and the absolutely correct divisions of time formed part and parcel of the mysteries where these sciences were taught to the disciples, and where they were transmitted by one hierophant to another. Everyone is aware that the European astronomers assign, arbitrarily enough, the date of the invention of the Egyptian zodiac to the years 2000 or 2400 BC, Proctor, and insist that the date of this invention coincides with that of the erection of the Great Pyramid. This, to an occultist and Eastern astronomer, must appear quite absurd. The cycle of the Kali Yuga is said to have begun between the 17th and 18th of February in the year 3102 BC. Now the Hindus claim that in the year 20,400 before Kali Yugam, the origin of their zodiac coincided with the spring equinox, there being at the time a conjunction of the sun and moon. And Bailey proved by a lengthy and careful computation of that date that even if fictitious, the epoch from which they had started to establish the beginning of their Kali Yuga was very real. That epoch is the year 3102 before our era, he writes, the lunar eclipse arriving just a fortnight after the beginning of the Black Age. It took place in a point situated between the wheat ear of Virgo and the star of the same constellation. One of their most esoteric cycles is based upon certain conjunctions and respective positions of Virgo and the Pleiades, Kritika. Hence, as the Egyptians brought their zodiac from southern India and Lanka, the esoteric meaning was evidently identical. The three virgins, or Virgo, in the three different positions meant, with both, the record of the first three divine or astronomical dynasties, who taught the third root race, and after having abandoned the Atlanteans to their doom, returned, or redescended rather, during the third subrace of the fifth, in order to reveal and save to humanity the mysteries of their birthplace, the sidereal heavens. The same symbolical record of the human races in the three dynasties, gods, manes, semi-divine astrals of the third and fourth, and the heroes of the fifth race, which preceded the purely human beings, was found in the distribution of the tiers and passages of the Egyptian labyrinth. As the three inversions of the poles, of course, changed the face of the zodiac, a new one had to be constructed each time. In Mackey's Sphinxiad, the speculations of the bold author must have horrified the orthodox portion of the population of Norwich, for he says, fantastically enough, but after all, the greatest length of time recorded by those monuments, the labyrinth, the pyramids, and the zodiacs, does not exceed 5 millions of years, which falls short of the records given us by both the esoteric Chinese and Hindus. Which later nation has registered a knowledge of time for 7 or 8 millions of years, which I have seen upon a talisman of porcelain. The Egyptian priests and the zodiacs of the Atlantean Asura Maya, as the modern Hindus still have, as stated in esoteric Buddhism, the Egyptians, as well as the Greeks and Romans, some thousands years ago, were remnants of the Atlanto-Aryans, the former of the older, or the Ruta Atlanteans, the last named, the descendants of the last race of that island, whose sudden disappearance was narrated to Solon by the Egyptian initiates. The human dynasty of the older Egyptians, beginning with Menes, had all the knowledge of the Atlanteans, though there was no longer Atlantean blood in their veins. Nevertheless, they had preserved all their archaic records. All this has been shown long ago, and it is just because the Egyptian zodiac is between 75,000 and 80,000 years old that the zodiac of the Greeks is far later. Volney has correctly pointed out that it is only 16,984 years old, or up to the present date, 17,082. Conclusion. Space forbids us to say anything more, and this part of the Secret Doctrine has to be closed. The 49 stanzas, and the few fragments from the commentaries which have been given, are all that can be published in these volumes. These, with some still older records, to which none but the highest initiates have access, and a whole library of comments, glossaries, and explanations, form the synopsis of man's genesis. It is from these commentaries that we have hitherto quoted and tried to explain the hidden meaning of some of the allegories, thus showing the true views of esoteric antiquity upon geology, anthropology, and even ethnology. In the part which follows, we will endeavor to establish a still closer metaphysical connection between the earliest races and their creators, the divine men from other worlds, accompanying the statements proffered with the most important demonstrations of the same in esoteric astronomy and symbolism. The duration of the periods that separate in space and time the fourth from the fifth race, in the historical or even the legendary beginnings of the latter, is too tremendous for us to offer, even to a theosophist, any more detailed accounts of them. during the course of the post-Diluvian ages, which were marked at certain periodical epochs by the most terrible cataclysms. Too many races and nations were born and disappeared almost without leaving a trace, for anyone to offer any description of the slightest value concerning them. Whether the masters of wisdom have a full and consecutive history of our race, from its incipient stage down to the present times, whether they possess the uninterrupted record of man since he developed into a complete physical being, and became thereby the king of the animals and master on this earth, is not for the writer to say. Most probably they have, and such is our own personal conviction. But if so, this knowledge is only for the highest initiates, who do not take their students into their confidence. The writer can, therefore, give but what she has herself been taught, and no more, and even this will appear to the profane reader rather as a weird, fantastic dream, than as a possible reality. This is only natural, as it should be, since for years such was the impression made upon the humble writer of these pages herself. Born and bred in European, matter-of-fact and presumably civilized countries, she assimilated the foregoing with the utmost difficulty. But there are proofs of a certain character which become irrefutable and are undeniable in the long run, to every earnest and unprejudiced mind. For a series of years such were offered to her, and now she has the full certitude that our present globe and its human races must have been born, grown, and developed in this way, and in no other way. But this is the personal view of the writer, and her orthodoxy cannot be expected to have any more weight than any other doxy, in the eyes of those to whom every fresh theory is heterodox until otherwise proved. Therefore, are we occultists fully prepared for such questions as these? How do we know that the writer has not invented the whole scheme? And supposing she has not, how can we tell that the whole of the foregoing, as given in the stanzas, is not the product of the imagination of the ancients? How could they have preserved the records of such an immense, such an incredible antiquity? The answer that the history of this world since its formation and to its end is written in the stars, i.e., is recorded in the zodiac and universal symbolism, whose keys are in the keeping of the initiates, will hardly satisfy the doubters. The antiquity of the zodiac in Egypt is much doubted, and it is denied point blank with regard to India. Your conclusions are often excellent, but your premises are always doubtful, the writer was once told by a profane friend. To this, the answer came that it was at least 1 point gained on scientific syllogisms. For, with the exception of a few problems from the domain of purely physical science, both the premises and conclusions of men of science are as hypothetical as they are almost invariably erroneous. And if they do not so appear to the profane, the reason is simply this. The said profane are very little aware, taking as they do their scientific data on faith, that both premises and conclusions are generally the product of the same brains, which, however learned, are not infallible, a truism demonstrated daily by the shifting and reshifting of scientific theories and speculations. However it may be, the records of the temples, zodiacal and traditional, as well as the ideographic records of the East, as read by the adepts of the sacred science or Vidya, are not a whit more doubtful than the so-called ancient history of the European nations, now edited, corrected, and amplified by half a century of archaeological discoveries, and the very problematical readings of the Assyrian tiles, cuneiform fragments, and Egyptian hieroglyphics. Our data also are based upon the same readings, in addition to an almost inexhaustible number of secret works of which Europe knows nothing, plus the perfect knowledge by the initiates of the symbolism of every word so recorded. Some of these records belong to an immense antiquity. Every archaeologist and paleontologist is acquainted with the ideographic productions of certain semi-savage tribes, who from time immemorial have aimed at rendering their thoughts symbolically. This is the earliest mode of recording events and ideas. And how old this knowledge is in the human race may be inferred from some signs, evidently ideographic, found on hatchets of the Paleolithic period. The Red Indian tribes of America, only a few years ago, comparatively speaking, petitioned the President of the United States to grant them possession of 4 small lakes, the petition being written on the tiny surface of a piece of fabric, which was covered with barely a dozen representations of animals and birds. The American savages have a number of such different kinds of writing, but not one of our scientists is yet familiar with or even knows of the early hieroglyphic cipher, still preserved in some fraternities, and named in occultism the Censar. Moreover, all those who have decided to regard such modes of writing, example the ideographs of the Red Indians, and even the Chinese characters, as attempts of the early races of mankind to express their untutored thoughts, will decidedly object to our statement that writing was invented by the Atlanteans and not at all by the Phoenicians. Indeed, such a claim as that writing was known to mankind many hundreds of millennia ago. In the face of the philologists, who have decreed that writing was unknown in the days of Panini in India, as also to the Greeks in the time of Homer, will be met by general disapprobation, if not with silent scorn. All denial and ridicule notwithstanding, the occultists will maintain the claim, and simply for this reason. From Bacon down to our modern Royal Society, we have too long a period, full of the most ludicrous mistakes made by science, to warrant our believing in modern scientific assumptions rather than in the statements of our teachers. Writing, our scientists say, was unknown to Panini, and this sage nevertheless composed a grammar which contains 3,996 rules, and is the most perfect of all the grammars that were ever made. Panini is made out to have lived barely a few centuries BC, by the most liberal, and the rocks in Iran and Central Asia, whence the philologists and historians show us the ancestors of the same Panini, the Brahmins, coming into India, are covered with writing, 2,000 and 3,000 years old, at least, and 12,000 according to some fearless paleontologists. Writing was an ars incognita in the days of Hesiod and Homer, agreeably to Grote, and was unknown to the Greeks so late as 770 BC, and the Phoenicians who had invented it, and knew writing as far back as 1500 BC at the earliest, were living among the Greeks and elbowing them all the time. All these scientific and contradictory conclusions disappeared, however, into thin air when Schliemann discovered A, the site of ancient Troy, whose actual existence had been so long regarded as a fable, and B, excavated from that site earthenware vessels with inscriptions in characters unknown to paleontologists and the all-denying Sanskritists. Who will now deny Troy, or these archaic inscriptions? As Professor Virchow witnesses, I was myself an eyewitness of 2 such discoveries, and helped to gather the articles together. The slanderers have long since been silenced, who were not ashamed to charge the discoverer with an impostor. Nor were truthful women spared any more than truthful men. Du Chaillu, Gordon Cumming, Madame Marion, Bruce, and a host of others were charged with lying. Says the author of Mythical Monsters, who gives this information in the introduction. Madame Marion was accused of deliberate falsehood in reference to her description of a bird-eating spider nearly 200 years ago. But nowadays, reliable observers have confirmed it in regard to South America, India, and elsewhere. Audubon was similarly accused by botanists of having invented the yellow water lily, which he figured in his Birds of the South under the name of Nymphea lutea, and after having lain under the imputation for years, was confirmed at last by the discovery of the long-lost flower in Florida in 1876. And as Audubon was called a liar for this, and for his hellacious Washingtoni, so Victor Hugo was ridiculed for his marvelous word painting of the devilfish, and his description of a man becoming its helpless victim. The thing was derided as a monstrous impossibility, yet within a few years were discovered on the shores of Newfoundland cuttlefishes with arms extending to 30 feet in length and capable of dragging a good-sized boat beneath the surface, and their action has been reproduced for centuries past by Japanese artists. And if Troy was denied and regarded as a myth, the existence of the Herculaneum and Pompeii declared a fiction, the travels of Marco Polo laughed at and called as absurd a fable as one of Baron Munchausen's tales, why should the writer of Isis Unveiled and of the Secret Doctrine be any better treated? Mr. Charles Gould, the author of the above-cited volume, quotes, in his excellent work, a few lines from Macmillan, 1860, which are as true as life, and too much to the point not to be reproduced. When a naturalist, either by visiting such spots of earth, and are still out of the way, or by his good fortune, finds a very queer plant or animal, he is forthwith accused of having invented his game. As soon as the creature is found to sin against preconception, the great guiding spirit, a priori by name, who furnishes philosophers with their omniscience, pro renata, whispers that no such thing can be, and forthwith there is a charge of a hoax. The heavens themselves have been charged with hoaxes. When Leverrier and Adams predicted a planet by calculation, it was gravely asserted in some quarters that the planet which had been calculated was not the planet, but another which had clandestinely and improperly got into the neighborhood of the true body. The disposition to suspect hoax is stronger than the disposition to hoax. Who was it that first announced the classical writings of Greece and Rome were once a huge hoax perpetrated by the monks, in what the announcer would be as little or less inclined than Dr. Maitland to call the Dark Ages? Thus let it be. No disbeliever who takes the secret doctrine for a hoax is forced, or even asked, to credit our statements, which have already been proclaimed to be such by certain very clever American journalists, even before the work went to press. Nor, after all, is it necessary that anyone should believe in the occult sciences and the old teachings, before he knows anything of or even believes in his own soul. No great truth has ever been accepted a priori, and generally a century or two has passed before it has begun to glimmer in the human consciousness as a possible verity, except in such cases as the positive discovery of the thing claimed as a fact. The truths of today are the falsehoods and errors of yesterday, and vice versa. It is only in the 20th century that portions, if not the whole, of the present work will be vindicated. It is not destructive of our statements, therefore, even if Sir John Evans does affirm that writing was unknown in the Stone Age. For it may have been unknown during that period in the 5th Aryan race, and yet have been perfectly known to the Atlanteans of the 4th, in the palmy days of their highest civilization. The cycles of the rise and fall of nations and races are there to account for it. If told that there would have been cases before now of forged pseudographs being palmed off to the credulous, and that our work may have classed with Jacoliot's Bible in India, although, by the way, there are more truths mixed up with errors that are found in the works of orthodox and recognized Orientalists, the charge in comparison will dismay us very little. We bide our time. Even the famous Azure Veda of the last century, considered by Voltaire the most precious gift from the East to the West, and by Max Muller about the silliest book that can be read, is not altogether without facts and truths in it. The cases when the a priori negations of specialists have become justified by subsequent corroborations form but an insignificant percentage of those that have been fully vindicated by subsequent discoveries and confirmed to the great dismay of the learned objectors. Azure Veda was a very small bone of contention compared with the triumph of Sir William Jones, and Quetel de Perron, and others in the matter of Sanskrit and its literature. Such facts are recorded by Professor Max Muller himself, who, speaking of the discomfiture of Dugald Stewart and Co., in connection with this, states that, if the facts about Sanskrit were true, Dugald Stewart was too wise not to see that the conclusions drawn from them were inevitable. He therefore denied the reality of such a language as Sanskrit altogether, and wrote his famous essay to prove that Sanskrit had been put together after the model of Greek and Latin, by those such arch-forgers and liars, the Brahmins, and that the whole of Sanskrit literature was an imposition. The writer is quite willing and feels proud to keep company with the Brahmins and other historical liars, in the opinion of our modern Dugald Stewarts. She has lived too long, and her experience has been too varied and personal for her to not know at least something of human nature. When you doubt, abstain, says the wise Zoroaster, whose prudent aphorism is found corroborated in every case by daily life and experience. Yet, like St. John the Baptist, this sage of the past ages is found preaching in the desert, in company with a more modern philosopher, namely Bacon. who offers the same priceless bit of practical wisdom when saying, in contemplation, in any question of knowledge we add, if a man begin with certainties, he shall end in doubts. But if he will be content to begin with doubts, he shall end in certainties. With this piece of advice from the father of English philosophy to the representatives of the British skepticism, we ought to close this debate. But our theosophical readers are entitled to a final piece of occult information. Enough has been said to show that evolution in general, events, mankind, and everything else in nature proceed in cycles. We have spoken of 7 races, 5 of which have nearly completed their earthly career, and have claimed that every root race, with its sub-races and innumerable family divisions and tribes, was entirely distinct from its preceding and succeeding race. This will be objected to, on the authority of uniform experience, in the question of anthropology and ethnology. Man, save in color and type, and perhaps a difference in facial peculiarities and cranial capacity, has been ever the same under every climate and in every part of the world, say the naturalists. Aye, even in stature. This while maintaining that man descends from the same unknown ancestor as the ape, a claim that is logically impossible without an infinite variation of stature and form from his first evolution into a biped. The very logical persons who maintain both propositions are welcome to their paradoxical views. Once more, we address only those who, doubting the general derivation of myths from the contemplation of the visible workings of external nature, think it less hard to believe than these wonderful stories of gods and demigods, of giants and dwarfs, of dragons and monsters of all descriptions, are transformations than to believe them to be inventions. It is only such transformations in physical nature, as much as in the memory and conceptions of our present mankind, that the Secret Doctrine teaches. It confronts the purely speculative hypothesis of modern science, based upon the experience and exact observations of barely a few centuries, with the unbroken tradition and records of its sanctuaries, and brushed away that tissue of cobweb-like theories, spun in the darkness that covers a period of hardly a few millenniums, which Europeans call their history. The old science says to us, listen now to my version of the memoirs of humanity. The human races are born, one from the other, grow, develop, become old, and die. Their sub-races and nations follow the same rule. If your all-denying modern science and so-called philosophy do not contest that the human family is composed of a variety of well-defined types and races, it is only because the fact is undeniable. No one would say that there was no external difference between an Englishman, an African Negro, and a Japanese or Chinaman. On the other hand, it is formally denied by most naturalists that mixed human races, i.e., the seeds for entirely new races, are any longer formed in our days, although indeed the latter is maintained on good grounds by de Quatrefages and some others. Nevertheless, our general proposition will not be accepted. It will be said that whatever forms man has passed through in the long prehistoric past, there are no more changes for him, save certain variations as at present in the future. Hence that our 6th and 7th root races are fictions. To this it is answered again. How do you know? Your experience is limited to a few thousand years, to less than a day in the whole age of humanity, and to the present types of the actual continents and isles of our 5th race. How can you tell that that will or will not be? Meanwhile, such is the prophecy of the secret books, and their not uncertain statements. Since the beginning of the Atlantean race, many million years have passed. Yet we find the last of the Atlanteans still mixed up with the Aryan element 11,000 years ago. This shows the enormous overlapping of one race over the race which succeeds it, though in characters and external type the elder loses its characteristics and assumes the new features of the younger race. This is proved in all the formations of mixed human races. Now, occult philosophy teaches that even now, under our very eyes, the new race and races are preparing to be formed, and that it is in America that the transformation will take place, and has already silently commenced. Pure Anglo-Saxons hardly 300 years ago, the Americans of the United States have already become a nation apart, and owing to a strong admixture of various nationalities and intermarriage, almost a race sui generis, not only mentally but also physically. To quote from De Quatrefages, every mixed race, when uniform and settled, has been able to play the part of a primary race in fresh crossings. Mankind, in its present state, has thus been formed, certainly for the greatest part, by the successive crossing of a number of races at present undetermined. Thus, the Americans have become, in only 3 centuries, a primary race, temporarily, before becoming a race apart, and strongly separated from all other now existing races. They are, in short, the germs of the 6th subrace, and in some few hundred years more will become most decidedly the pioneers of that race, which must succeed to the present European or 5th subrace, in all its new characteristics. After this, in about 25,000 years, they will launch into preparations for the 7th subrace, until, in consequence of cataclysms, the first series of those which must one day destroy Europe, and still later the whole Aryan race, and thus affect both Americas, as also most of the lands directly connected with the confines of our continental and islands. The 6th root race will have appeared on the stage of our round. When shall this be? Who knows, save the great masters of wisdom, perchance, and they are as silent upon the subject as the snow-capped peaks that tower above them. All we know is that it will silently come into existence, so silently indeed that for long millenniums, with its pioneers, the peculiar children who will grow into peculiar men and women, be regarded as an anomalous lusus naturae, abnormal oddities physically and mentally. Then, as they increase, and their numbers become with every age greater, one day they will awake to find themselves in a majority. Then the present men will begin to be regarded as exceptional mongrels until they die out, in their turn in civilized lands, surviving only in small groups on islands, the mountain peaks of today, where they will vegetate, degenerate, and finally die out, perhaps millions of years hence, as the Aztecs have, as the Nyam and the dwarfish Mula Kurumba of the Nilgiri Hills are dying. All these are the remnants of once mighty races, the recollection of whose existence has entirely died out of the remembrance of modern generations, just as we shall vanish from the memory of the 6th race humanity. The 5th will overlap the 6th race for many hundreds of millenniums, changing with it more slowly than its new successor, still changing in stature, general physique, and mentality, just as the 4th overlapped our Aryan race, and the 3rd had overlapped the Atlanteans. This process of preparation for the 6th great race must last throughout the whole 6th and 7th subraces. But the last remnants of the 5th continent will not disappear until some time after the birth of the new race, when another and a new dwelling, the 6th continent, will have appeared above the new waters on the face of the globe, so as to receive the new stranger. To it also will emigrate, and there will settle all those who will be fortunate enough to escape the general disaster. When this shall be, as just said, is not for the writer to know. Only as nature no more proceeds by sudden jumps and starts, than man changes suddenly from child into a mature man. The final cataclysm will be preceded by many smaller submersions and destructions, both by wave and volcanic fires. The exultant pulse will beat high in the heart of the new race, in the American zone, but there will be no more Americans when the 6th race commences. No more, in fact, than Europeans, for they will have now become a new race, and many new nations. Yet the 5th will not die, but will survive for a while, overlapping the new race for many hundreds, thousands of years to come. It will, as we have just said, become transformed with it more slowly than its new successor, still getting entirely altered in mentality, general physique, and stature. Mankind will not grow again into giant bodies as in the case of the Lemurians and Atlanteans, because while the evolution of the 4th race led the latter down to the very bottom of materiality in its physical development, the present race is on its ascending arc, and the 6th race will rapidly be growing out of its bonds of matter, and even of flesh. Thus it is mankind of the New World, the senior by far of our old one, the fact men had also forgotten, of Patala, the Antipodes, or the Netherworld, as America is called in India, whose mission in karma it is to sow the seeds for a forthcoming, grander, far more glorious race than any of those we know of at present. The cycles of matter will be succeeded by cycles of spirituality and a fully developed mind. On the law of parallel history and races, the majority of the future mankind will be composed of glorious adepts. Humanity is on the child of cyclic destiny, and not one of its units can escape its unconscious mission, or get rid of the burden of its cooperative work with nature. Thus will mankind, race after race, perform its appointed cyclic pilgrimage. Climates will, and have already begun to change, each tropical year, after the other dropping one subrace, but only to beget another higher race on the ascending cycle, while a series of other less favored groups, the failures of nature, will, like some individual men, vanish from the human family without even leaving a trace behind. Such is the course of nature under the sway of karmic law, of ever-present and ever-becoming nature. For in the words of a sage, known only to a few occultists, the present is the child of the past, the future the begotten of the present, and yet, O present moment, knowest thou not that thou hast no parent, nor canst thou have a child, that thou art ever begetting but thyself, before thou hast even begun to say, I am the progeny of the departed moment, the child of the past. Thou hast become that past itself. Before thou utterest the last syllable, behold, thou art no more the present, but verily that future. Thus are the past, the present, and the future, the ever-living Trinity in one. The Mahamaya of the Absolute is. Part 2. The Archaic Symbolism of the World Religions. The narratives of the doctrine are its cloak. The simple look only at the garment, that is, upon the narrative of the doctrine. More they know not. The instructed, however, see not merely the cloak, but what the cloak covers. Zohar 3:152, Frank 119. The mysteries of the faith are not to be divulged to all. It is requisite to hide in a mystery the wisdom spoken. Stramatius 12, Clemens Alexandrinus. The Archaic Symbolism of the World's Religions. Section 1. Esoteric tenets corroborated in every scripture. In view of the strangeness of the teachings, and of many a doctrine which from the modern scientific standpoint must seem absurd, some necessary and additional explanations have to be made. The theories contained in the stanzas of Volume 2 are even more difficult to assimilate than those which are embodied in Volume 1, on cosmogony. Theology, therefore, has to be questioned here in Part 2, as science will be in Part 3. For since our doctrines differ so widely from the current ideas of both materialism and theology, the occultist must be ever prepared to repel the attacks of either or of both. The reader can never be too often reminded that, as the abundant quotations from various old scriptures prove, these teachings are as old as the world, and that the present work is simply an attempt to render, in both modern language and in phraseology, with which the scientific and educated student is familiar, archaic genesis and history as taught in certain Asiatic centers of esoteric learning. These must be accepted or rejected on their own merits, fully or partially, but not before they have been carefully compared with the corresponding theological dogmas and the modern scientific theories and speculations. One feels serious doubt whether, with all its intellectual acuteness, our age is destined to discover in each Western nation even one solitary uninitiated scholar or philosopher capable of fully comprehending the spirit of archaic philosophy. Nor can either be expected to do so before the real meaning of the alpha and the omega of Eastern esotericism, the terms Sat and Asat, so freely used in the Rig Veda and elsewhere, is thoroughly assimilated. Without this key to Aryan wisdom, the cosmogony of the Rishis and the Arhats is in danger of remaining a dead letter to the average Orientalist. Asat is not merely the negation of Sat, nor is it the not yet existing, for Sat is in itself neither the existent nor being. Sat is the immutable, the ever-present, changeless, and eternal root, from and through which all proceeds. But it is far more than the potential force in the seed, which propels onward the process of development, or what is now called evolution. It is the ever-becoming, though the never-manifesting. Sat is born from Asat, and Asat is begotten by Sat. Perpetual motion in a circle, truly. Yet a circle that can be squared only at the supreme initiation, at the threshold of parinirvana. Barth started a reflection on the Rig Veda, which was meant for a stern criticism. An unusual, therefore, as was thought, an original view of this archaic volume. It so happened, however, that in his criticism, the scholar revealed a truth, without being himself aware of its full importance. He premises by saying that neither in the language nor in the thought of the Rig Veda has he been able to discover that quality of primitive natural simplicity, which so many are fain to see in it. Barth had Max Muller in his mind's eye when writing this, for the famous Oxford professor has throughout characterized the hymns of the Rig Veda as the unsophisticated expression of the religious feeling of a pastoral innocent people. In the Vedic hymns, the ideas and myths appear in their simplest and freshest form. The Sanskrit scholar thinks. Barth is of a different opinion, however. So divided and personal are the opinions of Sanskritists as to the importance and intrinsic value of the Rig Veda, that these opinions become entirely biased whichever way they incline. Thus, Professor Max Muller declares that nowhere is the wide distance which separates the ancient poems of India from the most ancient literature of Greece more clearly felt than when we compare the growing myths of the Veda with the full-grown and decayed myths on which the poetry of Homer is founded. The Veda is the real theogony of the Aryan races, while that of Hesiod is a distorted caricature of the original image. This is a sweeping assertion, and perhaps rather unjust in its general application. But why not try to account for it? Orientalists cannot do so, for they reject the chronology of the Secret Doctrine, and can hardly admit the fact that between the Rig Vedic hymns and Hesiod's theogony, tens of thousands of years have elapsed. So they fail to see that the Greek myths are no longer the primitive symbological language of the initiates, the disciples of the gods' hierophants, the divine ancient sacrificers, and that disfigured by the distance and encumbered by the exuberant growth of human profane fancy, they now stand like distorted images of stars in running waves. But if Hesiod's cosmogony and theogony are to be viewed as characters of his original images, how much more so the myths in the Hebrew Genesis, in the sight of those for whom they are no more divine revelation or the Word of God, than is Hesiod's theogony to Mr. Gladstone. As Barth says, the poetry the Rig Veda, contains appears to me, on the contrary, to be of a singular refined character and artificially elaborated, full of allusions of pretensions to mysticism and theosophic insight, and the manner of its expression is such as reminds me one more frequently of the phraseology in use among certain small groups of initiated than the poetic language of a large community. We will not stop to inquire of the critic what he can know of the phraseology in use among the initiated, or whether he belongs himself to such a group, for in the latter case he would hardly have used such language. But the above shows the remarkable disagreement between scholars even with regard to the external character of the Rig Veda. What then can any of the modern Sanskritists know about its internal or esoteric meaning, beyond the correct inference of Barth, that this scripture has been compiled by initiates? The whole of the present work is an endeavor to prove this truth. The ancient adepts have solved the great problems of science, however unwilling modern materialism may be to admit that fact. The mysteries of life and death were fathomed by the great masterminds of antiquity, and if they have preserved them in secrecy and silence, it is because these problems formed part of the sacred mysteries, which must have remained incomprehensible to the vast majority of men then, as they do now. If such teachings are still regarded as chimeras by our opponents in philosophy, it may be a consolation to theosophists to learn, on good proof, that the speculations of modern psychologists, whether serious idealists like Mr. Herbert Spencer or wool-gathering pseudo-idealists, are far more chimerical. Indeed, instead of resting on the firm foundation of facts in nature, they are the unhealthy will-o'-the-wisps of materialistic imagination, of the brains that evolve them, and no more. While they deny, we affirm, and our affirmation is corroborated by almost all the sages of antiquity. Believing in occultism and a host of invisible potencies for good reasons, we say. Certus sum scio quod credidi, to which our critics reply, credit Judaeus appella. Neither is converted by the other, nor does such result affect even our little planet. Nor is there any need of proselytizing. As remarked by the wise Cicero, time destroys the speculations of man, but it confirms the judgment of nature. Let us bide our time. Meanwhile, it is not in the human constitution to witness in silence the destruction of one's gods, whether they be true or false. And as theology and materialism have combined together to destroy the old gods of antiquity and seek to disfigure every old philosophical conception, it is but just that the lovers of the old wisdom should defend their position by proving that the whole arsenal of the two is, at best, formed of new weapons made out of very old material. Section 2. Adam Adami. Names such as Adam Adami, used by Dr. Cholson in his Nabatean Agriculture and derided by M. Renan, may prove little to the profane. To the occultist, however, once that term is found in a work of such immense antiquity as that cited above, it proves a good deal. It proves, for instance, that Adami was a manifold symbol, originating with the Aryan people, as the root word shows, and having been taken from them by the Semites and the Turanians, as many other things were. Adam Adami is a generic compound name, as old as language is. The Secret Doctrine teaches that Adi was the name given by the Aryans to the first speaking race of mankind in this round. Hence the terms Adonim and Adonai, the ancient plural form of the word Adon, which the Jews applied to their Jehovah and angels, who were simply the first spiritual and ethereal sons of the earth, and the god Adonis, who in his many variations stood for the first Lord. Adam is the Sanskrit Adinath, also meaning first Lord, as Adishvara, or any ad, the first, prefixed to an adjective or substantive. The reason for this is that such truths were a common inheritance. It was a revelation received by the first mankind before that time which, in biblical phraseology, is called the period of one lip and word, or speech, knowledge expanded by man's own intuition later on. Still later hidden from profanation under an adequate symbology. The author of the Kabbalah, according to the philosophical writings of Ibn Gebirol, shows the Israelites using Adonai, A-do-ne-y, Lord, instead of A-yah, I am, and YHVH, and adds that while Adonai is rendered Lord in the Bible, the lowest designation or the deity in nature, the more general term Elohim, is translated God. A curious work was translated in 1860 or thereabout by the Orientalist Cholson and presented to an ever-incredulous and flippant Europe under the innocent title of Nabatean Agriculture. In the opinion of the translator, that archaic volume is a complete initiation into the mysteries of the pre-Adamite nations, on the authority of undeniably authentic documents. It is an invaluable compendium, the full epitome of the doctrines, arts and sciences, not only of the Chaldeans, but also of the Assyrians and Canaanites, of the prehistoric ages. These Nabateans, as some critics thought, were simply the Sabaeans, or Chaldean star worshippers. The work is a retranslation from the Arabic, into which language it was at first translated from the Chaldean. Masudi, the Arabian historian, speaks of these Nabateans and explains their origin in this wise. After the deluge, the nations established themselves in various countries. Among these were the Nabateans, who founded the city of Babylon and were those descendants of Ham who settled in the same province under the leadership of Nimrod, the son of Cush, who was the son of Ham and the great-grandson of Noah. This took place at the time when Nimrod received the governorship of Babylonia as the delegate of Jahak, named Burasp. The translator Cholson finds that the assertions of this historian are in perfect accord with those of Moses in Genesis, while more irreverent critics might express the opinion that for this reason their truth should be suspected. It is useless, however, to argue the point, which is of no value in the present question. The weather-beaten, long-since-buried problem, and the difficulty of accounting on any logical ground for the phenomenal derivation of millions of people of various races, of many civilized nations and tribes, from 3 couples, Noah's sons and their wives, in 346 years, after the deluge, may be left to the karma of the author of Genesis, whether he is called Moses or Ezra. That which is interesting in the work under notice, however, are its contents, the doctrines enunciated in it, which are again, if read esoterically, almost all of them identical with the secret teachings. Quatremere suggested that this book might have been a simple copy made under Nebuchadnezzar II, from some Hamitic treatise, infinitely more ancient, while the author maintains, on internal and external evidence, that its Chaldean origin was written out from the oral discourses and teachings of a wealthy Babylonian landowner named Khotami, who had used for those lectures still more ancient materials. The first Arabic translation is placed by Cholson so far back as the 13th century BC. On the first page of this revelation, the author, or Amenunsis Khotami, declares that the doctrines propounded therein were originally told by Saturn to the moon, who communicated them to her idol, and the idol revealed to them to her devotee, the writer, the adept scribe of that work, Khotami. The details given by the god for the benefit and instruction of mortals shows periods of incalculable duration and a series of numberless kingdoms and dynasties that preceded the appearance on earth of Adami, the red earth. These periods, as might have been expected, have roused the defenders of the chronology of the biblical dead letter meaning almost to fury. The Rogemont was the first to make a levy in arms against the translator. He reproaches him with sacrificing Moses to anonymous authors. Berosus, he urges, however great were his chronological errors, was at least in perfect accord with the prophet with regard to the first men, since he speaks of Aloris Adam, of Zethrush Noah, and of Belus Nimrod, etc. Therefore, he adds, the work must be an apocryphon to be ranged with its contemporaries, the 4th book of Esdras, the book of Enoch, the Sibylline oracles, and the book of Hermes, every one of these dating no further back than 2 or 3 centuries BC. Ewald came down still harder on Cholson, and finally M. Renan, who in the Revue Germanique asked him to show reason why his Nabatean agriculture should not be the fraudulent work of some Jew of the 3rd or 4th century of our era. It can hardly be otherwise, argues the romancer of the Vie de Jesus, since in this in-folio on astrology and sorcery, we recognize in the personages introduced by Khotami all the patriarchs of the biblical legends, such as Adam Adami, Anuka Noah, and his Ibrahim Abraham, etc. But this is no reason, since Adam and others are generic names. Meanwhile, it is humbly submitted that, all things considered, an apocryphon, if even in the 3rd century AD, instead of the 13th century BC, is old enough to appear genuine as a document, and so satisfy the demands of the most exacting archaeologist and critic. For even admitting, for argument's sake, that this literary relic has been compiled by some Jew of the 3rd century of our era, what of that? Leaving the credibility of its doctrines for a moment aside, why should it be less entitled to a hearing, or less instructive as reflecting older opinions, than any other religious work? Also a compilation from old texts, or oral tradition, of the same or even a later age. In such case, we should have to reject and call apocryphal the Quran, 3 centuries later, though we know it to have sprung, Minerva-like, direct from the brain of the Arabian prophet. And we should have to poo-poo all the information we get from the Talmud, which in its present form was also compiled from older materials, and is not earlier than the 9th century of our era. This curious Bible of the Chaldean adept and the various criticisms upon it, as in Cholson's translation, are noticed because it has an important bearing upon a great portion of the present work. With the exception of the contention of M. Renan, an iconoclast on principle, so pointedly called by Jules Lemaitre, Le Paganini du Nantes, the worst fault found with the work is, it would seem, that the Apocryphon pretends to have been communicated as a revelation to an adept by and from the idol of the moon, who received it from Saturn. Hence, very naturally, it is a fairy tale all round. To this there is but one answer. It is no more a fairy tale than the Bible, and if one falls, the other must follow it. Even the mode of divination through the idol of the moon is the same as that practiced by David, Saul, and the high priests of the Jewish tabernacle by means of the teraphim. The Nabatean agriculture is a compilation indeed. It is no apocryphon, but the repetition of the tenets of the secret doctrine under the exoteric Chaldean form of national symbols for the purpose of cloaking the tenets, just as the Book of Hermes and the Puranas are like attempts by Egyptians and Hindus. The work was as well known in antiquity as it was during the Middle Ages. Maimonides speaks of it and refers more than once to this Chaldeo-Arabic MS, calling the Nabateans by the name of their co-religionists, the star worshippers or Sabaeans, but yet failing to see the disfigured word Nabatean, the mystic name of the caste devoted to Nebo, the god of secret wisdom, which shows on its face that the Nabateans were an occult brotherhood. The Nabateans who, according to the Persian Yazidi, originally came to Syria from Busra, were the degenerate members of that fraternity. Still, their religion, even at that day, was purely Kabbalistic. Nebo is the deity of the planet Mercury, and Mercury is the god of wisdom, or Hermes, or Buddha, which the Jews called Kokab. The Lord on high, the aspiring, and the Greeks Nabo, hence Nabateans. Notwithstanding that Maimonides calls their doctrines heathenish foolishness and their archaic literature Sabarium Fotum, he places their agriculture, the Bible of Kutami, in the first rank of archaic literature, and Abrabanel praises it as unmeasured terms. Spencer, quoting the latter, speaks of it as most excellent Oriental work, adding that by Nabateans, the Sabaeans, the Chaldeans, and the Egyptians, in short, all those nations against whom the laws of Moses were most severely enacted, have to be understood. Nebo, the oldest god of wisdom of Babylonia and Mesopotamia, was identical with the Hindu Buddha and the Hermes Mercury of the Greeks. A slight change in the sexes of the parents is the only alteration. As Buddha was the son of Soma, the moon, in India, and the wife of Brihaspati, Jupiter, so Nebo was the son of Zarpanidu, the moon, and of Merodach, who became Jupiter after having been a sun god. As Mercury the planet, Nebo was the overseer among the 7 gods of the planets, and as the personification of the secret wisdom he was Nabin, a seer and a prophet. Moses is made to die and disappear on the mount sacred to Nebo. This shows him to have been an initiate and a priest of that god under another name, for this god of wisdom was the great creative deity, and was worshipped as such. And this not only at Borsippa, in his gorgeous temple or planet tower, he was likewise adored by the Moabites, the Canaanites, the Assyrians, and throughout the whole of Palestine. Then why not by the Israelites? The planetary temple of Babylon had its Holy of Holies within the shrine of Nebu, the prophet god of wisdom. We are told in the Hebert lectures, the ancient Babylonians had an intercessor between men and the gods, and Nebu was the proclaimer or prophet as he made known the desire of his father Merodach. Nebu is a creator, like Buddha, of the 4th and also of the 5th race, for the former starts a new race of adepts, and the latter the solar lunar dynasty, or those men of these races and round. Both are the atoms of their respective creatures. Adam Adami is a personification of the dual atom, of the paradigmatic Adam Kadmon, the creator, and of the lower Adam, the terrestrial, who, as the Syrian Kabbalists have it, had only Nepesh, the breath of life, but no living soul, until after his fall. If therefore Renan persists in regarding the Chaldean scriptures, or what remains of them, as apocryphal, it is quite immaterial to truth and fact. There are other Orientalists who may be of a different opinion, and even were they not, it would still really matter very little. These doctrines contain the teachings of esoteric philosophy, and this must suffice. To those who understand nothing of symbology, it may appear astrology, pure and simple, or to him who would conceal the esoteric truth, even heathenish foolishness. Maimonides, however, while expressing scorn for the esotericism in the religion of other nations, confessed esotericism and symbology in his own, preached silence and secrecy upon the true meaning of Mosaic sayings, and thus came to grief. The doctrines of Kutami, the Chaldean, are in short the allegorical rendering of the religion of the earliest nations of the fifth race. Why then should M. Renan treat the name Adam Adami with such academical contempt? The author of The Origins of Christianity evidently knows nothing of the origins of pagan symbolism or of esotericism either. Otherwise he would have known that the name Adam Adami was a form of a universal symbol, referring, even with the Jews, not to one man, but to four distinct humanities or mankinds. This is very easily proven. The Kabbalists teach the existence of four distinct atoms, or the transformation of four consecutive atoms, the emanations from the Dukna, the divine phantom of the heavenly man, an ethereal combination of Neshama, the highest soul or spirit, this atom having, of course, neither a gross human body nor a body of desire. This atom is the prototype jure of the second atom. That they represent our five races is certain, as everyone can see by their description in the Kabbalah. The first is the perfect holy atom, a shadow that disappeared, the kings of Edom, produced from the divine Salem image. The second is called the protoplastic androgyne atom of the future terrestrial and separated atom. The third atom is the man made of dust, the first innocent atom. And the fourth is the supposed forefather of our own race, the fallen atom. See, however, the admirably clear description of these in Isaac Meyer's Kabbalah. He gives only four atoms because the kings of Edom, no doubt, and adds, the fourth atom was clothed with skin, flesh, nerves, etc. This answers to the lower Nepesh and Guf, i.e. body united. He has the animal power of reproduction and continence of species. This is the human root race. It is just at this point that the modern Kabbalists, led into error by the long generations of Christian mystics who have tampered with the Kabbalistic records whenever they could, diverge from the occultists in their interpretations, and take the later thought for the earlier idea. The original Kabbalah was entirely metaphysical, and had no concern with animal or terrestrial sexes. The later Kabbalah had suffocated the divine ideal under the heavy phallic element. The Kabbalists say, God made man male and female, says the author of the Kabbalah. Among the Kabbalists, the necessity to continued creation and existence is called the balance. And being without this balance, connected with makom, the mysterious place, even the first race is not, as we have seen, recognized by the sons of the fifth Adam. From the highest heavenly man, the upper Adam, who is male, female, or androgyne, down to the atom of dust, these personified symbols are all connected with sex and procreation. With the Eastern occultists, it is entirely the reverse. The sexual relation they considered as a karma pertaining only to the mundane relation of man, who is dominated by illusion, a thing to be put aside the moment that the person becomes wise. They considered it a most fortunate circumstance if the guru, teacher, found in his pupil an aptitude for the pure life of brahmacharya. Their dual symbols were to them but the poetical imagery of the sublime correlation of creative cosmic forces. and this ideal conception is found beaming like a golden ray upon each idol, however coarse and grotesque, in the crowded galleries of the somber fanes of India and other motherland of cults. This will be demonstrated in the following section. Meanwhile, it may be added that, with the Gnostics, the second Adam also emanates from the primeval man, the Ophite Adamus, in whose image he is made, the third from the second Anandrogyne. The later is symbolized in the sixth and seventh pairs of the male-female aeons, Amphain, Asumen, and Vaninin, Lamertad, father and mother, while the fourth Adam, or race, is represented by Priapian monster. The latter, a post-Christian fancy, is the degraded copy of the anti-Christian Gnostic symbol of the Good One, or he who created before anything existed. The celestial Priapus, truly born from Venus and Bacchus when that god returned from his expedition into India, for Venus and Bacchus are the post-types of a deity and the spirit. The later Priapus one, however, with Agathodemon, the Gnostic savior, and even with Abraxas, is no longer the glyph for abstract creative power, but symbolizes the four atoms or races, the fifth being represented by the 5 branches cut off from the tree of life, on which the old man stands in the Gnostic gems. The number of the root races was recorded in the ancient Greek temples by the 7 vowels, of which 5 were framed in a panel in the initiation halls of the Aditya. The Egyptian glyph for it was a hand with 5 fingers spread out, the 5th or little finger being only half grown, and also 5 ends, hieroglyphs standing for that letter. The Romans used the 5 vowels A, E, I, O, V in their fanes, and this archaic symbol was adopted during the Middle Ages as a motto of the House of the Habsburgs. Sic transit gloria. Section 3. The Holy of Holies, its degradation. The Sanctum Sanctorum of the ancients, also called the Adytum, the recess at the west end of the temple, which was enclosed on 3 sides by blank walls and had its only aperture or door hung over with a curtain, was common to all ancient nations. A great difference is now found between the secret meaning of this symbolical place, as given in the esotericism of the pagans, and in that of the later Jews, though its symbology was originally identical throughout the ancient races and nations. The Gentiles placed in the Adytum a sarcophagus or a tomb, Taphos, in which was the solar god to whom the temple was consecrated, holding it as pantheists in the greatest veneration. They regarded it, in its esoteric meaning, as the symbol of resurrection, cosmic, solar, or diurnal, and human. It embraced the wide range of periodical and, in time, punctual, manvantars or the reawakenings of cosmos, earth, and man to new existences, the sun being the most poetical and also the most grandiose symbol of such cycles in heaven, and man in his reincarnations on earth. The Jews, whose realism, if judged by the dead letter, was as practical and gross in the days of Moses as it is now, in the course of their estrangement from the gods of their pagan neighbors, consummated a national and Levitical polity, by the device of setting forth their Holy of Holies as the most solemn sign of their monotheism, exoterically, while seeking in it but a universal phallic symbol, esoterically. While the Kabbalists knew but Ein Sof and the gods of the mysteries, the Levites had no tomb, no god in their Adytum, but the sacred Ark of the Covenant, their Holy of Holies. When the esoteric meaning of this recess is made clear, however, the profane will be better able to understand why David danced uncovered before the Ark of the Covenant, and was so anxious to appear vile for the sake of his Lord, and base in his own sight. The Ark is the naviform arga of the mysteries. Parkhurst, who has a long dissertation upon it in his Greek dictionary, who never breathes a word about it in his Hebrew lexicon, explains it thus: Arch, in this application, answers to the Hebrew rasit, or wisdom, a word which had the meaning of the emblem of the female generative power, the arg or arca, in which the germ of all nature was supposed to float or brood on the great abyss during the interval which took place after every mundane cycle. Quite so, and the Jewish Ark of the Covenant had precisely the same significance, with the supplementary addition that instead of a beautiful and chaste sarcophagus, the symbol of the matrix of nature and resurrection. As in the sanctum sanctorum of the pagans, they had the ark made still more realistic in its construction by the two cherubs set up on the coffer or the Ark of the Covenant, facing each other with their wings spread in such a manner as to form a perfect yoni, as now seen in India. Besides which, this generative symbol had its significance enforced by the four mystic letters of Jehovah's name, namely IHVH, Jod, meaning the membrum virile, He, the womb, Vow, a crook or a hook, a nail, and He, again meaning also an opening, the whole forming the perfect bisexual emblem or symbol, or IEHOVAH, the female and male symbol. Perhaps also, when people realize the true meaning of the office and title of the Kadesh Kadeshim, the Holy Ones, or the consecrated to the temple of the Lord, the Holy of Holies, of these holy ones may assume an aspect far from edifying. Iacchus, again, is Io, or Jehovah, and Baal, or Adon, like Bacchus, was a phallic god. Who shall ascend into the hill, the high place of the Lord? Asks the holy King David. Who shall stand in the place of the Kadushu? Kadesh may mean in one sense to devote, hallow, sanctify, and even to initiate or to set apart. But it also means the ministry of lascivious rites, the Venus worship, and the true interpretation of the word Kadesh is bluntly rendered in Deuteronomy, XXIII 17, Hosea IV 14, Genesis XXXVIII 15-22. The holy Kadeshem of the Bible were identical as to the duties of their office with the Notch girls of the later Hindu pagodas. The Hebrew Kadeshem, or Gali, lived by the house of the Lord, where the women wove hangings for the grove, or the bust of Venus, Astarte. The dance performed by David round the ark was the circle dance, said to have been prescribed by the Amazons for the mysteries. Such was the dance of the daughters of Shiloh, and the leaping of the prophets of Baal. It was simply a characteristic of the Sabaean worship, for it denoted the motion of the planets round the sun. That the dance was a Bacchic frenzy is apparent. Sistra were used on the occasion, and the taunt of Michael and the king's reply are very expressive. The ark, in which are preserved the germs of all living things necessary to repeople the earth, represents the survival of life and the supremacy of spirit over matter, though the conflict of the opposing powers of nature. In the astro-theosophic chart of the Western Rite, the ark corresponds with the navel and is placed at the sinister side, the side of the woman, the moon, one of whose symbols is the left pillar of Solomon's temple, Boaz. The umbilicus is connected, through the placenta, with the receptacle in which are fructified the embryos of the race. The ark is the sacred Arga of the Hindus, and thus the relation in which it stands to Noah's Ark may be easily inferred when we learn that the Arga was an oblong vessel, used by the high priest as a sacrificial chalice in the worship of Isis, Astarte, and Venus, Aphrodite, all of whom were goddesses of the generative powers of nature, or of matter, hence representing symbolically the ark containing the germs of all living things. Mistaken is he who accepts the Kabbalistic works of today, and the interpretations of the Zohar by the rabbis, for the genuine Kabbalistic lore of old. For no more today than in the day of Frederick von Schelling does the Kabbalah accessible to Europe and America contain much more than reins and fragments, much distorted remnants still of that primitive system which is the key to all religious systems. The oldest system and the Chaldean Kabbalah were identical. The latest renderings of the Zohar are those of the synagogue in the early centuries, i.e. the Torah, or law, dogmatic and uncompromising. The king's chamber in Cheops pyramid is thus an Egyptian holy of holies. On the days of the mysteries of initiation, the candidate, representing the solar god, had to descend into the sarcophagus and represent the energizing ray, entering into the fecund womb of nature. Emerging from it on the following morning, he typified the resurrection of life after the change called death. In the great mysteries, his figurative death lasted 2 days. When with the sun he arose on the third morning, after a last night of the most cruel trials. While the postulant represented the sun, the all-vivifying orb that resurrects every morning but to impart life to all, the sarcophagus was symbolic of the female principle. This in Egypt, its form and shape changed with every country, provided it remained a vessel, a symbolic navis or boat-shaped vehicle, and a container, symbolically of germs or the germ of life. In India, it is the golden cow, through which the candidate for Brahmanism had to pass if he desires to be a Brahmin, and to become Vija, born a second time. The crescent form Arga of the Greeks was the type of Queen of Heaven, Diana, or the moon. She was the great mother of all existences, as the sun was the father. The Jews, previous to as well as after their metamorphosis of Jehovah into a male god, worshipped Ashtoreth, which made Isaiah declare, "Your new moons and feasts my soul hateth," in saying which he was evidently unjust. Ashtoreth and the new moon, the crescent Arga, festivals, had no worse significance as a form of public worship than had the hidden meaning of the moon in general, which was Kabbalistically connected directly with and sacred to Jehovah, as is well known, with the sole difference, however, that one was the female and the other was the male aspect of the moon and of the star Venus. The sun, the father, the moon, the mother, and Mercury Thoth, the sun, were the earliest trinity of the Egyptians, who personified them in Osiris, Isis, and Thoth, Hermes. In the Gnostic Gospel, Pistis Sophia, the 7 great gods divided into 2 triads and the highest god, the sun, and the lower triple powers, whose powers reside respectively in Mars, Mercury, and Venus, and the higher triad, the 3 unseen gods who dwell in the moon, Jupiter, and Saturn. This requires no proof. Ashtoreth was in one sense an impersonal symbol of nature, the ship of life carrying throughout the boundless sidereal ocean the germs of all being. And when she was not identified with Venus, like every other queen of heaven, to whom cakes and buns were offered in sacrifice, Ashtoreth became the reflection of the Chaldean Nuah, the universal mother, the female Noah, considered as one with the ark, and of the female triad, Anna, Belita, and Davkina, called, when blended into one, sovereign goddess, lady of the nether abyss, mother of gods, queen of the earth, and queen of fecundity. Later, Belita, or Tamtu, the sea, the mother of the city of Erech, the great Chaldean necropolis, became Eve, and now she is the Mary, the Virgin, in the Latin Church represented as standing on the crescent moon, and at times on the globe, to vary the program. The navis, or ship-like form of the crescent, which blends in itself all those common symbols of the ship of life, such as Noah's Ark, the yoni of the Hindus, and the Ark of the Covenant, is the female symbol of the universal mother of the gods, and is now found under its Christian symbol in every church as the nave from navis. The navis, the sidereal vessel, is fructified by the spirit of life, the male god, or as the learned Keneally, in his Apocalypse, very appropriately calls it the Holy Spirit. In Western religious symbology, the crescent was the male, the full moon, the female, aspect of that universal spirit. The mystic word Alm, which the prophet Mohammed prefixed to many chapters of the Quran, alludes to her as the Alm, the Immaculate Virgin of the heavens, and the sublime ever falling into the ridiculous. It is from this root Alm that we have to derive the word Alma, the Egyptian dancing girls. The latter are virgins of the same type as the Natchis in India, and the female Kadeshem, the holy ones of the Jewish temples, consecrated to Jehovah, who represented both sexes, whose holy functions in the Israelite fanes were identical with those of the Natchis. Now, Eustathius declares that Io means the moon, in the dialect of the Argians. It was also one of the names of the moon in Egypt, says Jablonski. Io Egyptus lunam significat neque hebet ili in communi ceremoniis usu. The pillar and circle, Io, which with Pythagoras was the perfect number contained in the Tetractys, became later a preeminently phallic number amongst the Jews, foremost of all with whom it is the male and female Jehovah. This is how a scholar explains it. I find the Rosetta Stone of Ulaman, the word Muth, also in Sepharth, the name of the moon, used as a cycle of time, hence the lunar month, from the hieroglyph with the star and the circle with the point, as determinatives given as the Coptic IOH or IOH. The Hebrew may also be used as IOH, for the letter vowel was used for O and for U and for V or W. This before the Masorah, of which the point was used as O, U, V, W. Now I had worked it out by original search that the great distinctive function of the God named Jehovah was designative of the influence of the moon as the causative of generation, and as of its exact value as a lunar year in the natural measure of days, as you will fully see. And here comes this linguistic same word from a source far more ancient, viz. The Coptic, or rather from the Old Egyptian in the time of the Coptic. This is the more remarkable when Egyptology compares this with the little which is known about the Theban triad, composed of Ammon, Muth or Mut, and their son Khonsu. This triad was, when united, contained in the moon as their common symbol, and when separated it was Khonsu who was the god Lunas, being thus confounded with Thoth and Ta. His mother Mut, the name signifying mother, by the by, and not the moon, which was only her symbol, is called the Queen of Heaven, the Virgin, etc., as she is an aspect of Isis, Hathor, and other mother goddesses. She was less the wife than the mother of Ammon, whose distinct title is the husband of his mother. In a statue at Balak, Cairo, this triad is represented as a mummy god holding in his hands 3 different scepters and bearing the lunar disk on his head. The characteristic trees of hair showing the design of representing it as that of an infant god, or the sun in the triad. He was the god of destinies in Thebes, and appears under 2 aspects. One as Khonsu, the lunar god and lord of Thebes, Nofir-Happu, he who is in absolute repose, and 2 as Khonsu, P. Irisokru, or Khonsu who executes destiny, the former preparing the events and conceiving them for those born under his generative influence, the latter putting them into action. Under theogonic permutations, Ammon becomes Horus, Hor-Amon, and Mut. Isis is seen suckling him at a statuette of the Saitic period. In his turn, in this transformed triad, Khonsu becomes Thoth Lunas, he who operates salvation. His brow is crowned with the head of an ibis decorated with the lunar disk and the diadem called Iotef. Now all these symbols are certainly found reflective in, some believe them identical with, the Yav, or Yehovah of the Bible. This will be made plain to anyone who reads the Source of Measures, or the Hebrew-Egyptian mystery, and understands its undeniable, clear, and mathematical proofs that the esoteric foundations, or the system used in the building of the Great Pyramid, and the architectural measurements in the Temple of Solomon, whether the latter be mythical or real, Noah's Ark, and the Ark of the Covenant, are the same. If anything in the world can settle the dispute that the old, as much as the later post-Babylonian Jews, and especially the former, built their theogony and religion on the very same foundation as did all the pagans, it is the work in question. And now it may be as well to remind the reader of what we said of IAO in Isis unveiled. No other deity affords such a variety of etymologies as I-Ho, nor is there any name which can be so variously pronounced. It is only by associating it with the Masoretic points that the later rabbins succeeded in making Jehovah read Adonai, or Lord. Philo Biblos spells it in the Greek letters, I-E-V-O. Theodore says that the Samaritans pronounced it Ib, Yava, and the Jews Yaho, which would make it, as we have shown, I-A-O. Diodorus states that among the Jews they relate that Moses called the god Iao. It is on the authority of the Bible itself that we maintain that before his initiation by Jethro, his father-in-law, Moses had never known the word I-ho. The above receives corroboration in a private letter from a very learned Kabbalist. In our first volume it is stated that exoterically Brahma, neuter, so flippantly and so often confused by the Orientalists with Brahma, the male, is sometimes called Kalahansa, the swan in eternity, and the esoteric meaning of Ahamsa is given as I am, he, so ham being equal to sa, he, and aham, I, a mystic anagram and permutation. It is also the four-faced Brahma, the Chaturmukham, the perfect cube, forming itself within and from the infinite circle. And again, the use of the 1, 3, 5, and 7 over 7 equals 14, as the esoteric hierarchy of the John Chohans is explained. On this, the said correspondent comments in the following manner. Of the 1, 3, 5, and twice 7, intending, and very especially 1, 3, 5, 1, 4, which on a circle may read as 3, 1, 4, 1, 5, or square root value, I think there cannot be a possibility of doubting, and especially when considering with the symbol marks on Sakra, Chakra, or circle of Vishnu. But let me carry your description a step further. You say the 1 from the egg, the 6, and the 5. Give the numbers 1065. The value of the firstborn. If it be so, then 1065 we have the famous Jehovah's name, the Yiv or Yav, or Jupiter, and by changing it to square root to or h to n, then, or the Latin yun or uno, the base of the Chinese riddle, the key measuring numbers of Snai, Sinai, and Jehovah coming down on that mount, which numbers 1065, are but the use of our ratio of 113 to 355, because 1065 equals 355 times 3, which is circumference to a diameter of 113 times 3 equals 339. Thus, the firstborn of the Brahma Prajapati, or any demiurgus, indicates a measuring use of a circular relation taken from the chakra, or Vishnu, and as stated above, the divine manifestation takes the form of life and the firstborn. It is a most singular thing. At the entrance passage to the king's chamber, the measurement from the surface of the great step in the grand gallery to the top of the said gallery is, by the very careful measures of Piazzi Smith, 339 inches. Take A as a center and with the radius describe a circle. The diameter of that circle will be 339 times 2 equals 678. And these numbers are those of the expression and the raven, and the dove and raven, scenes or pictures of the flood of Noah. The radius is taken to show divisions in 2 parts, which are 1065 each. For 113, man times 6 equals 678, and the diameter to a circumference of 1065 times 2. So we have here an indication of cosmic man in its high grade or step. At the entrance of the king's chamber, the Holy of Holies, which is the womb. Now this passage is of such a height that a man to enter it must stoop, but a man upright is 113, and broken or stooping he becomes 113 divided by 2 equals 56.5 or 5.65 times 10, or Jehovah. That is, he personifies him as entering the Holy of Holies. But by Hebrew esotericism, the chief function of Jehovah was child-giving, etc., and because by the numbers of his name he was the measure of the lunar year, which cycle of time, because by its factor of 7, it ran so coordinately with the periods of the quickening, viability, and gestation was taken as the causative of the generative action, and therefore was worshipped and besought. This discovery connects Jehovah still more with all the other creative and generative gods, solar and lunar, and especially with King Soma, the Hindu Deus Lunis, the moon, because of the esoteric influence attributed to this planet in occultism. There are other corroborations of this, however, in Hebrew tradition itself. Adam is spoken of in the Mor Nevuchim, or the Guide of the Perplexed, truly, of Maimonides in 2 aspects, as a man like all others born of a man and a woman, and as a prophet of the moon, the reason of which is now made apparent and has to be explained. Adam, as the supposed great progenitor of the human race, is as Adam Kadmon, made in the image of God, a priapic image, therefore. The Hebrew words sakra and nakabva are literally translated lingam, phallus, and yoni, situs, notwithstanding their translation in the Bible, male and female. As said there, God creates man in his own image. In the image of God created he him, male and female created he them, the androgyne Adam Kadmon. Now this Kabbalistic name is not that of a living man, nor even of a human or divine being, but of the two sexes or organs of procreation, called in Hebrew with that usual sincerity of language preeminently biblical, sakra and nakabva, these two being therefore the image under which the Lord God appeared usually to his chosen people. That this is so is now undeniably proven by almost all the symbologists and Hebrew scholars, as well as by the Kabbalah. Therefore Adam as in one sense Jehovah. This makes plain another general tradition in the East mentioned in Gregory's notes and observations upon several passages in Scripture, and quoted by Hargrave Jennings in his phallicism. That Adam was commanded by God that his dead body should be kept above ground till a fullness of time should come to commit it to the middle of the earth by a priest of the Most High God. Therefore Noah daily prayed in the ark before the body of Adam, or before the phallus in the ark, or Holy of Holies again. He who a Kabbalist and accustomed to the incessant permutation of biblical names, once they are interpreted numerically and symbolically, will understand what is meant. The two words of which Jehovah is composed make up the original idea of male-female, as birth originator. For the was the membrum virile and Hova was Eve. So the perfect one, as originator of measures, takes also the form of birth origin, as hermaphrodite one, hence the phallic use of form. Besides, the same author shows and demonstrates numerically and geometrically that A, Eretz, earth, Adam, man, and H, Adam, H, are cognate with each other, and are personified in the Bible under one form, as the Egyptian and Hebrew Mars, god of generation, and B, that Jehovah, or Yah, is Noah, for Jehovah is Noah in Hebrew would be, or literally in English, inch. The above affords, then, a key to the said traditions. Noah, a divine permutation, the supposed savior of humanity, who carries in his ark, or arga, the moon, the germs of all living things, worships before the body of Adam, which body is the image of the Creator, and of the Creator itself. Hence Adam is called the prophet of the moon, the arga, or Holy of Holies, of the Yod. This also shows the origin of the Jewish popular belief that the face of Moses is in the moon, i.e. the spots in the moon. For Moses and Jehovah are Kabbalistically once more permutations, as has been shown. Says the author of the Source of Measures, there is one fact in regard to Moses and his works too important to be omitted. When he is instructed by the Lord as to his mission, the power name assumed by the deity is I am that I am, the Hebrew words being a various reading of, now Moses is and equals 345. Then the values of the new form of the name Jehovah, 21 plus 501 plus 21 equals 543, or by a reverse reading 345, thus showing Moses to be a form of Jehovah in this combination. 21 divided by 2 equals 105, or reversed 501. So that the Asher, or the that I am, is simply a guide to use of 21 or 7 times 3.501 equals 251, a very valuable pyramid number, etc. For a clearer explanation, for the benefit of non-Kabbalists, we put it thus: I am that I am is in Hebrew, Ahi, Asher, Ahi, and the numbers of these separate words, and you have 21, 501, 21. This relates to the process of descending in fire on the mount to make man, etc., and is explained to be but a check and use of the numbers of the mountains. For on one side we have 10 plus 5 plus 6 equals 21, down the middle 501, and on the other side 6 plus 5 plus 10 equals 21. The Holy of Holies, both Kabbalistic and rabbinical, is thus shown as an international symbol and common property. Neither had originated with the Hebrews, but owing to the too realistic handling of the half-initiated Levites, The symbol had acquired with them a significance which it scarcely has with any other people to this day, and which it was originally never meant to have by the true Kabbalist. The lingam and yoni of the modern average Hindu is, on the face of it of course, no better than the rabbinical Holy of Holies. But it is no worse, and this is a point gained on the Christian traducers of the Asiatic religious philosophies. For in such religious myths, in the hidden symbolism of a creed and philosophy, the spirit of the tenets propounded ought to decide their relative value. And who will say that, examined either way, this so-called wisdom, applied solely to the use and benefit of one little nation, has ever developed in anything like national ethics? The prophets are there to show the walk in life of the chosen but stiff-necked people before, during and after the days of Moses. That they have had at one time the wisdom religion and the use of its universal language and symbols is proved by the same esotericism existing to this day in India with regard to the Holy of Holies. This, as said above, was and still is the passage through the golden cow in the same stooping position as was necessitated by the gallery of the pyramid, which identified man with Jehovah in Hebrew esotericism. The whole difference lies in the spirit of the interpretation. With the Hindus, as with the ancient Egyptians, that spirit was and is entirely metaphysical and psychological. With the Hebrews, it was realistic and physiological. It pointed to the first sexual separation of the human race, Eve giving birth to Cain Jehovah, as shown in the source of measures, to the consummation of terrestrial's physiological union and conception, as in the allegory of Cain shedding Abel's blood. Habel being the feminine principle, and to childbearing, a process shown to have begun in the third race, or with Adam's third son, Seth, with whose son, Henoch, men began to call themselves Jehovah or Yahovah, the male Yod and Hava or Eve, to wit, male and female beings. Thus the difference lies in the religious and ethical feeling, but the two symbols are identical. There is no doubt that with the fully initiated Judean Tanaim, the inner sense of the symbolism was as holy in its abstraction as with the ancient Aryan Vijas. The worship of the God in the Ark dates only from David, and for 1,000 years Israel knew of no phallic Jehovah. And now the old Kabbalah, edited and re-edited, has become tainted with it. With the ancient Aryans, the hidden meaning was grandiose, sublime, and poetical, however much the external appearance of their symbol may now militate against the claim. The ceremony of passing through the Holy of Holies, now symbolized by the cow, but in the beginning through the temple of Hiranyagarbha, the radiant egg, in itself a symbol of universal abstract nature, meant spiritual conception and birth, or rather the rebirth of the individual and his regeneration. The stooping man at the entrance of the sanctum sanctorum, ready to pass through the matrix of Mother Nature, or the physical creature ready to re-become the original spiritual being, prenatal man. With the Semite, that stooping man meant the fall of spirit into matter, and that fall and degradation were apotheosized by him with the result of dragging deity down to the level of man. For the Aryan, the symbol represented the divorce of spirit from matter, its merging into and return to its primal source. For the Semite, the wedlock of spiritual man with material female nature, the physiological taking preeminence over the psychological and the purely immaterial. The Aryan views of the symbolism were those of the whole pagan world. The Semite interpretations emanated from and were preeminently those of a small tribe, thus marking its natural features and the idiosyncratic defects that characterize many of the Jews to this day. Gross realism, selfishness, and sensuality. They had made a bargain, through their father Jacob, with their tribal deity, self-exalted above all others, and a covenant that his seed shall be as the dust of the earth, and that deity could have no better image henceforth than that of the symbol of generation, and as representation a number and numbers. Carlyle has wise words for both these nations. With the Hindu Aryan, the most metaphysical and spiritual people on earth, religion has ever been, in his words, an everlasting lodestar that beams the brighter in the heavens the darker here on earth grows the night around him. The religion of the Hindus detaches him from this earth. Therefore, even now, the cow symbol is one of the grandest and most philosophical among all others in its inner meaning. To the masters and lords of European potencies, the Israelites, certain words of Carlyle apply still more admirably. For them, religion is a wide prudential feeling grounded on mere calculation. And it was so from its beginnings. Having burdened themselves with it, Christian nations feel bound to defend and poeticize it, at the expense of all other religions. But it was not so with the ancient nations. For them, the passage entrance to the sarcophagus in the king's chamber meant regeneration, not generation. It was the most solemn symbol, a holy of holies, indeed, wherein were created immortal hierophants and the sons of God, never mortal men and sons of lust and flesh, as now in the hidden sense of the Semite Kabbalist. The reason for the difference in the view of the two races is easy to account for. The Aryan Hindu belongs to the oldest races now on earth, the Semite Hebrew to the latest. The former is nearly 1 million years old. The latter is a small subrace, some 8,000 years of age and no more. But phallic worship has developed only with the gradual loss of the keys to the inner meaning of religious symbols. And there was a day when the Israelites had beliefs as pure as the Aryans have. But now Judaism, built solely on phallic worship, has become one of the latest creeds in Asia, and theologically a religion of hate and malice toward everyone and everything outside itself. Philo-Judaeus shows what was the genuine Hebrew faith. The sacred writings, he says, prescribe what we ought to do, commanding us to hate the heathen and their laws and institutions. True, they did hate Baal or Bacchus, worship publicly, but left its worst features to be followed secretly. It is with the Talmudic Jews that the grand symbols of nature were the most profaned. With them, as now shown by the discovery of the key to the correct Bible reading, geometry, the fifth divine science, fifth in the series of the 7 keys to the universal esoteric language in symbology, was desecrated, and by them applied to conceal the most terrestrial and grossly sexual mysteries, wherein both deity and religion were degraded. We are told that it is just the same with our Brahma Prajapati, with Osiris and all the other creative gods. Quite so when their rites are judged exoterically and externally. The reverse when their inner meaning is unveiled, as we see. The Hindu lingam is identical with Jacob's pillar, most undeniably. But the difference, as said, seems to consist in the fact that the esoteric significance of the lingam was too truly sacred and metaphysical to be revealed to the profane and the vulgar. Hence, its superficial appearance was left to the speculations of the mob. Nor would the Aryan Hierophant and Brahmin, in their proud exclusiveness and the satisfaction of their knowledge, go to the trouble of concealing its primeval nakedness under cunningly devised fables, whereas the rabbi, having interpreted the symbol to suit his own tendencies, had to veil the crude significance, and this served a double purpose, that of keeping his secret to himself and of exalting himself in his supposed monotheism over the heathen, whom his law commanded him to hate, a commandment now gladly accepted by the Christian too, in spite of another and later commandment, love one another. Both India and Egypt have had their sacred lotuses, symbolic of the same Holy of Holies. The lotus growing in the water, a double feminine symbol, the bearer of its own seed and root of all. Viraj and Horus are both male symbols, emanating from the androgyne nature, one from Brahma and his female counterpart Vak, the other from Osiris and Isis, never from the one infinite God. In the Judeo-Christian system it is different. Whereas the lotus containing Brahma, the universe, is shown growing out of Vishnu's navel, the central point in the waters of infinite space, and whereas Horus springs from the lotus of the celestial Nile. All these abstract pantheistic ideas are dwarfed and made terrestrial concrete in the Bible. One is almost inclined to say that in the esoteric they are grosser and still more anthropomorphic than in their exoteric rendering. Take as an example the same symbol even in its Christian application, the lilies in the hand of the Archangel Gabriel. In Hinduism, the Holy of Holies is a universal abstraction, whose dramatis personae are infinite spirit and nature. In Christian Judaism, it is a personal God outside of that nature, and the human womb, Eve, Sarah, etc., hence an anthropomorphic phallic God, and his image man. Thus it is maintained that with regard to the contents of the Bible, one of two hypotheses has to be admitted. Either behind the symbolic substitute Jehovah, there was the unknown, incognizable deity, the Kabbalistic Ein Sof, or the Jews who have been from the beginning no better than the dead-letter lingam worshippers of the India of today. We say it was the former, and that therefore the secret or esoteric worship of the Jews was the same pantheism than the Vedantin philosophers are reproached with today. Jehovah was a substitute for purposes of an exoteric national faith, and had no importance or reality in the eyes of the erudite priests and philosophers. The Sadducees, the most refined and the most learned of all the Israelite sects, who stand as living proof of it with their contemptuous rejection of every belief save the law. For how could those who invented the stupendous scheme now known as the Bible, or their successors who knew, as all Kabbalists do, that it was so invented for a popular blind, how could they, we ask, feel reverence for such a phallic symbol and a number, as Jehovah is shown most undeniably to be in the Kabbalistic works? How could anyone worthy of the name of a philosopher, and knowing the real secret meaning of their pillar of Jacob, their Bethels, oil-anointed phalli, and their brazen serpent, worship such a gross symbol, and minister unto it, seeing it in their covenant, the Lord himself? Let the reader turn to the Gemara Sanhedrin and judge. As various writers have shown, and as brutally stated in Hargrave Jennings' Phallicism, we know from the Jewish records that the ark contained a table of stone, and if it can be demonstrated that that stone was phallic and yet identical with the sacred name Jehovah or Yehovah, which written in unpointed Hebrew with 4 letters is Jeve or Jhvh, the H being merely an aspirate and the same as E, this process leaves us the 2 letters I and V, or in another of its forms, U. Then if we place the I in the U, we have the Holy of Holies. We also have the Linga and Yoni of the Arga of the Hindus, the Ishvara, or Supreme Lord. And here we have the whole secret of its mystic and arch-celestial import, confirmed in itself by being identical with the Lingyoni of the Ark of the Covenant. The biblical Jews of today do not date from Moses, but from David, even admitting the identity of the old and genuine with the later and remodeled Mosaic scrolls. Before that time, their nationality is lost in the mists of prehistoric darkness, the veil from which is now withdrawn as much as we have space to do. It is only to the days of the Babylonian captivity that the Old Testament may be referred by the most lenient criticism as the approximately correct views that were current about the days of Moses. Even such fanatical Christians and worshippers of Jehovah as the Reverend Mr. Horn have to admit the numerous changes and alterations made by the later compilers of the Book of God, since it was found by Hilkiah, and since the Pentateuch arose out of the primitive or older documents by means of a supplementary one. The Elohistic texts were rewritten 500 years after the date of Moses, the Jehovistic 800, on the authority of the biblical chronology itself. Hence it is maintained that the deity, represented as the organ of generation in this pillar form, and as a symbol of the double-sexed organ in the numerical value of the letters of his name, the Yod, or phallus, and he, the opening or the womb, according to Kabbalistic authority, is of a far later date than the Elohim symbols and is borrowed from the pagan exoteric rites. And Jehovah is thus on par with the lingam and yoni found in every roadside in India. Just as the I.O. of the mysteries was distinct from Jehovah, so was the later I.O. and Abraxas, or Abraxax, of some Gnostic sects identical with the god of the Hebrews, who was the same as the Egyptian Horus. This is undeniably proven on heathen as on the Gnostic Christian gems. In Matter's collection on such gems there is a Horus, seated on the lotus inscribed ABPA AIA, Abraxas IO, an address exactly parallel to the so frequent EIZEIYAPAIII, Is Zeus Serapi, on the contemporary heathen gems, and therefore only to be translated by Abraxas is the one Jehovah. But who was Abraxas? As the same author shows, The numerical or Kabbalistic value of the name Abraxas directly refers to the Persian title of the god Mithras, ruler of the year worshipped from the earliest times under the appellation of Io. Thus he was the sun in one aspect, the moon, or the lunar genius in another, that generative deity whom the Gnostics saluted as thou the president over the mysteries of the Father and the Son, who shinest in the night time, holding the second rank, the first lord of death. It is only in his capacity of the genius of the moon, the latter being credited in the old cosmogony with being the parent of our earth, that Jehovah could ever be regarded as the creator of our globe and its heaven, namely the firmament. The knowledge of all this will be no proof, however, to the average bigot. Missionaries will go on with the most virulent attacks on the religions of India, and Christians read with the same benighted smile of satisfaction as ever these preposterously unjust words of Coleridge. It is highly worthy of observation that the inspired writings received by Christians are distinguishable from all other books pretending to be inspiration, from the scriptures of the Brahmins, and even from the Quran in their strong and frequent recombination of truth. Section 4. On the myth of the fallen angels and its various aspects. A. The evil spirit, who and what. Our present quarrel is exclusively with theology. The Church enforces belief in a personal God and a personal devil, while occultism shows the fallacy of such a belief. For the pantheists and occultists, as much as for the pessimists, nature is no better than a comely mother, but stone cold. But this is true only so far as regards external physical nature. They both agree that, to the superficial observer, she is no better than an immense slaughterhouse wherein butchers become victims and victims executioners in their turn. It is quite natural that the pessimistically inclined profane, once convinced of nature's numerous shortcomings and failures, and especially of her autophagous propensities, should imagine this to be the best evidence that there is no deity in abscondito within nature, nor anything divine in her. Nor is it any less natural that the materialists and the physicist should imagine that everything is due to blind force and chance, and to the survival of the strongest, even more often than of the fittest. But the occultists who regard physical nature as a bundle of most varied illusions, on the plane of deceptive perceptions, who recognize in every pain and suffering but the necessary pangs of incessant procreation, a series of stages toward an ever-growing perfectibility, which is visible in the silent influence of never-erring karma, or abstract nature. The occultists, we say, view the Great Mother otherwise. Woe to those who live without suffering. Stagnation and death is the future of all that vegetates without change. And how can there be any change for the better without proportionate suffering during the preceding stage? Is it not those only who have learnt the deceptive value of earthly hopes and the elusive allurements of external nature, who are destined to solve the great problems of life, pain, and death? If our modern philosophers, preceded by the medieval scholars, have helped themselves to more than one fundamental idea of antiquity, theologians have built their God and his archangels, their Satan and his angels, along with the Logos and his staff, entirely out of the dramatis personae of the old heathen pantheons. They would have been welcome to these had they not cunningly distorted the original characters, perverted the philosophical meaning, and taking advantage of the ignorance of Christendom, the result of long ages of mental sleep, during which humanity was permitted to think only by proxy, tossed every symbol into the most inextricable confusion. One of their most sinful achievements in this direction was the transformation of the divine alter ego into the grotesque Satan of their theology. As the whole philosophy of the problem of evil hangs upon the correct comprehension of the constitution of the inner being of nature and man, of the divine within the animal, and hence also the correctness of the whole system as given in these pages, with regard to the crown piece of evolution, man, we cannot take sufficient precautions against theological subterfuges. When the good St. Augustine and the fiery Tertullian call the devil the monkey of God, we can attribute it to the ignorance of the age they lived in. It is more difficult to excuse our modern writers on the same ground. The translation of Mazdian literature has afforded Roman Catholic writers the pretext for proving their point in the same direction once more. They have taken advantage of the dual nature of the Ahura Mazda and of his Amshaspans and the Zendavesta and the Vendidad to emphasize still further their wild theories. Satan is the plagiarist and the copyist by anticipation of the religion which came ages later. This was one of the master strokes of the Latin Church, its best trump card after the appearance of spiritualism in Europe. Through only a succès d'estime in general, even among those who are not interested in either theosophy or spiritualism, yet the weapon is often used by the Christian, Roman Catholic, Kabbalists against their Eastern occultists. Now even the materialists are quite harmless and may be regarded as the friends of theosophy when compared to some fanatical Christian, as they call themselves, sectarian, as we call them, Kabbalists on the continent. These read the Zohar not to find it an ancient wisdom, but by mangling the text and meaning, to discover in its verses Christian dogmas where none could ever have been meant. And, having finished them out with the collective help of Jesuitical casuistry, and learning the supposed Kabbalists proceed to write books and to mislead their less far-sighted students of the Kabbalah. May we not then be permitted to drag the deep rivers of the past, and thus bring to surface the root idea that led to the transformation of the wisdom God, who had first been regarded as the creator of everything that exists, into an angel of evil, a ridiculous horned biped, half goat and half monkey, with hoofs and a tail. We need not go out of the way to compare the pagan demons of either Egypt, India, or Chaldea with the devil of Christianity, for no such comparison is possible. But we may stop to glance at the biography of the Christian devil, a parodical reprint from the Chaldeo-Judean mythology. The primitive origin of this personification rests upon the Akkadian conception of the cosmic powers, the heavens and the earth, in eternal feud and struggle with chaos. Their Silik Mulugdag, Murudug, the god amongst all the gods, the merciful guardian of men on earth, was the son of He, or A, the great god of wisdom, called by the Babylonians Nibu. With both peoples, as also in the case of the Hindu gods, their deities were both beneficent and maleficent. As evil and punishment are the agents of karma, in an absolutely just, retributive sense, so evil was the servant of the good. The reading of the Chaldeo-Assyrian tiles has now demonstrated this beyond a shadow of a doubt. We find the same idea in the Zohar. Satan was a son and an angel of God. With all the Semitic nations, the spirit of the earth was as much the creator in his own realm as the spirit of the heavens. They were twin brothers and interchangeable in their functions, when not two in one. Nothing of that which we find in Genesis is absent from the Chaldeo-Assyrian religious beliefs, even in the little that has hitherto been deciphered. The great face of the deep of Genesis is traced in the Tohu Bohu, deep or primeval space, or chaos of the Babylonians. Wisdom, the great unseen god, called in Genesis the Spirit of God, lived for the older Babylonians as for the Akkadians in the Sea of Space. Toward the days described by Berosus, this sea became the visible waters on the face of the earth, the crystalline abode of the Great Mother, the mother of A and all the gods, which became, still later, the great dragon Tiamat, the sea serpent. Its last stage of development was the great struggle of Bel with the dragon, the devil, whence the Christian idea that God cursed the devil. The God of the Jews, whosoever he was, forbids cursing Satan. Philo, Judaeus, and Josephus both state that the law, the Pentateuch, and the Talmud undeviatingly forbid one to curse the adversary, and also the gods of the Gentiles. Thou shalt not revile the gods, quoth the God of Moses, for it is the God who hath divided them unto all nations, and those who speak evil of dignities, gods, are called filthy dreamers by Jude. For even Michael the archangel durst not bring against him, the devil, a railing accusation, but said, The Lord rebuke thee. Finally, the same is repeated in the Talmud. Satan appeared one day to a man who used to curse him daily, and said to him, Why dost thou this? Consider that God himself would not curse me, but merely said, The Lord rebuke thee, Satan. This piece of Talmudic information shows plainly, A, that Saint Michael is called God in the Talmud, and somebody else the Lord, and B, that Satan is a god, of whom even the Lord is in fear. All we read in the Zohar and other Kabbalistic works on Satan shows plainly that this personage is simply the personification of the abstract evil, which is the weapon of karmic law and karma. It is our human nature and man himself. It is said that Satan is always near and inextricably interwoven within man. It is only a question of that power being latent or active in us. It is a well-known fact to learned symbologists at all events that in every great religion of antiquity, it is the Logos demiurge, the second Logos, or the first emanation from the mind, Mahat, who is made to strike, so to say, the keynote of that which may be called the correlation of individuality and personality, and the subsequent scheme of evolution. It is the Logos who is shown in the mystic symbolism of cosmogony, theogony, and anthropogeny, playing two parts in the drama of creation and being. That of the purely human personality and the divine impersonality of the so-called avatars, or divine incarnations, and of the universal spirit called Christos by the Gnostics, and the Fravarshi, or Feruar, of Ahura Mazda in the Mazdean philosophy. On the lower rungs of theogony, the celestial beings of the lower hierarchies had each a Favrashi, or a celestial double. It is the same, only still more mystic, reassertion of the Kabbalistic axiom, des et demon inversus. The word demon, however, as in the case of Socrates, and in the spirit of the meaning given to it by the whole of antiquity, standing for the guardian spirit, an angel, not a devil of satanic descent as theology would have it. The Roman Catholic Church shows its usual logic and consistency by accepting Saint Michael as the Ferawer of Christ. This Ferawer was his angel guardian as proved by St. Thomas, who, however, calls the prototypes and synonyms of Michael, such as Mercury, for example, devils. This church positively accepts the tenet that Christ has his Ferawer as any other god or mortal has. Writes de Merville, here we have the two heroes of the Old Testament, the Verbum, or second Jehovah, and his face, presence, as the Protestants translate, both making but one and yet being two, a mystery which seemed to us unsolvable before we studied the doctrine of the Mazdean Ferawers, and learnt that the Ferawer was the spiritual potency, at once image, face, and guardian of the soul, which finally assimilates the Ferawer. This is almost correct. Among other absurdities, the Kabbalists maintain that the word Metatron, being divided into metathronon, means near the throne. It means quite the reverse, as meta means beyond and not near. This is of great importance in our argument. Saint Michael, then, the qui ode, is the translator, so to speak, of the invisible world into the visible and the objective. They maintain, furthermore, along with the Roman Catholic Church, that in the biblical and Christian theology, there does not exist a higher celestial personality, after the Trinity, than that of the Archangel or the Seraphim Michael. According to them, the conqueror of the dragon is the archisatrap of the sacred militia, the guardian of the planets, the king of the stars, the slayer of Satan, and the powerful rector. In the mystic astronomy of these gentlemen, he is the conqueror of Ahriman, who, having upset the sidereal throne of the usurper, bathes in his stead in the solar fires, and defender of the Christ Son, he approaches so near his master that he seems to become one with him. Owing to this fusion with the word verbum, the Protestants, and among them Calvin, ended by losing sight entirely of the duality, and saw no Michael but only his master, writes the Abbé Caron. The Roman Catholics, and especially their Kabbalists, know better, and it is they who explain to the world this duality, which affords them the means of glorifying the chosen ones of the Church, and of rejecting and anathematizing all those gods who may be in the way of their dogmas. Thus the same titles and the same names are given in turn to God and the Archangel. Both are called Metatron. Both have the name of Jehovah applied to them when they speak one in the other. Sick, for, according to the Zohar, the term signifies equal, the master, and the ambassador. Both are the angel of the face, because, as we are informed, if on the one hand the Word is called the face, or the presence, and the image of the substance of God, on the other, when speaking of the Savior to the Israelites, Isaiah tells them that the angel of his presence saved them in their affliction, so he was their Savior. Elsewhere, Michael is called very plainly the Prince of the faces of the Lord, the glory of the Lord. Both Jehovah and Michael are the guides of Israel, chiefs of the armies of the Lord, supreme judges of the souls, and even seraphs. The whole of the above is given on the authority of various works by Roman Catholics and must therefore be orthodox. Some expressions are translated to show what subtle theologians and casuists mean by the term for hour, a word borrowed by some French writers from the Zendavesta, as said and utilized in Roman Catholicism for a purpose Zoroaster was very far from anticipating. In Fargard 19, verse 14 of the Vendidad, it is said, "Invoke, O Zarathustra, my Favarshi, who am Ahura Mazda, the greatest, the best, the fairest of all beings, the most solid, the most intelligent, and whose soul is the holy word, Mothra Spenta." The French Orientalists translate Favarshi by Farour. Now, what is a Farour, or Favarshi? In some Mazdean works, it is plainly implied that Favarshi is the inner, immortal man, or the ego which reincarnates, that it existed before the physical body and survives all such bodies it happens to be clothed in. Not only man was endowed with a Favarshi, but gods too, in the sky, fire, waters, and plants. This shows as plainly as can be shown that the Farour is the spiritual counterpart of either god, animal, plant, or even element, i.e., the refined and the purer part of the grosser creation, the soul of the body, whatever the body may happen to be. Therefore, does Ahura Mazda recommend Zarathustra to invoke his Favarshi, and not himself, Ahura Mazda? That is to say, the impersonal and true essence of deity, one with Zoroaster's own Atma, or Christos, not the false and personal appearance. This is quite clear. Now, it is on this divine and ethereal prototype that the Roman Catholics have seized so as to build up the supposed difference between their God and angels and the deity and its aspects, or the gods of the old religions. Thus, while calling Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, whether as gods or planets, devils, they at the same time make at the same Mercury the Farour of their Christ. This fact is undeniable. Vossius proves that Michael is the Mercury of the pagans, and Maury and other French writers corroborate him and add that according to great theologians, Mercury and the sun are one. And no wonder, they think, since Mercury, being so near the wisdom and the verbum, the sun, must be absorbed by and confounded with him. This pagan view was accepted from the 1st century of our era, as shown in the original Acts of the Apostles, the English translation being worthless. So much is Michael the Mercury of the Greeks and other nations, that when the inhabitants of Lystra mistook Paul and Barnabas for Mercury and Jupiter, saying, "The gods have come down to us in the likeness of men," the text adds, And they called Barnabas Zeus and Paul Hermes because he was the leader of the word, logos, and not the chief speaker, as erroneously translated in the Authorized and repeated even in the Revised English Bible. Michael is the angel of the vision in Daniel, the Son of God, who was like unto a son of man. It is the Hermes Christos of the Gnostics, the Anubis Sirius of the Egyptians, the counselor of Osiris in Amenti, the Leontoid Michael Ophiomorphos of the Ophites, who wears on certain Gnostic jewels a lion's head, like his father Ildeboth. Now to all this Roman Catholic Church tacitly consents, many of her writers even avowing it publicly. Unable to deny the flagrant borrowing of their church who spoiled her seniors of their symbols, as the Jews had spoiled the Egyptians of their jewels of silver and gold, they explain the fact quite coolly and seriously. Thus the writers who have hitherto been timid enough to see, in this repetition by Christian dogmas of old pagan ideas, a legendary plagiarism perpetuated by man, are gravely assured that, far from such a simple solution of the almost perfect resemblance, it has to be attributed to quite another cause, to a prehistorical plagiarism of a superhuman origin. If the reader would know how, he must again kindly turn to the same volume of de Merville's work. Please note that this author was the official and recognized defender of the Roman Church and was helped by the learning of all the Jesuits. There we read, "We have pointed out several demigods and also very historical heroes of the pagans, who were the predestined from the moment of their birth to ape, while at the same time they dishonored the nativity of the hero, who was quite God, before whom the whole earth had to bow. We have traced them being born as he was, from an immaculate mother. We have seen them strangling serpents in their cradles, fighting amongst demons, performing miracles, dying as martyrs, descending to the netherworld and rising again from the dead. We have been bitterly deplored that timid and shy Christians should feel compelled to explain all such identities on the ground of coincidence of myth and symbol. They forget apparently these words of the Savior. All that came before me are thieves and robbers, a word which explains all without any absurd negation, and which I have commented on in these words. The Evangel is a sublime drama, parodied and played before its appointed time by ruffians. The ruffians, les drôles, are of course demons whose manager is Satan. Now this is the easiest and most sublime and simple way of getting out of the difficulty. The Reverend Dr. Lundy, a Protestant de Merville, followed the happy suggestion in his monumental Christianity, and so did Dr. Sepp of Munich in his works written to prove the divinity of Jesus and the satanic origin of all other saviors. So much greater the pity that a systemic and collective plagiarism which went on for several centuries on the most gigantic scale should be explained by another plagiarism, this time in the fourth Gospel, for the sentence quoted from it, "All that ever came before me," etc., is a verbatim repetition of words written in the Book of Enoch. In the introduction to Archbishop Lorenz's translation from the Ethiopic MS, in the Bodleian Library, the editor, author of The Evolution of Christianity, remarks, "In revising the proof sheets of the Book of Enoch, we have been still further impressed by relationship with New Testament scripture. Thus, the parable of the sheep, rescued by the Good Shepherd from hireling guardians and ferocious wolves, is obviously borrowed by the fourth evangelist from Enoch, IXXXIX, in which the author depicts the shepherds as killing and destroying the sheep before the advent of their Lord, and thus discloses the true meaning of that hitherto mysterious passage in the Johannine parable. All that ever came before me are thieves and robbers, language in which we now detect an obvious reference to the allegorical shepherds of Enoch. It is too late in the day to claim that it is Enoch who borrowed from the New Testament, instead of vice versa. Jude 14:15 quotes verbatim from Enoch a long passage about the coming of the Lord with his 10,000 saints, and naming the prophet specifically acknowledges the source. In perfecting the parallelism between prophet and apostle, we have placed beyond controversy that, in the eyes of the author of an epistle accepted as divine revelation, The Book of Enoch was the inspired production of an antediluvian patriarch. The cumulative coincidence of language and ideas in Enoch and the authors of the New Testament scripture clearly indicates that the work of the Semitic Milton was the inexhaustible source from which evangelists and apostles, or the men who wrote in their names, borrowed their conceptions of the resurrection, judgment, immortality, perdition, and of the universal reign of righteousness under the eternal dominion of the Son of Man. The evangelical plagiarism culminates in the revelation of John, which adapts the vision of Enoch to Christianity, with modifications in which we miss the sublime simplicity of the great master of apocalyptic prediction, who prophesied in the name of the antediluvian patriarch. Antediluvian, truly, but if the phraseology of the text dates hardly a few centuries or even millenniums before the historical era, then it is no longer the original prediction of the events to come, but it is, in its turn, a copy of some scripture of prehistoric religion. In the Krita age, Vishnu, in the form of Kapila and other inspired teachers, imparts true wisdom as Enoch did. In the Treta age, he restrains the wicked in the form of a universal monarch, Chakravartin, the everlasting king of Enoch, and protects the three words or races. In the Dvarpara age, in the person of Vedavasa, he divides the one Veda into four and distributes it into hundreds shata of branches. Truly so, the Veda of the earliest Aryans, before it was written, went forth into every nation of the Atlanto-Lemurians, and sowed the first seeds of all the now existing old religions. The offshoots of the never-dying tree of wisdom have scattered their dead leaves even on Judeo-Christianity. And at the end of the Kali, our present age, Vishnu, or the everlasting king, will appear as Kalki and re-establish righteousness upon the earth. The minds of those who live at that time shall be awakened and become as pellucid as crystal. The men who are thus changed by virtue of that particular time, the sixth race, shall be the seeds of other human beings, and shall give birth to a race who shall follow the laws of the Krita age of purity, i.e., it shall be the seventh race, the race of Buddhas, the sons of God, born of immaculate parents. B. The gods of light proceed from the gods of darkness. Thus it is pretty well established that Christ, the Logos, or the God in space and the Savior on earth, is but one of the echoes of his same antediluvian and sorely misunderstood wisdom. Its history begins by the descent on earth of the gods who incarnate in mankind, and this is the fall. Whether Brahma hurled down on earth by Bhagavan in the allegory, or Jupiter by Kronos, are all symbols of the human races. Once having touched this planet of dense matter, the snow-white wings of even the highest angel can no longer remain immaculate, or the avatara, or incarnation, be perfect, as every such avatara is the fall of a god into generation. Nowhere is the metaphysical truth more clear when explained esoterically, or more hidden from the average comprehension of those who, instead of appreciating the sublimity of the idea, can only degrade it, than in the Upanishads, the esoteric glossaries of the Vedas. The Rig Veda, as Gwynal characterized it, is the most sublime conception of the great highways of humanity. The Vedas are and will remain forever in the esotericism of the Vedanta and the Upanishads, the mirror of the eternal wisdom. For upwards of 16 centuries, the new masks, forced over the faces of the old gods, have screened them from public curiosity, but they have finally proved a misfit. Yet the metaphorical fall, as the metaphorical atonement and crucifixion, have led Western humanity through the roads knee-deep in blood. Worse than all, they have led it to believe in the dogma of the evil spirit, distinct from the spirit of all good, whereas the former lives in all matter and preeminently in man. Finally, it created the God-slandering dogma of hell and eternal perdition. It has spread a thick film between the higher intuitions of man and divine verities. And most pernicious result of all, it has made people remain ignorant of the fact that there were no fiends, no dark demons in the universe before man's own appearance on this, and probably on other earths. Hence the people have been led to accept, as the problematical consolation for the world's sorrows, the thought of original sin. The philosophy of that law in nature which implants in man as well as in every beast a passionate, inherent, and instinctive desire for freedom and self-guidance, pertains to psychology and cannot be touched on now. For to demonstrate this feeling in higher intelligences, to analyze and give a natural reason for it, would necessitate an endless philosophical explanation for which there is no room here. Perhaps the best synthesis of this feeling is found in 3 lines of Milton's Paradise Lost. Says the fallen one, "Here we may reign secure, and in my choice, to reign is worth ambition, though in hell. Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. Better be man, the crown of terrestrial production, and king over its opus operatum, than be lost among the will-less spiritual hosts in heaven." We have said elsewhere that the dogma of the first fall rested on a few verses in Revelation, which are now shown to be a plagiarism from Enoch by some scholars. These have given rise to endless theories and speculations, which have gradually acquired the importance of dogma and inspired tradition. Everyone sought to explain the verse about the 7-headed dragon with his 10 horns and 7 crowns, whose tail drew the 3rd part of the stars of heaven, and did cast them to the earth, and whose place, with that of his angels, was found no more in heaven. What the 7 heads of the dragon, or cycle, mean, and its 5 wicked kings also, may be learned in the addenda, which close part 3 of this volume. From Newton to Bossuet, speculations were incessantly evolved in Christian brains with regard to those obscure verses. Says Bossuet, "The star that falls is the heresiarch Theodosius. The clouds of smoke are the heresies of the Montanists. The 3rd part of the stars are the martyrs, and especially the doctors of divinity." Bossuet ought to have known, however, that the events described in Revelation were not original, and may, as shown, be found in other and more pagan traditions. There were no scholastics nor Montanists during Vedic times, nor yet far earlier in China. But Christian theology had to be protected and saved. This is only natural, but why should truth be sacrificed in order to protect from destruction the lubrications of Christian theologians? The Princeps Aries Hujas, the Prince of the Air of St. Paul, is not the devil, but the effects of the astral light, as Eliphas Levi correctly explains. The devil is not the god of this period, as he says, for it is the deity of every age and period since man appeared on earth, and matter, in its countless forms and stages, had to fight for its evanescent existence against other disintegrating forces. The dragon is simply the symbol of the cycle and of the sons of Manvantaric eternity, who had descended on earth during a certain epoch of its formative period. The clouds of smoke are geological phenomena. The 3rd part of the stars in heaven, cast down to the earth, refers to the divine monads, the spirits of the stars in astrology, that circumnambulate our globe, i.e. the human egos destined to form the whole cycle of incarnations. The sentence, "Qui circumambulit terram," however, is again referred to the devil in theology, the mythical father of evil, being said to fall like lightning. Unfortunately for this interpretation, the Son of Man, or Christ, is expected on the personal testimony of Jesus, to descend on earth likewise, as the lightning cometh out of the east, just in the same shape and under the same symbol as Satan, who is seen to fall as lightning from heaven. All these metaphors and figures of speech, preeminently oriental in their character, must have their origins searched for in the East. And all the ancient cosmogonies' light comes from darkness. In Egypt, as elsewhere, darkness was the principle of all things. Hence Pymander, the thought divine, issues as light from darkness. Behemoth is the principle of darkness or Satan in Roman Catholic theology, and yet Job says of him that Behemoth is the chief principle of the ways of God. Principium varium domini Behemoth. Consistency does not seem to be a favorite virtue in any portion of divine revelation, so called, not as interpreted by theologians at any rate. The Egyptians and the Chaldeans referred the birth of their divine dynasties to that period when creative Earth was in her last final throes and giving birth to her prehistoric mountain ranges, which having since disappeared, her seas and her continents. Her face was covered with deep darkness, and in that secondary chaos was the principle of all things that developed on the globe later on. Our geologists have now ascertained that there was such a terrestrial conflagration in the early geological periods, several hundred millions of years ago. As to the tradition itself, every country and nation had it, each under its respective national form. It is not alone Egypt, Greece, Scandinavia, or Mexico that had its Typhon, Python, Loki, or its falling demon, but China also. The Celestials have a whole literature upon the subject. It is said that in consequence of the rebellion against T, of a proud spirit, who said he was T himself, 7 choirs of celestial spirits were exiled upon earth, which brought a change in all nature, heaven itself bonding down and uniting with earth. In the Why King one reads, "The flying dragon, superb and rebellious, suffers now, and his pride is punished. He thought he would reign in heaven, and he reigns only on the earth." Again, the Chu Xiu says allegorically, "One night the stars ceased shining in darkness, and deserted it, falling down like rain upon the earth, where they are now hidden." These stars are the monads. Chinese cosmogonies have their Lord of the Flame and their celestial virgin with little spirits to help and minister to her, and big spirits to fight those who are the enemies of other gods. But all this does not prove that the said allegories are presentiments or prophetic writings which all refer to Christian theology. The best proof one can offer to Christian theologians that the esoteric statements in the Bible, in both Testaments, are the assertion of the same idea as in our archaic teachings, to wit, that the fall of the angels referred simply to the incarnations of angels who had broken through the 7 circles, is found in the Zohar. Now the Kabbalah of Simeon ben Uchai is the soul and essence of the allegorical narrative, as the later Christian Kabbalah is the dark, cloaked, Mosaic Pentateuch. And it says in the Agrippa MSS, "The wisdom of the Kabbalah rests in the science of the equilibrium and harmony. Forces that manifest without having first been equilibrized perish in space." Equilibrized meaning differentiated. Thus perished the first kings, the divine dynasties of the ancient world, the self-produced princes of giants. They fell like rootless trees and were seen no more, for they were the shadow of the shadow, to wit, the chaya of the shadowy Petris. But those that came after them, who shooting down like falling stars were shrined in the shadows, prevailed to this day. Jannis, who by incarnating in those empty shadows inaugurated the era of mankind. Every sentence in the ancient cosmogonies unfolds to him who can read between the lines the identity of the ideas, though under different garbs. The first lesson taught in esoteric philosophy is that the incognizable cause does not put forth evolution, whether consciously or unconsciously, but only exhibits periodically different aspects of itself to the perception of finite minds. Now the collective mind, the universal, composed of various and numberless hosts of creative powers, however infinite in manifested time, is still finite when contrasted with the unborn and undecaying space in its supreme essential aspect. That which is finite cannot be perfect. Therefore, there are inferior beings among those hosts, but there never have been any devils nor disobedient angels, for the simple reason that they are all governed by law. The Asuras, call them by any other name you will, who incarnated followed in this law as implacable as any other. They had manifested prior to the Petris, and as time, in space, proceeds in cycles, their turn had come, hence the numerous allegories. The name Asura was first given by the Brahmins indiscriminately to those who opposed their mummeries and sacrifices, as did the great Asura called Asurenda. It is to those ages, probably, that the origin of the idea of the demon, as opposer and adversary, had to be traced. The Hebrew Elohim, called God in the translations, who create light, are identical with the Aryan Asuras. They are also referred to as the sons of darkness, as a philosophical and logical contrast to the light, immutable and eternal. The earliest Zoroastrians did not believe in evil or darkness being co-eternal with good or light, and they gave the same interpretation. Ahriman is the manifested shadow of Ahura Mazda, Asura Mazda, himself issued from Zaruna Akern, the boundless cycle of time, or the unknown cause. They say of the latter, its glory is too exalted, its light too resplendent for either human intellect or mortal eye to grasp and see. Its primal emanation is eternal light, which from having been previously concealed in darkness, was called to manifest itself and thus was formed Ormazd, the king of life. He is the firstborn, in boundless time, but like his own antitype, pre-existing spiritual idea, has lived within darkness from all eternity. The 6 Amshaspans, 7 with himself, the chief of all, the primitive spiritual angels and men are collectively his logos. The Zoroastrian Amshaspans create the world in 6 days or periods also, and rest on the 7th. But in the esoteric philosophy, that 7th is the first period or day, the so-called primary creation in Aryan cosmogony. It is that intermediate aeon which is the prologue to creation, and which stands on the borderland between the uncreated eternal causation and the produced finite effects, a state of nascent activity and energy as the first aspect of the eternal immutable questions. In Genesis, on which no metaphysical energy has been spent, but only on extraordinary acuteness and ingenuity to veil the esoteric truth, creation begins at the 3rd stage of manifestation. God or the Elohim are the 7 regents of Pymander. They are identical with all the other creators. But even in Genesis, that period is hinted at by the abruptness of the picture and the darkness that was on the face of the deep. The Elohim are shown to create, that is to say, to build or to produce the 2 heavens or double heaven. No, not heaven and earth, which means in so many words that they are separated the upper manifested, angelic heaven, or plane of consciousness, from the lower or terrestrial plane, the, to us, eternal and immutable eons from those periods that are in space, time and duration, heaven from earth, the unknown from the known to the profane. Such is the meaning of the sentence in Pymander which says that thought, the divine which is light and life, Zaruna Akern, produced through its word, or first aspect, the other, operating thought, which being the god of spirit and fire, constructed 7 regents enclosing within their circle the world of senses, named fatal destiny. The latter refers to karma. The 7 circles are the 7 planets and planes, as also the 7 invisible spirits in the angelic spheres, whose visible symbols are the 7 planets, the 7 rishis of the Great Bear and other glyphs. As said in the Adityas by Roth, they are neither sun nor moon nor stars nor dawn, but the eternal sustainers of this luminous life which exists as if it were behind all these phenomena. It is they, the 7 hosts, who, having been considered in their Father, divine thought, the plan of the operator, as says Pymander, desired to operate or to build the world with its creatures. Likewise, for having been born within the sphere of operation, the manifesting universe, such is the Manvantaric law. And now comes the second portion of the passage, or rather of 2 passages merged into one to conceal the full meaning. Those who were born within the sphere of operation were the brothers who loved him well. The latter, the him, were the primordial angels, the Asuras, the Ahriman, the Elohim, or sons of God, of whom Satan was one. All those spiritual beings who were called the angels of darkness, because that darkness is absolute light, a fact now neglected if not entirely forgotten in theology. Nevertheless, the spirituality of those much abused sons of light, which is darkness, must evidently be as great in comparison with that of the angels next in order, as the ethereality of the latter would be when contrasted with the destiny of the human body. The former are the firstborn, and therefore so near the confines of pure quiescent spirit as to be merely the privations in the Aristotelian sense. the Pharaohs or the ideal types of those who followed. They could not create material, corporeal things, and therefore were said in the process of time to have refused to create, as commanded by God, otherwise to have rebelled. Perchance this is justified on the principle of the scientific theory which teaches us as to the effect of two sound waves of equal length meeting. If the two sounds be of the same intensity, their coincidence produces a sound 4 times the intensity of either, while their interference produces absolute silence. While explaining some of the heresies of his day, Justin Martyr shows the identity of all the world religions at their starting points. The first beginning opens invariably with the unknown and passive deity, from which emanates a certain active power or virtue, the mystery that is sometimes called wisdom, sometimes the Son, very often God, angel, Lord, and Logos. The latter is sometimes applied to the very first emanation, but in several systems it proceeds from the first androgyne or double ray, produced at the beginning by the unseen. Philo depicts this wisdom as male and female. But though its first manifestation had a beginning, for it proceeded from Ulam, Ayin, time, the highest of the aeons, when admitted from the Father, it had remained with the Father before all creations, for it is part of him. Therefore Philo Judaeus calls Adam Kadmon by the name Mind, the Enua of Bethos in the Gnostic system. The mind, let it be named Adam. As the old Magian books explain it, the whole event becomes clear. A thing can only exist through its opposite, Hegel teaches us, and only a little philosophy and spirituality are needed to comprehend the origin of the later dogma, which is so truly satanic and infernal in its cold and cruel wickedness. The Magians accounted for the origin of evil in their exoteric teachings in this way. Light can produce nothing but light, and can never be the origin of evil. How then was evil produced, since there was nothing co-equal or like the light in its production? Light, say they, produced several beings, all of them spiritual, luminous, and powerful. But a great one, the great Asura, Ahriman, Lucifer, etc., had an evil thought contrary to the light. He doubted, and by that doubt he became dark. This is a little nearer to the truth, but still wide of the mark. There was no evil thought that originated the opposing power, but simply thought per se, something which, being cognitive and containing design and purpose, is therefore finite, and must thus find itself naturally in opposition to pure quiescence, the as natural state of absolute spirituality and perfection. It was simply the law of evolution that asserted itself, the progress of mental unfolding, differentiated from spirit, involved and entangled already with matter, into which it is irresistibly drawn. Ideas, in their very nature and essence, as conceptions being related to objects, whether true or imaginary, are opposed to absolute thought, that unknowable all of whose mysterious operations Mr. Spencer predicates that nothing can be said, but that it has no kinship of nature with evolution, which it certainly has not. The Zohar gives it very suggestively. When the Holy One, the Logos, desired to create man, he called the highest host of angels and spoke unto them what he wanted. But they doubted the wisdom of this desire and answered, Man will not continue one night in his glory, for which they were burnt, annihilated, by the Holy Lord. Then he called another lower host and said the same, and they contradicted the Holy One. What is the good of man? They argued, Still Elohim created man, and when man sinned there came the hosts of Uzzah and Azel, and twitted God. Here is the Son of Man that thou hast made, they said. Behold, he sinned. Then the Holy One replied, If you had been among them, men, you would have been worse than they. And he threw them from their exalted position in heaven and down to the earth. They were changed into men and sinned after the women of the earth. This is quite plain. No mention is made in Genesis 6 of these sons of God receiving punishment. The only reference to it in the Bible is in Jude. And the angels which kept not their first estate, but left their own habitation, he hath reserved in everlasting chains under darkness unto the judgment of the great day. And this means simply that the angels, doomed to incarnation, are in the chains of flesh and matter, under the darkness of ignorance, till the great day, which will come as always after the seventh round, after the expiration of the week on the seventh Sabbath, or in the post-Manvantaric nirvana. How truly esoteric and consonant with the secret doctrine is Pymander, the thought divine of Hermes, may be inferred from its original and primitive translations in Latin and Greek only. On the other hand, how disfigured it has been on by Christians in Europe is seen from the remarks and unconscious confessions made by de Saint Mark in his preface and letter to the Bishop of Aire in 1578. Therein the whole cycle of transformations from a pantheistic and Egyptian into a mystic Roman Catholic treatise is given, and we see how Pymander has become what it is now. Still, even in St. Mark's translation, traces are found of the real Pymander, the universal thought or mind. This is the translation from the Old French translation, the original being given in the footnote in its quaint Old French. 7 men principles were generated in man, the nature of the harmony of the 7 of the Father and of the Spirit. Nature produced 7 men in accordance with the natures of the 7 spirits, having in them potentially the 2 sexes. Metaphysically, the Father and the Son are the universal mind, and the periodical universe, the angel and the man. It is the Son and the Father at one and the same time. In Pymander, the active idea and the passive thought that generates it, the radical keynote in nature which gives birth to the 7 notes, the septenary scale of the creative forces, and to the 7 prismatic aspects of color, all born from the one white ray, or light, itself generated in darkness. C. The many meanings of the war in heaven. The Secret Doctrine points out, as a self-evident fact, that mankind, collectively and individually, is with all unmanifested nature the vehicle of A, of the breath of the one universal principle, in its primal differentiation, and B, of the countless breaths proceeding from that one breath in its secondary and further differentiations. As nature with its many mankind's proceeds downwards toward the planes that are ever increasing in materiality. The primary breath informs the higher hierarchies, the secondary, the lower, on the constantly descending planes. Now there are many passages in the Bible which prove on their face, exoterically, that this belief was at one time universal. And the 2 most convincing are Ezekiel, XXVIII, and Isaiah, XIV. Christian theologians are welcome to interpret both as referring to the great war before creation, the epos of Satan's rebellion, etc., if they so choose, but the absurdity of the idea is too apparent. Ezekiel addresses his lamentations and reproofs to the king of Tyre, Isaiah to King Ahaz, who indulged in the worship of idols, as did the rest of the nation with the exception of a few initiates, the prophets, so-called, who try to arrest it on its way to exotericism, or idolatry, which is the same thing. Let the student judge. In Ezekiel it is said, Son of man, say unto the prince of Tyrus, Thus saith the Lord God, as we understand it, the god Karma, because thine heart is lifted up, and thou hast said, I am a god. Yet thou art a man. Behold, therefore, I will bring strangers upon thee, and they shall draw their swords against the beauty of thy wisdom, and they shall bring thee down to the pit, or earth life. The origin of the Prince of Tyrus is to be traced to the divine dynasties of the iniquitous Atlanteans, the great sorcerers. There is no metaphor in the words of Ezekiel, but actual history this time. For the voice in the prophet, the voice of the Lord, his own spirit, which spoke unto him, says, Because thou hast said, I am God. I sit in the seat of gods, divine dynasties, in the midst of the seas. Yet thou art a man. Behold, thou art wiser than Daniel. There is no secret that they can hide from thee. With thy wisdom thou hast increased thy riches, and thine heart is lifted up because of thy riches. Behold, therefore, strangers shall draw their swords against the beauty of thy wisdom, They shall bring thee down, and thou shalt die the deaths of them that are slain in the midst of the seas. All such imprecations are not prophecy, but simply reminders of the fate of the Atlanteans, the giants on earth. What can be the meaning of this last sentence if it is not a narrative of the fate of the Atlanteans? Again, thine heart was lifted up because of thy beauty may refer to the heavenly man in Pymander, or to the fallen angels, who are accused of having fallen through pride on account of the great beauty and wisdom which became their lot. There is no metaphor here, except in the preconceived idea of our theologians, perhaps. These verses relate to the past and belong more to the knowledge acquired at the mysteries of initiation than to retrospective clairvoyance. Says the voice again, "Thou hast been in Eden, the garden of God. In the Satya Yuga, every precious stone was thy covering. The workmanship of thy tabrets and thy pipes was prepared in thee in the day thou wast created. Thou art the anointed cherub. Thou hast walked up and down in the midst of the stones of fire. Thou wast perfect in thy ways from the day that thou wast created, till iniquity was found in thee. Therefore I will cast thee out of the mountain of God and destroy thee." The mountain of God means the mountain of the gods, or Meru, whose representative in the fourth race was Mount Atlas, the last form of one of the divine titans, so high in those days that the ancients believed that the heavens rested on its top. Did not Atlas assist the giants in their war against the gods? Hyginus? Another version shows the fable as arising from the fondness of Atlas, son of Iapetus, and climbing for astronomy, and from his dwelling for that reason on the highest mountain peaks. The truth is that Atlas, the mountain of the gods, and also the hero of that name, are the esoteric symbols of the fourth race, and his 7 daughters, the Atlantides, are the symbols of his 7 subraces. Mount Atlas, according to all the legends, was 3 times as high as it is now, for it is sunk at 2 different times. It is of a volcanic origin, and therefore the voice within Ezekiel says, "Therefore will I bring forth a fire from the midst of thee, it shall devour thee." Surely it does not mean, as seems to be the case from the translated text, that this fire was to be brought from the midst of the prince of Tyrus, or his people, but from Mount Atlas, symbolizing the proud race, learned in magic and high in arts and civilization, whose last remnant was destroyed almost at the foot of the range of those once gigantic mountains. Truly, thou shalt be a terror, and never shalt thou be any more, as the very name of the race and its fate is now annihilated from man's memory. Bear in mind that almost every ancient king and priest was an initiate, that from toward the close of the fourth race there had been a feud between the initiates of the right and those of the left path. Finally, that the Garden of Eden is referred to by other personages than the Jews in the Adamic race, since even Pharaoh is compared to the fairest tree of Eden by the same Ezekiel, who shows all the trees of Eden, the choice and best of Lebanon, comforted in the nether parts of the earth, for they also went down into hell with him, Pharaoh, unto the nether parts, which are in fact the bottom of the ocean, whose floor gaped wide to devour the lands of the Atlanteans and themselves. If one bears all this in mind and compares the various accounts, then one will find out that chapters XXVIII and XXXI of Ezekiel do not relate to Babylon, Assyria, nor yet to Egypt, since none of these have been so destroyed, having simply fallen into ruins on the surface, not beneath the earth, but indeed to Atlantis and most of its nations. And he will see that the Garden of Eden of the initiates was no myth, but a locality now submerged. Light will dawn upon him, and he will appreciate such sentences as these as their true esoteric value. Thou hast been in Eden. Thou wast upon the holy mountain of God. For every nation had and many still have holy mountains, some Himalayan peaks, others Parnassus and Sinai. They were all places of initiation and the abodes of the chiefs of the communities of ancient and even more modern adepts. And again, behold the Assyrian. Why not Atlantean initiate? was a cedar in Lebanon. His height was exalted above all the trees. The cedars in the garden of God could not hide him, so that all the trees of Eden envied him. Throughout all Asia Minor, the initiates were called the trees of righteousness and the cedars of Lebanon, as also were some kings of Israel. So were the great adepts in India, but only the adepts of the left hand. When Vishnu Purana narrates that the world was overrun with trees, while the Prachitasas, who passed 10,000 years of austerity in the vast ocean, were absorbed in their devotions, the allegory relates to the Atlanteans and the adepts of the early fifth race, the Aryans. Other trees, adept sorcerers, spread and overshadowed the unprotected earth, and the people perished, unable to labor for 10,000 years. Then the sages, the rishis of the Aryan race, called Pratitashas, are shown coming forth from the deep, and destroying by the wind and flame issuing from their mouths the iniquitous trees and the whole vegetable kingdom, until Soma, the moon, the sovereign of the vegetable world, pacifies them by making alliance with the adepts of the right path, to whom he offers as bride Marisha, the offspring of the trees. This hints at the great struggle between the sons of God and the sons of dark wisdom, our forefathers, or the Atlantean and the Aryan adepts. The whole history of that period is allegorized in the Ramayana, which is the mystic narrative in epic form of the struggle between Rama, the first king of the divine dynasty of the early Aryans, and Ravana, the symbolical personation of the Atlantean Lanka race. The former were the incarnations of the solar gods, the latter of the lunar devas. This was the great battle between good and evil, between white and black magic, for the supremacy of the divine forces over the lower terrestrial or cosmic powers. If the student would understand better the last statement, let him turn to the Anugit episode of the Mahabharata, where the Brahmana tells his wife, "I have perceived by means of the self the seat abiding in the self, the seat where dwells the Brahman free from the pairs of opposites, and the moon together with the fire, or the sun, upholding all beings as the mover of the intellectual principle. The moon is the deity of the mind, manas, but only on the lower plane." Says a commentary, manas is dual, lunar is the lower, solar in its upper portion. That is to say, it is attracted in its higher aspects toward Buddhi, and its lower descends into and listens to the voice of its animal soul, full of selfish and sensual desires. And herein is contained the mystery of an adept's and of a profane man's life, is also that of the post-mortem separation of the divine from the animal man. The Mahabharata, every line of which has to be read esoterically, discloses in magnificent symbolism and allegory the tribulations of both man and soul. Says the Brahmin in the Anugit, "In the interior, within the body, in the midst of all these life winds, principles, which move about in the body and swallow up one another, blazes the Vaishvanara, fire sevenfold. But the chief soul is manas or mind. Hence, Soma, the moon, is shown as making an alliance with the solar portion in it, personified as the Prachitasas. But the seven keys that open the seven aspects of the Ramayana, as of every other scripture, this is only one, the metaphysical. The symbol of the tree, standing for various initiates, was almost universal. Jesus is called the tree of life, as also are all the adepts of the good law, while those of the left path are referred to as the withering trees. John the Baptist speaks of the axe, which is the laid to the root of the trees, and the king of Assyria's armies are called trees. The true meaning of the Garden of Eden has been sufficiently given in Isis Unveiled. Now the writer has more than once heard surprise expressed that Isis Unveiled should contain so few of the doctrines now taught. This is quite erroneous, for the illusions of such teachings are plentiful, even if the teachings themselves were withheld. The time has not arrived then, as the hour has not struck even now, to say all. No Atlanteans or the fourth race, which preceded our fifth race, are mentioned in Isis Unveiled. Wrote a critic on esoteric Buddhism one day, I, who wrote Isis Unveiled, maintain that the Atlanteans are mentioned as our predecessors. For what can be plainer than the following statement when speaking of the Book of Job? In the original text, instead of dead things, it is written dead Raphaim, giants or mighty primitive men, from whom evolution may one day trace our present race. It is invited to do so now that this hint is explained quite openly. But evolutionists are as sure to decline nowadays as they did 10 years ago. Science and theology are against us. Therefore we question both, and have to do so in self-defense. On the strength of hazy metaphors scattered throughout the prophets and in St. John's Revelation, a grand but re-edited version of the Book of Enoch. On these insecure grounds, Christian theology has built its dogmatic epos of the war in heaven. It has done more. It has used the symbolical visions, intelligible only to the initiates, as pillars upon which to support the whole bulky edifice of its religion. And now the pillars have been found very weak reeds, and the cunning structure is foundering. The entire Christian scheme rests upon this Jachin and Boaz, the two contrary forces of good and evil, Christ and Satan. Take away from Christianity its main prop of the fallen angels, and the Eden bower vanishes, with its Adam and Eve into thin air, and Christ, in the exclusive character of the one God and Savior, and the victim of atonement for the sin of animal man, becomes forthwith a useless, meaningless myth. In an old number of the Revue Archéologique, a French writer, M. Maury, remarks, "This universal strife between good and bad spirits seems to be only the reproduction of another more ancient and more terrible strife, which, according to an ancient myth, took place before the creation of the universe, between the faithful and the rebellious legions." Once more, it is a simple question of priority. Had John's revelation been written during the Vedic period, and were not one sure now of its being simply another version of the Book of Enoch and the dragon legends of pagan antiquity, the grandeur and the beauty of this imagery might have biased the critic's opinion in favor of the Christian interpretation of that first war, whose battlefield was starry heaven, and the first slaughterers the angels. As the matter now stands, however, one has to trace revelation, event by event, to other and far older visions. For the better comprehension of the apocalyptic allegories and of the esoteric epos, we ask the reader to turn to Revelation and to read chapter 12 from verse 1 to verse 7. This has several meanings, and much has been found out with regard to the astronomical and numerical keys of this universal myth. That which may be now given is a fragment, a few hints as to its secret meaning, as embodied the record of a real war, the struggle between the initiates of the two schools. Many and various are the still existing allegories built on the same foundation stone. The true narrative, that which gives the full esoteric meaning, is in the secret books, but the writer has had no access to these. In the exoteric works, however, the episode of the Taraka War and some esoteric commentaries may offer a clue perhaps. In every Purana, the event is described with more or less variations which show its allegorical character. In the mythology of the earliest Vedic Aryans, as in the later Puranic narratives, mention is made of Buddha, the wise, the one learned in the secret wisdom, who is the planet Mercury in his euhemerization. The Hindu classical dictionary credits Buddha with being the author of a hymn in the Rig Veda. Therefore he can be by no means a later fiction of the Brahmins, but is a very old personation indeed. It is by inquiring into his genealogy, or theology rather, that the following facts are disclosed. As a myth, he is the son of Tara, the wife of Brihaspati, the gold-colored, and of Soma, the male moon who, Paris-like, carries the new Helen of the Hindu sidereal kingdom away from her husband. This causes a great strife and war in Svarga, heaven. The episode brings on a battle between the gods and the Asuras. The king Soma finds allies in Ushanas, Venus, the leader of the Davanavas, and the gods are led by Indra and Rudra, who side with Brihaspati. The latter is helped by Shankara, Shiva, who having for his guru Priyapati's father, Angira, befriends his son. Indra is here the Indian prototype of Michael, the archistrategist, and the slayer of the dragon's angels, since one of his names is Jishnu, leader of the celestial host. Both fight, as some titans did, against other titans in defense of revengeful gods. The one party in defense of Jupiter Tonans. In India, Priyapati is the planet Jupiter, which is a curious coincidence. The other in support of the ever-thundering Rudra. During this war, Indra is deserted by his bodyguard, the storm god, Marut. The story is very suggestive in some of its details. Let us examine some of them and seek to discover their meaning. The presiding genius or regent of the planet Jupiter is Priyapati, the wronged husband. He is the instructor or the spiritual guru of the gods, who are the representatives of the procreative powers. In the Rig Veda, he is called Brahmanaspati, the name of a deity in whom the action of the worship upon the gods is personified. Hence, Brahmanaspati represents the materialization of the divine grace, so to say, by the means of ritual and ceremonies, or the exoteric worship. Tara, his wife, is on the other hand the personification of the powers of one initiated into Gupta Vidya, secret knowledge, as will be shown. Soma is the moon astronomically, but in mystical phraseology it is also the name of the sacred beverage drunk by the Brahmins and the initiates during their mysteries and sacrificial rites. The Soma plant is the Asclepias acida, which yields a juice from which that mystic beverage, the Soma drink, is made. Alone the descendants of the Rishis, the Agnihotris, or the fire priests of the great mysteries, knew all its powers. But the real property of the true Soma was, and is, to make a new man of the initiate, after he is reborn, namely once that he begins to live in his astral body. For his spiritual nature overcoming the physical, he would soon snap it off and be part even from that etherealized form. Soma was never given in days of old to the non-initiated Brahmin, the simple grihasta, or priest of the exoteric ritual. Thus, Priyapati, guru of the gods, though he was, still represented the dead-letter form of worship. It is Tara, his wife, the symbol of one who, though wedded to dogmatic worship, longs for true wisdom, who is shown as initiated into his mysteries by King Soma, the giver of that wisdom. Soma is thus made to carry her away in the allegory. The result of this is the birth of Buddha, esoteric wisdom. Mercury, or Hermes, in Greece and Egypt. He is represented as so beautiful that even the husband, though well aware that Buddha is not the progeny of his dead-letter worship, claims the newborn as his son, the fruit of his ritualistic and meaningless forms. Such is, in brief, one of the meanings of the allegory. The war in heaven refers to several events of this kind on various and different planes of being. The first is a purely astronomical and cosmical fact pertaining to cosmogony. Mr. John Bentley thought that with the Hindus the war in heaven was only a figure referring to their calculations of time periods. This served as a prototype, he thinks, for the Western nations to build their war and the Titans upon. The author is not quite wrong, but neither is he quite right. If the sidereal prototype refers indeed to the pre-Manvantaric period, and rests entirely on the knowledge which the Aryan initiates claim, they have the whole program and progress of cosmogony. The War of the Titans is but a legendary and deified copy of the real war that took place in the Himalayan Kailasa, heaven, instead of it in the depths of the cosmic interplanetary space. It is the record of the terrible strife between the sons of God and the sons of the shadow, of the fourth and the fifth races. It is on these two events, blended together by legends borrowed from the exoteric account of the war waged by the Asuras against the gods, that every subsequent national tradition on the subject has been built. Esoterically, the Asuras, transformed subsequently into evil spirits and lower gods, who are eternally at war with the great deities, are the gods of the secret wisdom, In the oldest portions of the Rig Veda, they are the spiritual and the divine, the term Asura being used for the supreme spirit and being the same as the great Ahura of the Zoroastrians. There was a time when the gods Indra, Agni, and Varuna themselves belonged to the Asuras. In the Taittiriya Brahmana, the breath, Asu, of Brahma Prajapati became alive, and from that breath he created the Asuras. Later on, after the war, the Asuras are called the enemies of the gods, hence Asuras, the initial A being a negative prefix or no gods, the gods being referred to as Suras. This then connects the Asuras and their hosts, enumerated further on, with the fallen angels of the Christian churches, a hierarchy of spiritual beings to be found in every pantheon of ancient and even modern nations, from the Zoroastrian down to that of the Chinaman. They are the sons of the primeval creative breath at the beginning of every new Mahakalpa, or Manvantara, in the same rank as the angels who had remained faithful. These were the allies of Soma, the parent of the esoteric wisdom, as against Brihaspati, representing ritualistic or ceremonial worship. Evidently, they've been degraded in space and time into opposing powers or demons by the ceremonialists, on account of their rebellion against hypocrisy, sham worship, and the dead letter form. Now, what is the real character of all those who fought along with them? They are 1. Ushanas, or the host of the planet Venus, become now in Roman Catholicism Lucifer, the genius of the day star, the Saba, or army of Satan. 2. The Daityas and Danavas are the Titans, the demons and giants whom we find in the Bible, the progeny of the sons of God and the daughters of men. Their generic name shows their alleged character and discloses at the same time the secret animus of the Brahmins, for they are the Kretu Vishas, the enemy of the sacrifices or exoteric shams. These are the hosts that fought against Brihaspati, the representative of exoteric popular and national religions, and Indra, the god of the visible heaven, the firmament, who in the early Veda is the highest god of cosmic heaven, the fit habitation for an extra-cosmic and personal god, higher than whom no exoteric worship can ever soar. 3. Then come the Nagas, the Sarpas, serpents or seraphs. These again show their character by the hidden meaning of their glyph. In mythology, they are the semi-divine beings with a human face and the tail of a dragon. They are therefore undeniably the Jewish seraphim. Compare serapis, sarpa, serpent, the singular being seraph, burning, fiery. Christian and Jewish angelology disguises between the seraphim and the cherubim or cherubs, who come second in order. Esoterically and Kabbalistically, they are identical, the cherubim being simply the name for the images or likeness of any of the divisions of the celestial hosts. Now, as said before, the dragons and nagas were the names given to the initiate hermits on account of their great wisdom and spirituality and their living in caves. Thus, when Ezekiel applies the adjective cherub to the king of Tyre, and tells him that by his wisdom and his understanding there is no secret that can be hidden from him, he shows the occultist that it is a prophet, perhaps still a follower of exoteric worship, who fulminates against an initiate of another school, and not against an imaginary Lucifer, a fallen cherub from the stars, and then from the Garden of Eden. Thus, the so-called war is in one of its many meanings, also an allegorical record of the strife between the two classes of adepts, of the right and of the left path. There were 3 classes of rishis in India, who were the earliest adepts known. The royal or rajarshis, kings and princes, who adopted the ascetic life. The divine or devarshis, or the sons of Dharma or Yoga, and the Brahmarshis, descendants of those rishis who were the founders of Gotras and Brahmins, or caste races. Now, leaving the mythical and astronomical keys for one moment aside, the secret teachings show many Atlanteans who belonged to these divisions, and there were strifes and wars between them, de facto and de jure. Narada, one of the greatest rishis, was a Devarshi, and he is shown in constant and everlasting feud with Brahma, Daksha, and other gods and sages. Therefore, we may safely maintain that whatever the astronomical meaning of this universally accepted legend may be, its human phase is based on real and historical events, disfigured into a theological dogma only to suit ecclesiastical purposes. As above, so below. Sidereal phenomena and the behavior of the celestial bodies in the heavens were taken as a model, and the plan was carried out below, on earth. Thus, space, in its abstract sense, was called the realm of divine knowledge, and by the Chaldees or initiates Absu, the habitat, or father, i.e. the source, of knowledge, because it is in space that dwell the intelligent powers which invisibly rule the universe. In the same manner, and on the plan of the zodiac in the upper ocean or the heavens, a certain realm on earth, an inland sea, was consecrated and called the abyss of learning. 12 centers on it, in the shape of 12 small islands representing the zodiacal signs, 2 of which remained for ages the mystery signs, were the abodes of 12 hierophants and masters of wisdom. This sea of knowledge, or learning, remained for ages there, where now stretches the Shamoe or Gobi Desert. It existed until the last great glacial period, when a local cataclysm which swept the waters south and west and so formed the present great desolate desert, left only a certain oasis, with a lake, and 1 island in the midst of it, as a relic of the zodiacal ring on earth. For ages the watery abyss, which with the nations that preceded the later Babylonians, was the abode of the Great Mother, the terrestrial post-type of the Great Mother Chaos, and heaven, the parent of Ea, wisdom, himself the early prototype of Oannes, the man-fish of the Babylonians. For ages then, the abyss or chaos was the abode of wisdom and not of evil. The struggle of Bel, and then of Merodach, the sun god, with Tiamat, the sea, and its dragon, a war which ended in the defeat of the latter, has a purely cosmic and geological meaning, as well as a historical one. It is a page torn out of the history of the secret and sacred sciences, their evolution, growth, and death for the profane masses. It relates, A, to the systematic and gradual drying up of immense territories by the fierce sun at a certain prehistoric period, one of the terrible droughts which ended by a gradual transformation of once fertile lands abundantly watered into the sandy deserts which they are now, and B, to the systematic persecution of the prophets of the right path by those of the left, the latter having inaugurated the birth and evolution of the sacerdotal castes, have finally led the world into all those exoteric religions, which have been invented to satisfy the depraved tastes of the oi polloi, and the ignorant for ritualistic pomp and the materialization of the ever-immaterial and unknowable principle. This was a certain improvement on the Atlantean sorcery, the memory of which lingers in the remembrance of all the literary and Sanskrit reading portion of India, as well as in the popular legends. Still, it was a parody on, and the desecration of, the sacred mysteries and their science. The rapid progress of anthropomorphism and idolatry led the early 5th, as it had already led the 4th race, into sorcery once more, though on a smaller scale. Finally, even the 4 atoms, symbolizing under other names the 4 preceding races, were forgotten, and passing from one generation into another, each loaded with some additional myths, were at last drowned in that ocean of popular symbolism called the pantheons. Yet they exist to this day in the oldest Jewish traditions. The first of the Selem, the shadow atom, the Chayas, of our doctrine. The second, the model atom, the copy of the first, and the male and female of the exoteric Genesis. The third, the earthly atom, before the fall, an androgyne, and the fourth, the atom after his fall, i.e. separated into sexes, or the pure Atlantean. The atom of the Garden of Eden, or the forefather of our race. The 5th is an ingenious compound of the above 4. As stated in the Zohar, Adam, the first man, is not found now on earth. He is not found at all below. For where does the lower earth come from? From the chain of the earth and from heaven above. from the chain of the earth and from the heaven above, i.e., from the superior globes, those which precede and are above our earth. And there came out from it, the chain, creatures differing one from the other, some of them in garments, solid skins, some in shells, some in red shells, some in black, some in white, and some from all the colors. As in the Chaldean cosmogony of Berosus and the stanzas just given, some treatises on the Kabbalah speak of creatures with 2 faces, some with 4, and some with 1 face. For the highest Adam did not come down in all the countries, or produce progeny and have many wives, but is a mystery. So is the dragon a mystery. Truly, says Rabbi Simeon ben Lokai, that to understand the meaning of the dragon is not given to the companions, students, or chelas, but only to the little ones, i.e. the perfect initiates. The work of the beginning the companions understand, but it is only the little ones who understand the parable on the work in the Principium by the mystery of the serpent of the great sea. And those Christians who may happen to read this will also understand by the light of the above sentence who their Christ was. For Jesus states repeatedly that he who shall not receive the kingdom of God as a little child, he shall not enter therein. And if some of his sayings have been meant to apply to children without any metaphor, most of the references to the little ones in the Gospels relate to the initiates of whom Jesus was one. Paul, Saul, is referred to in the Talmud as the little one. The mystery of the serpent was this. Our earth, or rather terrestrial life, is often referred to in the secret teachings as the Great Sea, the Sea of Life, having remained to this day a favorite metaphor. The Sifra Desinuthia speaks of primeval chaos and the evolution of the universe after a destruction, pralaya, comparing it to an uncoiling serpent, extending hither and thither, its tail in its mouth, the head twisting on its neck. It is enraged and angry. It watches and conceals itself. Every 1,000 days it is manifested. A commentary on the Puranas says, Amaranta Shisha, in a form of Vishnu, the Holy Spirit of preservation, and a symbol of the universe, on which it is supposed to sleep during the intervals of the days of Brahma. The 7 heads of Shisha support the universe. So the Spirit of God sleeps, or is breathing, over the chaos of undifferentiated matter. Before each new creation, says the Sifra Desinuthia. Now 1 day of Brahma is composed, as already explained, of 1,000 Mahayugas. And as each night or period of rest is equal in duration to this day, it is easy to see what this sentence in the Sifra Desinuthia refers to, viz., that the serpent manifests once in 1,000 days. Nor is it more difficult to see whether the initiated writer of the Sifra is leading us when he says, its head is broken in the waters of the great sea, as it is written, Thou dividest the sea by thy strength, thou breakest the heads of the dragons in the waters. It refers to the trials of the initiates in this physical life, the sea of sorrow, if read with 1 key. It hints at the successive destruction of the 7 spheres of a chain of worlds in the great sea of space, when read with another key. For every sidereal globe or sphere, every world, star, or group of stars is called in symbolism a dragon's head. But however it may be read, the dragon was never regarded as evil, nor was the serpent either in antiquity. In the metaphors, whether astronomical, cosmical, theogonical, or simply physiological or phallic, the serpent was always regarded as a divine symbol. When mention is made of the cosmic serpent, which runs with 370 leaps, it means the cyclic periods of the Great Tropical War of 25,868 years, divided in the exoteric calculation into 370 periods or cycles, as 1 solar year is divided into 365 days. And if Michael was regarded by the Christians as the conqueror of Satan, the dragon, it is because in the Talmud this fighting personage is represented by the Prince of Waters, who had 7 subordinate spirits under him, a good reason why the Latin Church made him the patron saint of every promontory in Europe. In the Sifra Zenuthia, the creative force makes sketches and spiral lines of his creation in the shape of a serpent. It holds its tail in its mouth because it is the symbol of endless eternity and of cyclic periods. Its meanings, however, would require a volume, and we must end. Thus the reader may now see for himself what are the several meanings of the war in heaven and of the great dragon. Thus the most solemn and dreaded of church dogmas, the Alpha and Omega of the Christian faith, and the pillar of its fall and atonement, dwindles down to a pagan symbol in the many allegories of these prehistoric struggles. Section 5. Is Pleroma Satan's lair? The subject is not yet exhausted, and has to be examined from still other aspects. Whether Milton's grandiose description of the 3 days' battle of the angels of light against those of darkness justifies the suspicion that he must have heard of the corresponding Eastern tradition, it is impossible to say. Nevertheless, if not himself in connection with some mystic, then it must have been through someone who had obtained access to the secret works of the Vatican. Among these, there is a tradition concerning the Beni Shamash, the children of the sun, relating to the Eastern allegory, with far more minute details in its triple version than one can get either from the Book of Enoch or from the far more recent revelation of St. John concerning the old dragon and his various slayers, as has been just shown. It seems inexplicable to find, to this day, authors belonging to mystical societies who yet continue in their preconceived doubts as to the alleged antiquity of the Book of Enoch. Thus, while the author of the sacred mysteries among the Mayas and Quiches is inclined to see in Enoch an initiate converted to Christianity, the English compiler of Eliphas Levi's works, The Mysteries of Magic, is also of a like opinion. He remarks that, outside the erudition of Dr. Keneally, no modern scholarship attributes any more remote antiquity to the latter work, the Book of Enoch, than the 4th century BC. Modern scholarship has been guilty of worse errors than this one. It seems but yesterday that the greatest literary critics in Europe denied the very authenticity of that work, together with the Orphic hymns, and even the Book of Hermes or Thoth, until whole verses from the latter were discovered on Egyptian monuments and tombs of the earliest dynasties. The opinion of Archbishop Lawrence is quoted elsewhere. The old dragon and Satan, which has now become singly and collectively the symbol of, and the theological term for, the fallen angel, are not so described either in the original Kabbalah, the Chaldean Book of Numbers, or in the modern. For the most learned, if not the greatest of modern Kabbalists, namely Eliphas Levi, describes Satan in the following glowing terms. It is that angel who is proud enough to believe himself God, brave enough to buy his independence at the price of eternal suffering and torture, beautiful enough to have adored himself in full divine light, strong enough to still reign in darkness amidst agony, and to have made himself a throne out of his inextinguishable pyre. It is the Satan of the Republican and heretical Milton, the prince of the anarchy, served by a hierarchy of pure spirits. This description, one which reconciles so cunningly theological dogma and Kabbalistic allegory, and even contrives to include a political complement in its phraseology, is, when read in the right spirit, quite correct. Yes, indeed, it is the grandest of ideals, the ever-living symbol, nay, apotheosis, of self-sacrifice for the intellectual independence of humanity. This ever-active energy protesting against static inertia, the principle to which self-assertion is a crime, and thought and the light of knowledge odious. As Eliphas says with unparalleled justice and irony, it is this pretended hero of tenebrous eternities, who, slanderously charged with ugliness, is decorated with horns and claws which would fit better his implacable tormentor. It is he who has been finally transformed into a serpent, the red dragon. But Eliphas Levi was yet too subservient to his Roman Catholic authorities, one may add too Jesuitical, to confess that this devil was mankind, and never had any existence on earth outside of that mankind. In this, Christian theology, although following slavishly in the steps of paganism, has only been true in its own time-honored policy. It had to isolate itself and to assert its authority. Hence it could not do better than turn every pagan deity into a devil. Every bright sun god of antiquity, a glorious deity by day, and its own opponent, an adversary by night, named the Dragon of Wisdom, because it was supposed to contain the germs of night and day, and now has been turned into the antithetical shadow of God, and has become Satan on the sole and unsupported authority of despotic human dogma. After which all these producers of light and shadow, all the sun and the moon gods, have been cursed, and thus the one God chosen out of the many, and Satan, have both been anthropomorphized. But theology seems to have lost sight of the human capacity for discriminating and finally analyzing all that is artificially forced upon its reverence. History shows in every race and every tribe, especially in the Semitic nations, the natural impulse to exalt its own tribal deity above all others to the hegemony of the gods, and proves that the God of the Israelites was such a tribal God, and no more, even though the Christian Church, following the lead of the chosen people, is pleased to enforce the worship of that one particular deity, and to anathemize all the others. Whether originally a conscious or unconscious blunder, nevertheless it was one. Jehovah has ever been, in antiquity only, a god among other gods. The Lord appears to Abraham, and while saying, "I am the Almighty God," yet adds, "I will establish my covenant to be a God unto thee, Abraham, and unto his seed after him, but not unto Aryan Europeans." But then there is the grandiose and ideal figure of Jesus of Nazareth, to be set off against a dark background, to gain in radiance by the contrast, and a darker one the Church could hardly invent. Lacking the Old Testament symbology, ignorant of the real connotation and the name of Jehovah, the rabbinical secret substitute for the ineffable and unpronounceable name, the Church mistook the cunningly fabricated shadow for the reality, the anthropomorphized generative symbol for the one secondless reality, the ever unknowable cause of all. As a logical sequence, the Church, for purposes of duality, had to invent an anthropomorphic devil, created as taught by her by God himself. Satan has now turned out to be the monster fabricated by the Jehovah Frankenstein, his father's curse and a thorn in the divine side, a monster, than whom no earthly Frankenstein could have fabricated a more ridiculous bogey. The author of New Aspects of Life describes the Jewish God very correctly from the Kabbalistic standpoint, as the spirit of the earth which had revealed itself to the Jew as Jehovah. It was that spirit again who, after the death of Jesus, assumed his form and personated him as the risen Christ. The doctrine of Cerinthus and several Gnostic sects with slight variation as one can see. But the author's explanation and deductions are remarkable. None knew better than Moses, and so well as he, how great was the power of those gods of Egypt, with whose priests he had contended, the gods of which Jehovah is claimed to be the God by the Jews only. Asks the author, what were these gods, these Akkar of which Jehovah, the Akkad, is claimed to be the God by overcoming them? To which our occultism answers, those whom the Church now calls the fallen angels, and collectively Satan, the dragon, overcome, if we have to accept her dictum, by Michael and his host, that Michael, being simply Jehovah himself, one of the subordinate spirits at best. Therefore the author is again right in saying, the Greeks believed in the existence of daemons, but they were anticipated by the Hebrews, who held that there was a class of personating spirits which they designated demons, personators, admitting with Jehovah, who expressly asserts it, the existence of other gods, which were personators of the one God. Were these other gods simply a higher class of personating spirits, which had acquired and exercised greater powers? And is not personation the key to the mystery of the spirit state? But once granting this position, how are we to know that Jehovah was not a personating spirit, a spirit which arrogated to itself that it was, and thus became, the personator of the one unknown and unknowable God? Nay, how do we know that the spirit calling itself Jehovah, in arrogating to itself his attributes, did not thus cause his own designation, to be imputed to the one who is in reality as nameless as incognizable. Then the author shows that the spirit Jehovah is a personator, on its own admission. It acknowledged to Moses that it had appeared to the patriarchs as the god Shadi and the god Helion. With the same breath, it assumed the name of Jehovah. And it is on the faith of the assertion of this personator that the names El, Eloah, Elohim, and Shaddai have been read and interpreted in juxtaposition with Jehovah as the Lord God Almighty. Then when the name Jehovah became ineffable, the designation Adonai, Lord, was substituted for it, and it was owing to this substitution that the Lord passed from the Jewish to the Christian word, and word as a designation of God. And how are we to know, the author may add, that Jehovah was not many spirits personating even that seemingly one, Yod or Yod-He? But if the Christian church was the first to make the existence of Satan a dogma, it was because, as shown in Isis Unveiled, the devil, the powerful enemy of God, had to become the cornerstone and pillar of the church. For as a theosophist, M. Jules Basic truly observes in his Satan, O Diable. The choice and policy were unfortunate anyhow. Either the personator of the lower God of Abraham and Jacob ought to have been made entirely distinct from the mystic father of Jesus, or the fallen angels should have been left unslandered by further fictions. Every god of the Gentiles is connected with and closely related to Jehovah, the Elohim, for they are all one host, whose units differ only in name in the esoteric teachings. Between the obedient and the fallen angels there is no difference whatever, except in their respective functions, or rather in the inertia of some, and the activity of others, among those Jan Chohans, or Elohim, who were commissioned to create, i.e. to fabricate the manifested world out of the eternal material. The Kabbalists say that the true name of Satan is that of Jehovah turned upside down. For Satan is not a black god, but the negation of the white deity, or the light of truth. God is light, and Satan is the necessary darkness or shadow to set it off, without which pure light would be invisible and incomprehensible. For the initiates, says Eliphas Levi, the devil is not a person, but a creative force, for good as for evil. The initiates represented this force, which presides at the physical generation, under the mysterious form of God Pan, or nature, whence the horns and hoofs of that mythical and symbolic figure, as also the Christian goat of the witches' Sabbath. With regard to this too, Christians have imprudently forgotten that the goat was also the victim selected for the atonement of all the sins of Israel, that the scapegoat was indeed the sacrificial martyr, the symbol of the greatest mystery on earth, the fall into generation. Only the Jews have long forgotten the real meaning of their, to the non-initiated, ridiculous hero, selected from the drama of life and the great mysteries enacted by them in the desert, and the Christians have ever known it. Eliphas Levi seeks to explain the dogma of his church by paradoxes and metaphors, but succeeds very poorly in the face of the many volumes written by pious Roman Catholic demonologists under the approbation and auspices of Rome in this 19th century of ours. For the true Roman Catholic, the devil, or Satan, is a reality. The drama enacted in the sidereal light according to the seer of Patmos, who desired perhaps to improve upon the narrative in the Book of Enoch, is as real and as historical a fact as any other allegory and symbolical event in the Bible. But the initiatives give an explanation which differs from that given by Eliphas Levi, whose genius and crafty intellect had to submit to a certain compromise dictating to him from Rome. Thus, the true and uncompromising Kabbalists admit that, for all purposes of science and philosophy, it is enough that the profane should know that the great magic agent, called by the followers of the Marquis de Saint-Martin, the Martinists, the astral light, by the medieval Kabbalists and alchemists, the sidereal virgin and the mysterium magnum, and by the Eastern occultists, ether, the reflection of Akasha, in which that the Church calls Lucifer, that the Latin scholastics have succeeded in transforming the universal soul and pleroma, the vehicle of light and the receptacle of all forms, a force spread throughout the whole universe, with its direct and indirect effects, into Satan and his works is no news to anyone. But now they are prepared to give out to the above-mentioned profane even the secrets hinted at by Eliphas Levi, without adequate explanation, for the latter's policy of veiled revelations could only lead to further superstition and misunderstanding. What, indeed, can a student of occultism, who is a beginner, gather from the following highly poetical sentences of Eliphas Levi, which are as apocalyptic as the writings of any of the alchemists? Lucifer, the astral light, is an intermediate force existing in all creation. It serves to create and to destroy, and the fall of Adam was an erotic intoxication which has rendered his generation a slave to this fatal light. Every sexual passion that overpowers our senses is a whirlwind of that light which seeks to drag us toward the abyss of death. Madness, hallucinations, visions, ecstasies are all forms of a very dangerous excitation due to this inferior phosphorus. Thus, light, finally, is of the nature of fire, the intelligent use of which warms and vivifies, and the excess of which, on the contrary, dissolves and annihilates. Thus, man is called upon to assume a sovereign empire over this astral light, and conquer thereby his immortality, and is threatened by the same time with being intoxicated, absorbed, and eternally destroyed by it. This light, therefore, inasmuch as it is devouring, revengeful, and fatal, would thus really be hellfire, the serpent of the legend, the tormented errors of which it is full, the tears and the gnashing of the teeth of the abortive beings it devours, the phantom of life that escapes them, and seems to mock and insult their agony. All this would be the devil or Satan indeed. There is no false statement in all this, nothing save a superabundance of ill-applied metaphors, as for instance in the application of the myth of Adam to the illustration of the astral effects. Akasha, the astral light, can be defined in a few words. It is the universal soul, the matrix of the universe, the mysterium magnum, from which all that exists is born by separation or differentiation. It is the cause of existence. It fills all the infinite space, is space itself, in one sense, or both its sixth and seventh principles. But as the finite in the infinite, as regards manifestation, this light must have its shadowy side, as already remarked, and as the infinite can never be manifested, hence the finite world has to be satisfied with the shadow alone, which its action draws upon humanity and which men attract and force into activity. Hence, while the astral light is the universal cause in its unmanifested unity and infinity, it becomes, with regard to mankind, simply the effects of the causes produced by men in their sinful lives. It is not its bright denizens, whether they are called spirits of light or darkness, that produce good or evil, but mankind itself that determines the unavoidable action and reaction in the great magic agent. It is mankind which has become the serpent of Genesis, and thus causes daily and hourly the fall and sin of the celestial Virgin, which thus becomes the mother of the gods and the devils at one and the same time. For she is the ever-loving, beneficent deity to all those who stir her soul and heart, instead of attracting to themselves her shadowy manifested essence, called by Eliphas Levi the fatal light, which kills and destroys. Humanity and its units can overpower and master its effects, but only by the holiness of their lives and by producing good causes. It has power only on the manifested lower principles, the shadow of the unknown and incognizable deity in space. But in antiquity and reality, Lucifer or Luciferus is the name of the angelic entity presiding over the light of truth, as over the light of the day. In the great Valentinian gospel, Pistis Sophia, it is taught that the three powers emanating from the holy names of the three triple powers, that of Sophia, the Holy Ghost according to these Gnostics, the most cultured of all, resides in the planet Venus or Lucifer. Thus, to the profane, the astral light may be God and devil at once, demon es deus inversus. That is to say, through every point of infinite space thrill the magnetic and electrical currents of animate nature, the life-giving and death-giving waves, for death on earth becomes life on another plane. Lucifer is divine and terrestrial light, the Holy Ghost and Satan, at one and the same time, visible space being truly filled with the differentiated breath invisibly. And the astral light, the manifested effects of the two who are one, guided and attracted by ourselves, is the karma of humanity, both a personal and impersonal entity. Personal because it is the mystic name given by St. Martin to the host of divine creators, guides and rulers of this planet. Impersonal as the cause and effect of universal life and death. The fall was the result of man's knowledge, for his eyes were opened. Indeed, he was taught wisdom and a hidden knowledge by the fallen angel, for the latter had become from that day his manus, mind and self-consciousness. In each of us that golden thread of continuous life, periodically broken into active and passive cycles of sensuous existence on earth, and supersensuous in Devachan, is from the beginning of our appearance upon this earth. It is the Sutratma, the luminous thread of immortal impersonal monadship, on which our earthly lives, our evanescent egos are strung so many beads, according to the beautiful expression of the Vedantic philosophy. And now it stands proven that Satan, or the red fiery dragon, the lord of Phosphoros, brimstone was a theological improvement, and Lucifer, or light-bearer, is in us. It is our mind, our tempter and redeemer, our intelligent liberator and savior from pure animalism. Without this principle, the emanation of the very essence of the pure divine principle, Mahat, intelligence, which radiates direct from the divine mind, we would be surely no better than animals. The first man, Adam, was made only a living soul, Nepash. The last Adam was made a quickening spirit, says Paul, his words referring to the building or creation of man. Without this quickening spirit or human mind or soul, there would be no difference between man and beast, as there is none, in fact, between animals with respect to their actions. The tiger and the donkey, the hawk and the dove, are each one as pure and innocent as the other, because irresponsible. Each follows its instinct, the tiger and the hawk killing with the same unconcern as the donkey eats a thistle, or the dog pecks at a grain of corn. If the fall had the significance given to it by theology, if that fall occurred as a result of an act never intended by nature, a sin, how about the animals? If we are told that they procreate their species in consequence of that same original sin, for which God cursed the earth, hence everything living on it, we will put another question. We are told by theology, as also by science, that the animal was on earth far earlier than man. We ask the former, how did it procreate its species before the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil had been plucked off? As said, the Christians, far less clear-sighted than the great mystic and liberator whose name they have assumed, whose doctrines they have misunderstood and travestied, and whose memory they have blackened by their deeds, took the Jewish Jehovah as he was, and of course strove vainly to reconcile the gospel of the light and liberty with the deity of darkness and submission. But it is sufficiently proven now that all the soi disant, evil spirits who are credited with having made war on the gods, are identical as personalities. That moreover, all the ancient religions taught the same tenet, save the final conclusion, which differs from the Christian. The 7 primeval gods had all a dual state, one essential, the other accidental. In their essential state they were all the builders or fashioners, the preservers and the rulers of this world, and in the accidental state, clothing themselves in visible corporeality, they descended on the earth and reigned on it as kings and instructors of the lower hosts, who had incarnated once more upon it as men. Thus, esoteric philosophy shows that man is truly the manifested deity in both its aspects, good and evil, but theology cannot admit the philosophical truth. Teaching as it does the dogma of the fallen angels in its dead-letter meaning, and having made of Satan the cornerstone and pillar of the dogma of redemption, to do so would be suicidal, having once shown the rebellious angels distinct from the God and the Logos in their personalities. To admit that the downfall of the disobedient spirits means simply their fall into generation and matter would be equivalent to saying that God and Satan were identical. For since the Logos, or God, is the aggregate of that once divine host accused of having fallen, it would naturally follow that the Logos and Satan are one. Yet such was the real philosophical view in antiquity of the now disfigured tenet. The verbum, or the Son, was shown in a dual aspect by the pagan Gnostics. In fact, he was a duality in full unity, hence the endless and various national versions. The Greeks had Jupiter, the son of Kronos, the father, who hurls him down into the depths of cosmos. The Aryans had Brahma, in later theology, precipitated by Shiva into the abyss of darkness, etc. But the fall of all those logi and demiurgi from their primitive exalted position contained in all cases one and the same esoteric signification, the curse, in its philosophical meaning of being incarnated on this earth, an unavoidable rung in the ladder of cosmic evolution, a highly philosophical and fitting karmic law, without which the presence of evil on earth would have to remain forever a closed mystery to the understanding of true philosophy. To say, as the author of Esprit Tome de Piens does, that since Christianity is made to rest on two pillars, that of evil and of good, on two forces in short, hence, if we suppose the punishment of the evil forces, the protecting mission of the good powers will have neither value nor sense, is to utter the most unphilosophical absurdity. If it fits in with and explains Christian dogma, it obscures the facts and truths of the primitive wisdom of the ages. The cautious hints of Paul have all the true esoteric meaning, and it took centuries of scholastic casuistry to give them the false coloring in their present interpretations. The verbum and Lucifer are one in their dual aspect, and the prince of the air is not the god of that period, but an everlasting principle. When the latter was said to be ever circling around the world, the great apostle referred simply to the never-ceasing cycles of human incarnations, in which evil will ever predominate unto the day when humanity is redeemed by the true divine enlightenment, which gives the correct perception of things. It is easy to disfigure vague expressions written in dead and long-forgotten languages, and palm them off on the ignorant masses as truths and revealed facts. The identity of thought and meaning is the one thing that strikes the student in all the religions which mention the tradition of the fallen spirits. And in those great religions there is not one that fails to mention and describe it in one or another form. Thus Hong Te, the great spirit, sees his sons, who had acquired active wisdom, falling into the valley of pain. Their leader, the flying dragon, having drunk on the forbidden ambrosia, fell to the earth with his hosts, kings, in the Zendavesta. Angra Mainyu, Ahriman, surrounded himself with fire, the flames of the stanzas, seeks to conquer the heavens. When Ahura Mazda descended from the solid heaven he inhabits, to the help of the heavens that revolve, in time and space, the manifested worlds of cycles including those of incarnation, and the Amshasmans, the seven brights Rava, accompanied by their stars, fight Ahriman, and the vanquished Devas fall to the earth along with him. In the Vendidad, the Devas are called evil-doing, and are shown to rush away into the depths of the world of hell, or matter. This is an allegory which shows the Devas compelled to incarnate, once that they had separated themselves from the planet essence, or in other words, after the unit had become multiple, after differentiation and manifestation. Typhon, the Egyptian python, the Titans, the Suras, and the Asuras, all belong to the same legend of spirits peopling the earth. They are not demons commissioned to create and organize the visible universe, but the fashioners or architects of the worlds and the progenitors of man. They are the fallen angels, metaphorically, the true mirrors of the eternal wisdom. What is the complete truth, as well as the esoteric meaning about this universal myth? The whole essence of truth cannot be transmitted from mouth to ear, nor can any pen describe it, not even that of the recording angel, unless man finds the answer in the sanctuary of his own heart. in the innermost depths of his divine intuition. It is the great seventh mystery of creation, the first and the last, and those who read St. John's Apocalypse may find its shadow lurking under the seventh seal. It can be represented only in its apparent, objective form, like the eternal riddle of the Sphinx. If the Sphinx threw herself into the sea and perished, it is not because Oedipus had unriddled the secret of the ages, but because, by anthropomorphizing the ever-spiritual and the subjective, he had dishonored the great truth forever. Therefore, we can give it only from its philosophical and intellectual planes, unlocked with 3 keys respectively, for the last 4 keys of the 7 that throw wide open the portals to the mysteries of nature are in the hands of the highest initiates, and cannot be divulged to the masses at large. Not in this century, at any rate. The dead letter is everywhere the same. The dualism in the Mazdean religion was born from exoteric interpretation. The holy Ahriman, the bestower of weal, invoked in the prayer called Ariyama Isho, is the divine aspect of Ahriman, the deadly, the Deva of the Devas. And Angra Mainyu is the dark material aspect of the former. Keep us from our hater, O Mazda, and our Meta, Spenta, has a prayer of invocation, an identical meaning with lead us not into temptation, and is addressed by man to the terrible spirit of duality in man himself. For Ahura Mazda is the spiritual, divine, and purified man, and Amrita, Spenta, the spirit of the earth or materiality, is the same as Ahriman or Angra Mainyu in one sense. The whole of the Magian or Mazdean literature, or what remains of it, is magical, occult, hence allegorical and symbolical, even its mystery of the law. Now the mobbed and the Parsi keep their eye on the Beresma during the sacrifice, the divine twig off Ormazd's tree, having been transformed into a bunch of metallic rods, and wonder why neither the Amisha Spentas nor the high and beautiful golden Homas, nor even their Vohu Manu, good thoughts, nor their Arata, sacrificial offering, help them much. Let them meditate on the tree of wisdom, and by study assimilate one by one the fruits thereof. The way of the tree to eternal life, the white Hauman, the Gokarina, is through one end of the earth and to the other, and Homa is in heaven as it is on earth. But to become once more a priest of it, and a healer, a man must heal himself, for this must be done before he can heal others. This proves once more that, in order to be dealt with at least an approximate degree of justice, the so-called myths have to be closely examined from all their aspects. In truth, every one of the 7 keys has to be used in its right place, and never mixed with the others, if we would unveil the entire cycle of mysteries. In our day of dreary soul-killing materialism, the ancient priest initiates have become, in the opinion of our learned generations, the synonyms of clever impostors, kindling the fires of superstition in order to obtain an easier sway over the minds of men. This is an unfounded calumny generated by skepticism and uncharitable thoughts. No one believed more than they did in the gods, or we may call them the spiritual and the now invisible powers, or spirits, the noumena of the phenomena, and they believed simply because they knew. And though after being initiated into the mysteries of nature, they were forced to withhold their knowledge from the profane, who would have surely abused it, such secrecy was undeniably less dangerous than the policy of their usurpers and successors. The former taught only that which they well knew, the latter, teaching what they did not know, have invented, as a secure haven for their ignorance, a jealous and cruel deity, who forbids man to pry into his mysteries under the penalty of damnation. As well as they may, for his mysteries can at best be only hinted at in polite ears, never described. Turn to the king's Gnostics and their remains, and see for yourself what was the primitive Ark of the Covenant, according to the author, who says, "There is a rabbinical tradition that the cherubim placed over it were represented as male and female in the act of copulation, in order to express the grand doctrine of the essence of form and matter, the true principles of all things. When the Chaldeans broke into the sanctuary and beheld this most astounding emblem, they naturally enough exclaimed, "Is this your God, of whom you boast, that he is such a lover of purity?" King thinks that this tradition savors too much of the Alexandrian philosophy to demand any credit, to which we demur. The shape and form of the wings of the two cherubim standing on the right and the left sides of the ark, these wings meeting over the Holy of Holies, are emblem quite eloquent in itself, not to speak of the holy Yod within the ark. The mystery of Agathodemon, whose legend states, "I am Chumnus, son of the universe, 700, can alone solve the mystery of Jesus, the number of whose name is 888. It is not the key of St. Peter or the church dogma, but the narthex, the wand of the candidate for initiation, that has to be wrenched from the grasp of the long silent sphinx of the ages." Meanwhile, the augurs, who upon meeting each other have to thrust their tongues into their cheeks to suppress a fit of laughter, may be more numerous in our age than they ever were in the day of Sila. Section 6. Prometheus, the Titan. His origin in ancient India. In our modern day, there is not the slightest doubt in the minds of the best European symbologists that the name Prometheus possessed the greatest and most mysterious significance in antiquity. While giving the history of Deucalion, whom the Boeotians regarded as the ancestor of the human races, and who was the son of Prometheus, according to the significant legend, the author of the Mythologie de la Grèce Antique remarks, "Thus Prometheus is something more than the archetype of humanity. He is its generator. In the same way that we saw Hephaestus molding the first woman, Pandora, and endowing her with life, so Prometheus needs the moist clay, of which he fashions the body of the first man, whom he will endow with the soul spark. After the flood of Deucalion, Zeus, they said, had commanded Prometheus and Athena to call forth a new race of men from the mire left by the waters of the deluge. And in the day of Pausanias, the slime which the hero had used for this purpose was still shown in Phocis. On several archaic monuments we will still see Prometheus modeling a human body, either alone or with Athena's help. The same author reminds us of another equally mysterious personage, though one less generally known than Prometheus, whose legend offers remarkable analogies with that of the Titan. The name of this second ancestor and generator is Phoroneus, the hero of an ancient poem, now unfortunately no longer extant, the Phoronidae. His legend was localized in Argolis, where a perpetual flame was preserved on his altar as a reminder that he was the bringer of fire upon earth, a benefactor of man. Like Prometheus, he had made them participators of every bliss on earth. Plato and Clemens Alexandrinus say that Phoroneus was the first man, or the father of mortals. His genealogy, which assigns to him the river Inachos as his father, reminds us that of Prometheus, which makes that Titan the son of the Oceanid Clymene. But the mother of Phoroneus was the nymph Melia, a significant descent which distinguishes him from Prometheus. Melia, Ducharme thinks, is the personification of the ash tree, whence, according to Hesiod, issued the race of the Age of Bronze, and which the Greeks is the celestial tree common to every Aryan mythology. The ash is the Yggdrasil of North antiquity, which the Norns sprinkle daily with the waters from the fountain of Yerd, that it may not wither. It remains verdant till the last days of the Golden Age. Then the Norns, the three sisters who gaze respectively into the past, the present, and the future, make known the decree of Orlog or fate, karma, but men are conscious only of the present. But when Goldwig, gold ore, comes, the bewitching enchantress, who thrice cast into the fire, arises each time more beautiful than before and fills the souls of gods and men with unappeasable longing. Then the Norns enter into being, and the blessed peace of childhood's dreams passes away, and sin comes into existence with all its evil consequences and karma. The thrice purified gold is manas, the conscious soul. With the Greeks, the ash tree represented the same idea. Its luxuriant boughs are the sidereal heaven, golden by day and studded with stars by night. The fruits of Melia and Yggdrasil, under whose protecting shadow humanity lived during the Golden Age without desire as without fear. That tree had a fruit, or an inflamed bough, which was lightning, Disharm guesses. And here steps in the killing materialism of the age, that peculiar twist in the modern mind, which like a northern blast bends all on its way and freezes every intuition, allowing it no hand in the physical speculations of the day. After having seen in Prometheus no more than fire by friction, the learned author of the Mythologie de la Grèce Antique perceives in this fruit a trifle more than allusion to terrestrial fire in its discovery. It is no longer fire, owing to the fall of lightning, setting some dry fuel in a blaze, and thus revealing all its priceless benefits to Paleolithic men. But something more mysterious this time, though still as earthly. A divine bird nestled in the branches of the celestial ash tree stole that bough, or the fruit, and carried it down on the earth in its bill. Now the Greek word is the rigid equivalent of the Sanskrit word baranya, the rapid, an epithet of Agni, considered as the carrier of the divine spark. Pheronius, son of Melia, or of the celestial ash, thus corresponds to a conception far more ancient, probably than one that transformed the Pheronius, son of Melia, or of the celestial ash, thus corresponds to a conception far more ancient, probably, than that one which transformed the Pramantha of the old Aryan Hindus into the Greek Prometheus. Pheronius is the personified bird that brings the heavenly lightning to the earth. Traditions relating to the birth of the race of bronze, and those which made of Pheronius the father of the Argolians, are an evidence to us that this thunderbolt, or lightning, as in the legend of Hephaestus or Prometheans, was the origin of the human race. This still affords us no more than the external meaning of the symbols in the allegory. It is now supposed that the name Prometheus has been unriddled, but the modern mythologists and Orientalists see in it no longer what their fathers saw in the authority of the whole classical antiquity. They only find therein something far more appropriate to the spirit of the age, namely a phallic element. But the name of Pheronius, as well as that of Prometheus, bears not one, nor even two, but a series of esoteric meanings. Both relate to the 7 celestial fires, to Agni Abhimanin, his 3 sons, and their 45 sons, constituting the 49 fires. Do all these numbers relate only to the terrestrial mode of fire and to the flame of sexual passion? Did the Hindu Aryan mind never soar above such purely sensual conceptions? That mind which is declared by Professor Max Muller to be the most spiritual and mystically inclined on the whole globe? The number of those fires alone ought to have suggested an inkling of the truth. We are told that one is no longer permitted, in this age of rational thought, to explain the name of Prometheus as the old Greeks did. The latter, it seems, basing themselves on the apparent analogy of, with the verb, saw in him the type of the foreseeing man, to whom, for the sake of symmetry, a brother was added, Epimethus, or he who takes counsel after the event. But now the Orientalists have decided otherwise. They know the real meaning of the 2 names better than those who invented them. The legend is based upon an event of universal importance. It was built to commemorate a great event which must have strongly impressed itself upon the imagination of the first witnesses, and its resemblance has never since faded out from popular memory. What was this? Laying aside every poetical fiction, all those dreams of the Golden Age, let us imagine, argue the modern scholars, in all its gross realism, the first miserable state of humanity, the shrinking picture of which was traced for us after Asclepius by Lucretius, and the exact truth of which is now confirmed by science. And then we may understand better that a new life really began for man on that day, when he saw the first spark produced by the friction of two pieces of wood, or from the veins of a flint. How could men help feeling gratitude to that mysterious and marvelous being, which they were henceforth enabled to create at their will, and which was no sooner born than it grew and expanded, developing with singular power? This terrestrial flame, was it not analogous in nature to that which sent them from above its light and heat, or which frightened them in the thunderbolt? Was it not derived from the same source? And if its origin was in heaven, must it not have been brought down some day on earth? If so, who was this powerful being, this beneficent being, God or man, who had conquered it? Such are the questions which the curiosity of the Aryans ordered in the early days of their existence, and which found their answer in the myth of Prometheus. The philosophy of occult science finds two weak points in the above reflections, and proceeds to point them out. The miserable state of humanity described by Aeschylus and Lucretius was no more wretched then, in the early days of the Aryans, than it is now. That state was limited to the savage tribes, and the now existing savages are not a whit more happy or unhappy than their forefathers were 1,000,000 years ago. It is an accepted fact in science that rude implements exactly resembling those in use among existing savages are found in river gravels and caves, geologically, implying an enormous antiquity. So great is that resemblance that, as the author of the modern Zoroastrian tells us, if the collection of the colonial exhibition of stone celts and arrowheads used by the Bushmen of South Africa were placed side by side with one from the British Museum of similar objects from Kent's Cavern or the caves of Dorgon, no one but an expert could distinguish between them. And if there are Bushmen existing now in our age of the highest civilization, who were no higher intellectually than the race of men which inhabited Devonshire and southern France during the Paleolithic age, why could not the latter have lived simultaneously with, and have been the contemporary of, other races as highly civilized for their days as we are for ours? That the sum of knowledge increases daily in mankind, but that intellectual capacity does not increase with it, is shown when the intellect, if not the physical knowledge of the Euclids, Pythagorases, Paninis, Capellas, Platos, and Socrates is compared with that of the Newtons, Kants, and the modern Huxleys and Haeckels. On comparing the result obtained by Dr. J. Barnard Davis, the craniologist, with regard to the internal capacity of the skull, its volume being taken as the standard and test for judging of the intellectual capacities. Dr. Pfaff finds that this capacity among the French, certainly in the highest rank of mankind, is 88.4 cubic inches, being thus perceptibly smaller than that of the Polynesians generally, which even among many Papuans and Afuras of the lowest grade amounts to 89 and 89.7 cubic inches, which shows that it is the quality and not the quantity of the brain that is the cause of intellectual capacity. The average index of skulls among various races having been now recognized to be one of the most characteristic marks of difference between different races. The following comparison is suggestive. The index of breadth among the Scandinavians is at 75, among the English at 76, among Holsteiners at 77, in Braskow at 80. Schiller's skull shows an index of breadth of even 82. The Moderis also 82. Finally, the same comparison between the oldest skulls known and the European brings to light the startling fact that most of these old skulls belonging to the Stone period are above rather than below the average of the brain of the now living man in volume. Calculating the measures for the height, breadth, and length in inches from the average measurements of skulls, several of them, the following sums are obtained. 1. Old northern skulls of the Stone Age, 18.877 inches. 2. Average of 48 skulls of the same period from England, 18.858 inches. 3. Average of 7 skulls of the same period from Wales, 18.649 inches. 4. Average of 36 skulls of the Stone Age from France, 18.220 inches. The average of the now living Europeans is 18.579 inches. of Hottentot, 17.795 inches. These figures show plainly that the size of the brain of the oldest populations known to us is not such as to place them on a lower level than that of the now living inhabitants of the earth. Besides which, they show the missing link vanishing into thin air. Of these, however, more anon, we must return to our direct subject. As the Prometheus Vinctus of Aeschylus tells us, the race which Jupiter so ardently desired to quench and plant a new one in its stead, v. 241, suffered mental, not physical misery. The first boon Prometheus gave to mortals, as he tells the chorus, was to hinder them from foreseeing death, v. 256. He saved the mortal race from sinking blasted down to Hades' gloom, v. 244. And then only besides that he gave them fire, v. 260. This shows plainly the dual character at any rate of the Promethean myth, if Orientalists will not accept the existence of the 7 keys taught in occultism. This relates to the first opening of the man's spiritual perceptions, not to his first seeing or discovering fire. For the fire was never discovered, but existed on earth since its beginning. It existed in the seismic activity of the early ages, volcanic eruptions being as frequent and constant in those periods as fog is in England now. And if we are told that men appeared so late on earth that all but a few volcanoes were already extinct, and that geological disturbances had made room for a more settled state of things, we answer, let a new race of men, whether evolved from angel or gorilla, appear now on any uninhabited spot on the globe, with the exception, perhaps, of the Sahara, and 1,000 to 1 it would not be a year or two before discovering fire, through lightning setting the grass or something else in flames. This assumption that primitive man lived ages ago on earth before he was made acquainted with fire is one of the most painfully illogical of all. But old Aeschylus was an initiate, and knew well what he was giving out. No occultist acquainted with symbology and the fact that wisdom came to us from the East will for a moment deny that the myth of Prometheus has reached Europe from Aryavarta. Nor is he likely to deny that in one sense Prometheus represents fire by friction. Therefore, he admires the sagacity of M.F. Baudry, who shows in Les Mythes de Faux et du Breuvage Céleste one of the aspects of Prometheus and his origin from India. He shows the reader that the supposed primitive process to obtain fire, still in use today in India to light the sacrificial flame. This is what he says. This process, such as it is minutely described in the Vedic sutras, consists in rapidly turning a stick in a socket made in the center of a piece of wood. The friction develops intense heat and ends by setting on fire the particles of wood in contact. The motion of the stick is not a continuous rotation, but a series of motions in contrary senses, by means of a cord fixed to the stick in its middle. The operator holds one of the ends in each hand and pulls them alternately. The full process is designated in Sanskrit by the verb manthami, mathani, mathnani, which means to rub, agitate, shake, and obtain by rubbing, and is especially applied by rotatory friction, as is proved by its derivative mandala, which signifies a circle. The pieces of wood serving for the production of fire have each their name in Sanskrit. The stick which turns is called pramantha. The discus which receives it is called arani and arani. The two aranis designated the ensemble of the instrument. It remains to be seen what the Brahmins will say to this. But even supposing that Prometheus, in one of the aspects of his myth, was conceived as the producer of fire by means of the pramantha, or as an animate and divine pramantha, would this imply that the symbolism had no other than the phallic meaning attributed to it by modern symbologists? Deschamps, at any rate, seems to have a correct glimmering of the truth, for he unconsciously corroborates all that the occult scientists teach with regard to the Manasa Devas, who have endowed man with the consciousness of his immortal soul, that consciousness which hinders man from foreseeing death and makes him know he is immortal. How did Prometheus come into possession of the divine spark, he asks. Fire having its abode in heaven, it is there he must have gone to find it before he could carry it down to men. And to approach the gods, he must have had been a god himself. The Greeks held that he was of the divine race, the son of the Titan Lepetos. The Hindus, that he was a deva. But celestial fire belonged in the beginning to the gods alone. It was a treasure they reserved for themselves, over which they jealously watched. The prudent son of Iapetus, says Hesiod, deceived Jupiter by stealing and concealing in the cavity of the narthex the indefatigable fire of the resplendent glow. Thus the gift made by Prometheus to men was a conquest made from heaven. Now, according to Greek ideas, in this identical with those of the occultists, this possession forced from Jupiter, this human trespassing upon the property of the gods, had to be followed by an expiation. Prometheus, moreover, belongs to that race of Titans who had rebelled against the gods and whom the master of Olympus had hurled down into Tartarus. Like them, he is the genius of evil, doomed to cruel suffering. What is most revolting in the explanations that follow is the one-sided view taken of this grandest of all myths. The most intuitional among modern writers cannot, or will not, rise in their conceptions above the level of the earth and cosmic phenomena. It is not denied that the moral idea in the myth, as presented in the theogony of Hesiod, plays a certain part in the primitive Greek conception. The Titan is more than a thief of the celestial fire. He is the representation of humanity, active, industrious, intelligent, but at the same time ambitious, which aims at equaling divine powers. Therefore it is humanity punished in the person of Prometheus. But it is only so with the Greeks. With them, Prometheus is not a criminal, save in the eyes of the gods. In his relation with the earth, he is, on the contrary, a god himself, a friend of mankind, which he has raised to civilization and initiated into the knowledge of all the arts, a conception which found its most poetical expounder in Aeschylus. But with all the other nations, Prometheus is what? The fallen angel, Satan, as the church would have it? Not at all. He is simply the image of the pernicious and dreaded effects of lightning. He is the evil fire, Malfu, and the symbol of the divine reproductive male organ. Reduced to its simple expression, the myth we are trying to explain is then simply a cosmic genius of fire. It is the former idea, the phallic, which was preeminently Aryan, if we believed Adalbert Kuhn and F. Baudry, for the fire used by man being the result of the action of Pramantha in the Irani, the Aryas must have ascribed the same origin to celestial fire, and they must have imagined that a god armed with the Pramantha, or a divine Pramantha, caused a violent friction in the bosom of the clouds, which gave birth to lightning and thunderbolts. This idea is supported by the fact that according to Plutarch's testimony, the Stoics thought that thunder was the result of the struggle of storm clouds, and lightning was a conflagration due to friction, while Aristotle saw in the thunderbolt only the action of clouds which clashed with each other. What was his theory? If not the scientific translation of the production of fire by friction. Everything leads us to think that from the highest antiquity and before the dispersion of the Aryas, it was believed that the Pramantha lighted the fire in the storm cloud as well as in the Iranis. Thus, superstitions and idle hypotheses are made to stand for discovered truths. Defenders of the biblical dead letter could not help the writers of missionary tracts more effectively than do materialistic symbologists, in thus taking for granted that the ancient Aryans based their religious conceptions on no higher thought than the physiological. But it is not so, and the very spirit of Vedic philosophy is against such an interpretation. For if, as Deschamps himself confesses, this idea of the creative power of fire is explained by the ancient assimilation of the human soul to a celestial spark, as shown by the imagery often made use of the Vedas when speaking of Irani, it would mean something higher than simply a gross sexual conception. A hymn to Agni in the Veda is cited as an example. Here is the Pramantha. The generator is ready. Bring the mistress of the race, the female Irani. Let us produce Agni by attrition, according to ancient custom. This means no worse than an abstract idea expressed in the tongue of mortals. The female Arani, the mistress of the race, is Aditi, the mother of the gods, or Shekinah, eternal light, in the world of spirit, the great deep, and chaos, or primordial substance in its first remove from the unknown, in the manifested cosmos. If ages later the same epithet applied to Devaki, the mother of Krishna, or the incarnated Logos, and if the symbol, owing to the gradual and irrepressible spread of exoteric religions, may now be regarded as having a sexual significance, this in no way mars the original purity of the image. The subjective had been transformed into the objective. Spirit had fallen into matter. The universal cosmic polarity of spirit substance had become, in human thought, the mystic, but still sexual, union of spirit and matter, and had thus acquired an anthropomorphic coloring which it had never had in the beginning. Between the Vedas and the Puranas there is an abyss of which they are the poles, like as are the seventh principle, the Atma, and the first or lowest principle, the physical body in the septenary constitution of man. The primitive and purely spiritual language of the Vedas, conceived many decades of millenniums earlier than the Puranic accounts, found a purely human expression for the purpose of describing events which took place 5,000 years ago, the date of the Krishna's death, from which day the Kali Yuga, or Black Age, began for mankind. As Aditi is called Surarani, the matrix or mother of the Suras or gods, so Kunti, the mother of the Pandavas, is called the Mahabharata, Pandavarani, and the term is now physiologized. But Devaki, the antitype of the Roman Catholic Madonna, is a later anthropomorphized form of Aditi. The latter is the goddess mother or Devamatri, of 7 sons, the 6 and the 7 Adityas of early Vedic times. The mother of Krishna, Devaki, has 6 embryos conveyed into her womb by Jagad Dhatri, the nurse of the world, the 7th Krishna, the Logos, being transformed to that of Rohini. Mary, the mother of Jesus, is the mother of 7 children, of 5 sons and 2 daughters, a later transformation of sex. In Matthew's Gospel, no one of the worshippers of the Roman Catholic Virgin would object to reciting in her honor the prayer addressed by the gods to Devaki. Let the reader judge. Thou art that Prakriti, essence, infinite and subtile, which formerly bore Brahma in its womb. Thou, eternal being, compromising in thy substance, the essence of all created things was identical with creation. Thou wast the parent of the triform sacrifice, becoming the germ of all things. Thou art sacrifice, whence all fruit proceeds. Thou art the Arani, whose attrition engenders fire. As Aditi, thou art the parents of the gods. Thou art light, Yotsna, the morning twilight, whence day is begotten. Thou art humility, Samnati, a daughter of Daksha, the mother of wisdom. Thou art Nidhi, the parent of harmony, Naya. Thou art modesty, the progenitrix of affection, Prashraya, explained by Vinaya. Thou art desire, of whom love is born. Thou art the mother of knowledge, Avabodha. Thou art patience, Driti, the parent of fortitude, Darya. Thus, Arani is shown here to be the same as the Roman Catholic vase of election. As to its primitive meaning, it was purely metaphysical. No unclean thought traversed these conceptions in the ancient mind. Even in the Zohar, far less metaphysical in its symbology than any other symbolism, the idea is an abstraction and nothing more. Thus, when the Zohar says, all that which exists, all that which has been formed by the ancient, whose name is holy, can only exist through a male and female principle. It means no more than the divine spirit of life is ever coalescing with matter. It is the will of the deity that acts, and the idea is purely Schopenhauerian. When Attika, Kadosha, the ancient and the concealed of the concealed, desired to form all things, it formed all things like male and female. This wisdom comprises all when it goeth forth. Hence, Chokma, male wisdom, and Bina, female consciousness or intellect, are said to create all between the two, the active and the passive principles. As the eye of the expert jeweler discerns under the rough and uncouth oyster shell the pure immaculate pearl, enshrined within its bosom, his hand touching the shell, but to get at its contents, so the eye of the true philosopher reads between the lines of the Puranas, the sublime Vedic truths, and corrects the form with the help of the Vedantic wisdom. Our Orientalists, however, never perceive the pearl under the thick coating of the shell, and act accordingly. From all that has been said in this section, one sees clearly that between the serpent of Eden and the devil of Christianity, there is an abyss. Alone, the sledgehammer of ancient philosophy can kill this dogma.